Chapter 101. After a while, she opened her eyes, walked to the left 2 meters away, pointed at the stone wall and said, Xiaohua, Sui Guanxing, dig straight in 20 meters from here, the ore core is probably there. After that, she retreated to the other side of the stone wall. Sui Guanxing chopped the stone wall with his tang sword, and the stone wall suddenly cracked a crack, which went straight inward and extended to the depths of the ore core. Qi Shihua's war hammer also smashed into the crack without hesitation, again and again, kicking the ore out while smashing, and soon a large mine cave was smashed out. In less than 2 minutes, she stopped. She shouted to the outside, Commander Xia, there is a very hard stone here. Is it what we are looking for? Xia Xiaoman said, I'll go in and take a look. When she went in, Qi Xiaohua had already dug out that piece of stone. It was not big, about half a meter in diameter. Under the illumination of the mecha, it seemed to be translucent, showing a slightly yellow hue. Xia Xiaoman's lips curled up slightly with satisfaction, and said, there really is a third-level source stone in the center of the mine, collected. The mine as a whole was very small. She expected that the third-level source stone would be the size of a fist, but she didn't expect it to be so big. Their efforts were not in vain. Qi Xiaohua packed the source stone in a space-folding bag like a treasure, looked at the second-level source stones around, and asked, Commander Xia, can we take these away later? Xia Xiaoman said, let General Qin negotiate with the Alliance. Our arena has such a big mistake, and the Alliance must take full responsibility. Ask them for a few broken stones, they will not refuse to give them. Qi Xiaohua said, then let's tell the public that we need to extract pigments from stones, right? Xia Xiaoman nodded, yes. Whether others believe it or not, they are right to say so. Even if they don't believe it, what can they do? Even if they take the stones to study, they can't study anything. But this time, God may see that they are too pitiful to be attacked by protozoa, so he really gave them another excuse to open mountains and mine. Commander Xia, we dug up treasures. Ji Lai shouted excitedly. Xia Xiaoman, who had just walked out of the center of the mine, asked, what did you dig up? Ji Lai said excitedly, this is the skeleton of a Super 3S level star beast, very complete. Zhongyu said that it is an unknown star beast. The hardness of the bones is very high, and it is very suitable for making top-level materials for mechas. Zhongyu, a mecha master of the original main team, is particularly interested in the materials for making mechas. He knows all the precious materials that the Alliance has. Xia Xiaoman was not that interested in the materials, but she nodded and said, that's good, keep it. Ji Lai found a good excuse for her, and said admiringly, Commander Xia, you asked us to dig the mountain because you felt the existence of a high-level star beast skeleton. Xia Xiaoman did not deny it. She wanted to use the production of high-level pigments to explain the digging of the mountain. Now the appearance of this high-level star beast skeleton has given her a good excuse. Commander Xia's perception is amazing. Zhongyu was also very impressed and squatted beside him, carefully stroking the skeleton and said, Commander Xia, we can use this skeleton to make a new mecha for the chief mecha master. It will have stronger protection and better protect his safety. Xia Xiaoman said, don't worry now, let's talk about it after we get out. Outside, it was completely dark. Soon, Ji Lai and Zhongyu packed up the star beast skeleton and carefully moved it out. The work of digging the mountain was over. Xia Xiaoman and others still need the stones here after they get out, but that's all for later. Xi and Qin, who was in front of the surveillance video, was stunned when she saw Ji Lai and the others moving out a complete and huge star beast skeleton. She looked like she was kidding me. Is this okay? Although she was not a mecha master, she was an experienced mecha soldier who had lived to such an old age. Based on the luster of the skeleton, she could tell at a glance that it was extraordinary. Qin Yan's eyes lit up, and he couldn't suppress his smile. He knew that Commander Xia would not mess around. At this critical moment, he would waste mecha energy to do such a thing. Xi and Qin was convinced, you people from Beta Star can not only kill protozoa, but also find treasures. Dig the mountain and found a high-level star beast skeleton. What else could it be but treasure hunting? Qin Yan's eyes and eyebrows were full of smiles, and he was very modest. Our children just like to fool around. This is just a coincidence. High-level star beasts are actually not uncommon. There are many of them on the battlefield, but this kind of high-level star beast skeleton that can be used as mecha material is hard to come by. Xi and Qin didn't want to talk anymore. Coincidence? Then let other teams also happen to show her one. They dug the mountain, which was obviously organized and planned. It was their commander-in-chief who discovered the abnormality. But speaking of the commander-in-chief, she had never seen her appear in the Alliance before. She must be the secret weapon cultivated by Beta Star to deal with this competition. I have to say, she is really amazing. Under her leadership, Beta might be able to win the championship and keep their place in the alliance. The next time. Just waiting. The people trapped in the stadium on Beta did not do anything fancy. They all adjusted their status and rested in front of the exit. 2 days later. The team sent by the Alliance headquarters to deal with protozoan spores finally came. There were more than 1,000 people in total. They wore special protective clothing, drove mechas, and brought special drugs to eliminate spores. They entered the number 1 stadium. The teams from other planets, including Ceres, were watching outside. Gan Yao stared at the potion they were holding, with shock in his eyes, and said, "That is a potion specifically for killing protozoan spores." Protozoa appeared in the stadium. Chu Bai asked, "What kind of insect is protozoa?" Gan Yao briefly explained the information about protozoa, but still couldn't figure it out. Mecha warriors, who have not received professional training, can't fight against protozoa and the spores it releases. Did they kill the protozoa? Standing next to them was the main team of Rossetti Star. The commander of the main team sneered when he heard his words, and said, "How do you know they killed the protozoa? Maybe they have died in it." In order to appease people's hearts, the Alliance event organizer temporarily concealed the news of their death. It is not impossible to wait for professional troops to come and completely kill the protozoa before announcing the news. If you die, they will not die. Mengwu couldn't stand them, such people who gloated over other people's misfortunes, and spoke rudely. The people of Rossetti Star were also unconvinced, and just wanted to retort. The light curtain representing Stadium number 1 lit up, and the scene in the stadium appeared before our eyes. Chapter 102. Looking over, the gray fog made visibility very low, but one could still see tall mechas in the fog. Gan Yao said excitedly, "They are still alive, all of them are still alive. Except that the mechas were covered in blood and some were damaged, which looked quite embarrassed. No other abnormalities were found." Chu Bai murmured, "Great, really great." Mengwu looked proud and said, "It will definitely be fine. Don't you see who is leading the team? That was Commander Xia, who dared to tear the star beasts with bare hands in space. Even if a shitty high-level star beast suddenly appeared on the field, it would be a piece of cake for her, and she could solve it with just a flick of her finger." The people of Ceres were happy and fortunate that they were still alive. Some planetary teams don't hope for others to be good, but like to see others unlucky, but they can only be angry in their hearts and secretly spit bad luck, but they dare not show it on the surface. After all, they are all brother planets. If you don't hope for others' well-being, what evil thoughts do you have? Mengwu glanced at the people of Rossetti with a sarcasm and snorted. Some people always think that they can be good if others are not good. Some people are also rubbish if others are not good. Don't dream of that. The people of Rossetti were even more angry, so angry that their lungs were about to explode, but Mengwu didn't pick on them by name. If they quarreled, it would make their planet seem unreasonable. The commander glared at Mengwu fiercely and said to his people, "There's nothing to see. Let's go." Mengwu watched them leave and cursed again. What a thing. The bunch of useless people from Rossetti Star, who only know how to stir up trouble, also want to step on Beta Star to get to the top. I wonder if they can do it. In the stadium, the professional troops have already started working. The machines responsible for killing spores sprayed chemicals in the sky, underground, and 360 degrees. The mist formed by the spore powder soon became much thinner. Especially next to the large army of Beta Star, in about 2 minutes, the spore powder was completely killed, and the surroundings were free of fog and became clear. At the same time, the surveillance screen also became clear. Then, professional machines helped them wash off the dirt on the mechas, and carefully check whether there were any spore powder residues on them. 2 hours later, the entire stadium was handled. Xia Xiaoman and others were also allowed to leave the stadium. The people from Sirius Star and the waiting reporters did not have time to come forward to talk. The people from Beta Star, escorted by the troops sent by the Alliance headquarters, went directly back to their own dormitory building without any stop. Xia Xiaoman entered the dormitory building and went straight to the medical room. In the medical room, the medical teams from Beta Star and Ceres Star were waiting. They pushed Shang Lu's medical cabin into the medical cabin and began to give him a comprehensive physical examination. Qin Yin looked at Xia Xiaoman with a worried face and said, "This medical cabin is the most advanced in the entire galaxy. Shang Zhongyong will definitely be fine. Do you want to eat something and rest first?" They have been staying in the mecha for the past few days, and can only drink nutrient solution. Moreover, everyone else has rested, but she has been guarding Shang Zhongyong and has never closed her eyes. No need. Xia Xiaoman looked at him calmly and asked, General Qin, is there a laboratory in the base that can extract materials? I need some equipment. Qin Yan said, yes, I will send it to you immediately if you need anything. Even if the laboratory doesn't have it, you can buy it. Xia Xiaoman made a list of the equipment she needed for him, and asked someone to vacate a room next to the medical room, and took the captain of the mecha division in the team to study the plan of modifying the medical cabin. Shang Lu's physical condition is very bad, and it is unknown when he will wake up. Even if he wakes up, he can't work with his current physical condition. The modification can only be done by her and others. She is a little regretful now. When she came here, she should have brought Yan Shu with her to make a team of 5. In an emergency, she could also help Shan Lu. Qin Yan didn't know what she was going to do, but he didn't ask. Shan Lu woke up that night. Xia Xiaoman had already extracted the source energy of the 3rd level source stone, and had drawn up a medical energy card. He was discussing the improved medical cabin with the mecha masters next door. Think about it again, can it be improved further? Is there a better solution? The mecha masters looked at the picture and began to think and discuss. Yan Shu, who was still discussing with them via video, looked up and shouted, Team leader. Xia Xiaoman then saw Shan Lu coming over. Shan Lu's face was very pale, without a trace of blood, and even his lips were grayish-white. He nodded slightly at them, walked to Xia Xiaoman, and opened his lips slightly. Let me see. Xia Xiaoman was anxious. What are you looking at? The most important thing for you now is to rest. Go back to the medical room next door. I'll watch here. Yan Shu and the others are also here. Shan Lu insisted. I'm fine. I'll just watch. Lying in that medical cabin has no therapeutic effect on him. It's better to go out for a walk. Xia Xiaoman helped him sit on the single sofa next to him, and said, then you can only watch. Shan Lu's lips curled up slightly, hummed, and began to listen carefully to Yan Shu and the others discussing the improvement plan of the medical cabin with the mecha masters of Beta Star. Xia Xiaoman didn't want him to think hard, so she talked to him on the side. If your body can't hold up in this game, don't join us. I'll have someone send you to the next planet. When our game is over, I'll go over and meet you immediately. The mecha masters of Beta Star are now considered their own people. If it's not too secret, there's no need to avoid them. Shang Lu looked at her. If the situation is not good, I will take a break in the next few rounds of the game, and I will go with you in the last round of the finals. He knows his own physical condition best. Because of the appearance of the protozoa before, he forced to stimulate and awaken his mental power. Using mental power has caused great damage to him. However, he only used the mental network connecting 30,000 people for a while, and he can still hold on. Wait for him to rest for a few days, and then go to the battlefield. If he can't awaken his mental power, he can help them repair the mecha. If he encounters danger, he can also use his experience to help them. Xia Xiaoman said, let's see how your body recovers. He is a big treasure. He is not only a mechanical genius, but also a walking interstellar encyclopedia. There is nothing he doesn't know or hasn't seen, such as interstellar navigation routes and various interstellar star beasts and insects. She will never allow him to have any accidents. Shan Lu smiled. Okay. He said he was just taking a look, but how could he just take a look? He soon joined the team discussing improvements. However, with Xia Xiaoman watching, he only occasionally offered suggestions and did not draw the pictures or do the work himself. Chapter 103. 5 hours later. The final improvement plan finally came out. The most advanced medical cabin used by Shan Lu was moved here. The mecha masters of Beta Star discussed with Yan Shu and others, and were instructed by Shan Lu. This time, they really opened their eyes, and everyone benefited a lot. Although they didn't know how to use this medical cabin, they were clear about the effect after the improvement. Compared with the previous medical cabin, the treatment effect was at least doubled. When the mecha masters modified the medical cabin, Xia Xiaoman came to Shan Lu and whispered, I asked by D to start cultivating carrots in your mecha. The 3rd level energy card was used. You can start eating carrots when the carrots sprout, understand? Shan Lu smiled gently in his eyes and eyebrows, and nodded, got it. Xia Xiaoman talked to him naggingly. We have asked Admiral Qin to negotiate with the Alliance event organizer about the source stone we found in the stadium. There should be a result soon. As soon as she finished speaking, Qi Xiaohua came in and said happily, Commander Xia, the ore issue has been settled, just follow us in to get the ore. Xia Xiaoman glared at her, keep your voice down. Qi Xiaohua then saw Shan Lu, quickly covered her mouth, tiptoed in, and asked, why doesn't team leader Shan go to rest at this late hour? There was no color on his face. She felt distressed when she saw it, and the Star Lord must be heartbroken. Xia Xiaoman said, "When the medical cabin is ready, lie down in the medical cabin yourself." Qi Xiaohua nodded, ran to see the medical cabin, and urged in a low voice, "Hurry up, our team leader Shang is waiting to rest." With their slow hand speed, let alone their mechanical team, they can't even be selected into the mechanical school of their military academy. The mecha master of Beta Star didn't know what she was thinking, otherwise she would have fainted in the toilet. Fortunately, their actions were not that slow. 2 hours later, at 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, the modification was finally completed. The work of the mecha masters, who signed a confidentiality agreement with Xia Xiaoman, ended here, and they left together. Xia Xiaoman didn't let the medical team come to check the modified medical cabin. She laid down in it first and said, "Xiaohua, start it, and let me try." Qi Xiaohua obediently followed her instructions, and started the medical cabin. Xia Xiaoman closed her eyes, and felt it carefully. The energy was indeed stronger than before, about twice as strong. She motioned Qi Xiaohua to close it, opened the hatch and sat up, saying, "Shang Lu, come and try it." As a mechanic, and a patient using this medical cabin, Shang Lu knew more about the changes before and after the medical cabin than she did. After using the modified medical cabin, he gave a detailed experience. The healing energy generated by the medical cabin is 2.3 times stronger than before, and the healing effect is also 2.3 times. For the same disease, the time required to lie in the medical cabin is also shortened by 2.3 times. Xia Xiaoman put away the report, put her face against the door of the medical cabin, and told him, "Then you have a good rest here. Xiaohua and I are next door. If you have anything, call us immediately." Shang Lu nodded, his eyes were soft, and his lips opened slightly. "Good night." Xia Xiaoman smiled and said, "Good night." Qi Xiaohua stood by and watched the two of them stick together. She wanted to say, "Star Lord, why don't you just go into the medical cabin and lie down together? Anyway, the medical cabin can be used to treat illnesses and to maintain health. It is also large enough for 2 people to lie down." In the first round of competition, the last participating team did not come out until 2 days after Xia Xiaoman and the others in the first competition field came out. Next, the organizers gave 3 days of rest. Xia Xiaoman worked all day on the first day, slept all day on the second day, and only got up on the third day to watch the extraction of source energy. With Qin Yan coordinating in the middle, all the source stones in the competition field were transported out. Sui Guanqing watched the transportation of source stones, and the extraction of source energy from beginning to end. To extract source energy, Xia Xiaoman directly found a local laboratory on the internet, signed a confidentiality agreement, and contracted it to them, letting them be responsible for extraction. The more open and honest they are, the less likely they are to arouse suspicion from others. The Alliance left a few pieces of ore and extracted a bright orange, beautiful pigment. After applying, it does not change color and is very stable. However, in addition to these advantages, their laboratory did not find any abnormalities in this pigment. In addition, Xia Xiaoman and his team found a local factory to process it, and their last doubts were dispelled. 3 days of rest. It passed in the blink of an eye. Shang Lu's physical recovery was much faster than expected. By the time of the second round of the competition, he was able to participate. The participating teams from various planets have been in awe of him since they saw the video of Beta Star's strong attitude in the first round of the competition, making Star Beast dumplings and catching them all in one fell swoop. Are they contestants? No, they are a bunch of wolves. So when Beta won the first place in the next 4 rounds, they felt it was natural. It would be unreasonable for such a group of wolves not to win the first place. When the 4th round ended, 1 month and 5 days had passed since the start of the game. As expected, the 8 winning teams included the 7 permanent planets of the Alliance and Rossetti. But what was unexpected was that Ceres, which had won the first place in the first 5 rounds of the preliminaries for 5 consecutive times, lost to Beta, which no one was optimistic about, and went from first to second. Beta has become a real dark horse. Before the game, those who bought the first place of Beta made a lot of money, and those who didn't buy Beta regretted it. Especially on the first day Xia Xiaoman came to the base, she met a group of contestants from Xiaxing at the entrance of the training ground. They regretted their actions so much that they wondered why they didn't listen to her at the beginning. If they had bought a little bit, they would have made a fortune now, with the high odds of Beta Star. People from various planets, who participated in the competition and bet on the game were happy and worried. Ordinary people couldn't buy bets on 520 stars. The government paid for it, and the amount was huge. People from the Alliance event had long been eyeing their accounts and thought they had problems. When the preliminaries were over and the prize money was transferred to their accounts, they tracked their accounts as soon as possible. Unfortunately, they didn't catch up before the finals began. Olivia quietly asked Qin Yin, "Just tell me, those people who bought Beta Star to win huge accounts, were they bets from your Beta Star people?" Not only did she suspect so, but the Alliance also suspected so. So they didn't track them down, so they didn't continue to chase them. Qin Yin said, "No, how could it be? Absolutely not." After saying that, he looked at Xia Xiaoman and the others out of the corner of his eye. Xia Xiaoman smiled at him, turned to look at the main force, raised his arms and shouted, launching a pre-war mobilization, "Warriors, this is the last battle, follow me. The championship is ours." Chapter 104. The championship is ours. All the warriors of Beta said in unison, with a firm look in their eyes. Qin Yin, very good. Changed the subject. Didn't give him a chance to question her. Olivia said, "It's time for the finals, it's time to enter." Except for Ceres, who knew them very well, and had fought side by side with them, the other participating teams all looked unlucky. How could they be so unlucky to meet the strongest team of Beta? Moreover, their luck didn't seem to be very good. They could meet Protozoa in the first round. The venue of this final was different from the previous 5 rounds. Everyone was in the same venue. If the unlucky group of Beta attracted some high-level aliens, they would definitely be implicated. But the reporters took advantage of the last time before entering the venue to rush to interview them. Because there were rumors that Ceres and Beta came together and had a good relationship. Reporter asked, "Chu Bai, the people of Beta said that the championship this time is theirs. What do you think of their statement?" Chu Bai, use your eyes to see. He couldn't say that he also thought the championship belonged to Beta, or he would be drowned in spit when he returned to his home planet. As warriors, they should have the spirit of never giving up. They must not boost others' ambitions and destroy their own prestige. Reporter, If you don't want to answer, then don't answer. What's the matter with being perfunctory like this? Reporters also swarmed over Beta's mortal enemy, Rossetti. Reporter asked, "Excuse me, Commander-in-Chief, what do you think of the Beta people's remarks?" The Commander-in-Chief said expressionlessly, "Everyone can shout slogans. Whether they are good or bad will be revealed on the field." The reporter asked, "We have also seen that Beta Star has won the first place in the first 5 rounds of the preliminaries. It can be said that the Beta Star team this year is stronger than any previous one. Do you have the confidence to beat them?" The Commander-in-Chief has to have confidence even if he has no confidence. We Rossetti Star will not lose. In fact, before each final, it is the time for each team to make harsh words. But today, because of Beta Star's arrogant slogans and their outstanding performance of first place in 5 rounds, everyone was actually not interested in making harsh words. They all perfunctorily said a few words to the reporter and ended the pre-match interview session, which was supposed to be very lively and full of gunpowder. On the other hand, Beta Star was very lively. The reporter asked, "If you can't win the championship, isn't it too early to say this now?" Qi Xiaohua said, "Do you dare to bet with me? We will definitely win the championship." The reporter was successfully led astray by her. "What bet?" Qi Xiaohua said, "If our Beta Star wins the championship, you will give me 2 mining stars." Reporter, ? "Do you think I look like a mining star?" Qi Xiaohua despised him. "You don't even have the courage to bet with me, and you still ask me what to do?" Reporter, I was convinced and lost to her. With Qi Xiaohua here to deal with the reporters and make jokes, the interview time passed in a blink of an eye. The reporters did not get any explosive news, just when they were racking their brains to think about how to write the title of this interview to increase the explosive points. A small starship appeared in the sky. At the same time, the broadcast responsible for the game broadcast sounded, and the announcer's voice was filled with unconcealed excitement and admiration, saying, "I am here to inform you that the greatest general in the history of our alliance has come to comfort our contestants. Let us welcome his arrival with the most sincere respect." When everyone at the scene heard the broadcast, they all looked up at the starship in the sky with excitement and admiration. For a while, except for the sound of breathing, the scene was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. On Beta Star, Qi Xiaohua felt that someone was peeking at their direction in the sky, so she jumped up and started clapping, whistling, and shouting, "Welcome, welcome, warm welcome." She jumped like this. It was just right that Xia Xiaoman and Shang Lu were blocked behind her, and also blocked the sight of the prying eyes in the sky. Xia Xiaoman also took advantage of this moment to hold Shang Lu's shoulders, making him face her, and smeared 2 more grease paints on his face, so that his entire face was covered with grease paint, and no trace of his original skin could be seen. She said if Shan Lu was really the first commander 300 years ago. Then the arrival of Qi Hua, the general leader of the alliance, was very intriguing. Qi Xiaohua's voice was loud. In the silence, it seemed particularly abrupt. Like a monkey who strayed into a group of sloths and jumped up and down in someone else's quiet team, it immediately attracted everyone's attention and dissatisfaction. Is this single soldier from Beta Star a fool? Does she know who General Qi Hua is? What the hell is she like? Not solemn at all, no manners at all. But they just glared at him. Other people from Beta also applauded and shouted, "Welcome, welcome, warm welcome." People from other planets, fuck. People from Beta all have some problems with their brains. This guy is making a fuss. In the whole square, only Beta is conspicuous. Qin Yan was looked down upon by the admirals present. But since he was already shouted, he was fearless now. Everyone was embarrassed together, so he really didn't feel embarrassed at all. He straightened his back and smiled at them in a friendly manner. Other admirals, fuck. It was said that all the contestants from Beta were abnormal. It turned out that the top beam was not straight and the bottom beam was crooked. The leader Admiral Qin Yan was also of this character. This side was only a little bit noisy. The starship in the sky also landed. An old man with gray hair and wrinkles sitting in a wheelchair was pushed down from the starship. He waved to everyone present with a loving smile. "Thank you for your hard work, soldiers." The soldiers on the scene were excited and said in unison, "Thank you for your hard work, General." Qi Xiaohua hid behind Ji Lai and lowered her voice to Xia Xiaoman. "This old guy is not a good guy at first glance. He must be the one who peeped at us just now." "What a bullshit, General. It has nothing to do with him." Principal Xiao said that the more kind some people look on the surface, the more bad they are. She must be careful when she meets such people. Xia Xiaoman pinched her arm and said, "Don't talk, stand still." Qi Xiaohua stood still obediently. Anyway, she didn't have a good impression of the big figures in the alliance. It was these people who exiled the genetically defective people to the garbage planet. Every one of them was a bad seed. The person in the wheelchair arrived in front of the series team at the outermost edge in a blink of an eye, shook hands with the main team, said some encouraging words to them, and encouraged them to work hard. He really looked like a kind elder. Chapter 105. Ji Lai rubbed his hands excitedly. "Xiaohua, this is the first time I've seen the real face of the general. He looks more amiable in person than in the video. You may not know that he is in poor health. When he was guarding the border planets in his early years, he was injured too many times and lost his vitality. Later, he has been in charge of the major events of the Alliance, working day and night, and his health has become worse. He has not appeared in public for 10 years. Qi Xiaohua asked, "Do you like him so much?" Ji Lai nodded, his eyes full of admiration. Who in the Alliance would not admire General Qi Hua? He is a hero in the history of the Alliance, a heroic admiral who guards the border planets and protects mankind, and a general who works hard for the welfare of all the people in the Alliance. "Oh," Qi Xiaohua said perfunctorily. She is not stupid, so she will not say bad things about his idol in front of him. Isn't that just looking for trouble? Qi Hua, the general of the Alliance, came to express his condolences from the teams of each planet. Soon, they arrived at Shuiyun Star, next to Beta Star. Shuiyun Star ranked third in the last competition. In this competition, they also maintained the top 3 level in the 5 preliminary rounds. Originally, they were competing with Ceres for the first place in this competition, but who knew that Beta Star would suddenly rise to the top? Xia Xiaoman looked at the old man sitting in the wheelchair with wrinkles on his face, and then looked at Shan Lu in front of him. She couldn't help but reached out and smeared some oil paint on his face. Confirmed, the skin was smooth and delicate, and it felt very good, without a single wrinkle. The interstellar world is really amazing. People of the same generation, the old man in the wheelchair, is already dying. Don't look at the good spirits he shows, but in fact, he is already in a terrible state inside, and won't live long. The man in front of her had been lying in the cryostasis chamber for 300 years, and after waking up, he still looked like a teenager. She wanted to lie there for 1,000 years. When she woke up, she didn't know if this galaxy would be changed. The condolences from Shuiyun Star ended in a blink of an eye. After being encouraged by their idol, all the people on Shuiyun Star were excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood, and shouted loudly, "Yes, General." Qi was smiled at them, and moved his wheelchair towards Beta Star. Except for the 4-member team on Beta Star, everyone else held their breath excitedly. The person in front of them was General Qi Hua, the idol of everyone in their galaxy, their great hero, and the great person that everyone wanted to become. Chihuahua's wheelchair went straight to the front of the main team. His gentle and loving eyes fell on Xia Xiaoman and said, "Commander Xia, I watched your game. You are a very good commander. I hope you can become even better when you enter the alliance later." Xia Xiaoman said politely, "Thank you, General." Chihuahua nodded slightly at her, and his eyes fell on Shan Lu beside her, saying, "Shang Shongyong, this is the first time I have seen a mecha master like you, but you are really good. Mecha masters cannot just focus on repairing mechas, they also need to master more useful knowledge. All mecha masters in our alliance should learn from you." Shan Lu nodded slightly. Xia Xiaoman said, "General, I'm sorry, our mecha master can't speak. I thank you for your encouragement on his behalf." "Thank you." Chihuahua didn't mind at all, and his smile remained on his face. "I know he can't speak, and he can't hear. Don't worry, the Alliance will pay attention to talents like him. After your finals, I will send the Alliance's best medical team to give him a comprehensive examination." Xia Xiaoman said, "Then I will thank the General on his behalf. You are all the hope of the future of the Alliance, and the future head of the Alliance. This is what I should do for you now." After Chihuahua finished speaking, he looked at Qi Xiaohua and Sui Guanqing and said, "You two are also very good. I have only seen two people with such strong combat power at your age so far." Qi Xiaohua asked very cooperatively, "General, who is it? Do we know each other?" Chihuahua shook his head, with obvious sadness in his eyes, and said, "It's all in the past, let's not talk about it. They were two Legion commanders under the command of the first commander of the Alliance. One has passed away. The other one rebelled against the Alliance and established the Revolutionary Army. He has been against our Alliance and undermined the peace and stability of the Alliance." As he spoke, he used his mental power to cover the whole area without leaving any trace. As long as anyone had any abnormal thoughts, he could capture them in the first time. Unfortunately, he did not find anything abnormal. Could it be that his judgment was wrong? This mecha master on Beta Star, whose facial features were very similar to Shan Lu, was not his descendant. And he did not come to the Alliance to seek revenge on him. Qi Xiaohua has not yet expressed his determination, and said that he would never betray the Alliance. Ji Lai said in disbelief, "Chief, are you talking about Jun Lin, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, who is the Legion commander? Didn't they say they were all dead?" Chihuahua hissed and said, "Secret, I only told you about this matter, don't tell others. Junlin is not in good health now. The Alliance received a message a week ago that he is terminally ill and will not live long. As his old friend, I wonder if I will have the chance to see him again before I die. If this mecha master is the descendant of Shan Lu, then there are two possibilities. First, he has colluded with Junlin for a long time and came to the Alliance to make trouble. Second, he didn't know that the leader of the Revolutionary Army was the most loyal Legion commander under Shan Lu. After learning from him that he was dying, he would go to him. General, you are too kind. You still remember the old feelings and miss him. He is making revolutions on various planets every day. Traitors like him who betrayed the Alliance should be torn into pieces and cut into pieces." Ji Lai was angry and indignant. "Okay, let's stop talking about the old things. I also have this feeling when I see excellent soldiers." Chihuahua looked at everyone in front of him and said, "You will all be the backbone of our Alliance in the future. I hope you can keep your original intention and always stand on the side of the Alliance and the people." Ji Lai was excited and his blood was boiling. He stood at attention and saluted, "Yes, General." Xia Xiaoman and the others performed very well. They also stood at attention and saluted, saying, "Yes, General. Then I'm here to wish you all the best in the game." After Chihuahua finished speaking, he glanced at the time on the big screen and said, "The game is about to start. I will be there to cheer for all of you." When he said this, he was not just talking to the people of Beta Star, but to all the participating teams. At this moment, with the encouragement of the general manager, all the contestants were excited and looked at him with admiration and awe, standing at attention and saluting. When Chihuahua turned around to leave, suddenly, something fell from his pocket to the ground. It was a very worn chip that looked very old, the size of a fingernail. From beginning to end, Shan Lu, who had never had any emotional fluctuations, had his pupils almost shrank slightly when he saw the chip. Chapter 106. His emotions fluctuated too little. The people present had too many mixed emotions. Although the elderly Chihuahua used his powerful mental power to cover the surroundings, he did not find anything unusual. Someone reminded, "General, you dropped something." Chihuahua looked back. The captain of the personal guard, who was accompanying him, bent down to pick up the chip on the ground and returned it to him respectfully. Xia Xiaoman glanced at the chip inconspicuously. From beginning to end, Shan Lu acted as if it had nothing to do with him, no matter who discussed the first commander of the alliance. This was the first time that something could cause his emotions to fluctuate slightly, which was enough to show that the old chip must be very important to him. But the chip was in the hands of the general of the alliance. How could she get it? It was a big problem. Qi Huo left after consoling the participating teams. The game. It was about to begin. Xia Xiaoman temporarily put aside the idea of getting the chip. After the broadcast announced that Beta Star, which ranked first, could enter the competition, he led the team into the competition field. The competition field for the finals. It was different from the previous 5 rounds of preliminaries. In the 5 rounds of preliminaries, each team fought against the star beasts in the competition field. Except for the different terrain and environment of the competition field, the area of the competition field was getting larger and larger, and the level and number of star beasts were getting more and more difficult. But the finals were different. In the finals, conflicts and wars between participating teams were allowed. Of course, in previous competitions, it was basically assumed that everyone would fight their own star beasts and not interfere with each other. Except for those teams with deep blood feuds that must be resolved on the field, there have been no large-scale conflicts between teams. Because as long as there is a war, both sides will definitely suffer losses, and the ones who benefit are the star beasts and other participating teams. The finals arena. The area is very large. It is the northern hemisphere of the entire ND49 star. Even if their mechas do nothing and directly turn on the full-speed flight mode, it will take 2 days to fly to the Arctic Circle in the north. And the content of their competition this time is not to see who kills more star beasts. It is to see who can find the alien's nest first and destroy their nest. Beta Star. After entering the arena, start moving forward. Walk through the Gobi, walk through the desert, and finally reach an oasis. The large army rested by the lake and drank nutrient solution to replenish their physical strength. Xia Xiaoman issued the first order since entering the arena. All Mecha Masters, step out. From now on, you are under the command of the Chief Mecha Master. Yes. The Mecha Stones stood at attention and saluted respectfully. Then they went to find the Chief Mecha Master. Watching the arena. The light curtains of each team are still the same as in the preliminaries. The position of the team's light curtain is determined by the points of killing star beasts. No surprise. After entering the arena, Beta Star, which has been walking around and has not hunted star beasts at all, is firmly in the last place. However, because there are only 8 teams in the finals, even if they are in the last place in points, they are not too far away from the edge. In addition, the audience standing in the C position to watch the series game is less than 1/3 of their edge position. There are so many people that there is no place to stand. Some spectators were impatient and felt uncomfortable if they didn't watch the fight. They couldn't stand it. It's been 5 hours. The people from series have killed 3 rounds of star beasts, and their points have reached 1,000. They just keep walking. What do they want to do? Someone said, who knows? Their commander's brain circuit is different from that of normal people. But every time they stop, it's when they want to do something. Their mecha division leads them to do something. Someone rubbed his hands excitedly, his eyes shining. It started. Their mecha division has started to move again. Why do they stand here and watch them walk for 5 hours? It's because they want to watch them do something, to watch their sweeping operations, and for fun. The commander-in-chief of this session of Beta Star is practicing the truth that sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood again and again, in the stadium. The chief mecha division is commanding the captains of the mecha divisions of each team, and giving tasks to the mecha division teams. Xia Xiaoman was joking with the main team, spreading out the map for everyone to look at, and asked, where do you think the enemy's base camp will be? The map was the prize for the champion of their 5 preliminary rounds, and other teams did not have it. In the words of the organizers, this gave them a first-mover advantage. How can you tell that? Qi Xiaohua looked at the map and cursed. What kind of shitty map is this? You can only see the terrain. It's so sloppy, and it can be called a reward? It might as well be replaced with nutrient solution. Xia Xiaoman still gave face to the alliance officials and said, it's still useful. If the star beasts want to build a base camp, they have to choose a place that is easy to defend and difficult to attack, with sufficient food and water sources. Here, and here are all very likely. She pointed out 3 places. Having a map is still a bit of an advantage, so you don't have to run around like a headless fly after entering the arena. Sui Guanxing said, what if it's not a star beast this time, but a Zerg nest? Xia Xiaoman thought for a while and said, if it's a Zerg, then it could be anywhere, in the water, underground, in the mountains, in the desert. Ji Lai also nodded. It could also be in the air. He finished. The broadcast of the arena sounded. Series, Hunt 2-3S Star Beasts, 220A level Star Beasts. Ji Lai couldn't sit still after hearing this, and took the initiative to ask, Commander-in-Chief, you rest here, I will lead the team to look around, eliminate the danger of Star Beasts, and then we can spend the night safely. That's what he said. In fact, he just wanted to hunt Star Beasts. Xia Xiaoman had no objection and reminded him, don't leave too far. You must come back before noon tomorrow. Commander-in-Chief, I'll go too. Qi Xiaohua also stood up. How could she be missing from such a good thing as fighting? Xia Xiaoman said, okay, be careful. Yes. Ji Lai and Qi Xiaohua's voices became louder. Each of them selected 1,000 mecha soldiers and left in opposite directions. About 2 hours later. In the stadium, the points of Beta Star, which had always been 0 points, began to rise. Because the points were counted down, the light curtain that was assigned to the corner was also moving closer to the center. When the people on other planets heard the broadcast, and the first report of the people on Beta Star hunting Star Beasts, they were all very excited. I don't know what tricks they will do next, and whether they will implicate them. The people of Ceres are the most familiar with them. Meng Wu said, don't panic, they probably haven't started to act yet, otherwise, it's impossible to just hunt these few Star Beasts. This should be their small group of troops hunting out of boredom. For example, Ji Lai, for example, Queen Flower, both of them are star people who are unhappy if they don't fight. Gan Yao also nodded and analyzed. I agree with Meng Wu's opinion. If Commander Xia takes a large force to attack, a large number of Star Beasts will die, no less than the first round of the preliminaries. Killing Star Beasts one by one, a few, or even in groups is not Commander Xia's style. She likes to drive the Star Beasts together like herding sheep, and kill them in one fell swoop. Chu Bai stared at the approximate location of Beta Star provided by the radio and said, General Commander, can we form an alliance with the people of Beta Star this time? He really missed the days of fighting side by side with Commander Xia and the others, and especially wanted to experience the feeling of killing Star Beasts on a large scale. Gan Yao looked at Meng Wu and the commander of the main 3 teams. Both of them nodded vigorously, expressing their unconditional support for Chu Bai. Gan Yao said, take a rest, and we will set out in the second half of the night to find the Beta team. Why do we have to set out in the second half of the night? Because the Beta team must rest at night and travel during the day. Given the current distance between the 2 teams, if they set out in the second half of the night, they can almost catch up with the Beta team before they set out. The Beta team. At this moment, some are busy, some are resting. Xia Xiaoman lay on her back beside Shan Lu, holding the nutrient solution in her mouth, looking at the stars. The sky was completely dark, and the sky was full of stars, very beautiful and dazzling. She looked northeast, looking for the 520 star, but she didn't find anything after searching for a long time, and her upper and lower eyelids were fighting. Shan Lu took a break from his busy work and looked over, and saw that she had fallen asleep. When she was asleep, she was very well behaved, and no one knew what she dreamed about. A light arc appeared at the corner of her lips, which made her look more peaceful and beautiful. When the captain of the mecha division next to him came over, he didn't see Xia Xiaoman, who was covered by the machine and darkness, and walked straight to Shan Lu and shouted, Chief Mecha Division, I. Shan Lu raised his head, put his finger on his lips, pointed at Xia Xiaoman, and told him to be quiet. The captain of the mecha division saw that their commander-in-chief was sleeping soundly in front of the chief mecha division, and he quickly shut up. After he stopped talking, she realized that they were assembling machinery, and the clanging sound was very loud, much louder than his voice. The commander-in-chief could fall asleep, so she wouldn't wake him up if he spoke. However, she still suppressed her voice and said with lips, We have assembled it over there, Chief Mecha Engineer. Please go and have a look. Shan Lu nodded and let him go first. He stood up and walked to Xia Xiaoman, half knelt on the ground devoutly, and carefully reached out his hand, wanting to pick her up and send her to rest in her mecha. Xia Xiaoman suddenly opened her eyes, quickly pulled him into her arms, turned over and pressed him under her. Chapter 107. Shan Lu did not resist at all, but his gentle eyes, at this moment, had a bit more cold and sharp, and his sight fell on the place where he was just now. Star Beast sneak attack! Xia Xiaoman shouted. While protecting Shan Lu, she turned over and jumped up. The long arrow in her hand swelled with the wind, and suddenly shot the flying Star Beast, which was the size of a goshawk, but extremely fast, in the head. At the same time, the warriors who heard the reminder also entered the mecha. It was also at this time the other flying star beasts came late. The star beast that tried to sneak attack Xia Xiaoman, but was killed by her, was the leader of this group of star beasts, and the only 3S level star beast. This is the star beast with a very high IQ, which can rely on hunting humans and absorbing human spiritual power to improve its own strength. It is called the Red Demon Bird. At this moment, the army of Red Devil Birds saw their leader being shot in the head, and wanted to retreat and flee. But it was too late. The Mecha Warriors, after Xia Xiaoman shouted, "Charge!" they attacked the Red Devil Birds. There were about 30,000 Red Devil Birds. But they were small in size, and their attack power was not their advantage. Their most powerful thing was their speed, which could penetrate the mechas of the Mecha Warriors in an instant. In the past, they relied on speed to sneak attack and hunt the enemy, and they were basically invincible. But unexpectedly, this time, they suffered a great loss at the hands of this group of humans. The leader died, and they were surrounded. The battle. It started unexpectedly. It ended quickly. The 3S level leader, with the strongest combat power among the Red Devil Birds, died. The rest of the Red Devil Birds were killed in just a few rounds by the mecha soldiers. The battle on Beta Star. Finally, the drowsy audience watching their game perked up, and the excitement disappeared immediately. Fuck, this is the Red Devil Bird, the fastest among the flying star beasts. There has never been a case of no casualties in the Alliance legions being targeted and attacked by them. No, what level do you think Commander Xia is? And how did she find the Red Devil Bird? I was holding a magnifying glass and staring at her and the Chief Mecha Master, and I didn't see when the Red Devil Bird approached. If you could find it, would you still need to stand in the audience to watch the game? No, your focus is off. Am I the only one who cares about how she tore the star beast with her bare hands without entering the mecha? The audience was excited, shocked, questioned, and disgusted. Olivia looked at the battle that was almost over and asked a question she had wanted to ask for a long time. Old Qin, why does your Commander Xia always shout when giving orders? When issuing orders, the commander uses the mental network to directly connect to the mental power of the Mecha Warriors. This is the most efficient way. Shouting with the mouth is a primitive way, and it may not be heard at a distance. Qin Yan helped to make up for it. It's her first time as the Commander-in-Chief, and she is not skilled. Don't say this to Olivia. He himself doesn't believe it. After so many games, he discovered before everyone else that when Commander Xia issued orders, she never used her mental network to connect to the Mecha Warriors to issue instructions. But, even so, she commanded the Mecha Warriors as easily as her own arm, and there was no accident. Old Qin, do you think she might be? Olivia paused here. Chapter 108. Qin Yan also wanted to hear her opinion. Why didn't she finish her words in one breath? What's the matter with the heavy breathing? Olivia said. She thinks 30,000 people are too few, and the battle is not difficult at all. There is no need to waste mental power? Qin Yan almost rolled his eyes. That's it? I thought she had some opinion. As for doubting that Xia Xiaoman has no mental power, do you want to hear what you are talking about? Such a powerful commander has no mental power, what a joke. They don't even think about it. The Battle of Beta Star in the stadium. It was the largest battle after all the participating teams entered the stadium, and it was a battle in which the Star Beast took the initiative to attack. The audience watching the stadium was satisfied. The audience who bought the live broadcast of Beta Star was also satisfied. The relevant media responsible for analyzing and reporting the event were also editing this battle. The most important thing was to analyze how the Commander-in-Chief of Beta Star discovered the Star Beast, and how he shot the Star Beast in the head with his bare hands without a mecha. There are some powerful mecha soldiers in the Alliance who can explode Star Beasts with bare hands without mechas. But she is the first commander of the Alliance to explode a Star Beast with bare hands, and the one she exploded was a 3S level Star Beast known for its speed. After analyzing it to the end, they came to a conclusion. Don't ask, just ask how strong it is, in the arena. The battle is over. The soldiers began to sort out the spoils, dig out the star cores of the Red Devil Birds, cut off the horns on their heads that looked like bullets, and cleaned up the battlefield. Finally, all the spoils were gathered in one place. After the game, the Alliance will send people to take away the spoils. The winners can choose to sell the spoils to the Alliance or take them away. After the Star Beast attack, no abnormalities were encountered. Except for the mecha soldiers who were arranged to patrol at night, and the mecha masters who had not rested and were working hard. Everyone else rested. Shang Lu installed the last part in his hand, looked up at the bright color in the east, turned his head to look at Xia Xiaoman who was sleeping soundly beside him, found 2 brackets and placed them beside her, and built a simple sunshade for her in front of the live broadcast screen. The CP party who is obsessed with CP is having a carnival. However, CP is always a minority. Most of the people who watch the game are still to watch the passionate battle. They don't reject such warmth, but they still like fighting. The people watching the game are even more so. Their attention is not on the CP feeling between Shan Lu and Xia Xiaoman. It was on the machines assembled by the Mecha Masters. Did you see what they made? It looks familiar to me. Do you think it looks a bit like a satellite navigation system? Fuck, are you kidding me? No. A satellite navigation system was made in one night. What is a satellite navigation system? Can it be made just by saying it can be made? The audience is still speculating. On the side of the league event organizer, Xian Qin has already asked relevant professionals and confirmed it. It is a simplified version of the navigation system. It is estimated that the maximum monitoring range can cover 2/3 of the stadium. She really wanted to ask Qin Yin what your chief mecha engineer did before. In the first round of the preliminary competition, he led people to make juicers. Now, he led people to make satellite navigation. As long as this satellite is sent out, they will have a full view of the entire stadium. Whether other teams still want to compete, this is simply a foul, okay, but the Alliance has no regulations that during the competition, they cannot make equipment by themselves. The key is that no one would have thought that such high-tech and difficult equipment would be made by a mecha engineer with people in one night. This is not reasonable at all. Olivia, who blended into the crowd, also turned to look at Qin Yin, and said with envy and emotion, "Your chief mecha engineer will definitely become a key talent of the Alliance in the future, and he has a bright future." She said now that he is the first mecha engineer in the Alliance, and no one would object. Qin Yin smiled, but he was not very happy, because he knew best how Xia Xiaoman and his 4-member team joined their planet. The better they are, the harder it is for Beta to keep them. He only hates that they showed up too late. He didn't get along with them and cultivate feelings with them, so now he doesn't know what to do to keep them. The participating teams in the arena don't know what the people of Beta are doing. Those who rested at night have already gotten up and are ready to go. Series who didn't rest at night are on their way. Gan Yao is judging the location of Beta, pointing to the southeast and saying, "Let's turn on the full-speed flight mode of the mecha and go there. If they don't move where they are, we can catch up with them in another 20 minutes. Chu Bai and Ming Wu rushed into the mecha almost as soon as he finished speaking, and turned on the full-speed flight mode, excited to see Xia Xiaoman and the others soon. 10 minutes later. On Beta Star. Xia Xiaoman woke up, opened her eyes, and looked at the simple awning in front of her. She recognized that it was Shan Lu's military uniform, and a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of her lips. Like a little hamster, she moved out little by little. The place where she slept was very close to Shan Lu, less than 1 meter away. She moved closer to him, stretched out her finger, and gently poked the back of his hand. Shan Lu slightly frowned and opened his lips. "Good morning." "Good morning." After saying hello, Xia Xiaoman asked about business. "Have you finished your stuff? Don't drive the mecha by yourself today, you can sleep in my mecha. I'll let other mecha masters go to their command mechas to rest later." The CP party in front of the live screen was excited. Am I the only one who thinks that she asked other mecha masters to sleep in the command mechas just to cover up the restless heart of the girl who wants our chief mecha master to sleep in her mecha? The little thoughts of the boys and girls in the ambiguous period really kill me. She is still doing it secretly. Do you have any misunderstandings about her? She obviously didn't hide it at all, and she has always been openly favoring and caring for their chief mecha master, okay? The CP party was still reveling. The live screen suddenly became unstable, with snowflakes flashing. They didn't have time to scold the league organizers for being inhumane. What a crappy live broadcast, always having problems. The broadcast at the viewing venue suddenly sounded. Star beasts have invaded ND49 on a large scale, and are now approaching the competition base. All civilians are requested to evacuate immediately, and all soldiers are requested to prepare for battle. Chapter 109. It was also at this time. All the live screens made a bang and went black. Watching the stadium. Chaos. In the stadium, sand and rocks were flying. A heavy sandstorm was blowing in, and sand and rocks hit people's faces and bodies, making it so painful that people couldn't open their eyes or speak. Xia Xiaoman pulled Shan Lu into her mecha and issued an order. "Everyone, listen up. Get into the mecha immediately." Shan Lu pointed outside. "Navigation." Xia Xiaoman said, "Don't come out inside, I'll get it." As she said that, she opened the door of the mecha, rushed out at the fastest speed, took the navigation equipment, and rushed back at the fastest speed, in just 2 seconds. Shan Lu frowned, looked at the flying sand and rocks outside the window, and said, "There may be sandworms in such a strong wind and sand. Let them wear dust masks to avoid inhaling sandworm eggs." Xia Xiaoman said, "Everyone listen up, put on dust masks immediately." After the order was issued, she had time to shout in the main team's channel, "Bawenghua, Ji Lai, we encountered a desert storm here. How is your situation? Please reply if you receive it." Ji Lai said, "Received, report to the Commander-in-Chief. We also encountered a desert storm here, and are rushing to your direction. Please give instructions." Xia Xiaoman felt very bad and dangerous, and said, "Put on dust masks, turn on the mecha at the fastest speed, and come to assemble immediately." After that, she shouted again, "Bawenghua, please reply if you receive it." Bawenghua did not reply. Bawenghua lost contact. Ji Lai had been hunting star beasts nearby, not too far away, turned on the mecha full-speed flight mode, and joined the main force in about 10 minutes. He did not see Qi Xiaohua, and asked, "Commander-in-Chief, where is Bawenghua?" Xia Xiaoman said, "We've lost contact and can't find them. It's very dangerous around here. Fighting in the sand and dust is not an advantage for us. We have to leave here quickly." But the aliens didn't give them time to leave. The flying star beasts in the sky, the running star beasts on the ground, and the countless zergs emerging from the sand, like the sea, densely packed, rushed towards them. Xia Xiaoman's eyes condensed, and he glanced at the alien army that was about to wrap them up, and said decisively, "Everyone listen to the order. The first, second and third main teams, follow me and break out from the east, and the others will follow. Remember not to fight. After breaking through, immediately turn on the full-speed flight mode and leave. There are at least 200,000 aliens in the sky, on the ground and underground, and the number of high-level aliens is also higher than the number of their legions. With their small legion of 30,000 people, it is absolutely impossible to fight them head-on. They can only fight a bloody way out, and break out before they have completely assembled." "Yes." The mecha warriors spoke loudly, followed the main team, and began to break out to the east in an orderly manner. Xia Xiaoman rushed forward to the star beast that was not the largest in the star beast army, but had the coldest and fiercest eyes. The mecha soldiers of the main team also found a 3S level high-level star beast as their opponent, and rushed forward without hesitation. The battle. It began. The first moment Xia Xiaoman faced the star beast, it dodged all 5 arrows she shot, which made her clearly realize that the situation was serious. The combat power of this star beast was only slightly weaker than that of the protozoan in the first round of the preliminaries. The league organizers would never allow this level of star beast to enter the arena, not to mention that this is just one in the east, there are 3 in the west, south and north. Although those 3 are slightly weaker than this one, it takes a mecha soldier of Chubai's level and a main force to kill them. While commanding the mecha warriors to fight, Vito also spoke in the channel, "Commander-in-Chief, something is not right. There are too many 3S level star beasts. The league has a rule that in the finals, there must not be more than 200 3S level star beasts. Now, the number of 3S level star beasts besieging us is more than 200. There are a total of 8 teams in the arena. It is impossible for the star beasts to only besiege them, and not others. If other teams also encountered so many high-level star beasts, it means that this is no longer a simple competition, but a massacre of these young space warriors." Xia Xiaoman exploded the star core of the star beast in front of him with an arrow, and the blood splash from it made his face burst. With a cold and murderous look in his eyes, he answered him, "Yes, the people who kill you are here. With this kind of situation, what a shitty competition, this is to annihilate them. If each of the 8 teams in the arena encountered an attack of this scale, I don't know how many people can survive." At the same time, Shan Lu also used the satellite to see the actual situation of the arena. Some mechanical electronic sounds played what he wanted to say. The other 7 teams were not attacked on such a large scale. The worst situation at present is Ceres, where about 50,000 star beasts are attacking them. Xiaohua is helping the team of Rossetti to break through. Okay, let's see if we can contact them and ask them to come and gather. After killing the most powerful star beast leader in the east, Xia Xiaoman went to kill another 3S star beast. In the current situation, they can only hope to survive if they gather all the living forces on the field and fight against the aliens together. Sui Guanqing watched the star beast leader in the west attacking in the direction of Xia Xiaoman, and pulled out the Tang sword that had just killed a 3S star beast to stop it. This time, The star beasts are in an absolute crushing advantage in terms of numbers. The sound of fierce fighting. The roar of the star beasts. Resounding through the sky. The battle formation has always been cruel and brutal, especially the human race and the alien race, who have been enemies to the death for thousands of years. The battlefield has become a large meat grinder, and the battle on the border planet is no more tragic than this. None of the young warriors of Beta Star chose to retreat, and no one was a coward. They marched forward without hesitation. Even if their mechas were destroyed by the star beasts, and they only had their last breath left, they would choose to self-destruct their mechas before dying and drag a star beast with them to be buried. Finally, after the battle lasted for 2 minutes, when the star beast armies in the other 3 directions were about to surround and join them, the main force led by Xia Xiaoman cut a bloody path through the dense group of star beasts. Her voice was more solemn and serious than ever before, and she ordered, "Everyone, don't fight, go!" As soon as she finished speaking, there was a rumbling sound like thunder on the ground. Chapter 110. Xia Xiaoman naturally thought that there were aliens ambushing underground, and had thought of the next countermeasures in a short time. In the dust on the opposite side. But a voice amplified by a loudspeaker sounded, "Commander Xia, we are from Hal Star, we are here to help you. Our bombs have been fired from underground, you hurry up." Xia Xiaoman understood immediately that the vibration of the ground was caused by them, and said to the mecha warriors behind her, who began to hesitate because of the sudden movement, "Go!" She rushed to the opposite direction first. The warriors behind her also turned on the full-speed flight mode of the mecha, and followed her away. At the moment they left, the aliens in the other 3 directions had also gathered, and were about to launch a new round of attacks on them. The strong murderous aura pressed towards them like a substance. The speed of the mecha warriors also began to slow down under this strong pressure. "Go to hell!" Xia Xiaoman shouted, and threw the long arrow in her hand towards the wall of pressure condensed by the star beast, towards their heads. The arrow was only 1 foot long when she held it. The moment it flew out, it grew faster and faster, and its length became longer and longer. The moment it approached the pressure wall condensed by the star beast, it had grown to 3 feet long. With a bang, the sharp arrowhead broke through the pressure wall. A clear shattering sound rang in my ears, like the sound of glass being broken, amplified thousands of times, and the sharp sound made people's eardrums begin to hurt. The pressure wall of the star beast was broken. The pressure on the mecha warriors disappeared instantly, and their speed recovered again. In just a blink of an eye, they had left the attack range of the star beasts. The team on the opposite side of Hal was stunned by her operation. It was the commander-in-chief who reacted first and issued an order, "Explode, blast, blast quickly." The mecha warriors responsible for the mission pressed the blasting button in their hands without hesitation. There was a deafening rumble like thunder, rising from the ground and exploding in the dense group of star beasts. For a while, artillery fire. Smoke rose everywhere. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. The angry roar of the star beasts resounded through the sky. Xia Xiaoman led the team of Beta Star, and also met the people of Hal Star in this short time. After giving them a thumbs up, he said, "Run." The people of Hal Star were not stupid either, and turned around and fled together. Their explosives were made by their own mecha masters. They did not cause much damage to such a large group of star beasts. At most, they would cause them to be in chaos for a moment. The star beast group seemed horrible, but in fact, only a small number of low-level star beasts were blown up. As long as the star cores were still there, with their abnormal self-healing ability, they could fully recover within 2 hours. However, it was this brief chaos that bought them dozens of seconds to escape. Dozens of seconds, short, not short at all. Driving a mecha and flying at full speed, it is completely possible to get out of the attack range of the star beasts. The most important thing is that the attack rhythm of the star beasts was interrupted. The commander of Hal Star followed Xia Xiaoman and said, "Commander Xia, you killed 3 of the 4 leaders of the star beasts, and we interrupted their attack rhythm. They will not catch up for a while. When the star beasts organize an attack, they need to coordinate and organize among the various star beast teams. Now their attack has been interrupted, and they must reorganize before they can launch the next attack." "Yes." Xia Xiaoman agreed, and then said, "We must gather all the teams in the arena before they organize a large-scale attack again." The commander of Hal Star said, "Your chief mecha master has contacted us. After the crisis is resolved, each team will definitely come to join us." Xia Xiaoman asked, "How did you get here so quickly?" The commander of Hal Star, "We found a group of star beasts nearby. I brought people here to check the situation. I brought 5,000 people here. On the way, I encountered a large group of star beasts that came to attack you." I felt that the situation was not right, so I quietly led people to follow. Come! Xia Xiaoman admired him very much. He was really brave. He dared to follow the 200,000-strong Star Beast army. However, they were able to break out so smoothly thanks to their explosives. He said, "Thank you for your help." Hal Star Commander said, "Commander Xia, you don't have to be so polite. Although we are opponents on the field, when we leave the field and go to the battlefield, we will all be comrades in the trenches in the future. It is right to work together and help each other. You are right. We are now a community of shared destiny." Xia Xiaoman looked at him twice more. This commander was similar to Ming Wu's series. They all spoke in a set of ways. Hal Star Commander nodded and asked, "Then Commander Xia, our large army is nearby. I don't know what their current situation is. Can we go to meet them first?" Shan Lu, who was riding in the same mecha with Xia Xiaoman, showed Xia Xiaoman the situation nearby. The team closest to them was indeed the large force of Hal Star, which was in a deadly battle with the Star Beasts and had already sacrificed many people. After Xia Xiaoman looked at the situation, he said without hesitation, "Let's go find your large force of Hal Star to join up first." "Thank you." After thanking him, the commander of Hal Star quickly gave orders to his own soldiers to follow the people of Beta Star. When he saw the 200,000 Star Beast army besieging Beta Star, he knew that the current situation had gone beyond the scope of the game, and his team must have been attacked. He chose to help the people of Beta Star break through without hesitation. First, they were soldiers of the Alliance, and killing the Star Beasts was their unshirkable responsibility and obligation. Secondly, he was a little selfish. After the people of Beta Star broke through, they would definitely remember their help and help their large force. If he chose to give up helping Beta Star and turn around to look for his own army, whether he could find it was one thing, and he was not sure what dangers he would encounter in the process of looking for it, and whether the whole army would be wiped out. Taking all factors into consideration, helping Beta Star is the best choice at the moment. The main force of Hal Star has 25,000 people, but because there is no commander-in-chief. At this moment, they are fighting against the Star Beast Corps, which is about the same number as them. The situation is tense, and neither side has a clear advantage. The commander of the main second team, who is now the temporary commander-in-chief, watched his own soldiers die one by one under the sharp teeth and claws of the Star Beasts, and asked the Chief Mecha Division anxiously and worriedly, "Have you contacted the commander-in-chief? What is their current situation?" If he had known earlier, he should not have agreed to let him leave with his men. As a commander-in-chief, he didn't guard the base camp well, but had to take people to the front and go out to play. What's the matter? It was all because of the unconventional commander-in-chief of Beta Star. I have been trying to contact them, but I can't get through. I can't get through to Beta either. The Chief Mecha Master was so anxious that his forehead was covered with sweat. He kept calling their commander-in-chief and Beta. But, let alone the commander-in-chief. Even Beta, which had contacted them 10 minutes ago, has no movement now. "Keep contacting, don't stop," the commander of the second team said, and continued to command the battle in front of him. But, the situation suddenly happened. Chapter 111. Zhu Wen, a mecha soldier of the third team, was attacked from behind by a flying Star Beast. The mecha behind him was torn to pieces by its sharp claws. He was also pulled out of the mecha. He was immediately torn to pieces by the Star Beast. The tight formation was also torn open by the Star Beasts with his death. The battle situation was reversed in an instant. The Star Beasts had the upper hand. The commander of the second team had no time to feel sad for the sacrifice of his companions, and calmly issued an order. The first team leader led a team to make up for it. But it was too late. The Star Beasts attacked the torn hull frantically. In just a few seconds, hundreds of mecha warriors died. The first team leader also saw red eyes, and rushed over with his men, trying desperately to defend the gap. Soldiers, one after another sacrificed. But the gap could not be defended. Seeing that the leader of the 1st Regiment, who was fighting to the death, was about to be broken by a 3S level flying Star Beast with one claw, the commander of the second team still kept a calm mind and decisively issued an order. "Everyone in the main team, listen to the order, break out from the west," and the deputy leader of the 1st Regiment, Adam, "Listen to the order, you take 1,000 people to cover the rear, and the others, break out and evacuate with me." They are now at a disadvantage. If they want to preserve the most forces, they can only choose to break out and escape. Otherwise, all of them will be buried here. Yes. The soldiers listened to the order, and did what they should do according to the instructions. The gap guarded by the leader of the 1st Regiment could no longer be defended. His mecha had one arm torn off by the sharp claws of the star beast, but it did not hurt the vital parts, and the mecha could continue to fight. He was seriously injured and had no strength to fight again. Seeing two 3S level star beasts attacking him again, he knew that he would die this time. His hand had already been placed on the self-destruct button, waiting for the two star beasts to reach the explosion range, and then he would self-destruct. Seeing that the 3S level star beasts were getting closer and closer to him, he was ready to drag the star beasts to be buried with him. Outside the battlefield, suddenly there was a voice. "Brothers and sisters, I brought people to rescue you." The head of the regiment brightened his eyes, and he was relieved. It was the commander-in-chief who came. It didn't matter if he died. He could take away two 3S level star beasts and relieve some pressure on the large army. The commander-in-chief would have a better chance of winning and could bring more people to survive. However, he didn't wait until the two 3S star beasts approached his self-destruct range. The two star beasts were each exploded by a long arrow and a tang sword, and they died. Xia Xiaoman pulled out the arrow from the star beast's head, turned around and asked, "Is it still alive?" The captain looked at the black, heroic mecha in front of him, as if he saw the person inside through the mecha, and nodded, "Alive." This mecha looked familiar. It was the mecha of the commander-in-chief of Beta Star. In the first round of the preliminaries, she had killed the star beast, but at that time, the level of the star beast was just entering the 3S level, not so powerful and invincible. So everyone only knew that the commander-in-chief of Beta Star was different from other commanders-in-chief. She was very powerful, but no one knew how strong she was. Now, he finally saw with his own eyes how powerful she was. Being able to fly an arrow over such a long distance and explode the star core of a mature 3S level peak combat power star beast with one arrow, the combat power is definitely not worse than Chu by a series. The injured should retreat to the rear. Leave this to us. Xia Xiaoman stood in the center of the battlefield and said in a sonorous and powerful voice, "From now on, everyone listen to my orders." The warriors of Hal Star? The commander-in-chief of Hal Star also connected to everyone's mental network and issued an order. Listen to her. He also has to listen to her. Her combat power is stronger than that of a single mecha soldier, and her domineering spirit of leading less than 30,000 people from Beta Star to fight and break through the siege of 200,000 star beasts. Anyway, he listens to her, and he is convinced. On the battlefield, it is the mission of all soldiers to obey orders. On the battlefield, there can only be one voice, which is also the consensus of all soldiers. Since the commander-in-chief of their own family said so, all soldiers are waiting to obey Xia Xiaoman's command. As for the current number of star beasts, Xia Xiaoman didn't need any high-end and precise command at all, just killed them randomly, and said, "People from the main force of Hal Star Team 1, 2 and 3, kill the star beasts above 2S level in the east, south, and north. The main force of Beta Star Team 2 and 3, assist them respectively. People from Beta Star Team 1, follow me to the west. People from Hal Star Team 1, 2 and 3, follow your main force. Beta Star Team 1, 2 and 3, assist." After saying that, she led the main force of Beta Star Team 1 and rushed to the west, where the star beasts were the most concentrated and the strongest. It was called a main force, but after losing Qi Xiaohua, there were only two mecha soldiers left, Ji Lai and Sui Guanqing, and it was just one team. Compared with the main forces in other directions, it seemed weak in combat power. People from Hal Star were still a little worried that they could not beat the star beasts. But after seeing them start fighting, I felt deeply ashamed of my thoughts just now. Not to mention the few star beasts in the west. Even if there were twice as many, they would not be enough for them to kill. That was really a killer. Killing 3S level star beasts was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. In just a few minutes, dozens of 3S level star beasts in the west and a 3S level peak star beast leader were killed by them. The battle became much easier because of the arrival and joining of the Beta Star team. The situation was completely reversed, and now it became that the star beasts wanted to break through and escape. The warriors of Hal Star also had a chance to breathe in the battle. Some warriors saw Xia Xiaoman kill another 3S level star beast, and their shocked hearts were pounding. They couldn't help but say, with her combat power, "Are you sure she is just the commander-in-chief of Beta Star?" Chapter 112. I know she's awesome. But I didn't know she was so awesome. If the commander is so awesome, what do we need these mecha soldiers for? They couldn't help but look at their own commander-in-chief. Seeing that he didn't join the battle, but was responsible for commanding the battle outside the battlefield under the protection of the mecha soldiers, they felt a little more balanced. Hal Star Commander, felt it. They were all nagging him behind his back. My heart hurts. You think he's not good enough, right? They should find a second commander who is more powerful than the mecha soldiers besides the Beta Star commander to show him. Fighting. It only lasted 10 minutes. All the alien races have been killed. On the battlefield, blood flowed like a river, and the sand on the ground was soaked with blood and flesh, forming thin streams of blood. Under the guidance of the Mecha Master, the Mecha Warriors began to collect materials that they could use to repair the mecha in the next battle. Commander Xia, you've worked hard. The Commander-in-Chief of Halstar walked up to Xia Xiaoman and asked, what should we do next? Following him, the other members of Halstar's main team said, ? Is this still the proud and confident person they know, who never thinks he is worse than anyone else, and even disdains Ganyao, the commander ranked first in the alliance? Why is he acting like a good little brother who obeys orders in front of the Commander-in-Chief of Beta Star? Xia Xiaoman said, it stinks here. Let's go to the lake in the west and wait for other teams to come and join us. The current situation is like this. The more people there are, the safer it is. Fighting alone will only lead to one outcome, death. The Commander-in-Chief of Halstar said, okay. I'll give you 10 minutes to clean up the bodies, hurry up. After saying that, Xia Xiaoman entered her mecha again to see the situation on other battlefields. The situation on other battlefields was slightly better than that on Halstar. There were quite a few star beasts encountered, but not so many high-level star beasts. Sham Lu was also looking at the light screen under satellite monitoring. He suddenly zoomed in on a certain point on the light screen with his hand. A mechanical voice translated what he was going to say. Commander-in-Chief, there is a team of star beasts here. The direction of advance is 90% likely to be the series team. Xia Xiaoman also saw it, nodded, and said, I will send someone to support them immediately. Now, preserving their living forces on the battlefield is the most important thing. The Commander-in-Chief of Halstar, along with the main team, was also working, dismembering a 3S level peak star beast. Its horns, sharp claws, and skin were all materials that the Mecha Master could use to modify and repair the mecha. Xia Xiaoman looked at the Commander-in-Chief of Halstar, ready to let him take people to support Ceres, but got stuck, coughed softly, and asked, Commander-in-Chief of Halstar, what's your name? The Commander-in-Chief was about to cry, and almost gritted his teeth to squeeze out the name word by word. Goo. Bye. Too much. Is he so invisible? Didn't she do her homework before participating in the competition to understand her opponent? The main team of Halstar collectively. ? No way, no way, no way. The brain circuits of the strong are really different from those of mortals like them. A strong person does not need to know who is the opponent. A strong person only needs to defeat all her opponents. Guibai, listen to the order. You take your 10,000 people from the 3rd Legion of Halstar to support Ceres. After Xia Xiaoman finished speaking, he said, Sui Guanqing, you follow? Guibai stood at attention and saluted, saying, yes. Commander-in-Chief. The warriors of Halstar, you look at me, I look at you. I have never seen their Commander-in-Chief so submissive and obedient to any peer. Xia Xiaoman called them into her mecha and pointed to the topographic map on the screen to show them. Ceres is here, about 200 kilometers away from us. Here, there are star beasts in action. What you have to do is to meet up with them before the star beasts attack them, and deal with the star beasts together. Guibai was dumbfounded. Where did this satellite map come from? Although, it is not very clear, and the data may not be particularly accurate. But on the battlefield, with such a powerful weapon in hand, all opponents and any actions are under their surveillance. What kind of competition is this? The championship is directly theirs, okay? Our mecha division made it ourselves. Xia Xiaoman didn't want to explain this problem to him in detail at this time, so he gave each of their main team commanders a light brain and said, the map will be transmitted to your light brain in real time. Let's go. Guibai tried hard to suppress the excitement in his heart and the questions he wanted to clarify. He took the light brain and couldn't help but said, Commander-in-Chief, with the satellite map, we can defeat and annihilate small groups of star beasts one by one. We'll discuss this issue when all the teams have gathered. Xia Xiaoman looked serious. Guibai nodded vigorously, knowing that this was not the time to talk about this, and said, then we'll go and wait for the good news of our victory. Fuck. What kind of tough guys are there on Beta Star? The Commander-in-Chief's combat power is so strong that it crushes the mecha soldiers. Their mecha division can even make a satellite monitoring system on the field. The people from the main 3 teams from Halstar who came in with them also gained some experience. Apart from the word awesome, they really couldn't think of any other words. 5 minutes after they left, Xia Xiaoman took the remaining people to rest by the river about 10 kilometers away from the battlefield. Shang Lu needed to make more detailed adjustments to the monitoring system, so he called the main mecha divisions and mecha division captains of Beta Star and Hell Star to help. The people of Beta were not surprised by their chief mecha master no matter what he made. Even if he made particle-heavy artillery and light-speed nuclear bombs, they could face it calmly. The mecha masters of Hell had seen the chief mecha master of Beta leading people to make juicers before. At that time, not only did they not take it seriously, but they also despised and laughed at him, thinking that he had lost the face of mecha masters. Who would be a mecha master like others to make such a low-level juicer? But now, I am convinced. I am completely convinced. He can not only make juicers, but also satellite navigation systems. Those who should be despised and laughed at are those who think they are sitting in a well and looking at the world. It only takes a battle. The warriors of Hell have already recognized the commander-in-chief and chief mecha master of Beta, and they admire them very much. They are willing to be commanded by them to do things. 2 hours later, the first team to come over was from Rossetti Star, and with them came Qi Xiaohua and the 1,000 Beta Star warriors she brought with her. Chapter 113. They encountered a lot of star beasts, but with the addition of Qi Xiaohua, the ceiling of combat power, they killed the star beasts indiscriminately, and completely conquered the people of Rossetti Star with her powerful force. In this world where the strong are respected, force is the best business card. As for the previous little bit of fighting, compared with the hatred of the star beasts, it is nothing. No matter what, we must stand on the united front and kill the star beasts first. The people of Rossetti Star even deeply felt that when they provoked Beta Star at that time, the Queen Flower did not beat them to death on the spot, which was already a great phase for them. Commander-in-Chief, Qi Xiaohua shouted, leaving everyone behind, and ran to Xia Xiaoman, looking at her worriedly. Are you all okay? Are you and team leader Shang not injured? The people of the main team of Hal Star who were resting nearby twitched their eyes. She is the commander-in-chief, who can fight better than the main mecha soldiers, and there is a Suadian, who is not much different from her in strength. What can happen to her? It should be the star beasts. It's okay. Xia Xiaoman saw that she was fine, wiped the blood on her face, and said, you take a rest first, we have to wait here for other teams to gather. Ji Lai moved a box of nutrient solution to her and said, replenish your physical strength. I'm thirsty. Qi Xiaohua sat on the ground, picked up the nutrient solution and drank it, pouring 2 or 3 bottles into her mouth. In a blink of an eye, half of the nutrient solution in the box was gone. People from Hal Star, People from Rossetti Star, ? Is this how to drink the nutrient solution? Will she have a nosebleed due to excessive nutrition if she drinks too much? Only the people from Beta Star looked as if they were used to it. Those who had just returned with Qi Xiaohua sat on the ground and drank their own nutrient solution. The others were doing their own things. That day, at 5:30 in the evening, the 8 teams had assembled. They began to count the number of troops. The 8 teams, excluding the main team, had a total of 24 legions, with 10,000 people in each legion, for a total of 240,000 people. In the previous battle with the Star Beasts, 40,000 people were lost, leaving 200,000 people. The losses of the main team were very small. The main team of Hal Star sacrificed 2 main mecha soldiers. The main team of Shuiyun Star sacrificed 1 main mecha soldier. The main team of Gene Dwarf Star sacrificed 2 main mecha soldiers. The main teams of Beta Star, Ceres Star, Rossetti Star, Wood Meteor Star, and Fire Star had no casualties. In general, this sneak attack by the Star Beasts was unsuccessful. But Xia Xiaoman had analyzed with Shan Lu before that if they were not there, the Star Beasts' plan would be very successful. The 200,000 Star Beasts' army concentrated on destroying Beta Star first. The small wave of Star Beasts' army held back the teams from other planets. After Beta Star was destroyed, the 200,000 Star Beasts' army went to other battlefields and annihilated the teams from other planets one by one, and then they could annihilate all the people on the field. The head count was completed. The main players of each team began to hold a meeting to discuss who would be the commander-in-chief of the army. In order to make up for the previous mistake and to thank Qi Xiaohua for his help, the commander-in-chief of Rossetti Star was the first to stand up and said, I recommend Commander Xia from Beta Star. Guibai, the commander-in-chief of Hal Star, said, I agree. The commander-in-chief of Wichan Star frowned and said, I disagree. Your election is too casual. If you want to be our commander-in-chief, you must show your ability. The commander-in-chief of Gene Dwarf Star said, I disagree too. Why don't we have a competition among the commanders? Whoever wins will be the commander-in-chief. This is fair and just. The Commander-in-Chief of Mulia Star nodded. I think what Commander Burton and Commander Lewis said is right. What do you think, Commander Gon? Gon Yao, who is socially phobic, was silent for 2 seconds and said, I recommend Commander Xia. Several commanders who opposed, Fuck. No way, Gon Yao, the commander ranked first in the alliance, is willing to let others ride on his head and command him? Gui Bai snorted coldly. Competition, what's the point? If you think it's unfair, you can lead your 30,000 troops to successfully break out of the siege of 200,000 star beasts, and show me an army of 200,000 star beasts. As soon as this number came out, the planetary teams, including Ceres, were stunned and looked at Xia Xiaoman in disbelief. They had a hard time dealing with a group of star beasts that were equal in number to their army. She led her men to successfully break through a group of 200,000 star beasts. Is that true? Gui Bai said. We should save the energy of the mechas now. Instead of wasting it on such a boring competition, why don't you think about how to kill more star beasts on the battlefield? The Commander-in-Chief of Shuyun Star also spoke up. I think Commander Gu is right. Right now, the most important thing for us is to unite and deal with the star beasts. I agree to recommend Commander Xia. There are 8 planets in total. Except for Beta, the commanders of 4 planets agreed to Xia Xiaoman's election as the Commander-in-Chief. The commanders of the remaining 3 planets did not say anything even if they were dissatisfied and questioned. At this time, Xia Xiaoman said slowly, You all trust me so much, I will be disrespectful. Now that you agree that I am the Commander-in-Chief, I hope that everyone can cooperate happily and obey orders in the future. Everyone is a soldier. On the battlefield, absolute obedience to orders is engraved in their bones and blood. Since they have agreed, they will definitely obey her orders and say in unison, Yes, Commander-in-Chief. Xia Xiaoman is still very satisfied with the warriors trained by the major planets of the Alliance. They all have the courage and spirit that soldiers should have, and they are very easy to use. As for the armies of the major planets, in order to facilitate command, she changed their army numbers, calculated according to the ranking of the preliminaries. The main forces of each planet, starting from the first Beta star and ending at the 8th Rossetti star, are the main battalion, squads 1 to 8, the main battalion 2, squads 1 to 8, the main battalion 3, and squads 1 to 8. For example, the main force of Beta star is the first squad of the first team, and Rossetti star is the 8th squad of the first team. The same is true for the Legion. According to the original organization of each planet, it is divided into 3 groups of armies, and under the group of armies, there are legions 1 to 8. For example, the first legion of Beta star is the first legion of the first group of army, and Rossetti star is the 8th legion of the first group of army. On this day, after doing everything that should be done, the large force rested in place for a night, and no star beasts attacked. The next day, Xia Xiaoman issued a task and sent troops to attack the star beasts scattered all over the map. Because of the satellite map, a killer weapon in hand, it can accurately kill the star beasts. The battle went very smoothly, and the casualties on the side were also very small. In just 2 days, a total of 50,000 star beasts were annihilated. The soldiers also had a great time fighting. But, Commander Xia, I also know that the best way to deal with the star beasts one by one is to defeat them one by one. But if we continue like this, the energy consumption of our mechas will be too great. Gui Bai found Xia Xiaoman, and his head was bald with worry. I just counted that half of our mechas on Hal Star have been used up, and only 1/3 of the energy is left. The situation on other planets is similar. Chapter 114. Don't worry, I have a way. Xia Xiaoman said to him. Since she has decided to gather everyone's strength to fight against the star beasts together, she has naturally considered the issue of energy. So 2 days ago, Shang Lu has selected the best 1,000 mecha masters from these people, found all the materials, and led them to make a card-making machine. The card-making machine was developed by them on Star 520. It can work on an assembly line and mass-produce low-level cards. They still have the second-level source energy they got in the first round of the preliminaries. It is in the mecha of their 4-man team. They are going to use it after leaving here. The total amount is 100 L, not to mention arming the current 200,000 people. Even if the number of people is increased 10-fold or 20-fold, it is enough. At present, as long as the machine is completed, cards can be mass-produced immediately. Gui Bai approached her mysteriously and asked in a low voice, Is it something that our chief mecha engineer has made with the mecha engineers these 2 days? It has been 2 days. They are laymen who don't understand mechanics, and they don't know what they are locking. But they guessed that it must be related to combat. Yeah. Xia Xiaoan denied it. And she deeply felt that in terms of shamelessness, these geniuses in the star Interstellar were thicker than hers. It hasn't been 2 days, and Shan Lu has become our chief mecha engineer in his mouth. Then I feel relieved. Guibai now believes whatever she says, and trusts her unconditionally. Xia Xiaoman saw that the team sent out to kill the star beasts had almost returned, and said to him, Commander Gu, call all the commanders to my mecha for a meeting. They have to prepare for the final battle. They can't stay in this hellhole and play with these damn star beasts. Guibai immediately became more energetic and said, Yes, Commander-in-Chief. Is it about to start? A big counterattack. A big counterattack led by the Commander-in-Chief. He was so excited just thinking about it. Xia Xiaoman entered her mecha, swiped the satellite map, thinking about the next battle plan, and the transformation of the mecha energy system. As for the cards that cannot be passed on, they have been surrounded by star beasts. Without energy, all of them will die here. She can still tell whether the secrets of the cards are more important or life is more important. This time, if she succeeds in taking these people out alive, she will become the Commander-in-Chief in the hearts of each of them forever. These people are geniuses cultivated by major planets, and in the future, they will all be the backbone of the Alliance. The vast network of people she has made is not comparable to a few cards. Guibai and his 8 planets, a total of 23 commanders, came quickly. The Commander-in-Chief of Witchen Star had just returned from the battlefield. He was dusty, but his eyes were as bright as stars. When he looked at Xia Xiaoman, he could not hide his respect and admiration. 2 days. His mental journey was, first meeting, damn, why is she the Commander-in-Chief? How are we worse than her? The next day, under her command, 10,000 star beasts were killed, and no one on their side was injured. Oh, she still has some things. On the 3rd day, he encountered an attack by a 20,000 star beast army, but he only brought 5,000 people, and thought he was dead. She descended from the sky with 1,000 men, like a god of war, killing in and out of the star beast group, as if she was in an empty space, and taking the head of the star beast leader was as easy as taking something out of a bag. He completely became her little fanboy, and there was only one thought in his mind, damn, the Commander-in-Chief is so handsome and awesome. Other commanders who questioned Xia Xiaoman had similar experiences. Before, they looked down on Guibai who flattered others. Now, they questioned Guibai, understood Guibai, and became Guibai. Everyone is here. Xia Xiaoman looked at the people present and said, First of all, we have to replace the energy. You let everyone be prepared to transform the mecha. Don't feel sorry for your mecha when the time comes. Mecha masters regard mechas as their own lives, and generally will not allow others to transform them. Of course, on the battlefield, mechas are indeed their lives. Everyone nodded in response, and no one questioned why she wanted to transform the mecha, what energy to replace it with, and where the energy came from. Xia Xiaoman was very satisfied with the reaction. This was the kind of soldier she wanted. She continued, Everyone stay in the camp tomorrow. Let's take a day off. Everyone nodded, but they were a little itchy. This method of killing star beasts is really addictive. Xia Xiaoman continued, After the mecha transformation is completed, it will be our decisive battle with the star beasts. Come and look at the map. Let's discuss what tactics to adopt. According to the mecha of their 4-person team, the combat power will be at least doubled before and after the modification. The corners of the commander's mouths were harder to suppress than AK. They walked up to her, looked at the map with her, learned combat experience from her, analyzed the battlefield, made tactical plans, and waited until she became the first commander of the Alliance. They can brag about this experience for the rest of their lives. The battle plan cannot be finalized in 1 day. After all, the star beasts are alive, and their plans cannot be finalized until the last minute. Moreover, the battlefield changes rapidly. Even on the battlefield, personal initiative accounts for more than the plan. That night, the card-making machine was completed. The thing is not particularly large. There are 2 machines in total. They were moved into the mechas of Qi Xiaohua and Sui Guanqing respectively, and then started to make cards. After Shan Lu confirmed that there was no problem with the machine, he went to teach the mecha masters to transform the bismuth crystal source power system of the mecha into a card power system. In order to ensure that the card power system can also be used by these interstellar geniuses, who use mental power. 5 mechas were transformed first. Among these 5 mechas, Jilai occupies 1 place, Chubai occupies 1 place, and the mecha master of the main team of Beta Star occupies 1 place. There are 2 places left, one of which was taken by Guibai, and he also helped the mecha soldiers of their Hellstar team to take 1 place. However, at this time, Although the soldiers believed Xia Xiaoman, no one was sure whether the energy she said could replace the bismuth crystal energy. Xia Xiaoman came down from Qi Shihua's mecha with 5 level 2 energy cards, and handed the cards to the 5 mecha masters, who participated in the mecha transformation, who were waiting. The mecha masters had never seen energy in the form of cards, and they were so excited that they could not describe it. In the mecha, the owners of the 5 mechas adjusted their breathing, and swallowed with some expectation and eagerness. The soldiers who were watching the mecha outside also held their breath nervously, watching the mecha that stopped working because of the loss of bismuth crystal source energy and became a real piece of iron. Under the gaze of thousands of people, the mecha masters inserted the cards into the card slots with piety and caution. The next moment, everyone heard a beep. Chapter 115. The main control screen of the mecha lit up. The lighting system of the mecha lit up. 5 mecha warriors said almost at the same time, "Report, all functions of the mecha are running normally. Please give instructions from the commander-in-chief." Xia Xiaoman said, "You can try it out." Then, everyone present heard a few muffled sounds like thunder, and a deep hole, like a crater, appeared in front of the 5 mechas. This kind of power. The people present were all mecha masters, who had been trained since childhood. They were the ones who knew mechas best, and they basically knew what kind of power different mechas would produce when they punched out. Not to mention the power of the mechas after the commander and the mecha master were transformed. Just talking about the 3 mecha soldiers, the destructive power caused by the force of their blows was at least twice as strong as before the mecha was transformed. At this moment, their eyes were burning, their blood was boiling, they wanted to replace the people in the mecha, and try out how powerful the modified mecha was, and how cool it felt to use it. Fuck. Ji Lai's eyes were wide open, and he was shocked by the power of the mecha in front of him. But when he thought of Qi Xiahua and the others, who had always used such modified mechas, he felt a little sad. Chu Bai and Harxing's mecha soldiers were also dumbfounded, their hearts were beating as if they were about to jump out of their chests, and their eyes were hot with excitement. No one understood better than these mecha soldiers how difficult it was to increase the combat effectiveness of mechas. In addition to improving their own strength, mechas also needed the best transformation. But they were all mecha soldiers in the main team, and the mechas they used were the most advanced in the alliance, and they could no longer be modified. Who would have thought that just by transforming the energy power system and changing the energy source, the combat power would be multiplied? The commander-in-chief and the chief mecha master are really godlike. The mecha soldier's experience is very surging. The fragile mecha master and commander basically do not participate in the battle, and the mecha they drive is mainly for defense. After changing the energy system, the gain effect on them is very small. Gui Bai jumped out of the mecha, walked to Xia Xiaoman, and asked, "Commander-in-chief, do you have any way to improve the mental power of our commanders?" Xia Xiaoman did not forget to advertise his own brand. The mental power potion sold by Ji Lai's family, you deserve it. Can it really increase mental power? Although Gui Bai had heard of it, he still expressed doubts. Before they went to the battlefield, the mental power potion was already on the market. But it was sold on Beta Star. The people on their Hellstar bought it, and sent it to them. They had to wait until they finished the game, and left the stadium. Xia Xiaoman said, "This batch can quickly restore mental power, but when the next batch is upgraded, it may be able to increase mental power." They used the second level card to grow carrots. Shan Lu started eating carrot seedlings, and his spirit was indeed much better than before. It can be confirmed that it is definitely effective for mental power. Ji Lai and Chu Bai also came over excitedly at this time, and almost said in unison, "Commander-in-chief, the combat power of the mecha has increased by at least 2 times, and large-scale transformation can be carried out." Harxing's commander, whose mecha was at the outside, saluted when he ran over, and looked at her respectfully. "Report to the commander-in-chief, the combat power of my mecha has increased by 2.32 times. Chu Bai and Ji Lai were annoyed. Fuck, do we have to provide such detailed data? We were beaten. Gui Bai nodded slightly to their mecha masters with satisfaction, and looked at Gan Yao and Vito with a proud look, saying, "Look at our mecha soldiers, this is the correct way to report." Gan Yao didn't even bother to look at him. Vito looked at Xia Xiaoman, and his eyes were arguing with him. "That's our commander-in-chief. What do you want to do?" Xia Xiaoman didn't care about their various competitions for favor and various small thoughts, and ordered, "The first batch of 20,000 mechas can be transformed." The mecha warriors who drew the transformation quota were happier and more excited than the new year. The mecha warriors who didn't draw the transformation quota silently prayed that they would be drawn in the next batch. The mecha masters in charge of the mecha transformation were like chicken blood. and felt that they could work for 3 days and 3 nights without sleep. The advantage of having more people is that everything can be done quickly. By the next morning, 20,000 mechas had been transformed. The commanders of various planets could not hold back any longer, and lined up outside the mechas before Xia Xiaoman got up. After the mechas were transformed, they had to be run in with the mecha warriors. What is the best way to run in now? Of course, it is to fight with the star beasts. Xia Xiaoman walked down in a daze, and when she was about to use the cold wind in the morning to wake herself up, she saw a row of people standing there straight. The first one to come was the commander of Rossetti's star, who was about to speak. Xia Xiaoman rubbed his temples, looked at the people whose faces showed that they wanted to fight the star beasts, and said, "If you want to fight, go ahead. Look at the map and decide for yourself how to allocate the nearby star beasts. But you have to be within the visible range of satellite monitoring, otherwise if something happens to you, the headquarters will not be able to provide timely rescue. The modified mecha does need to be run in with the mecha warriors." "Yes, Commander-in-Chief." Several commanders were as excited as if they were on drugs, but when they entered the mecha, they still maintained the style of a soldier, and were very orderly. Xia Xiaoman didn't care about them. They were all commanders trained by the big stars, and senior commanders of the future alliance. Everyone was excellent. She didn't need to coordinate and command the small battles. She went to Qi Xiaohua and Sui Guanqing's mechas, and randomly checked the cards made by the machines. All of them were qualified. And the card-making speed is very fast, an average of 1 card in 3 seconds. Up to now, the 2 machines have produced 50,000 cards. Qi Xiaohua was very emotional and lowered her voice and said, "Star Lord, the materials and machines made here are more efficient than the materials and machines made by our planet in every possible way. Their planet is really pitiful." Xia Xiaoman said, "Everything will be available in the future." 5 days later, all the mechas were modified. The soldiers also fought with the star beasts in batches and adjusted their modified mechas. Early in the morning of that day, Xia Xiaoman gave a mobilization speech before the decisive battle. Her speech was always crisp and brief, and her voice was sonorous and powerful, reaching the ears of every soldier. "This is the final decisive battle. I won't say any more nonsense. Come with me and kill all the star beasts. I'll treat you to a big meal when you get out." Chapter 116. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. The shouts of 200,000 people shook the whole world. The code name of this battle is Quick Victory, Go Home and Eat. The army set out quickly. Xia Xiaoman led a 60,000-man army. Gan Yao and Gui Bai each led a 70,000-man army, and Qi Xiaohua and Sui Guanqing followed their large army respectively. The 3 armies left in 3 directions of the map. Going straight in each direction, you can encounter about 50,000 scattered star beast armies along the way. They have to fight quickly and resolve all the star beasts on the road. Then, the 3 armies merged into one army and directly attacked the star beast base camp. There were about 250,000 star beasts stationed in the base camp, which was equivalent to the number of their armies. As long as this 250,000 star beast army was wiped out in one fell swoop, the scattered star beast armies distributed throughout the stadium would not be a big deal. As for the replacement of energy and the upgrade of the combat power of the mecha, why not defeat the star beasts one by one, just like the previous few days, and kill the star beasts accurately every day, because the leader of the star beasts is not a fool. The number of star beasts killed is too large, and they have discovered the abnormality. Since yesterday, the star beast legions that were sent out have been recalled to the headquarters in batches. Originally, before yesterday, there were only 200,000 star beasts stationed in their base camp, but as of half an hour before their army set out, the number of star beasts had increased to 250,000. Now, legions of thousands of star beasts, 10,000 star beasts, and tens of thousands of star beasts are still rushing to the base camp from all over the stadium. If they don't launch a decisive battle now, and take the initiative to kill the beasts, wait until the star beast army is assembled, the number of star beasts can reach at least 400,000, and if they take the initiative to attack them, their losses will be even greater. By then, it is not certain how many people can get out alive. 3 armies. 1 army. Xia Xiaoman, the commander-in-chief, rushed to the front, with Ji Lai and Chu Bai, 2 killing gods, on his left and right. The small star beast corps encountered along the way were almost crushed by their 60,000-man army. 2nd army. 3rd army. The situation is similar, but the speed of advancement is a little slower than theirs. The 2nd army has Qi Xiaohua, a battle maniac, who smashes the high-level star beasts with 2 war hammers. In addition, The other main soldiers are also strong in combat and kill quickly. Sui Guanxing was in the third route. He didn't like to talk much, but he was fierce in a fight. Killing high-level star beasts was just like killing chickens and cattle. The main soldiers who followed him were both envious and convinced of his combat power. The time of reunion. It was almost the same as they expected. It started from the encounter with the 200,000 star beast army. Shan Lu, the chief mecha master, put away his mecha and stayed in Xia Xiaoman's mecha to facilitate timely communication with her, especially in such a fast-changing battlefield. He observed the battlefield and analyzed the situation on the battlefield. Xia Xiaoman had to get feedback and reminders in time to quickly convey the order to the commander of each army at the fastest speed. Shan Lu was in the mecha, with his dark eyes, staring at every battlefield. So far, because they were fast enough and it was a surprise attack, the main mecha soldiers of each team were able to kill the high-level leader star beasts promptly and accurately the first time they collided with the star beasts, leaving them no time to inform the base camp of the sneak attack. The base camp where the large star beast army was stationed had not received the news that the small star beast army that was sent out was ambushed and killed. AI translated his words and fed back to Xia Xiaoman, Commander-in-Chief. Everything went smoothly. After Xia Xiaoman killed the last 3S level star beast in his 20,000 star beast army, the whole battle was coming to an end. Soon, the last star beast of this star beast army was also killed by the mecha warrior. The mechanical voice sounded again. Commander-in-Chief, there is a star beast army of about 30,000 in the southwest, heading towards our second army. According to our current speed, we will arrive at the star beast headquarters half an hour earlier than them. Should we continue to move forward or intercept and kill the 30,000 star beast army? Please give instructions. Xia Xiaoman glanced at the detailed location he sent to her light brain and said decisively, everyone listen to the order, turn to the southwest, and intercept a 30,000 strong star beast army. The mecha soldiers who had already retracted their weapons said in unison, yes. Commander-in-Chief. Oh my god. Fighting with the Commander-in-Chief, this kind of crushing and hearty feeling is so cool that it's almost overturned. Xia Xiaoman led the people and followed the map navigation directly to the 30,000 strong star beast army in the southwest. Ji Lai, who had known her the longest, was actually used to being shocked and was very calm. Chu Bai still needed some training. No matter how many times he saw the navigation system, he was still deeply shocked. This time, when something happened on the field, they were able to meet up so promptly with such little loss. In addition to Commander Xia's prompt decision and measured command, the credit of the navigation system can be shared equally with her. Later, they were able to accurately kill the Star Beast Legion and gradually wear down the power of the Star Beasts. It can be said that the navigation system played an indispensable role. In the current battle, the navigation system is still the biggest contributor, allowing them to clearly see everything on the battlefield and the enemy's movements in this environment, and also giving them the confidence to adapt to the enemy situation. He really wanted to know how many good things Beta Star had done to have this luck, find Commander Xia and them, and successfully persuade them to join the Beta Star team. The mecha, after upgrading the system, the flying speed is more than twice faster than before. In just 5 minutes, the 60,000-man Legion had already made dumplings of the 30,000-man Star Beast Legion. Fighting. From the beginning, it was a crushing of the Star Beasts by one army. In just 10 minutes, the battle was over. A field of Star Beast corpses was left behind. Blood, in the golden desert, gathered into rivers of blood. Xia Xiaoman wiped the blood stains on the eyes of the mecha and said, let's go. The large army once again returned to the route that the army was supposed to advance, with an unstoppable killing spirit, pushing forward all the way. Wherever they passed, the blood of the Star Beasts flowed like a river. 2 hours later, the three armies finally met. Soon, they were going to kill the Star Beast's base camp for the final decisive battle. Xia Xiaoman said, rest here and set off in half an hour. Chapter 117. Then, she asked Shan Lu to release the mecha, pull out all the carrots planted in his mecha, and personally distribute them to the main team members of each planet with Qi Xiaohua, Shan Lu, and Sui Guanxing. After the main team members had distributed them, there were still some left, so they were given to the Legion commanders, and the captains under the Legion commanders, half a carrot each. Although the effect of carrot tops is not as good as carrots, they are useful after all, and will never be wasted. They are distributed to mecha warriors, who perform well in battle. No one has any objection to this distribution method. Especially in the army, where the strong are respected, being strong is the truth. If you don't accept it, then you can become stronger first. Shang Lu's mecha can only grow a limited number of carrots, a total of more than 1,000, plus the carrot tops, only about 10,000 people can eat them. But everyone who ate them said it was good. Especially the main team members who ate carrots, because of the mental power consumed in the battle all the way. After eating carrots, miraculously, they recovered instantly. They are all geniuses cultivated by various planets. Who hasn't heard about the latest mental potion developed by the G family of Beta Star? It's just that the potion was launched during their competition. It took half a month to purchase and transport it remotely, and they didn't get it yet, at this moment. Guibai, who was chewing a carrot, looked at Xia Xiaoman with fiery eyes, then walked to Qi Xiaohua and asked in a low voice, "Xiaohua, did you grow the carrots?" Qi Xiaohua said, "Yes, we grew them." "Do you know how much one sells for?" "We have plucked all the old money, and brought it out for you to eat. You must work hard in the final battle later." The Star Master didn't say that she couldn't say it, but if someone asked, she could say it. She plucked all the carrot seedlings, big and small, for them to eat, and her heart was bleeding. However, the Star Master also said that this is called buying people's hearts. If you want people to follow you and be loyal to you, you can't care about this little profit. You have to make an effort at this time, and give them benefits. Moreover, in the current situation, everyone is on the same boat. We must spare no effort and work together to deal with the star beasts, so as to win the victory with the least casualties and leave this hell. At this time, Guibai did not forget to fight for his own planet. Go ask your commander-in-chief if she is willing to have another partner? Qi Xiaohua is not stupid, and directly changed the target. We have signed an exclusive cooperation agreement with the G family. The agency rights of the entire Interstellar are theirs. Why don't you ask Ji Lai? Guibai, He felt so bitter. What he just ate might be bitter melon, not carrots. He originally thought that Commander Xia was from Beta. It was not until they were besieged by star beasts, and could not contact the organizers, and something happened at the stadium that the teams from the 8 planets gathered and elected her as the commander-in-chief. He was sure that she was not from Beta. The most obvious manifestation was that she could treat warriors from all planets equally, and had no favoritism towards Beta, where she was. There were only 2 possibilities for being able to do this. 1. She was a natural saint. 2. She was not from Beta, and Beta was not her home planet. Otherwise, it was impossible for a person to have no feelings or favoritism towards the home planet that had trained her to become a mecha warrior and given her resources since she was a child. As for her, she was obviously very close to the female boss and the chief mecha master, especially the chief mecha master, and she had an undisguised preference for him. Qi Xiaohua patted his shoulder, said nothing, and walked away. Guibai was pretty good. What a pity. It was too late for them to meet. Moreover, even if they arranged the time to meet, there were people from Ceres ahead of him. Meng Wuka was her good friend. Ceres was arranged by her to line up. Her heart was also sour. Meng Wu finished the last bite of carrot and lamented, "We are not in the right time, not in the right time." Beta Star was really lucky in 8 lifetimes. It was able to find Xia to command the 4 of them. Envy to the point of plasmolysis was not enough to describe his complicated emotions now. Ganyao also sighed deeply. Chu Bai was quite open-minded and said, "I think it is our honor to fight a battle with the star beasts here with Commander Xia. I don't know if there will be such an opportunity in the future." This battle really made him feel what it means to be full of energy. This is no different from the real battlefield on the border, and it is even more thrilling, but under her command, it is carried out smoothly. This is the strength of a real commander. Half an hour. It passed in a flash. The soldiers have finished resting. Xia Xiaoman shouted loudly, and made the final mobilization before the game. Quick battle, quick decision, go home and eat. Quick battle, quick decision, go home and eat. The voices of the soldiers resounded through the sky and were deafening. The army changed from 3 routes to 4 routes, with 50,000 troops in each route. Xia Xiaoman's first army, Sui Guanxing and Qi Xiaohua returned. Gan Yao's second army, Chu Bai returned. Guibai's third army, Xu Yangxing's commander-in-chief Noah, took over the 4th army. The army set out. 20 minutes later. The base camp of the Star Beast. There were loud explosions, like thunder, shaking the mountains and the earth. The 4 armies were using heavy artillery to launch the first wave of attacks on the base camp of the Star Beast. The base camp of the Star Beast did not suffer many casualties due to the sudden explosion, but it became chaotic. Xia Xiaoman looked at the satellite monitoring map and calculated the best time to attack. During the brief chaos after the Star Beast was bombed, he gave an order, Warriors, charge! Then, a loud charge horn sounded on the battlefield. All the mecha warriors were instantly filled with passion and blood boiling, as if they were injected with chicken blood. They were murderous, but they maintained an orderly formation and rushed in the direction assigned to their respective teams. Xia Xiaoman also led the people of the First Army to rush to the west, where there were the most star beasts, and the most tightly defended. The Star Beast army was caught off guard by the attack. The leaders of many directions held a meeting in the camp to discuss the next plan to eliminate them. After hearing the explosion of heavy artillery, they all ran out and rushed in the direction of their respective legions. The main mecha soldiers of the 4 armies of the 8-star alliance would not give them the opportunity to join and command the Star Beast army to fight. They faced them head-on and fought fiercely together. The number of high-level Star Beasts is more than half of the number of main mecha soldiers of the 4 armies. However, with Xia Xiaoman, Sui Guanqing and Qi Xiaohua, it is not a problem as long as it is not a Star Beast above level 3s. Battle. It happened quickly. The battle situation. It became clear quickly. 10 minutes later. The balance of victory had already begun to tilt towards the Alliance army. After Qi Xiaohua killed a 3s level flying Star Beast with a hammer, he happened to pass by Xia Xiaoman and had the energy to ask, "Commander-in-Chief, I found the championship flag that we were going to pull down in the competition. Should we pull it down?" Chapter 118. Without affecting the battle situation, pull out. Xia Xiaoman said. The two passed by each other. The battle entered a white-hot stage. A war of hundreds of thousands. The battle was very fierce. At this time, the Star Beast army organized a suicide attack. They began to self-destruct one by one and in groups. The self-destruction of Star Beasts is very lethal, especially for high-level Star Beasts. If a 3s Star Beast chooses to self-destruct, the lethality is comparable to interstellar heavy artillery. The mecha warriors had long expected that they would choose to self-destruct when they were in a passive situation, but some were not fast enough. Before the Star Beasts self-destructed, those who were still fighting with them had no time to react. They were blown to pieces by the power of the self-destruction, including the people and the mechas. Those who were a little further away only had time to self-destruct their mechas and rush into the group of Star Beasts. Before they died, they would take one Star Beast with them. If they took one with them, they would make up for their losses. If they took 2, they would make a profit. If they killed more, the better. No one backed down. No one had any fluke mentality. There were only 2 results when humans fought with Star Beasts. Either they died or the Star Beasts died. The roars and explosions of the Star Beasts, and the hearty laughter of the mecha warriors before they took the Star Beasts to be buried with them, filled the entire bloody and cruel battlefield. Flesh and blood flew all over the sky. It fell on the ground, a thick layer of dazzling red. There was the flesh and blood of the Star Beasts, and also that of the mecha warriors. The battlefield became a real meat grinder. Whether it was the Star Beasts or the mecha warriors, they were all bloodshot. Fuck. Ji Lai's eyes were red with killing intent, and he asked Sui Guanqing, who came to support him, "Why do I feel that the more I kill the Star Beasts, the more there are, and I can't kill them all?" Sui Guanqing stabbed a knife into the Star Beast's forehead, exploding its star core. His voice was calm without any emotion. The small groups of Star Beasts scattered around the arena are joining in the support. We have to speed up and get rid of these high-level Star Beasts as soon as possible. Ji Lai really admired him. He had been killing for 2 hours, and he could talk casually without taking a breath. He had to learn from him and shouted, "Kill!" He rushed to the main 3 teams that had been fighting with a 3s level Star Beast for several minutes to help them. The first legion led by Xia Xiaoman was the first to gain an absolute advantage. After that, she asked Sui Guanqing and Qi Xiaohua to help the battles in other directions according to the situation. This battle, it lasted until the evening. When the sun was about to set, the mecha soldiers of the 3rd Legion worked together to chop an S-level flying Star Beast into a pool of mud, and it finally ended. In Xia Xiaoman's mecha, Shang Lu also breathed a sigh of relief. The mechanical voice clearly reported, "Report to the Commander-in-Chief, there is no surviving Star Beast within a radius of 100 kilometers. Xia Xiaoman also took a deep breath and said, "Soldiers, we won." The battlefield. It fell into a brief silence. Victory. I don't know who shouted first. These new recruits, who faced a brutal and cruel battle of hundreds of thousands of people for the first time, came back to their senses from the fierce battle that lasted for nearly 10 hours and stopped their habitual actions of wanting to kill the Star Beasts. Some people cried with joy. Some people shouted loudly, "We won!" Cheers resounded through the sky. However, after the excitement, there was silence and sorrow. This battle was won, but many of them lost their comrades, who had been with them day and night, fighting side by side with them. Xia Xiaoman said, "Commanders of the 2nd, 3rd and 4th armies, each of you should select 1,000 people to be alert and defend everywhere, and the rest of you should rest on the spot and collect the bodies of the heroes. We will take them home." It was fine before she said this. As soon as she said this, many soldiers could no longer hold back their emotions. Some covered their faces and cried, some choked softly, and some really couldn't control their emotions and burst into tears. Xia Xiaoman sighed softly. Shanlu walked to her side, patted her shoulder gently, and opened his lips slightly. The incident happened suddenly, and these soldiers were all recruits who were on the battlefield for the first time. It is a miracle that you can keep the casualties at 1 to 5 with them. They are soldiers, warriors. They must get used to the sacrifice of their comrades, get used to the pain of losing their comrades. I know. Xia Xiaoman nodded. She was comforted by his affirmation, and felt much more comfortable. In her previous life, she was used to all kinds of big scenes, and she had seen more cruel and bloody scenes than this. Seeing more does not mean that she is calm. As a person, if she does not even have the last bit of compassion and respect for life, then she has lost even the most basic bottom line. Shan Lu handed her 2 bottles of nutrient solution squeezed from carrot juice. Take a break. As for other people, they only need to obey the orders of the commander-in-chief and fight. As for her, the commander-in-chief, she is undoubtedly the most tired one. Not only does she have to charge in the front, but she also has to control the overall battle at all times and mobilize personnel at any time. You are the one who should rest. I am still energetic, and can fight for another 2 days and 2 nights. Xia Xiaoman finished 2 bottles of nutrient solution in one breath, looked at his pale handsome face, and pulled him out. You go to the medical cabin to lie down for a while. I will let others do the monitoring work. Shan Lu was a little helpless, and wanted to continue to persuade her. Xia Xiaoman did not give him a chance to speak at all, and approached him and said, "Don't say you are not tired. You haven't rested for 2 days and 2 nights. If your body collapses, our next trip will not be guaranteed. Be obedient and rest quickly." After speaking, she had already opened the medical cabin. Shan Lu looked at her energetic appearance after drinking the nutrient solution, secretly hated his own disappointing body in his heart, nodded, and compromised. "Okay, but I don't need a medical cabin, just lie on the bed for a while. This medical cabin uses level 3 source energy. Use less and less. I don't know when I can find the same level of source energy next time. It's better to save as much as possible. Good things should be used on the blade." Xia Xiaoman pushed him to the lounge, watched him lying on the bed, covered with a quilt, and then turned to leave. She had to call Ji Lai over and tell him something. On the field, whether it was her leading the 8-star alliance to kill the Star Beast army, or Shan Lu leading people to make satellite navigation, or the transformation of the mecha system, any one of them would shock the entire alliance. As long as they go out, they will become the geniuses that the entire alliance pays attention to. It will not be so easy to get out at that time. She is not afraid of those who want to win them over and curry favor with them. She is afraid of encountering those grandsons, who will destroy them if they can't get them, secretly tripping them up and attacking them. Soon, Ji Lai, Qi Xiaohua, and Sui Guanqing were called by her to the mecha, her mecha cockpit. Xia Xiaoman told them the next plan. After hearing this, Ji Lai's eyes turned red, and he felt very uncomfortable. His voice was a little choked. "Do you really want to separate from us here and not go with us? Come back to Beta Star with me. No matter what you want, I will fight for it for you, and so will General Qin." Chapter 119. They are not the benefactors of their beta planet. They are the benefactors of all their teams. If they go out, they can get whatever they want, such as mining planets, resources, money, and positions, as long as they ask for it. All good things must come to an end. Don't be sad. As for what we want, we have signed a contract in black and white. It is what we want. After Xia Xiaoman finished speaking, he continued, "But you have to give us the 2 mining planets that your planet promised to give us. Regarding the mining planets, I will trouble you and Qiu Xiuqi to hand over to our people. You also know that this is our first time to leave our home planet. In the interstellar space, we can only trust you and him as friends. Trustworthy friends." Just this sentence made Ji Lai very happy. He excitedly and proudly promised, "Don't worry, Commander-in-Chief. Aki and I will definitely handle the 2 mining planets for you." But what if he still doesn't want to separate from them? The things he experienced with them during this period were more exciting and thrilling than the previous 18 years of his life. They were full of ups and downs, and they could even tell stories. Thank you. Xia Xiaoman patted his shoulder and continued, tell me, if I go out now and tell them about the mecha transformation and energy and ask them not to tell anyone, will they listen to me? I will definitely listen. Ji Lai answered without hesitation, thought for a while, and continued, if it weren't for you, the Commander-in-Chief, all of us would be buried in this arena. You saved our lives. I think if they have a conscience, they will agree with me. Although they didn't know what kind of energy was used in the modified mecha, they were sure that it was definitely not the bismuth crystal energy widely used in the StarCraft. StarCraft has been looking for new energy sources. If some people with bad intentions knew that she might have new energy in her hands, it would definitely cause her endless troubles and even put her life in danger. Xia Xiaoman said, then I'm relieved. Although the members of this alliance army came from different planets, they also had a common identity, soldiers. As long as they recognized her as the Commander-in-Chief from the bottom of their hearts, they would not refuse her request. On the battlefield, the soldiers were cleaning the battlefield and collecting the bodies of the victims. Some people exploded with their mechas and people, and their bodies were gone. Only their name tags could be found. The bodies were neatly placed. The name tags were also wiped clean of blood and placed together. But there were more soldiers who couldn't even find their name tags. In the end, they could only find their names, ages, and which planet they came from when they were counting the number of people. Xia Xiaoman gave the soldiers time to digest the battle and the grief. When the sky was completely dark, the twinkling stars filled the sky. She walked to the center of the crowd, looking at their faces, some familiar, some unfamiliar, but becoming more resolute after the baptism of the war, and said, I am the Commander-in-Chief Xia Xiaoman. I am proud of your performance today. I hope that no matter which unit you are assigned to in the future, you can maintain your current state when fighting. The soldiers' depressed mood became passionate again with her words, and they said in unison, yes, Commander-in-Chief. After leaving here, they will be separated. Maybe in the future, there will be no chance to be assigned to the same unit to serve. But they will never forget this time of fighting side by side. Everyone here is a brother who fought side by side with them, and lived and died together. The Commander-in-Chief will always be the most respected Commander-in-Chief in their hearts. Xia Xiaoman continued, I know you have a lot of questions about the transformation of the mecha. I can tell you that the energy I use is a niche energy. I trust everyone present. But I don't believe in some people with ulterior motives in the Interstellar, and I don't want to get into trouble because of this energy and become the target of public criticism. So I hope that everyone present can help me keep this secret. The soldiers continued in unison, don't worry, Commander-in-Chief, we will keep the secret. They all saved their lives. Keeping a secret is nothing. There are many niche energies in the Interstellar. The energy she uses can double the combat power of the mecha. It is understandable that she doesn't want people to know and get into trouble. Thank you. After Xia Xiaoman finished speaking, she continued, I am honored to fight with you. I hope that we can fight side by side in the future. This is just a big promise. The Interstellar is so big. There are a total of 50 military regions. The border battlefields of the border planets and the starry sky battlefields add up to thousands. Not to mention people from different planets. Even people from the same planet have a low probability of being assigned to the same battlefield. But the soldiers were still very excited to hear this. They all knew that the powerful commanders of the Alliance were stationed in various planets in turn, and among them, there would always be someone who would have the opportunity to become her soldiers again. They all hoped that this lucky person will be themselves. Xia Xiaoman finally said, everyone has worked hard, take a good rest today. Soldiers, yes, Commander-in-Chief. Xia Xiaoman left and took Ji Lai into his mecha again, motioning to Qi Xiaohua. Qi Xiaohua gave Ji Lai the championship flag she picked up, and said solemnly, now the champion is your beta star. Ji Lai wanted to cry again and asked, where are you going next? Qi Xiaohua said with emotion, we are free birds. We will not stay in one place. We will continue interstellar travel. Xia Xiaoman was amused by her, and said to Ji Lai, who looked like he was about to cry, there will always be a chance to meet again in the future. Finished. She transferred 1 billion Alliance coins to his optical computer account and said, this is what I promised. We will treat everyone to a meal. We can't attend. You can treat everyone on our behalf. If the money is not enough, you can contact Yin Shu and ask her to give it to you. Okay. Ji Lai wanted to ask if he could leave with them. In the end, he clenched his fist. He held back. That day, it was just the second half of the night. The sleeping soldiers woke up, and the soldiers on patrol also looked over. Then, they saw their Commander-in-Chief taking Suibian and Buanghua, 2 mecha soldiers, flying in the mecha. The commander-in-chief also said to them, 2 Super 3S level star beasts were found in the northwest direction. Don't panic, continue to rest, we will be responsible for dealing with them. After she finished speaking, the mecha disappeared in front of them. Guibai was stunned for a moment, then reacted. He ran to Ji-Lai's mecha without stopping, grabbed his collar, and lowered his voice, aggrieved like an abandoned child. Is the commander-in-chief gone? Is he gone? She doesn't want us anymore. Chapter 120. Ji-Lai denied. I don't know what you are talking about. Guibai snorted coldly. She is the commander-in-chief of your beta star. I don't know what kind of deal your beta star has with them. You say you don't know? Do you think I am a fool? Ji-Lai was already in a bad mood because of Xia Xiaoman's departure. He was even more upset after being tossed around by him. You also said that she is the commander-in-chief of our beta star. What she does, and what she wants to do has nothing to do with you. Guibai, you beta star can't keep anyone, so you don't allow us to win them over and keep them? One sentence. Ji-Lai was completely annoyed, and he didn't talk nonsense with him, and punched him in the face directly. Guibai was a fragile commander. How could he withstand a punch from a mecha soldier? He cursed in pain, gasped, and didn't care. Fuck, I told you the truth and you got angry and hit me. 2 people. They started to fight in the mecha. When the people outside heard the noise and came in, the 2 were fighting. Fortunately, Ji-Lai knew that he was a mecha soldier, so he only used his strength in the first punch when he was most angry, and he kept his hands back when he hit him later. It seemed that the fight was fierce, but in fact, it was just superficial injuries. The main players of Beta Star and Hell Star had to work hard to separate the 2 people, and no one knew why they started fighting. The mecha soldiers of Hell Star glared at Ji-Lai angrily, and were about to go forward to argue. They, the mecha soldiers of Beta Star, hit their commander of Hell Star. Do you have any shame? Guibai stopped the people, rubbed his panda eyes, and said, I'm fine, go and call the main teams of other planets to me. It is certain that the commander-in-chief has left, and will not come back. They have to discuss the next action plan, and who will be the commander-in-chief. It has been 10 days since they were attacked by star beasts, and could not contact the headquarters of the event organizer. They have annihilated all the star beast troops in the stadium. They still have not received any news, and no rescue has appeared. There is only one possibility, that there was an accident on ND-49 star, and the event organizer had no time to take care of them, and could not withdraw troops to rescue them. Soon, the main forces of major planets came. After Chubai heard that Xia Xiaoman and the others had left, he walked out and said, the commander-in-chief and the others must not have gone far. I will chase them, and I will definitely catch up. Now it is not a question of which planet can keep them. Now, as long as they can stay in the Interstellar Alliance, he feels very good. Mengmu also nodded and asked, where is the satellite navigation? Let's see where they are now and contact them. We will definitely be able to contact them. Ji-Lai pointed to the satellite navigation that Xia Xiaoman left for them. Here, the chief mecha engineer has blocked all their signals. We can't capture them in navigation. The chief mecha engineer of Hell stared at the light screen map with his eyes shining. Fuck, isn't this technology of blocking all signals what the Alliance has been researching but has never succeeded? Although star beasts don't need navigation. But this technology can be used to deal with those evil interstellar pirates, and it will kill them one by one. He knows. The others present naturally know the awesomeness of this technology. But they also clearly knew that the chief mecha master had left, and could not be caught up. If they wanted to learn from him, they could only rely on the opportunity in the future. Guibai was still unwilling to give up, and said, the mecha masters of the main team should come and see if they can track the location of the commander-in-chief and his men. The main mecha masters of other planets have all gone. But there are no mecha masters from Shuiyun Star. Guibai looked at Noah, the commander of Shuiyun Star. Where are your mecha masters? Noah had a face full of grief, and his voice was low and hoarse. All of them died. Although, their bodies and name tags were not found on the battlefield. But he tried countless times with the mental network, but could not contact them or capture their mental power. It can be confirmed that they should have used the mecha to self-destruct in the battle, and died together with the star beast. I'm sorry, Guibai said apologetically, and asked other mecha masters to study the navigation system, and try to capture the traces of Xia Xiaoman and others. But, in the end, it failed. The mecha masters didn't catch anything. At this moment, Xia Xiaoman and his team were already hundreds of miles away from the main force. They had no navigation. Shang Lu became a human navigation, responsible for planning the overall evacuation route. The voice of the artificial intelligence machine reported to Xia Xiaoman. Star-Lord, keep going south. About 10,000 kilometers, there is a small military starport. Let's go there to find a starship. Based on the situation in the stadium, it can be judged. ND-49 must have been attacked by star beasts, and has been completely chaotic. They can take advantage of the chaos to go to the starport and find a starship to leave. Okay. Xia Xiaoman once again accelerated the speed of the mecha and headed in the predetermined direction. At dawn, the four-man team finally left the arena and approached the competition base. The navigation system of the ND-49 star and the mecha could be used intermittently. Qi Xiaohua looked at the base, which was full of broken mechas, corpses of star beasts, and corpses of people, and took a breath. Star-Lord, this place is worse than our arena. Xia Xiaoman's eyes were solemn, and he said, this should be the first battlefield, and the star beasts appeared here. Judging from the clothes on the bodies in the arena, many of them were not soldiers, but ordinary people who came to watch the game. The incident happened suddenly, and they were unable to evacuate in time. Qi Xiaohua was terrified and said, there must be a traitor in their alliance. Otherwise, even if the star beasts want to attack ND-49, they have to break through the border defense line and the planetary defense system instead of appearing here directly. Xia Xiaoman was very satisfied with her inference. After being out for a while, she has improved a lot. Someone opened the planetary defense system for them and let them in. Qi Xiaohua cursed angrily. Damn traitor, what hatred do these people have with him? Let the star beasts in, and the people in the alliance don't know if they can catch him. Anyway, those who collude with the star beasts are worse than beasts. The four-man team did not stay in the base, and went straight to the direction of the military starport. They thought that the situation in the base was already very miserable, horrible, and inhumane. But when they left the base and saw the situation outside, they realized that there is no worst, only worse. The city was full of broken walls, liver and marrow, and corpses everywhere. Most of the bodies were human, old people, children, men, women, intact, torn. Qi Xiaohua felt sad and wanted to find the star beasts and tear them all apart. She sniffed and asked, Sui Guanxing, was our central city like this back then? Chapter 121. Yeah. Sui Guanxing only responded with one word. His nasal tone was a bit heavy. The tragic situation in front of him made his eyes red, and he silently clenched his fists. Damn star beasts, I will fight them to the death, and kill them one by one. Qi Xiaohua thought of the old Star Master, that is, the Star Master's father, who also died in the battle of the Star Beast invasion, and glanced at her secretly. The Star Master must have been very sad when he thought of the situation that day. Xia Xiaoman didn't say anything, just drove the mecha forward. Shang Lu has been observing the situation on the navigation map. The artificial intelligence is also translating his words. Star Master, the Star Beasts that invaded ND-49 Star, the large-scale Star Beast army, have basically been eliminated, and the situation of the entire planet has basically stabilized. The words were said to Xia Xiaoman alone. Qi Xiaohua didn't hear it, and was still asking tentatively, Star-Lord, should we help them? We are all human beings, and we have all experienced the invasion and slaughter by Star Beasts. The Star-Lord must not be able to see the tragic situation in front of him, and he wants to seek revenge on the Star Beasts. Xia Xiaoman repeated Shang Lu's words. The battle situation has been controlled, and we don't need to help. Qi Xiaohua was relieved and nodded. Okay. The next journey and flight speed will not be as smooth as when they were in the arena. Many routes in the sky are now occupied by military starships, aircraft, and mechas. Shang Lu must try to avoid them to avoid encountering military personnel and causing unnecessary trouble. Occasionally, they encounter lone star beasts, killing humans who survive by chance in the ruins of the city. They will also help kill star beasts and save people. Therefore, it was not until noon that day that the four-man team arrived at the military starport. It was indeed a small starport. Compared with the super-large and super-luxurious starport on Beta Star, it was more than 100 times smaller than the starport on ND-49 Star. It was also very chaotic here. It encountered a sudden attack by star beasts. There were many broken mechas, the bodies of mecha warriors, and the bodies of star beasts in the starport. Some military warships were damaged in the battle. More warships should have carried the army away from here, and went to various parts of the planet to participate in the battle with star beasts. There were only 2 warships left, and they were not small warships. They were 2 super-large warships, twice as large as the Beta Star warship they were on. They should be warships loaded with mecha warriors and heavy weapons. Xia Xiaoman picked one of them and took people up. Shang-Lu carefully inspected the entire battleship, turned to look at her, and said, "The connection system between the main control system and each functional room is seriously damaged and needs to be repaired." Xia Xiaoman just felt strange. Why didn't such a large battleship leave when the Star Beast invaded? It turned out that it was broken. Can you repair it? How long will it take? Shang-Lu nodded. Yes, but if I am alone, it will take at least until the evening to repair it. Xia Xiaoman nodded and said, "Then you repair the battleship here? Sui Guanqing will protect you. I will take Xiaohua out to see if we can find other starships." As soon as she finished speaking, there was a sound of knocking on the mecha from Qi Shihua's mecha, and a very weak voice. Commander-in-Chief, is it you?" Xia Xiaoman looked at Qi Xiaohua. Qi Xiaohua was also surprised. She ran to her mecha and opened the door. She saw 3 people, their faces were as pale as ghosts, lying on the mecha, looking up at them. Xia Xiaoman recognized them. "You are the main mecha division of Shuyangxing. How could they be in Shihua's mecha?" Qi Xiaohua slapped his head and remembered. "Xing. Xiaoman, I remember, when I was fighting before, I went to get the flag, and a 3S level peak Star Beast tore their mecha and knocked them unconscious. I went over and gave the Star Beast a hammer, and threw them into my mecha. The 3 mecha divisions of Shuyangxing were seriously damaged by the impact of the high-level Star Beast, and they were weak, but they still said gratefully, 'Thank you for saving my life.' At that time, they were repairing the mecha, and the Star Beast came back from outside and appeared too suddenly. They, and the mecha warriors around them didn't have time to react. The mecha warriors, who were protecting them, were torn to pieces by the Star Beast. And their mechas were also torn apart in an instant, and their lives were hanging by a thread. It was the Queen Flower who arrived in time, and hit the Star Beast, saving their lives from the Star Beast." "You're welcome." After Qi Xiaohua finished speaking, she looked at Xia Xiaoman and asked, "Xiaoman, how do we deal with them now? Should we give them to them?" She stretched out her hand, and made a downward gesture. The 3 mecha masters of Shuyangxing trembled and looked confused. "No way, aren't they in the same group? Does her gesture mean to kill them to silence them?" Qi Xiaohua finished what she had not finished saying. "Throw them away." After the mecha masters of Shuyangxing breathed a sigh of relief, they were even more confused. Why abandon them? Wouldn't it be better to let them return to their own army? Xia Xiaoman looked at the 3 people with question marks on their foreheads, and said, "You are no longer in the arena, but I can't let you go now. You stay here for a while, and we will let you go when we leave." The mecha masters of Shuyangxing only then saw that they were on a large battleship. They still didn't know why they were no longer on the battlefield, and how long they had been unconscious, but they still nodded obediently. "Yes, Commander-in-Chief." Xia Xiaoman gave each of them a nutrient solution squeezed from carrot juice, and said, "Drink it first to restore your physical strength." The 3 looked at the orange-yellow color of the nutrient solution, and had roughly guessed what it was made of. After thanking them, they took the nutrient solution and drank it, and were moved. It was really what they guessed, carrot juice that could quickly restore mental strength. But the effect of this was more immediate than the carrots they had eaten before, and it should be concentrated. After 1 sip, the headache was gone. After 2 sips, the mental strength began to recover. After drinking 1, the person became full of energy. The 3 mecha divisions of the main team of Shuiyun Star stayed to repair the warship with Shang-Lu. Xia Xiaoman took Qi Xiaohua out to see if they could find an intact starship, no matter what model it was. However, when Sui Guanqing called them, and said that the warship was about to be repaired and asked them to go back quickly, the 2 of them only killed a few scattered lone star beasts that were scattered everywhere to harm the surviving humans, and failed to find the starship. When they repaired the warship and were about to leave, the participating teams of the 8-Star Alliance also rushed to the temporary combat headquarters of ND-49 Star. Olivia and Qin Yin, who were full of murderous aura, had just returned from the battlefield. When they saw their large army, they were stunned for a moment, rubbed their eyes in disbelief, and rubbed their eyes again. Chapter 122. Admiral. The teams from Beta and Ceres were the first to stand at attention and salute them. Olivia looked at the teams from their planets. Her eyes were red, and her voice was a little hoarse. "You are out." That day, when the Star Beast army of about 5 million broke through the planet's defense and attacked, the base was the first main battlefield. The battle started unexpectedly, and the spectators watching the game had no time to escape, and countless casualties occurred. The total number of soldiers in their entire base was only 200,000, and they were urgently armored and went into battle. But even if the strongest defensive weapons of the base were used, which almost razed the entire base to the ground, only hundreds of thousands of star beasts were killed, and the invasion of star beasts could not be stopped. About 500,000 star beast army entered the stadium. The 4 million star beast army was divided into countless small groups, and left in various directions of ND-49. At that time, they were in a bloody battle with the remaining star beast army, and they had no time and energy to take care of the students in the stadium. If the border troops had not come to rescue them in time, they would have died in the battle with the star beasts. After killing all the star beasts with the border troops, they immediately accepted the mission to rescue ordinary citizens in various parts of the planet. It's good to be back, it's good to be back. A thin layer of mist also filled Qin Yan's eyes. At that time, they killed all the star beasts in the base. It had been more than half a day since the star beast army broke into the arena. The primary responsibility of the Alliance soldiers is to guard the Alliance and protect the lives and property of the people. And they in the arena are also soldiers, and they must bravely face the invasion of star beasts. Even if they die in battle, it is a worthy death. He and Olivia, and the admirals of other planets, no matter how they calculate, their 240,000 recruits, facing the 500,000 star beast army, the hope of survival is very slim. But now, most of them are still alive, and they look very energetic. They have lost the immaturity before entering the arena, and have become resolute and mature, with an iron-blooded and murderous aura. This is a change that can only happen after fighting out of a sea of blood and a mountain of corpses. Olivia also nodded, looked around, and asked, "Where are Commander Xia and the others?" "Why are they gone?" Ji Lai said, "Report to the Admiral, we encountered several star beasts above 3S, and the Commander-in-Chief took the Tyrant Flower and the others to lead the star beasts away, so that we can come back first." In fact, they had already left the arena and arrived at the base at noon. After the map and navigation could connect to the signal intermittently, they found that the basic situation of the planet had stabilized after using it, so they did not come to the headquarters immediately. They found energy at the base and modified the energy and power system of the mecha. All the cards in everyone's hands were returned to him, and he handed them over to the Commander-in-Chief. Olivia looked at Qin Yan, ? Qin Yan felt bitter. What about chasing star beasts? It must be an excuse, they definitely ran away. However, it is a good thing that the participating teams of the 8 planets returned safely. Qin Yan and Olivia took them into the headquarters, and met the Commander-in-Chief of the warriors this time, the Commander-in-Chief of the 9 planets around ND-49, and the Commander-in-Chief of the 45th Military Region, Xia Liang. Gui Bai made a summary of their battles on the battlefield. Mengwu and other commanders supplemented on the side. Xia Liang listened and caught the key point. "So, your Commander-in-Chief, after leading you to annihilate the large army of star beasts, retired with honor. He also followed the live broadcast of the game. After all, this game was held in the military region under his jurisdiction. Naturally, he also knew that the Beta Star commander named Scared You was a genius. Not only her, but also the 3 people under her who seemed to have the closest relationship with her, the Mecha Single Soldier Tyrant Flower, Suedian, and the Mecha Division Shang Shongyong, all had good potential. Ji Lai wanted to struggle. No, they went to lure away the star beast. Gui Bai nodded seriously. Yes. Xia Liang wanted to roll his eyes at them, but he held back. He asked the main team to leave, leaving only Qin Yan and Olivia, and asked them, "What do you think of these 4 people? Let alone the others, just their names, they are fucked up and fake at first glance. Moreover, the Alliance can't find any information about them." Qin Yan looked serious and assured, "Although they are from Xiaxing, they have absolutely no ill will towards us and the Alliance. Otherwise, they can just leave these hopes for the future of the Alliance in the arena alone and let them be slaughtered by the star beasts. The Alliance will lose the main force of the young generation for at least 5 years." Olivia said, "Commander-in-Chief, no one can be so perfect. I believe them. It has nothing to do with the invasion of star beasts. The large-scale invasion of star beasts this time was caused by the planetary defense system of ND-49, which was open from the inside. At that time, they were all in the stadium, not to mention blocking all signal sources. Even their every move was under their surveillance, and it was impossible for them to cause trouble under their noses." Xia Liang said, "I know you go down and rest." This time, he reasonably suspected everyone of the star beast invasion. People related to this event, people from the central government of ND-49, people from the 45th military region he led, and people from the upper echelons of the Alliance. Qin Yan and Olivia were naturally on his list of suspects. Not to mention Xia Xiaoman and the other 4 people whose origins and identities were unknown, and who ran away after the fight. Xia Xiaoman and the others were ready to leave now. She has made a name for herself in the interstellar world now, so she can't take someone else's warship for nothing. But she didn't know how much the other person's warship was worth, so she found a large piece of steel plate, wrote a message on it, and hung it at the entrance of the starport, the most conspicuous place. DN-49 star number 2 battleship, I'm driving it away, asked G. Liegia for the cost. Scare you to death. The 3 mecha soldiers from Shuayun star, you look at me, I look at you. Commander Xia is now the lifesaver of their 8 planets. Not to mention that she repaired this abandoned warship and drove it away. Even if she drove away a super large warship in service, their 8 planets would compete to cover her. Xia Xiaoman asked Sui Guanqing and Qi Xiaohua to hang up the steel plate, and then looked at the 3 mecha soldiers. If you insist on going with us, I agree, but you have to promise that none of you can contact the outside world without my permission. Can you do it? They are all top mecha masters from various planets, who have spent countless efforts and resources to build them. If they go with them, they will also be very useful assistants for Shan Lu, which can reduce his burden. For example, the warship repaired today, Shan Lu alone needs half a day. After they joined, it was repaired in 2.5 hours. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. The 3 mecha masters answered loudly and firmly, feeling happier than eating honey. They were so happy that they could travel with the Commander-in-Chief and learn skills from the Chief Mecha Master. They would not contact the outside world for 100 years, let alone temporarily. Xia Xiaoman nodded, looked at everyone present, and said, let's go. The warship slowly sailed out of the starport. Soon, it disappeared within the observation range of the starport. 2 days later, Guibai and his team received a tip-off from the masses. 2 mecha soldiers had appeared near the number 3 military starport. Chapter 123. One was driving a red mecha, and the other was driving a black mecha. The 2 found all the lone star beasts nearby and killed them. Other mechas killed star beasts alone, but several people surrounded and killed one. The 2 of them killed star beasts just like killing chickens and cattle, killing one with one blow. Thanks to their appearance, their lives were saved. Guibai and the others knew it was Xia Xiaoman and Qi Xiaohua just by listening to the description. When they rushed over, they only saw the message on the steel plate hanging at the entrance of the starport. Meng Wu was not convinced. Why do you ask Ji Lai for money? Can't you ask me for money? Seeing that they were unhappy, Ji Lai was happy himself, and asked the captain of the starport garrison who came with him, Captain Zhang, how much is this starship? I will transfer it to you immediately. Captain Zhang said, this is a warship that has been retired for 2 years. If it weren't for this incident, it should have been towed away by the shipyard and scrapped 10 days ago. So, how did they drive away a warship that was definitely scrapped? Ji Lai, how much? Captain Zhang, I have to ask my superiors. The price for being towed away by the military district's shipyard has always been based on the price of collecting scrap. According to the tonnage of this warship, 10 million alliance coins cannot be more. Ji Lai nodded and said, contact me as soon as the price is announced, and I will transfer the money to you immediately. I was afraid that the transfer of money would be snatched away by others. Captain Zhang looked worried and couldn't help reminding, Ji Lai, that is a warship that has been in service for 100 years and has been scrapped. It can't carry out normal interstellar navigation. Can you contact them? You have to explain the situation to them. If nothing serious happened, it would be okay if it was stranded in space, and we could still seek rescue. I'm afraid that this starship can't withstand the cosmic storm and fall apart halfway. The people inside will be helpless at that time. Ji Lai said confidently, with our chief mecha master here, nothing will happen. Guibai and the others also nodded. Let alone a retired starship. Even if they were given a pile of scrap materials, their chief mecha master could make a new starship. The first mecha in the alliance in their minds is no joke. 7 days later, ND-49 has basically returned to normal. The deeds of Xia Xiaoman and the other 4 have also spread throughout the entire galaxy. Among them, the deeds of Xia Xiaoman and Shan Lu are the most talked about. The commander-in-chief was scared shit that you led the alliance army of the 8 planets, fought against 500,000 star beasts, and won a great victory. Chief Mecha Master Shang Zhongyong led his team to make a satellite navigation system on the field. It was also this satellite navigation system that allowed them to accurately grasp the movements of the Star Beast troops in the subsequent battle against the Star Beasts, giving them an extra boost in the battle. 10 days later, the award ceremony for the Alliance military competition began. Champion Beta Star. However, his reputation had already spread throughout the entire interstellar space, and he became a hero praised by everyone. The commander-in-chief, chief mecha master, and 2 soldiers who won the championship with Beta Star were nowhere to be seen. Don't ask. If you ask, they retired after their success. The Alliance competition headquarters also changed the competition rules that have not been changed in a total of 50 competitions since the beginning of the competition. Starting from the next competition, the chief commander and the main mecha master cannot be absent from the award ceremony, otherwise they will be disqualified as champions. Although Xia Xiaoman and the others have left ND49 for thousands of miles and are sailing in the vast universe, it does not prevent them from receiving news from the Alliance. Qi Xiaohua has been addicted to all kinds of praise and rainbow farts these days. She visits the major Alliance websites every day and never gets enough of them, and she doesn't care much about the praise for herself. She just likes to watch those who praise her star master and business team leader, and she never gets tired of watching them. For this reason, she also learned editing, edited the rainbow farts of netizens into videos, and posted them on the Alliance website. She edited well, absolutely true and sincere, without a trace of water, so the click rate rose sharply, and it topped the video hot search list in 2 days, with more than 10 billion views. The number of fans has grown from 0 to 1 billion, and is still rising. The private messages are all, "Fairy wife, hungry, please feed me." With the rewards from netizens and the incentives given by the website, she got 100 million Alliance coins. After tasting the sweetness, she became more serious, from a battle maniac Qi Xiaohua to a video editing blogger Qi Xiaohua. When Xia Xiaoman was free, she didn't want to do anything, just wanted to lie down, eat, sleep, and watch movies every day. In addition to leading people to repair mechas, Shan Lu also led people to work on planting cabins, and worked a maximum of 3 hours a day. Xia Xiaoman stipulated that when the time was up, she would come to catch people. Sui Guanqing always put improving combat effectiveness first, and spent every day in the battlefield. Qi Xiaohua didn't fight with him, and was addicted to editing videos to make money every day. Shan Lu led people to build a simulated battlefield, just like the simulation cabin on Beta Star, which could simulate the real PK environment and opponents. However, the opponent is much stronger. The model is built based on the combat data of high-level star beasts and powerful mecha soldiers of the Alliance. The days on the battleship. For them, it is a rare peaceful, leisurely and comfortable life. But this peace. Half a month later. It was broken by a conversation of star pirates captured by the battleship signal capture system. Pirate 1, do you know? That garbage star I have had people follow and observe for the past 2 months has recently purchased a large number of raw materials for military weapons and various high-end medical and civilian equipment. Pirate 2 sneered. For a garbage star, how big can the large number be? Pirate 1 lowered his voice. Very large. The amount of 10 large star ships, estimated to be worth at least 100 billion Alliance coins. If our vote is successful, we can just sit back and enjoy the good life in the future. Pirate 2 also became excited. Then we have to do this vote. How do we do it? Pirate 1 said with determination. I have asked people to turn back to our planet. I will tell the boss about this and ask him to give me 500,000 brothers. I can definitely kill that garbage star. By then, everything they have will be ours. Hearing this, Qi Xiaohua finally realized it later, and turned to look at Xia Xiaoman. Star Lord, they are going to kill our planet. Chapter 124. Sui Guanqing thought that she had played videos, and had damaged her brain. He looked at her and said nothing. Qi Xiaohua felt offended again, and cleared her throat. She could not let him look down on her. She began to analyze seriously. A month ago, the principal asked you, the Star Master, to approve 100 billion yuan to buy supplies. They said that they were going to rob a garbage star. There is no other planet except our planet. If there is such a coincidence, then just treat her as nonsense. Yes, this place is close to the 9th galaxy where our mother planet is located, unless there is another garbage star in the 9th galaxy. Xia Xiaoman pointed to their position on the star map, drew the position of the 9th galaxy, turned to Shan Lu and said, contact the principal. Anyway, she did not believe that there were so many coincidences in the world. But these star pirates are really like disgusting flies, omnipresent. The principal and his people were very careful and cautious every time they bought and transported supplies, but they were still targeted by them. Shan Lu contacted Xiao Su quickly. The amount of materials purchased this time was too large, so he followed the team in person. When he saw Xia Xiaoman, he smiled lovingly. Star Lord, according to your navigation route, you are about to pass through the 9th galaxy, right? Why don't you come home to take a look? We should go back, but we encountered something unexpected. Xia Xiaoman originally did not plan to go back, but planned to go all the way outside the ninth galaxy and completely get out of the illegal area controlled by the Alliance. In the early days of the Alliance, the ninth galaxy was also one of the Alliance galaxies. But in fact, the ninth galaxy is at the edge of the Alliance, and the actual control range of the Alliance does not reach here at all. In the first 100 years, because the leaders of each planet had various friendships and interests with the leaders of the Alliance's various policies could be issued and implemented. But when that leader stepped down, this relationship disappeared, and the Alliance did not give any actual benefits, so these planets began to govern themselves. Now, they have completely broken away from the rule of the Alliance. The illegal zone is a general term for those large and small galaxies that have not joined the Alliance. It is the most chaotic place in the entire Interstellar. There, pornography, gambling, and drugs are all child's play. Reselling arms, trafficking in human beings, raising slaves, and reselling organs are all legal and legitimate businesses. There is no distinction between galaxies. The major planets are in war for interests and resources all year round. Everyone speaks with fists, the strong are respected, and there are the most mining stars and the richest minerals. She likes this kind of place. The more chaotic the place, the greater the operability. Just like the bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. Xiao Su frowned slightly. What kind of accident did you encounter? They drove such a big warship, and there were all kinds of high-end interstellar weapons in it, which made the army people greedy. We encountered a group of star pirates, and they are targeting you. Be careful. Xia Xiaoman told them what he had found out in a concise manner, and continued, we will follow them now to see what they are going to do. As for going there now, it would be useless to wipe out the star pirates. Since they have discovered it, it is impossible that there are only a group of people following them. Xiao Su, who has always been kind to others, also had murderous intent in his eyes when he heard that the star pirates were going to rob them, and said, Star Lord, we know, we will be careful. We brought a 100,000-man army this time, led by Quincy. The starship we bought also modified the energy system, using cards to provide energy, and the performance has been doubled compared to before. The star pirates don't have 500,000 people, so don't think about stealing our things. If you want to rob them, save your life first. Since the Star Master made money on Beta Star, bought a mine, and asked Zhou Yuan to drive back the first starship of their own, they have been going out to buy supplies one after another. During the voyages, they have also encountered many star pirate groups. Sometimes, in the disadvantageous situation of being outnumbered, it is also a narrow victory. There will be casualties, but no star pirate group has ever been able to steal a single bit of supplies from them. Okay, let's keep in touch at any time. Xia Xiaoman hung up the communication. Qi Xiao's eyes lit up, and she looked ready to do something big. She rubbed her hands and said, Star Lord, let's follow them to their planet and destroy their base camp. Star Lord is going to make trouble again. She likes to make trouble the most. Xia Xiaoman pointed at the people on the starship. Do you think that with only 7 of us, 4 of whom are mecha divisions, we can go and destroy their base camp? Dream on, Qi Xiaohua said. The people on their planet are definitely not united. We can divide them, provoke conflicts between them, and let them fight each other. It's a good idea, but there is not enough time. After Xia Xiaoman finished speaking, he contacted Song Jiming, who stayed on the mother planet, and said, Captain Song, we have encountered some trouble here. Send me a 10,000-man army. Although I don't know where the Star Pirates' lair is. But they are now at the edge of the 9th galaxy, and it will take at most 5 days to rush over from Star 520 to join them. In the lair of the Star Beasts, she can still do some small things with people and delay the Star Pirates for 5 days. Song Jiming likes to hear her call the captain, which makes him feel kind, and respectfully said, Yes, miss, I will ask Xin Liang to bring people over immediately. And he still calls her miss. This can reflect the relationship between him and her, which is different from the relationship between others and her. Qi Shua's eyes brightened. Letting Xin Liang bring 10,000 people here, the Star Master is not doing small things, but preparing to do big things. These damn Star Pirates are going to be unlucky. Their 4-person team talked here, and did not avoid the 3 mecha divisions that followed Shuyangsing. At this moment, they looked at each other, confused. Every word they said could be understood, but when they were put together, they didn't know what it meant. What Mother Star? What Star Master? What 10,000-man army? Since Xia Xiaoman decided to take them with him, he would have to tell them the identities of his group sooner or later. Taking this opportunity, he said, Let me introduce myself again. We are the natives of a garbage planet in the 9th galaxy. Our home planet is called Star 520. I am the Star Master of that planet. They are my companions and my subordinates. The trio, ? After digesting her words for 2 seconds. And Ing, the Mecha Master of the first main team, widened his eyes in disbelief, and the decibel of his voice increased. Star 520 is the planet where all the defective genes were exiled in the early days of the Alliance. Chapter 125. No way, no way, no way. Among the 4 of them, is there anyone who looks like a defective gene product? If they are all defective genes, then they are not even garbage. Shan Song, the Mecha Master of the main second team, patted her, thinking that her guess was too absurd. And Ing, you didn't rest well these 2 days. What nonsense are you talking about? How is it possible? Not to mention their General Commander tracking Mecha Master, these 2 people have surpassed everyone in their minds, and become godlike existence. Just say that the Queen Flower and the other 2, any one of them can beat Chu Bai, the original #1 mecha soldier in the galaxy. With such a strong fighting force, it is a bit too much to say that they are genetic defectives and have no mental power. Bian Xingchen, the Mecha Master of the main Team 3, also nodded and shook his head. Absolutely impossible. Xia Xiaoman gave them a positive answer in their trance and self-doubt. Yes, it is the planet used to exile defective products in the early days of the Alliance. The trio covered their hearts, and were hit so hard that they couldn't breathe. In the end, Ing calmed down the fastest and looked at them with wide eyes. Commander-in-Chief, don't you have mental power? Xia Xiaoman answered very seriously. It can't be said that there is no mental power at all, there is still a little bit. Qi Xiaohua was next to them, using her index finger and thumb to gesture to them, leaving a gap as thin as a hair, indicating that there was only a little mental power. After Ing was shocked, he was excited. Then your mecha, after being modified by the Chief Mecha Master, can no longer be controlled by mental power, right? Xia Xiaoman couldn't help but admire him. He was a Mecha Master. He thought of it at the first time and nodded. Yes, the mechas we use are all modified by the Chief Mecha Master. Ing swallowed excitedly, and his breathing became rapid. That means that ordinary people without mental power can also drive mechas in the future. Of course. The people in the Alliance are those who have been selected after the initial gene screening. There are no people without mental power. Their mental power level is at least D level, and they can drive D level mechas. Xia Xiaoman said, we don't plan to make this technology public for the time being. And Ing and the others nodded and solemnly promised, I know, Commander-in-Chief, without your consent, we will not tell anyone what we have learned, seen, heard, and known here. The Commander-in-Chief is a great favor to let them follow along. How could they sell their secrets? But just thinking about this makes me excited and excited. In the future, people who don't have enough mental strength to join the army, but have good physical fitness will also have the opportunity to drive mechas, become soldiers, and protect humanity. Xia Xiaoman nodded, knowing what they were thinking, and said frankly, we keep it secret to protect ourselves. When we have enough self-protection ability, all secrets will no longer be secrets. Their biggest secret card will be exposed sooner or later. But before that, they have to accumulate strength to fight against the powerful forces of the entire galaxy. And Ing and the other 2 stood at attention and saluted, and said more solemnly, received, please rest assured, Commander-in-Chief. Now, they really can't wait to go to Planet 520 to see what their planet looks like. Battleship. They followed the pirate ship, not too far away, to keep a distance from it. 2 days later, a planet appeared in the star map. Qi Xiaohua pointed to the dense dots near the planet and turned to ask Shang Lu, Team Leader Shang, are these all pirate ships? Why don't they enter the starport and stay in space? Are they ready to set off to attack our home planet? Fuck. These shameless people have already selected the troops and warships and are ready to march. The 10,000-man army brought by Liang will take another day to join them by taking the shortcut given by team leader Shang. Shang Lu carefully observed the star map for a while and shook his head. The artificial intelligence next to him repeated what he was going to say. Looking at their deployment, it is obvious that they are not going to go on expedition, but to attack. Xia Xiaoman also came over and nodded, with excitement in his eyes, saying, this is indeed an offensive formation. This group of people should be attacking the lair of the star beast. Let's not follow them. Stop here and wait and see. This is not a coincidence. If these starships are coming to attack the lair of the star beast, then the enemy of the enemy is their friend, and everyone can have a good talk and cooperate for a win-win situation. The warship stopped. Going forward, their warships are too big to hide. However, the starship of the star pirates in front is still flying towards their planet. Their interstellar navigation system is not good, and they can only sail according to the established route. It cannot show the specific star map around them. They did not find any abnormalities when passing by the large army that was deployed. It was still daytime. Especially when you get close to the nameless star where the pirate's lair is, you can see that the whole planet is bright. Xia Xiaoman stood by and watched for a while. Seeing that they still didn't move, he guessed that they must wait until night to launch a surprise attack. He walked to Shan Lu's side and stood still, watching him and Ning trying to contact the large force over there to discuss cooperation with them. Although they are few in number, but they have high combat power, however. Before they could contact the other party's large force suddenly started to move. Qi Xiaohua shouted, Fuck, why did they suddenly start a war, Star-Lord? Come and see quickly, they started the first round of heavy firepower attack. Xia Xiaoman was also a little confused about their sudden opening fire. Could it be that their whereabouts were discovered by the pirates and they were exposed, but then, judging from the panic reaction of the pirates, it proved that they were not discovered. Instead, they took the initiative to attack the pirates, exposing their position. Qi Xiaohua was still broadcasting in real time. The pirate ships are coming, damn, who are these people? So many of their ships were smashed into pieces by 2 pirate ships, and the formation was twisted into a knot. What's their command? Where are their charging mecha soldiers? Are they dead? Xia Xiaoman looked at the formation that was broken by the 2 pirate ships, and commented very pertinently, a mob, a pile of loose sand, and the command is terrible. After she finished speaking, she shouted, Sui Guanxing, Qi Xiaohua, come with me, the rest of you, protect yourselves. Yes, Star-Lord. After Qi Xiaohua responded, he was so excited that he rubbed his hands. Star-Lord, you go and teach these rookies how to command the army to fight. Chapter 126. Mecha Masters who stayed on the warship. Shan Lu nodded, indicating that it was okay, and they could go without worry. The Shuyangxing trio also said, Yes, Commander-in-Chief. If other people saw the situation in front of them, they would definitely think they were crazy. The commander took the mecha soldiers and abandoned the fragile mecha masters and ran away. But the mecha masters present thought it was normal, including the newly joined mecha master trio from Shuyangxing. Their fragile commander-in-chief could always charge to the front during the war, and was more powerful than the mecha soldiers. What was wrong with their mecha masters protecting themselves? Ever since they were almost wiped out by the 3S level star beasts on the field, they began to study hard and practice hard to improve their combat effectiveness. Even if a few star pirates came, they were confident that they could solve it. Besides, their warships also have heavy lethal weapons. Xia Xiaoman led 2 mecha soldiers and drove the mechas. Following the flight route provided by Shang Lu, they quietly moved to the vicinity of the battlefield. They did not immediately join the battle, but observed the battle situation of both sides. The star pirates had obviously experienced countless battles, and were very experienced in combat. The firepower of the warships was very fierce and concentrated, and the combat effectiveness of the mecha soldiers was not weak. The attacking party was not weaker than the star pirates in terms of firepower and the individual combat effectiveness of the mecha soldiers, but it was obvious that they were all rookies with little combat experience and lacked the ruthlessness of decisive killing. The formation was also disrupted by the attack of the star pirates, and it became a mess. It could not reorganize an effective attack formation and became a mess. Xia Xiaoman and the other 3 were listening to the conversation that Shan Lu had synchronized with the warship's signal capture system on the communication channel. They were the ones who launched the attack. Someone scolded, Which planet are you from? Where are you in command? Why did you come to our team? Someone was shouting at the top of his lungs, Concentrate on attacking the left wing of the star pirates. Listen to me. Do you hear me? Stop attacking randomly. Attack the left wing, the left wing. Someone was asking for help. It's no good. We have lost 1/3 of our combatants. We can't stand it anymore. Request support. Someone was indignant. Star-Lord, they say they are the Avengers, but look at them. They are all working but not working hard. We are the only ones holding on in the front. If we continue to fight, all our soldiers will die. Some people still have blood in them, and they are cheering for the victory. Arms raised, they shouted, Brothers, these damn pirates killed our relatives and friends, destroyed our planet, and left us homeless. Since we survived, we should avenge the dead. Follow me. More than one group of people were discussing how to escape. Fuck, why are their firepower so strong? Boss, let's retreat. Leader, I don't think we have a chance to take revenge this time. Let them hold on in front. Let's leave quickly. There is always a chance to save the Green Mountains. General, it's bad, The pirates have reinforcements coming again. Retreat. Xia Xiaoman finally heard something. This group of people are the survivors on various planets, who were oppressed and slaughtered by the pirates on this planet. Then, they formed an alliance to seek revenge on the pirates. Qi Xiaohua couldn't bear to watch, and was convinced by this group of rabble. The Star Lord was right, they were just a pile of loose sand. Obviously, their number and warships combined were more than 10 times that of the first batch of star pirates who came to fight, but they all fought on their own, and wanted to run away when they encountered a little adversity. They were not united, and there was no point in fighting. Xia Xiaoman saw a group of people who were about to run away. If she didn't take action, when the first group of people ran away, the people's hearts would be completely scattered, and they would not be able to organize again. She gave an order, "Go!" The Star Pirates and the Avengers were fighting. Then, 3 mechas suddenly appeared on the battlefield. One was red, one was white, and one was black. But what caught people's attention was not their color, but their extreme speed. The red mecha quickly appeared in front of a group of teams that wanted to retreat, chopped off the head of the team leader with a knife, and raised it high. The voice with extremely strong pressure and deterrence resounded throughout the battlefield. Those who desert on the battlefield will be killed without mercy. Killed with one knife. Clean and neat. Falling from the sky. Like a god. Immediately, it stunned everyone present. The Avengers. Someone asked, which planet are they from? Someone answered, big and small, there are so many planets and forces, how do I know? Someone took a breath and said, fuck, this is the real hidden power. No one doubted that Xia Xiaoman and others suddenly appeared, people of unknown origin, and naturally regarded them as members of the Alliance, thinking that they were low-key before, and did not reveal their strength. Xia Xiaoman originally wanted to reveal her identity, for example, to tell these people that she was the commander-in-chief of Beta Star in this military competition of the Alliance. After all, with a title, people would be convinced. But at this moment, after hearing their conversation, I knew that there was no need to reveal my identity. This Avengers team had no idea who was in their team. On the Star Pirate side, because of the sudden appearance of the 3 of them, the attack stopped for a moment, and then launched a more fierce attack again. Xia Xiaoman's voice with absolute pressure sounded again. From now on, everyone in the Avengers will listen to my orders. Qi Xiaohua and Sui Guanqing took the lead and shouted, yes, Commander-in-Chief. In the Interstellar, the strong are respected. All the people in the Avengers were shocked by her pressure. In addition, Qi Xiaohua and Sui Guanqing deliberately guided them, and the herd mentality made them shout loudly, yes, Commander-in-Chief. The already scattered people's hearts and chaotic momentum were boosted again. Listen to my orders, all warships, concentrate on attacking the 3rd warship on the enemy's right wing. Xia Xiaoman began to issue orders. Chapter 127. The Avengers were originally unwilling to give in to each other, and there was no general commander. Everyone was fighting on their own, and after being defeated by one blow, they were even more at a loss. At this moment, they were shocked by the sudden appearance of the domineering and powerful Xia Xiaoman, and all the heavy firepower of the warships began to concentrate on attacking the enemy's warships. The pirates' warships also fought back with heavy firepower without hesitation. Both sides, hot weapons bombarded each other. The mecha soldiers who rushed to the front line were also afraid of being affected by the artillery fire, and quickly withdrew to their respective camps. Xia Xiaoman looked at the retreating, chaotic army. In a short period of time, there was no way to distinguish their respective camps. She could only simplify things and said, all 3S level soldiers, stand out. The 500,000 scale Avengers Corps, the 3S level mecha soldiers, stood out and saluted her. The 3S level is not a cabbage, there are about 1,000 people. Xia Xiaoman looked at the group of mecha soldiers, who didn't even stand at attention and salute properly. It was obvious that they had not received military training. However, this was not the time to worry about these things. She used the simplest method to draw lines with her hands to distribute them. Those on the left, follow your Captain Xiaohua. Those on the right, follow your Captain Sui, and those in the middle follow me. The 3S level mecha soldiers dispersed according to her line drawing method, and stood in front of their respective captains. The number of people was almost evenly divided into 3 armies. Xia Xiaoman looked at the 500,000 alliance troops, who had no discipline at all, stood crookedly, and whispered with the people next to them, and said in a shocking voice, be quiet. The noisy noises quieted down, and everyone looked in her direction. Xia Xiaoman said, you, each follow the 3S level mecha soldiers of your own team. Although these 500,000 people have not undergone systematic military training, and the various forces have not conducted coordinated exercises, they have also practiced in normal times, and the execution of orders is still good. They soon gather to their respective main individual soldiers. 3 armies, one of which is more than 160,000 people, finally looks like something. Xia Xiaoman gave an order. Captain Xiaohua on the left wing, Captain Sui on the right wing, I am the center army, set off, kill them. Simple and simple. The troops are divided into 3 groups. Each attack. The Avengers, composed of this group of rabble, are not particularly poor in their own abilities, but because there is no one to coordinate and command, which is why they were so chaotic before. Each of them, whether it is the mecha they use or their respective combat power levels, is no worse than the Star Pirates. At this moment, with a general commander, there is a backbone, the team has become orderly, and the formation looks quite reasonable. In addition, with Xia Xiaoman and the other 3 leading the way, dealing with the Star Pirates was easier than cutting melons and vegetables. The Star Pirates were 3S level mecha soldiers, and they were killed one by one. As the saying goes, a bad soldier will make a bad general. The leaders of the 3 armies were so awesome that the others were excited, and their fighting power was also increased. Xia Xiaoman was still boosting morale and trying to inspire them to have a stronger fighting power. The Star Pirates burned, killed, looted, committed all kinds of evil, and had no conscience. They killed all our relatives and friends and destroyed our planet. Should we kill them all and avenge the dead? As she spoke, her moves became more and more fierce and straightforward, one sword after another, trampling on the pirates' mecha fragments and blood along the way. Qi Xiaohua continued her words, expressing her emotions very well, with real feelings and indignation. The pirates killed my whole family. They skewered my 2-year-old brother on a big knife for fun. They chopped my father into meat paste, and forced my mother to eat it. They took turns to abuse my mother until she died. The pirates and I are mortal enemies. Today, either they die or I die. Her words were to cooperate with Xia Xiaoman, push the emotions of the Avengers to an unprecedented height, and completely stimulate their hatred for the pirates, so as to enhance their combat effectiveness. The effect was extremely significant. The tragedy she talked about was the miserable world that the Avengers had experienced personally. The Avengers, looking at the pirates in front of them, remembered their family and friends who died tragically, and their homes that were destroyed, and their eyes were red with hatred. As the saying goes, we are not afraid of cruel people, but we are afraid of those who do not want to die. Most of the pirates are vicious and inhumane, but there are not many who do not want to die. But now the Avengers have been aroused by the pent-up anger in their hearts, and their hatred has exploded. They have put life and death aside, and just want to fight them to the death. The shouts of killing shook the sky. The 2 armies fought. What they fought was momentum. The momentum of the Avengers has far surpassed that of the pirates. Especially with Xia Xiaoman and the other 3, with 3S level mecha soldiers, they fought in and out of the enemy camp like a broken bamboo, taking the lives of the pirate leaders as easy as taking something out of a bag. The pirates were suppressed, their formation was broken, and they lost the command of their leader, so they were completely in chaos. The Avengers began to harvest the lives of the pirates like harvesting rice. They personally participated in this hardy battle, killing these vicious pirates, and finally vented the breath they had been holding in their hearts for a long time. The battle situation completely turned to the side of the Avengers. The pirates fell one by one, their mechas were chopped up by the angry Avengers, and their bodies were cut into pieces. Until Xia Xiaoman received a reminder from Shan Lu in the communication channel. 1,000,000 pirates came to help retreat. She chopped down the 2 pirate mechas in front of her with a knife and said, "Everyone listen to the order, don't fight, evacuate immediately." She has become the well-deserved commander-in-chief of the Avengers. The Alliance army heard her order and evacuated while fighting. Some of the pirates, who had been scared out of their wits, received the news that their own army was coming to help, but no one dared to chase them and entangle them when they saw them evacuate decisively. After Qi Xiaohua and Sui Guanqing joined her, Xia Xiaoman was ready to retire and return to their own starship. But at this time, the leaders of 2 forces of the Alliance army chased after her, looked at her respectfully and said, "Commander-in-Chief, our warships were severely damaged in the battle and can only be abandoned. They can't fly with people. Please give instructions, Commander-in-Chief." Xia Xiaoman hesitated whether to run or recruit them all. A second later, she said decisively, "Notify all the teams with damaged warships to follow me. It doesn't matter if the warships are broken, as long as they can be driven, all follow me. Although they are scattered, their individual combat capabilities are not weak. As long as they are well trained, they will become a powerful army. And what they use, from warships to mechas, are all good things. The damaged warships can be repaired and used, but they can't be given away to the pirates for nothing. The two leaders received the order and passed it on immediately. The people of the Alliance army are now convinced by her and regard her as the leader of the Alliance army, and they follow her orders honestly. In the battle, the mecha soldiers who lost their warships turned on the mecha flight mode and followed them. The damaged warships also followed behind. Although they followed the order, some people still had doubts. These damaged warships can only support a short journey and cannot be used for interstellar navigation. What does the Commander-in-Chief need them for? The person next to him said, the Commander-in-Chief has her reasons for speaking, so we just need to follow her. Someone nodded, yes, the Commander-in-Chief is so powerful. If it weren't for her, let alone revenge on the pirates, it's hard to say how many of us can survive, let alone the warships. Even if she asked me to die, I would be willing, they said. Someone suddenly pointed to the front and said, look, what's that in front? Someone widened his eyes in shock. What a big interstellar battleship. Chapter 128. The battleship on the opposite side, like a rock spreading its wings, extended the decks on both sides. The area of the deck can accommodate 100 small warships. The difference between starships, and between warships and warships, is actually a matter of size. Xia Xiaoman landed on the deck first and said, all the destroyed and unflying warships should be parked on the warships, and the soldiers on the warships should gather in the warships. The people of the Avengers were all shocked and wide-eyed, staring at the warships and her with fiery eyes. Fuck, why didn't they know before that there was such a powerful commander in their Alliance army, who actually owned a warship? This kind of super large battleship, not to mention the price, the manufacturing technology is also monopolized by the big stars in the Alliance. Not to mention that they can't get it. Even the top star pirates in the Interstellar can't get it. Vivian, the organizer of the Avengers and the planner and executor of this revenge plan, looked at the giant battleship in front of her and asked the leaders of their major forces in the communication channel, have you noticed these three people before? Are you sure they are from our alliance? They have been very cautious to prevent people from the star pirates from taking advantage of the situation and mixing into their team. They carefully investigated the origins of all the forces that joined, and only allowed them to join after confirming that they were trustworthy. But he really had no impression of these three powerful people. Someone said, maybe they have been hiding their strength. Anyway, I don't care who they are. They led us to severely damage the star pirates this time. They are my comrades in arms of Kyle. Someone laughed heartily. I agree with Hull. After 10 years, I finally let out my anger. They are so great. Vivian was still worried. Although they seemed to be on their side, she had to be on guard before knowing their true identity. What if they are from the Star Pirates and tricked all of us into their warships, and captured us all? Someone laughed. Vivian, does the Star Pirate group in the Interstellar have such a large military warship? Someone followed up. Even if they are not from our alliance, they will not be from the Star Pirates. With their combat power, they can definitely send all of us to see God if they lead the Star Pirates to fight us. It's not that they don't doubt it. It's that they have absolutely strong strength, and there is no need to use these conspiracies and tricks to calculate them in a roundabout way. Xia Xiaoman looked at the warships one by one, and they stopped on the deck of the warships, smiling happily. Wait until the last damaged warship stopped. All the mecha warriors on the warship also stood on the deck according to their respective forces. In order to prevent the Star Pirates from catching up, the warship accelerated its flight speed, and the following warships also followed closely. About 20 minutes later, Xia Xiaoman received a report from Shan Lu that the Star Pirates' reinforcements had stopped chasing and returned to their planet. He then looked serious, looked at the warriors on the deck, and looked at the dozens of warships of all sizes following the warship, and said, "You must be very curious about my identity now. In fact, we are not from your Avengers. But we are just like you. Our planet has also been attacked by this group of pirates. We are here to take revenge. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. We just worked together to kill the pirates, and they were defeated. Friendship in battle is the most precious. I now regard you as my friends. Next, I will rest and continue to attack the pirates. I will not stop until they are wiped out. If you are willing to work with me, you can stay, and we will discuss it in the long run. If you are not willing, let's say goodbye and see you later." On the scene. First, there was a short strange silence. But 2 seconds later, someone on the deck raised his arm and shouted, "Commander-in-Chief, I am willing to follow you. If I don't kill all the pirates, I will be sorry for my parents who died tragically, and my best friend who died to save me. Someone was emotional. Commander-in-Chief, I am willing to do it too. More and more people followed and shouted, we are willing too. Some of these people were standing on the deck, and some were still in their respective warships. But at this moment, they shared the same hatred and had the same consensus and the same goal, which was to kill the pirates together and avenge their family and friends who died tragically. What a powerful mouth, so contagious. Vivian looked at Xia Xiaoman, with obvious respect and envy in her eyes. Her few short words, of course, understood how much gold content there was to guide everyone's emotions while controlling the strength and power just right. And more importantly, in the battle just now, she showed everyone her strong fighting power. So what she said at this moment was more convincing, and made people know that her words were definitely not empty talk. Her decisiveness, her strong courage, her vision, her seemingly casual and understated speech that resonated with everyone all told her. The person in front of her was a natural leader. Therefore, compared with her, she was not a qualified leader at all, even though she could not control the forces of all sizes in the alliance. In the communication channel of the leaders of the forces, someone said, Leader Vivian, our people have decided to follow her to fight star pirates. What about you? The feeling of fighting with her. It was so cool. Thinking about it now, it still makes my blood boil. Vivian looked at the 5 captains of her own warships and another light screen in front of her, and nodded with a firm and fiery look, we will do it together. Her 3 captains all expressed that they wanted to follow the commander-in-chief. Look, a person with absolute strength and charisma can make people feel awed just by fighting for a while. Although she is not so devoted to him, she may make people willing to follow her. In the channel, someone said, there are very few people who survived on our planet. Many people died in this battle. We want to send them back to their home planet. We will not continue to participate. I wish you all the best. Vivian said, I wish you all the best and a safe journey. Everyone has their own aspirations and cannot be forced. The commander-in-chief said that if you want to leave, you can leave. If you want to stay, you can stay. There are a total of 25 forces of all sizes in the Avengers. The largest force is the Mon Chamber of Commerce led by Vivian, with 100,000 soldiers and 5 large warships. The smallest force has only more than 1,000 people. Everyone made a decision quickly. Some forces chose to leave, but the leader did not stop his subordinates, who wanted to stay. More forces chose to stay. Xia Xiaoman waited until everyone who was supposed to leave had left. Looking at the remaining boats and people, he said politely, Leaders, please get ready. In 2 minutes, we will have a meeting. We will be comrades fighting side by side from now on. Let's get to know each other. Chapter 129. After that, she turned back to the warship. Qi Xiaohua and Sui Guanqing stayed outside, waiting for the leaders of those forces to leave with their people, but took the initiative to ask those who stayed to register. These people, without their respective leaders, chose to stay. First, they had a blood feud with the Star Pirates, and second, they wanted to follow Xia Xiaoman from the bottom of their hearts and seek revenge on the Star Pirates. It was not easy for them to make the decision to leave their own large forces. So these people were automatically regarded as half of their own people by Xia Xiaoman and his team. On the deck not far away, the 3-person mecha team where an Ing had been called out by Xia Xiaoman a long time ago, and they were doing maintenance work on the warship on the deck. They are mecha masters. Mecha masters who can join the main team of the Big Star are considered genius mecha masters in the entire alliance. They have learned everything along the way. If they don't know something, they will ask Shan Lu for advice. Their skills in repairing warships cannot be said to be perfect, but they definitely surpass most repair masters. The warship they repaired was the warship that was about to leave. After the first warship was repaired, the captain and the soldiers looked left and right, test drove it, and couldn't help but give them a thumbs up in admiration, saying, You are really amazing. This ship is repaired like a new one. It's amazing. And Ing quickly handed them a business card and said, This is our planet's repair shop. From large starships, mechas, to small daily necessities, all can be repaired and maintained. The quality is absolutely guaranteed, and the price is absolutely fair. If you need it in the future, go to our repair shop. Shan Song added, If your friends need repairs, please help us promote it, and we can give you a discount. This was the task given to them by the chief mecha master before they came out, asking them to promote the repair shop on Star 520. The chief mecha master said that the commander-in-chief wanted to make the repair shop on their planet the first repair shop in the Interstellar. The captain of the warship took the business card and saw the specific coordinates and contact information of the repair shop on it. He nodded and said, I will definitely go to your repair shop if I need it in the future. Then, he put away the business card and drove away after an Ing, and the others got off the warship. An Ing and the others went to repair other starships. At this moment, Xia Xiaoman had already started video communication with the leaders of various forces of the Avengers. As for why the leaders of these forces did not come to the warship to talk to her in person, of course, it was because they were afraid. Everyone was an old hand who had been working in the Interstellar for many years, and their style of doing things was still very cautious. If Xia Xiaoman and the others really took action, they would have a chance to escape if they were on their own warships, but if they were on her warships, their lives would depend on her conscience, and she would be in control of them. Xia Xiaoman naturally understood their thoughts, so it was normal to be vigilant. If these leaders were so naive that they trusted her completely after listening to her speech and fighting a battle with her, she would not dare to use them. If they could do this to themselves, they might do the same to others. Everyone was smart, and after introducing their own forces and combat power to each other. Although Vivian had already dismissed herself from the position of leader of the Alliance, she was still representing the United Forces for the time being and said, Commander Xia, we sacrificed 50,000 people in the previous battle, and then 5 medium-sized teams left. Now, we have 20 teams, and all the people added up only have 350,000 people. The planet where the pirates are located is their power. When they gather together, there are at least 5 million troops. How can we fight them? Xia Xiaoman thought to herself, you know you only have so few people. Why do you go to deliver food to the pirates? What's wrong with your brain? Vivian understood her look in an instant, and explained awkwardly, we wanted to destroy their base, but we didn't expect to be discovered by a passing pirate ship before we entered their planet. This is our first time to fight such a large-scale war in space. We have no experience, and we are confused. They didn't have such a lofty goal as her. They just wanted to destroy the entire planet of the pirates and kill them all. They just wanted to come here to test the pirates' strength and specific combat power, and launch a surprise attack on their headquarters to kill them. Xia Xiaoman said that anyone who could breathe shouldn't be so stupid. Those people started fighting outside the planet. It turned out that they were discovered. She nodded and said, that is to say, you guys are the vanguard, coming here to test the strength and attack. The starship that discovered them should be the one they have been following. Vivian nodded, yes, we are going to break into their planet, launch a concentrated bombing on their headquarters, and then evacuate immediately while the chaos is going on. What a pity. The battlefield changes rapidly, and it is completely different from what they planned at the beginning. Xia Xiaoman didn't say anything. It was really that their military command level was not remarkable at all, and it was all pitfalls. He didn't continue the topic and asked, how many people do you have available now? Vivian showed her the number of people she had counted before. This batch is all relatively strong in combat effectiveness. The remaining troops left behind in various places total 1 million. This is the combined assets of all their forces. They didn't plan to confront the Star Pirates on the front battlefield. They knew the strength of the Star Pirates, and it was undoubtedly an egg hitting a stone. They were just prepared to harass behind the enemy, fight guerrilla warfare, and attack them from time to time, so that they were always in a state of fear of being attacked. Xia Xiaoman thought for a while. His expression became solemn and serious, looking at all of them, and said, if you want to kill all the Star Pirates, everyone will listen to me from now on. I will give you one last chance to choose. If you are willing to obey my orders absolutely, then stay. If you don't want to, leave immediately. If anyone dares to cause trouble with me halfway, the same fate will befall you as the leader who fled from the battlefield that I killed on the battlefield. The atmosphere of the meeting fell into a strange silence. All the leaders were thinking and weighing the pros and cons. Stay or leave now. Chapter 130. Silence. It lasted for about a minute. 5 more forces decided to withdraw from the alliance and leave. But as before, those who were willing to stay were arranged by Xia Xiaoman to go to the deck to find Qi Xiaohua and the others to register. Vivian, the original leader of the alliance, was willing to stand with her to fight the pirates, but she was worried. Commander-in-Chief, what about after the pirates are eliminated? Xia Xiaoman knew what she meant and said, don't worry, we are just a cooperative relationship. I want to integrate the legions to facilitate training and command. After the pirates are eliminated, we will part ways in peace. Of course, she would not refuse those who were willing to stay with her. This kind of comradeship honed in battle, and fighting side by side, is the most solid and precious. Vivian knew that she was telling the truth, but what she was really worried about was not this at all. Rather, they were worried that with their new commander-in-chief's domineering style and her personal charm, How many people would be convinced by her in the battle against the pirates? After the pirates were defeated, how many people would be willing to leave with her? But her parents, her husband, and her 2 children all died tragically at the hands of the pirates. Every one of her brothers, like her, had an irreconcilable hatred with the pirates. She had to take revenge. She was still struggling with this. In the Avengers, someone had already expressed his position by patting his chest. The person who spoke was Hoyle, who clenched his right fist and placed it on his left chest, and said, "Commander-in-Chief, I don't care what others think. From today on, my Hoyle mercenary group is willing to join you and obey your orders." His gesture, in the interstellar world, means swearing allegiance. Vivian was shocked. How could this old man act so quickly? Didn't he need to think about it carefully and discuss it with his subordinates? Xia Xiaoman also responded straightforwardly. "Okay, since Chief Hoyle trusts me so much, I, Xia Xiaoman, hereby promise you that I will definitely help you get revenge. In the future, if I have a bite to eat, I will never let you go hungry." Vivian was speechless. What kind of a makeshift team is this? Is the commander-in-chief so straightforward? No one else, like Hoyle, swore allegiance to her and became her younger brother. But they also said that during the fight against the Star Pirates, they themselves and their legions would absolutely obey her orders. Each of them has their own ideas. Many people who are used to being the boss are not willing to be inferior to others. As the leader of a small force, they are also a small local emperor, and they have the final say in everything. But if they submit to her, they will just be one of her subordinates, and will have to listen to her in everything. Hoyle and the others finished expressing their opinions and proposed, "Commander-in-Chief, it will take us a long time to train our troops. Our Hoyle mercenary group headquarters is the closest to here, so why don't we go to my place to settle down? Give me the coordinates, I'll take a look," Xia Xiaoman said. She was also thinking about where to train the troops. It was far from enough to expect the remaining less than 300,000 people to attack the Star Pirates. They had to mobilize their own legions and train their cooperation before they could be taken to the battlefield. Moreover, although her battleship was a large battleship, its rated carrying capacity was 1 million mecha legions. However, this only provides them with food, drink, and toilet. If they want to train there is no training ground of such a large scale. The total area of all the training grounds can only accommodate 100,000 people. Hoyle immediately reported the coordinates of his headquarters. Xia Xiaoman asked Shan Lu to check it. After getting his affirmative reply, he looked at the others and said, "If you have no objection, let's go to Hoyle's headquarters." Vivian, Others, They all obeyed her orders absolutely. What can they say? They trusted her and entrusted their lives to her. They also hoped that she would keep her promise and take them to revenge. As for what happened next, let's talk about it. After the Star Pirates were destroyed, Xia Xiaoman's warship is the fastest means of transportation. Vivian and the others have decided to cooperate with her, so they naturally have to give her absolute trust. Otherwise, everyone will have their own little thoughts and people's hearts will not be united. How can they fight the Star Pirates? Soon. Their warship stopped on the deck of the warship. Their respective legions also boarded the warship. Xia Xiaoman arranged their own residences for them to rest. Now everyone has not been integrated together. They will be integrated and allocated after landing and gathering the combatants. Therefore, they are still given residential areas divided according to their forces, and people from the same legion live together. The Hoyle mercenary group, a legion that clearly submitted to her and swore allegiance to her, is already considered her own people, and was arranged in an area close to their own residence. Xia Xiaoman called Hoyle to the conference room and asked about the situation of their mercenary group carefully, comparing it with the intelligence found by Shan Lu while watching and listening. Hoyle's home planet is a numbered planet 878. 15 years ago, the 878 planet was invaded by Star Pirates because of its rich bismuth crystal mines, and their planetary defense system was instantly broken. The army of their planet was unable to resist the powerful army of Star Pirates. The Star Pirates used weapons of mass destruction that crushed their planetary defense weapons and defeated their army in one fell swoop. They were so crazy and inhumane that they began to carry out inhumane and horrific massacres against unarmed innocent people. They bombed residential areas indiscriminately, and they found people who broke into people's homes, under the bed, in the cabinet, and from any place where they could hide, and drove them to the streets and squares like driving animals for mass slaughter. 1. They enjoyed killing people. They competed to see who could kill the most people. They used laser guns to shoot, knives to behead, mass buried alive, and set fire to people. The massacre lasted for 10 days and 10 nights, and the entire 878th planet became a sea of blood and corpses. Hoyle was a major general of the 878th planet at that time. When the pirates invaded, he led his men to perform tasks outside. When he came back, the planet had fallen. He and his 10,000-man army witnessed the massacre with their own eyes. They could only watch. They were powerless. If they rushed up to fight the pirates, no one would know the suffering of the 878th planet, and no one would avenge the dead. So, he suppressed all his subordinates, who wanted to fight the pirates. He let them watch, and he let them remember forever the ugly and cruel faces of the pirates, and the unspeakable evil deeds they had done to the 878th planet. He swore to them that as long as he was alive, sooner or later, he would lead them to kill all the pirates and avenge all the people who died tragically on their home planet. Later, I took the survivors and established the Hoyle mercenary group. We only accept missions to kill pirates. No matter where we are, as long as we meet pirates, we will kill them. Hoyle recalled the cruel killings he saw in those days, clenched his fists tightly, and tried to suppress his emotions, but his eyes were still red. Chapter 131. All the space pirates, one by one, have innocent blood on their hands, and they all deserve to die. Xia Xiaoman compared what he said, and found that it was consistent with the intelligence. He walked up to him, patted his shoulder, and said in a heavy voice, "I'm sorry to remind you of sad things. I know everything about you. Space pirates are such disgusting and perverted things. No wonder all the forces in the Interstellar are trying to kill them. They are not even as good as star beasts. Star beasts kill people, and give them a quick death. As for them, they are engaged in massacres and enjoy killing people. Commander-in-Chief, I'm fine." Hoyle looked at her and continued, "We now have 5 legions in the Hoyle mercenary group, with 100,000 people in each legion, a total of 500,000 people, and all of them can participate in the war. The Tokugawa Star Pirates must die," Xia Xiaoman said. "We will make long-term plans for those who participate in the war after we land, but don't worry, none of the beasts in the Star Pirates will survive." Hoyle was still very emotional at this moment, but he looked at her gratefully and said, "Thank you, Commander-in-Chief. These people have lost their relatives and friends, lost their home planet, and wandered outside. They have lived to this day just to seek revenge. If she can lead them to destroy the Star Pirates, and fulfill their long-cherished wish for so many years, they will sell their lives to her." Xia Xiaoman looked at him with concern and said, "Let's stop here today. Go down and have a good rest. Remember to send a few people to find me later. I will bring you some nutrient solution." Hoyle thanked him again, went back and called 5 captains, each of whom came with a team of 100 people, and introduced her to his 5 capable assistants. After Xia Xiaoman greeted them one by one, he took them to the warehouse, and pointed to the nutrient solution that filled the warehouse and said, "You and the other soldiers have worked hard in the battle just now. This is the carrot-flavored nutrient solution, one for each of you. Over there are nutrient solutions of various flavors. You can move as much as you want. The carrot-flavored nutrient solution is a mental power recovery potion made by diluting the carrots that grew in the battleship during this period. There are about 50,000 of them. The rest were provided by the Star Pirates, who wanted to rob and attack them during the interstellar voyage. There are all kinds of flavors, everything you can think of." Hoyle and his 5 captains, with a team of 100 people, quickly counted the number. The entire legion is 50,000 people. In the previous battle with the Star Pirates, 5,000 people died, leaving 45,000 people. One box of carrot-flavored nutrient solution has 100 bottles, and 450 boxes were moved. The nutrient solution of other flavors was also 2 bottles per person, and they moved 900 boxes. When they moved the nutrient solution back, they happened to run into Vivian, who was out for a walk. Vivian looked at him. "Captain Hoyle, where did you come from?" Hoyle smiled and said, "The Commander-in-Chief was afraid that we would be hungry and thirsty, so he asked us to go to the warehouse to move some nutrient solution." Vivian nodded, and seeing him happy, she was a little unhappy in her heart, and said in a sarcastic and sour tone, "The Commander-in-Chief is really good to his subordinates. There is nothing strange about this. Hoyle has sworn allegiance, and is the Commander-in-Chief's subordinate. It is natural for her to provide food, drink and nutrient solution for her subordinates. As for those who only agreed to cooperate, they were partners, so she naturally had no obligation to manage them." Hoyle knew that she was playing tricks on him to become a subordinate of the Commander-in-Chief, but he was happy and deliberately angered her. In fact, President Vivian can also consider it. Our Commander-in-Chief is really someone worth following. If you join, she will definitely not refuse. Vivian said, "That's not necessary. I prefer freedom to following others. They, and the commander-in-chief, after all, were just strangers who had fought a battle together. They only knew that she was good at fighting, and was a qualified superior, but they didn't know her specific temper and character. She didn't dare to be like Hull, and hand over the fate of her Chamber of Commerce to another person casually. The news that the people of Hoyle's mercenary group got the nutrient solution soon spread to all major forces. Some people envied. Have you heard? The people of the Hoyle Mercenary Corps said that the commander-in-chief said that they have enough nutrient solution, and she can drink as much as she wants. Someone affirmed, I saw it with my own eyes. The 500-man teams of the Hoyle Mercenary Corps drove the mecha to bring it back, and each person was given 3 bottles. Someone sang the opposite tune. What's so great about 3 bottles of nutrient solution? Why are you envious? It's as if you haven't drunk 3 bottles of nutrient solution. Someone lowered his voice mysteriously. I have a fellow villager who is from the Hoyle Mercenary Corps. He said that after they drank the nutrient solution issued by the commander-in-chief, the mental power consumed in the battle was quickly restored. Someone didn't believe it. Just listen to them bragging, it's nonsense. Do you know how much the mental power recovery potion sold by the G family of Beta Star costs? More people came over. How much? The man said, 1 million Alliance coins per gun, and even this is in short supply. Every time it is on the market, it is snatched up by the major families and the Alliance military. They are all used by the geniuses of the family and the military. The few that flowed out are sold for 10 million Alliance coins per gun on the black market. The others nodded when they heard this. The mental potion is so expensive that the Alliance military is reluctant to give it to ordinary soldiers. Even if the commander-in-chief has this potion, it is impossible to give one to everyone in the Hoyle Corps. Even if it is calculated according to the factory price of 1 million per gun, 45,000 guns are 45 billion. Who is willing to spend so much money on ordinary soldiers? They are all guessing. The people of Hoyle's mercenary group felt it firsthand. The mental power consumed in the battle was restored. They were now full of energy, and could fight another 100 battles with the Star Pirates. Hoyle was a smart man. After drinking the carrot-flavored nutrient solution, his mental power was restored. He immediately thought of the mental repair potion that the G family had just launched 3 months ago. At the same time, he also thought of various things about the Alliance military competition, connected the clues together, and his thoughts were quickly sorted out smoothly. He had a bold guess in his heart. He suppressed his inner excitement, turned around and went out the door impatiently, found Xia Xiaoman, looked at her and said, Commander-in-Chief, I have a question. Please help me solve it. Chapter 132. Xia Xiaoman was looking at the information of other forces participating in the cooperation, except for the Hoyle mercenary group. She knew her partners, looked up from the light brain, and nodded slightly to him. You say. Hoyle held his breath, looked at her nervously, and lowered his voice. I watched the previous Alliance military competition in its entirety, and I like the Commander-in-Chief of Beta Star very much. I want to ask, Commander-in-Chief, what is your relationship with the Commander-in-Chief of Beta Star? During the competition, half of the time, the contestants were driving mechas, and they could not be seen in the mechas. Half of the time, they were not in the mechas. Although they were wearing military uniforms, and painted on their faces at that time, their original appearance could not be seen. But their figure and temperament could not be concealed. Hoyle, you have a good eye. Xia Xiaoman praised him generously, and looked at him with admiration. There was nothing she couldn't admit. I am the Commander-in-Chief of Beta Star, Xia Xiaoman. Most people, even if they heard her name, would not think that she was the Commander-in-Chief Xia Xiaoman who led Beta Star to win the championship in the league competition. Hoyle is a very good person. He is careful in observation, bold and careful. Thank you, Commander-in-Chief, for clearing up my doubts. Hoyle felt that he needed some time to digest this surprise. You know, the Commander-in-Chief trained by every big star in the league, especially the Commander-in-Chief who participated in the league competition, will be the mainstay of the league in the near future. This year's session is even better than the previous ones. The Commander-in-Chief of Beta Star is so scared that he surpassed Gan Yao of Series Star in popularity, voice, and voting on the internet during the competition, and was elected as the first commander of the young generation of the league. Later, when ND-49 was invaded by star beasts, she united the troops of the other 7 planets and, as the Commander-in-Chief, led them to annihilate all the star beasts on the field, becoming famous in one fell swoop. Interstellar TV stations interviewed the main teams of the major planets, and the videos are still on the hot search on the homepage of the website. The participating commanders, including Gan Yao, Meng Wu, and Gu Yibai, praised her highly in the interviews, and completely turned into little fans, saying that she was the well-deserved first commander of the Alliance. Ji Lai from Beta, Chu Bai from Ceres, and other mecha soldiers, when they were interviewed, expressed regret and resentment for not being able to leave with the commander-in-chief. Now, he can follow the now recognized first commander of the Alliance. This big surprise came too suddenly, and he was a little flattered. Xia Xiaoman told him, "Just know about this, don't tell anyone else for now." "Okay." Hoyle nodded solemnly, and when he left, he turned around and asked, "Commander-in-Chief, what about the carrot-flavored nutrient solution we drink?" Xia Xiaoman smiled and nodded. "Yes, it's what you think." Hoyle was so excited that he wanted to cry, but he was so old that it would be a bit ugly to lose his composure in front of her, so he nodded vigorously. "I know, Commander-in-Chief." At this moment, he was particularly glad that he made the decision to follow her. He knew clearly that as long as he followed her, the Star Pirates would be destroyed, and the Great Revenge would be avenged. The future prospects and development ceiling of their mercenary group would also be infinitely raised. The people of Hoyle's mercenary group didn't know what happened. They only knew that their leader became strange after returning from the commander-in-chief. Their leader, who was usually serious and had a bad temper, had a better temper. He not only spoke more kindly, but also smiled at everyone he met, which made the brothers in the group feel uneasy. When Vivian and several leaders came to find him, they saw that he was laughing so hard that his teeth were exposed. He was also confused. He recognized a new master, became someone's younger brother, and was rewarded with some nutrient solution. He was so happy. Hoyle's mouth was really harder to suppress than AK. He looked at the people who came over and asked, "What do you want to see me for?" Vivian was still the representative this time, and said, "Hoyle, we have known each other for a long time. I won't beat around the bush with you. We came to you to know how many troops the commander-in-chief has, and how strong they are." Before, the battlefield was too chaotic. Their various forces were fighting each other, and no one paid attention to how many people the commander-in-chief brought. Moreover, after they entered the battleship, they did not find her army on the battleship. Hoyle said, "The commander-in-chief has her own plans. She will tell us when we should know." How many people did the commander-in-chief bring? He only saw the three of them rushing into the battlefield, and didn't see anyone else. When the Alliance media interviewed the main teams of the major planets, the main players also said that the commander-in-chief took the chief mecha division and 2 mecha soldiers away. So he boldly guessed that there were only these 7 people who had shown up on their warship. If this kind of thing happened to someone else, he would definitely think it was absurd and think they were crazy, but he was not surprised at all when it happened to the commander-in-chief and his team. The title of the first commander of the Alliance is not something that anyone can have. It represents absolute strength. When Vivian and the others heard what he said, they also knew that they could not get any information from him. After a few more greetings, they said goodbye and left. They suspected that the warship was empty, with only the commander-in-chief and his team inside. But they were not sure, because the warship was too big, and it was possible that the army under the general commander was not in the same living area as them. This question. It lasted until the next morning. At about 5 o'clock in the morning, when everyone was still asleep, a small starship appeared opposite their warship and slowly drove towards them. The patrol teams of the major forces notified everyone in their legions as soon as they found the starship. Everyone was on the edge of a knife. In just 10 seconds, the troops were assembled, and everyone looked at the starship on the opposite side vigilantly and prepared for battle. It was also at this time. Xia Xiaoman's sleepy voice spread to every corner of the warship. Chapter 133. Don't be afraid, don't worry, the warship on the opposite side is my army, our own people. Then, the distance between the warship and the starship was getting closer and closer. Soon, they docked together. Someone walked out of the starship. He was a tall and handsome officer with a murderous aura. Xia Xiaoman's voice sounded again. "Sun Liang, bring people in directly." Sun Liang stood at attention, saluted respectfully in the direction of the warship's control room, and then turned around and gave an order. The leaders of various forces on the starship saw teams of soldiers walking out of the starship, with iron horses and golden swords, majestic and solemn, and a military appearance that was a capable and combative army. Vivian sighed with envy. It's worthy of the commander-in-chief's troops. The military appearance and discipline are extraordinary. Before, she always thought that her own army was very good, at least in the struggle with other forces, it rarely failed. But when she saw the troops in front of her, she felt the gap firsthand. Maybe her army's individual combat strength was also good, but as a whole, it was definitely not as good as them. This is also the reason why they were defeated by the Star Pirates in this battle before the Commander-in-Chief appeared and took over the command. The leaders of other forces also nodded in agreement. However, one of them asked Vivian in a low voice. The Commander-in-Chief's troops only appeared now, so were there only 7 people before? He finished speaking. After a moment of shock, the others looked at each other, and their eyes were full of shock, saying, "Fuck, are you kidding? It's impossible." They had indeed only seen 7 people in this battleship, including the Commander-in-Chief. So, when there were only 7 people, including 4 mecha divisions, they directly joined their team and started fighting? Vivian swallowed with some difficulty and said, "If we hadn't attacked the Star Pirates, would the Commander-in-Chief have planned to take 2 mecha soldiers to directly fight the Star Pirates?" Indeed. The world of the strong was something she couldn't understand. Someone shook his head. "It shouldn't be. The Commander-in-Chief's large army has already come, and it must have been a coincidence that she met us yesterday." Someone pointed to the army that had already lined up on the deck and said, "Look, the troops on the deck are a 10,000-man army." Someone followed him up. So the Commander-in-Chief was going to take this 10,000-man army to wipe out the Star Pirates. A word awakened the dreamer. Fuck. Although it seems much more reasonable than 3 people going to fight the Star Pirates. But a 10,000-man army against a 5 million-man army of pirates is still outrageous and terrifying. Vivian looked at Hull and asked, "Do you know what kind of grudge the Commander-in-Chief has with the pirates?" "The Commander-in-Chief definitely wants to kill the pirates, they have no doubt." "How did the Tokugawa pirates offend her, who can command such a powerful army, and make her fight to the death, and swear to make them disappear into ashes?" Hull answered honestly, "I don't know." As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Xiaoman's voice sounded again. "Hull, bring your army to the first training ground, give you new weapons, and help you modify the mecha. The rest of you, you can continue to rest. Sorry to disturb you." When Hull led his army to leave, the leaders of the major forces felt very jealous. Give new weapons. What kind of new weapons? Give modified mechas. How to modify mechas? They suddenly felt a little envious of Hull. What was going on? Not only them. The soldiers of each army also looked at the leaving Hull army with envy. There was enough nutrient solution, new weapons, modified mechas, and following the Commander-in-Chief, there were many benefits. Some captains saw through the thoughts of their subordinates at a glance, and they were also shaken. They had secretly thought about going to the leader to discuss whether they should learn from Hull and follow the Commander-in-Chief. Things like swearing an allegiance must be done as soon as possible. The sooner, the more favor they can get from the Commander-in-Chief. The leaders of various forces exchanged a few more words with each other, and then left with their subordinates with their own thoughts. When they arrived at their living areas, they quickly called their legion leaders and captains to discuss this matter. Xia Xiaoman spoke to Hull in front of so many people, intentionally speaking to the other leaders. These people are not old, and their personal combat power is not weak. They are all good seedlings for soldiers. However, many of them lack systematic and strict training and experience. As long as they are properly trained and have more experience, they will be qualified soldiers. Hull naturally knew what Xia Xiaoman meant, but he was very fortunate that he was the first person to swear to her. Even if they defected to the Commander-in-Chief later, he would be the first. Xia Xiaoman was already on the training ground, introducing to Sun Liang the mecha soldiers, who left the large force where he was yesterday, and were incorporated into their team. There were a total of 8,000 mecha soldiers. Sun Liang, from today until we reach the destination of this trip, you will train them. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. Before Sun Liang arrived, Qi Xiaohua had reminded him that when he came, he should not call him Star Lord, but Commander-in-Chief. After he finished speaking, he turned and looked at the new army of 8,000 people, and said, "My name is Sun Liang. From today on, I will be your instructor. Do you hear me?" The recruit shouted, "I heard you." Sun Liang's eyes swept over them. Regardless of their personal combat power, their mental outlook was good. Hull soon brought people over. After Xia Xiaoman introduced them to each other, he said, "Sun Liang, take people to test their abilities, and distribute weapons to those who pass the test. The weapons are improved bows and arrows. The people of their 520 star have no mental power, so they use source power to condense source power arrows. These people with mental power can use mental power to condense arrows. The recruitment requirements are the same as their planet. Condensing more than 3 arrows, qualified, and incorporated into the team." 2 hours later, Sun Liang reported to her with surprise, "Commander-in-Chief, all 8,000 new recruits have passed the requirements, and all members of Hull's mercenary team have also passed. The individual combat power of these people is still good. Hull, the new subordinate of the Star Lord, has condensed 7 arrows. Even if he is placed in their army, his combat power must be at the level of a legion commander. Xia Xiaoman nodded and said with satisfaction, "Not bad. Do you want to take a break before starting?" Last night, Shang Lu and I looked at the information of major forces, the map of the rising sun star where the Tokugawa star pirates are located, and studied their interstellar defense until the second half of the night. She had just fallen asleep when Sun Liang came with people. She hurriedly got up to do things. She was trying to stay awake now. She was so sleepy. Sun Liang said, "No need." Xia Xiaoman nodded and said seriously, "Then I'll leave this to you. Train the troops well and guide Hoyle. I'll come to see your training results in the evening." Sun Liang, "Yes, Commander-in-Chief." Xia Xiaoman left, leaving Sui Guanqing and Qi Xiaohua to him to assist him in training. As for other forces, it was agreed that they would have to wait until they arrived at the destination and the summoned troops were all gathered before they could conduct unified training for them. After fighting and testing each other's strength, Sun Liang and Hoyle admired each other very much and felt like they had known each other for a long time. As mecha warriors, there is nothing that can't be solved by fighting. If one fight doesn't work, then fight two. The two trained together and exchanged experiences with each other. By the afternoon, they became more and more familiar with each other. Hoyle dared to ask him what he had been holding back. "Captain Sun Liang, we are all family members now. I want to know, what is the grudge between you and the Tokugawa pirates? What did they do to your planet?" Sun Liang said with a look of understanding, "Oh, so the pirate group is called the Tokugawa Pirates?" Hoyle, ? Chapter 134. We are all comrades fighting side by side in the future, so we should treat each other with sincerity. Sun Liang said, "Our planet has recently purchased a large number of supplies. Just a few days ago, our commander-in-chief received a secret intelligence that this star pirate group is planning to rob our supplies and destroy our planet." Hoyer was stunned. He understood the reason. But who would spend manpower and material resources to come to someone else's planet and wipe them out before something happens? When ordinary people learn that the star pirates may rob their things and attack their planet, the first thing they should do is to notify their own people and prepare for response and prevention. Sun Liang said, as a matter of course. The commander-in-chief said that there is no reason to guard against thieves for 1,000 days. We have been targeted by the star pirates. They are a group of unscrupulous, vicious, and cunning things who can attack us at any time. Instead of guarding against them all the time, it is better for us to take the initiative and destroy them first to eliminate the trouble forever. The commander-in-chief is right. The people of the Tokugawa star pirates are not human. As long as they target someone, they will not let go. After hearing his words, Hoyle's blood boiled instantly. Yes. Just do it. Don't you, the space pirate, want to rob and kill people? I won't even give you a chance, and will kill your idea in the cradle. I just want to ask you if you are afraid? However, only someone with absolute strength like the commander-in-chief would dare to do such a thing. The commander-in-chief must be right. Sun Liang did not hide his admiration. Hoyle smiled. Originally, his only wish in this life was to destroy the Tokugawa star pirates and avenge those who died tragically. It didn't matter what happened to him afterwards. But at this moment, he had an infinite vision for the future in his heart. It was definitely a very lucky and interesting thing to be able to follow the commander-in-chief and dominate the interstellar space. 2 days later, the 8th Legion reorganized by the whole mercenary group and the 10,000 people of the 2nd Legion brought by Sun Liang trained together, practiced confrontation together, conducted actual combat exercises together, ate together, were punished together, and received rewards together. The revolutionary friendship was cultivated quickly. After that day, people from other forces discussed for 2 days, but they didn't come up with any results. In the final analysis, they still didn't want to be someone else's subordinate, listen to someone else's orders, and were reluctant to be treated like a local emperor by their subordinates, and give up the power in their hands. On the eve of the battleship's arrival at the headquarters of the whole mercenary group, planet number 792, Vivian, with the leaders of her 10,000-man legions, found Xia Xiaoman and expressed her attitude. Commander-in-Chief, I, Vivian, represent the 1 million legions of the Mon Chamber of Commerce and am willing to join you. After saying that, she knelt on one knee respectfully, with her right fist clenched on her left chest. The legion leaders behind her also imitated her movements and bowed their heads slightly, which was an absolutely pious etiquette. Vivian looked at her solemnly and piously, and said, I, the Mon Chamber of Commerce, hereby swear that I will absolutely obey the orders of the Commander-in-Chief in the future. The legion leaders also repeated her words. President Vivian trusts me so much, I am lucky in 3 lifetimes. Xia Xiaoman walked over and helped her up personally. He nodded slightly to the Legion leaders and said with a smile, "You all get up too. We are all family members from now on. Don't be so formal." To be honest, the people of Vivian Chamber of Commerce are no weaker in individual combat power than the people of Hull Mercenary Group. Moreover, she is in the Chamber of Commerce and doing business. As long as she can be used by herself, business matters can be handed over to her in the future. She has a wide network of people, has channels, is proficient in this field, and has many business talents under her. With her joining, they can avoid many detours in doing business at 520 star. Dean Su, with the School of Mechanical Engineering, has already opened the Mechanical Repair Factory and Mechanical Manufacturing Factory of 520 star. At that time, the purchase of various bulk materials, the mechas, starships, and starships they made themselves, must also be sold, and the trading of cards also needs to be put on the agenda as soon as possible. All business activities require a large number of business talents. Vivian looked at her smiling face, and felt that she seemed to be too friendly and cute. She felt something was wrong. The Commander-in-Chief is right. Come on. Xia Xiaoman took her hand affectionately and said, "Since we are all family, I will tell you directly. President Vivian, how many of your subordinates are good at business?" 1 minute after Vivian joined, her Commander-in-Chief kindly took her to count the business talents in the Chamber of Commerce, and pulled out the detailed information of each person for her. Xia Xiaoman looked at the detailed information of each person she listed, which business they were good at, which area they were responsible for, and what connections they had, all written clearly, and smiled more and more satisfied, nodding, "Good, very good." If Vivian didn't understand her intention at this time, she would be a fool. She looked at her seriously and asked, "Commander-in-Chief, are you going to do business?" "What kind of business?" Xia Xiaoman didn't hide it from her and said, "We are going to do business in large machinery, mecha, starships, arms, hibernation chambers, medical cabins, etc." Vivian said, "To be honest with the Commander-in-Chief, large machinery and arms are basically monopolized by the big forces on the major planets, and the technology is in their hands. If we want to do business in this area, we must have channels in this area. We can't purchase goods through middlemen. We must find goods from the source to have a larger profit margin. Does the Commander-in-Chief have connections in this area and can get first-hand sources of goods?" Everyone knows that the sale of large machinery and arms is the most profitable business. However, ordinary people, how can they get such a good thing? Since their establishment, their Chamber of Commerce has found countless connections, but has not been able to contact the source of goods. At most, they can connect with second-hand arms dealers, but in this case, the profit margin is limited. Xia Xiaoman shook her head. "I don't have any connections." Vivian sighed in her heart, but still didn't discourage her, and continued, "If you don't have any connections, let's find them. I know a few second-hand arms dealers here. I'll contact them, and see if I can contact the person in charge of the relevant factory through them. Don't bother, we won't look for them." Xia Xiaoman looked at her and said something shocking. "We are going to make our own arms, and the medical cabin of the Starship Mecha will also be made by ourselves. We are the source factory, and you are responsible for distributing and selling the goods." Vivian thought she had heard it wrong for a moment. Chapter 135. Is the Commander-in-Chief sure that he is not joking with her, nor is he making big promises to her who has just joined? Xia Xiaoman continued, "We are short of mature talents like you who are good at distributing goods and operating business. Fortunately, you are here, and I don't have to worry about it anymore." On the mother planet, Zhong Qiuhe is now mainly responsible for related matters. But before, she only did business between her own planet and various cities, and had never left the interstellar space. She has talent and ability in business, but it will take a long time for her to understand the various forces in the interstellar space before she can distribute goods. It was the first time for Vivian to hear someone mention making arms, starships, and mechas. It was as simple as discussing whether the weather was good today. She suppressed all the messy thoughts in her mind, looked at her seriously, and asked, "Commander-in-Chief, are you sure you can make these things?" Xia Xiaoman said confidently, "Yes, you don't have to worry about the supply. As long as you lay out the channels and find buyers, we can have as much as you want." Vivian herself felt incredible. She didn't doubt what she said at all. She said excitedly, "Commander-in-Chief, don't worry. As long as we have the goods, we won't have to worry about selling them. The big planets of the Alliance have monopolized these technologies. Ordinary small planets can't make them by themselves, so they can only buy them from them. Especially in the illegal areas, they are in chaos all year round. They don't have any technology. The Alliance has clear regulations that they are not allowed to sell arms and starships to them. They can only buy them at a high price on the black market. These things on the black market are all hot goods and in short supply. Xia Xiaoman said, "First, select your helpers who can take charge of this matter. When we have dealt with the pirates, I will take you back to my home planet, and then we will discuss the specific operation of these matters in detail." Now, she just showed her trump card to Vivian, so that she would know that she would never suffer any loss if she followed her. Vivian said respectfully, "Yes, Commander-in-Chief." The fact that the Mon Chamber of Commerce also joined Xia Xiaoman's forces could not be hidden from the other major forces. Several of their familiar leaders gathered together. Someone asked, "What kind of drug did Commander Xia give Vivian and Hoyle? They are the most powerful among us. Are they willing to be subordinates of others? Are their brothers willing too?" Someone said, "Apart from having a warship, strong personal strength, and the Commander-in-Chief likes to give people some small favors, I don't see any sincerity in them wanting to win us over." Someone nodded. "Hoyle only wants revenge, so I understand that he wants to cling to her thigh." But Vivian, the woman, and her Mon Chamber of Commerce are also well known in the interstellar space. Even if she is willing to surrender to Commander Xia and give up the foundation she has built for so many years, her subordinates may not be willing. Someone sneered, "Women are just long-haired and short-sighted. I don't know what promise the Commander-in-Chief made to her. When I saw her before, she was smiling." Someone lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "I don't know what promise the Commander-in-Chief made to her, but I know that the head of the Herald family has recently been recruiting major forces that have had conflicts with the Tokugawa Star Pirates and are willing to surrender to him and work for him. He offers very generous conditions." People's minds were moved. Several people secretly conspired. As long as they were enemies of the Tokugawa Star Pirates, they didn't care who they followed. They would follow whoever gave them better conditions and whoever valued them more. Obviously, in their opinion, they were the best of the best. Xia Xiaoman didn't warmly win them over, didn't invite them again, and didn't offer them generous conditions. Therefore, people like her were not wise leaders to rely on, and they were not worthy of them working for her. When they relied on other forces, shined, and became famous in the Interstellar, she would definitely regret not keeping them. Xia Xiaoman was not interested in knowing what they were thinking or what they were planning in secret. She needed to go in both directions. Just like Hoyle and Vivian, everyone appreciated each other and walked together, only then they were like-minded. As for other forces, what she had done before had clearly told them that as long as they joined her team, they would have food, drink, and weapons. As for the 3 visits to the thatched cottage, it is not Shan Lu's level. What a dream it is to ask her to invite, and to be honest, among these forces, the only ones she cares about are Vivian's Mon Chamber of Commerce and Whole Mercenary Group. For the others, if they are willing to follow her, she will ask them. If they are not willing to follow her, she will not force them. After the Star Pirates are killed, everyone will part ways in peace. That day, it was late at night. The warship finally approached the 792 star where the Whole Mercenary Group was located. Hoyle pointed to the front and introduced proudly, "Commander-in-Chief, in 20 minutes, we can enter the starport. This starport is the property of our mercenary group and can dock up to 1,000 large starships." Xia Xiaoman asked, "Is there a mechanical repair shop?" Hoyle nodded, "Yes. Which starport doesn't have a repair shop? Our mechanics are very good and can repair anything. The customer satisfaction rate is very high." Xia Xiaoman asked again, "Is there a Starship Battleship Mecha Sales Center?" Hoyle straightened his back and said, "Yes, there are a wide variety of types, including large, medium and small battleships, starships, military mechas, industrial mechas, civilian mechas, and agricultural mechas." Xia Xiaoman, "How about the purchase price?" Hoyle said, "Our planet is on the edge of the 9th galaxy, and the 9th galaxy is almost out of the Alliance. Although our area is not called the illegal zone, it is also considered an illegal zone. These things are bought from the black market, and the price is about 5 times the average price of the Alliance. But we sell them at a high price, and it is still very profitable." Xia Xiaoman said, "I also have a source of goods. When this matter is over, I will take you to the factory to see the quality and price. If you are satisfied, you don't have to go to the black market to get goods in the future. The price will definitely give you the most favorable price. Then, I would like to thank the Commander-in-Chief first." Hoyle knew her identity, and naturally knew that she had a close relationship with the main players of various planets. Those main players are backed by aristocratic families, and the manufacturing technology of mechas and starships is monopolized in their hands. She has a source of goods, and he is not surprised at all. Thinking that he can buy all kinds of advanced starship mechas at the most favorable prices in the future, he is very happy, and can't help but praise his wise choice to join her in his heart. Battleship. 20 minutes later. Slowly entered the starport and landed at the largest berth. Xia Xiaoman had just led people off the warship. Across the street, hundreds of ferocious bodyguards protected a slightly fat, domineering middle-aged man and walked towards their warship. When he was about 2 meters in front of them, the middle-aged man stopped, glanced at them arrogantly, and asked arrogantly, "Who is the boss here?" Chapter 136. Xia Xiaoman crossed her arms, casually glanced at him, took a step forward, and said in a rebellious and bandit-like manner, "I am, what do you want?" She would naturally not be polite to someone who was not polite to her. Seeing her being a complete thorn in the side, the man showed obvious displeasure in his eyes, and said, "I am Parker, the butler of the Herald family. I am here to inform you that my master wants to hire you to help him fight the Tokugawa pirates." Xia Xiaoman has been in the Interstellar for so long, but this is the first time she has met someone who dares to speak to her so arrogantly. Even when she first arrived at Beta Star, she had never met such an arrogant person. She raised her eyebrows and said in an unspeakable way, "What if I say we don't want to?" Parker sneered. His tone was arrogant and unyielding. "Whatever conditions you want, just mention them. Our master has already decided on this matter, and you can't refuse. You'd better think clearly whether to agree to our master or offend the Herald family. In the entire outer area of the 9th galaxy, the Herald family has the final say. In this land, anyone who dares to go against their master will be dead. I don't care if you are Herald or a dogrod. If you want to cooperate, talk to me nicely." Xia Xiaoman's eyes suddenly turned cold, and she looked at him with sharp eyes. "Don't threaten me all the time, I will take it seriously." Parker didn't expect that she was so ignorant, and dared to be arrogant even after bringing up the Herald family. There was anger in her eyes. "You are the first person who dares to call our Herald family dogs in front of me. I will remember you." Xia Xiaoman also said, "You are also the first person who dares to be so arrogant in front of me. I will remember you." Parker is used to taking advantage of others and being arrogant, but it does not mean that he is a fool. He has been representing the Herald family to deal with various things outside for many years. He is also calm. He sneered and said, "Just because you don't want to, it doesn't mean that others don't want to." He finished. He said loudly to the people present, "I know that you are a temporary alliance, and your goal is to attack the Tokugawa Star Pirates. Now, our family master also wants to hire people to fight the Star Pirates. You have thought about whether to follow her or our family master. Our Herald family will not treat any partner unfairly. If you perform well and get the appreciation of the family master, it is not a problem to become a retainer of the Herald family." He said this. There are both coercion and inducement. The major forces present, except for the whole mercenary group and the Mon Chamber of Commerce, who have clearly joined and sworn allegiance to Xia Xiaoman. From the leaders to the ordinary members of other forces, they were all ready to move and whispered. After a while, someone stood up and said, "Butler Parker, our Tashi Club is willing to join the Herald family." This kind of thing. There is a leader who stands up. Other people who are wavering will also stand up. One after another, the leaders of the forces expressed their willingness to join the Herald family and walk behind Parker with their subordinates, without even looking at Xia Xiaoman. Xia Xiaoman didn't have much expectations for these forces. They were just a group of unstable rabble. It would be better if they left, so that the remaining people could be more united and easier to lead. Vivian and Hoyle looked at the various forces that left without even saying hello, and cursed them in their hearts as ungrateful dogs. They had forgotten who had led them to fight the pirates on the battlefield before, and who had led them away safely. Without the general commander, it would be a question whether these people under their command could survive under the pursuit and interception of the pirate army. What about now? With a word from the Herald family butler, they ran away to be dogs for others. They thought that with their little ability, the Herald family would value them. Would they treat them with courtesy? Wishful thinking. They recruited them just to make them cannon fodder and fill the lion babies on the front line. Soon, the 300,000 strong alliance army behind Xia Xiaoman was reduced by half. Among this half, there were 45,000 people from the whole army, plus 87,000 people from the Mon Chamber of Commerce. The remaining forces were only 3, all small forces, with less than 10,000 members in each force. Parker watched Xia Xiaoman become deserted by everyone because of his words, and finally let out a sigh of relief. He looked like a smug man, glanced at her smugly, and his eyes fell behind her arrogantly, with a threatening tone. President Vivian, Captain Hoyle, you two have to think carefully about who you want to follow. The business of the Mon Chamber of Commerce, and the supply of goods they get, to a large extent, depends on their Harold family. If the whole mercenary group wants to take the mission, it depends on whether Harold is willing to let him take it. As long as they take action, they can make their mercenary group unable to take any missions, and let them starve to death. Hoyle stood firmly beside Xia Xiaoman and said, Butler Parker, let me introduce you to the master I, Hoyle, have chosen to follow. I have made a decision, and it will last a lifetime. I will not be like others, fickle. He looked at the leaders of the forces who laughed with a meaningful look, with undisguised mockery in his eyes. Vivian also said, Butler Parker, please go back and tell Master Harold that a minister should not serve two masters and be a slave to three families. People will laugh at him for the rest of his life. I, Vivian, can't do it. The leaders of the forces on the opposite side were scolded for fickleness and slavery. They were so angry that their lungs exploded. They glared at the two of them angrily, trying to turn their eyes into sharp arrows and shoot him into a sieve. Just wait and see. Who is the Xia Xiaoman they chose to follow? They have never heard of her name. No matter how strong her martial arts are, there is no shortage of strong martial arts in the Interstellar. If you want to survive in the interstellar space, force is not important at all. Families with money and connections rely on family background. For example, the Harold family, as long as the head of the family opens his mouth, people with her force value can be hired as many as they want. She is only qualified to be a watchdog for them. As for the Mon Chamber of Commerce, the whole mercenary group, and the entire 9th Galaxy Outer Domain, they are all the sphere of influence of the Harold family. With a word from the head of the family, Vivian and Hoyle will have only one way to go. When they are beaten by the head of the Harold family and can't even eat a bite of food, let's see if they can still be stubborn. At this moment, Parker also sneered and said, Since you two have decided, I can't force you. I just hope you don't regret it. Here, I wish you a lot of money and success in the future. This is naked irony and intimidation. Hoyle and Vivian, who looked like they couldn't understand his expression or his words, said calmly, Then we'll stay here. Thank you, Butler Parker, for your kind words. Humph! Parker snorted coldly, and said to the people behind him, Let's go. He took just 2 steps. Butler Parker. Xia Xiaoman stopped him. Chapter 137. Parker turned around. Xia Xiaoman looked at him and smiled. Go back and tell your family head that since our goals are the same, both are the Tokugawa Star Pirates, let him prepare well, and don't come to provoke me. Otherwise, I can't guarantee whether the Tokugawa Star Pirates will be destroyed first, or your Harold family will be destroyed first. She was obviously smiling, and her smile was so bright and beautiful. Parker was frightened and broke into a cold sweat. When he reacted, he cursed himself in his heart for being useless. Not willing to be outdone, he snorted again, waved his hand, and strode away. The Tokugawa Star Pirates is a big piece of fat meat. The family head had been thinking about it for a long time, but he had never made a move. This time, he heard that Vivian and others had formed an Avengers alliance to attack the Tokugawa Star Pirates. He was afraid that someone would get there first and rob him of what he had set his eyes on, so he urgently sent him out to recruit major forces together. This Xia Xiaoman, who knows where she came from, is so bold that she dares to threaten him. When he returns, he will tell the head of the family about this matter, and personally bring people to kill her, and make her kneel down at his feet to beg for mercy and admit her fault. As for Vivian and Hoyle, if they dare to reject him and choose that damned Xia Xiaoman, he will never let them go. He will notify them later to block their trade routes, intercept their missions, and let them follow their new master and drink the northwest wind together. Wait until they leave. Xia Xiaoman turned around and looked at the people left behind. In addition to Vivian and Hoyle's people, there are still 3 small forces left. They are all very small forces, with an average of 5,000 people in each force, and a total of 15,000 people. Xia Xiaoman looked at them and said, I don't ask why you stayed, but since you stayed, don't be half-hearted and work hard. The leaders of the 3 forces discussed in a low voice. One person stood up and said with red eyes, Commander-in-Chief, I think we should make it clear that the Tokugawa Star Pirates are our enemies, and the Harold family is also our enemy. We will follow you wholeheartedly, and obey your orders absolutely. After the Tokugawa Star Pirates are wiped out, we will leave, and seek revenge on the Harold family. So, they couldn't swear allegiance to her. After they solved one enemy, there was a more powerful enemy waiting for them. Okay, I know. Xia Xiaoman nodded and said to Hoyle, Let's go to your headquarters. This planet is Hoyle's territory, he is the boss. The staff of the starport have already driven the aircraft over and parked it next to it. Hoyle led Xia Xiaoman and the others to the most luxurious aircraft in the front and said, Commander-in-Chief, the aircraft will fly for half an hour, and we will reach our headquarters base. After flying for half an hour, the aircraft slowed down. Xia Xiaoman looked down from the window and saw a large base below. It was more appropriate to say that it was a small city than a base. However, the distribution of various functional areas in this base was more neat, centralized, and clear than the division of the city. The area occupied by the living area and the entertainment area was obviously much smaller than the training area. At this time, it was 5:30 in the morning, and it was time for the mercenaries to do morning exercises. Looking down from the air, the troops in the training area were jogging in a neat formation. Hoyle said proudly, Commander-in-Chief, although we are only mercenaries now, I have always required them to meet the standards of the army. We have never slacked off in our training. Xia Xiaoman nodded in agreement and said, Training cannot be slacked off for a day. You are doing the right thing, but your training methods need to be improved. Later, let Sun Liang give you a training method of our army, which can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Hoyle said, Yes, Commander-in-Chief. The aircraft, one after another, soon landed in a large parking lot. Xia Xiaoman said to Hoyle, Tell your deputy to arrange a resting place for the soldiers. You, Vivian, Sun Liang, come with me to have a meeting. She originally planned to rest for 2 days after coming here, and then conduct unified training when all the people summoned by the major forces have arrived. But now, most of the forces have followed others, and they are being targeted by the Herald family. They have to hold an emergency meeting to discuss how to deal with it. Hoyle quickly ordered the deputy head to do the work, and he took Xia Xiaoman and the others to his office at the headquarters. Xia Xiaoman didn't waste any words and said, Based on your understanding of the Herald family, will they take action against us immediately? Hoyle said, Commander-in-Chief, Parker is the most trusted person of the Herald family. He has been given a lot of authority. He is the most cunning and vicious. If we offend him now, he will definitely not let us go. He will add fuel to the fire and discredit us in front of their family head, so that their family head will send troops to kill us. Vivian also nodded. Last time, the leader of a small force cursed him behind his back, and somehow it got to his ears, so he sent people to kill them all, leaving no one alive. Xia Xiaoman felt sick when she thought of Parker's vicious face, and said, in other words, Parker's decision, to a certain extent, is equivalent to the decision of the Herald family. Tell me about this Herald family. Hoyle told her about the Herald family, and Vivian supplemented it. The Herald family has been developing in this star field for 300 years. The family has complex connections, strong military power, and incalculable wealth. Their family is the local emperor here, with absolute say, covering the sky with one hand and lawlessness. It can be said that anyone who makes a living in this area has to curry favor with them, and no one dares to offend them. Xia Xiaoman's eyes became colder and colder, and she said, It seems that it's time for me to train the troops. Song Jiming has been training the troops for a year and a half. It's time to pull out their main forces for actual combat exercises to test the results of the training. It's meaningless to keep fighting on their own planet. Qi Xiaohua heard her say this, and came over immediately. Hashua's face was full of greed, his eyes were shining, and he looked at Hoyle and Vivian excitedly and asked, Does their family have a lot of money? How much is it? What about the mines? How many are there? Chapter 138. Star-Lord said, It's time to train the troops. In other words, if the Herald family dares to attack them, the end will come. They have so much money and so many mines, which will soon be their spoils. Seeing her excited look, Vivian immediately guessed what she was thinking. Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly said, The Herald family is very powerful, and they have a backer in the alliance. The defense system used by their planet, their weapons, warships and mechas are all at the first-class level of the alliance. The weapons, mechas and warships we use have long been eliminated by the alliance and cannot be compared with them. Although this person's combat power is very strong. But 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. It's not that she is raising others' ambitions and destroying her own prestige, but no matter the number of troops, the personal combat power of the soldiers, or the weapons and equipment they use, they are far behind the Herald family. Hoyle, who knew Xia Xiaoman's true identity, was not in a hurry at all. The commander-in-chief was the hero who led the 8 planets to kill the star beasts and fought his way out of the battlefield. The main players of the 8 planets were all rescued by her, and she was their savior. All the people in these main teams have a deep background and identity. She wanted the most advanced weapons, the most advanced mechas and warships, and it was just a matter of a word. Qi Xiaohua was very calm, and was still comforting Vivian. Vivian, weapons, mechas and warships, you don't have to worry about these, we can make them ourselves, as many as you want, and they are guaranteed to be more advanced than theirs. Although Vivian had heard Xia Xiaoman say that her family made weapons, munitions, and mecha warships, she still felt that it was a bit mysterious when she heard it from her again. She did not ask Qi Xiaohua, but looked directly at Xia Xiaoman. Commander-in-Chief, tell me the truth, you must be a genius trained by a noble family on a big star. Otherwise, she really couldn't figure out how she could make these high-end interstellar products that require high-precision technology. Xia Xiaoman answered very happily. No, our home star is 520, the 9th star system. You people from the outside world should have heard of it. It is the garbage star you are talking about. Everyone is now one of us, and people are open and honest with her, so of course she has to be honest with them. Besides, there is nothing to hide from their family members about their identities. Vivian, ? Hoyle, Fuck, what a joke. Is it the garbage planet in the 9th galaxy? The planet where all the planets in the 9th galaxy dump their garbage? Isn't it said that all the people on their planet are defective with genetic defects, and because it has become a garbage dump, it has caused serious pollution, and the people have mutated, and not many have died? The mutation they spread means becoming stronger, like the Commander-in-Chief. Who is a group of powerful fighters? Vivian recovered from her shock first. Swallowed with some difficulty, and her voice was a little hoarse. Commander-in-Chief, you are not the natives of Star 520. Xia Xiaoman said, we are natives. My father is the Star Master of Star 520. All of us are absolutely natives. Qi Xiaohua patted her chest and said, yes, I grew up picking up garbage from the garbage mountain. Look at the scar behind my ear. It was left when I had a fight with someone who robbed my garbage when I was a child. As she spoke, she turned sideways to show them her scar. Sui Guanqing also said, I grew up in the central city of Star 520. My father, mother, grandparents were all born and raised in the central city. Shan Lu raised his eyelashes, and nodded slightly. The mechanical voice of artificial intelligence, me too. He woke up on Star 520, so how could he not be considered a native of Star 520? Vivian glanced at Hoyle, and found that his eyes were a little straight. She quietly kicked his calf with her foot. After hearing the identity of the Commander-in-Chief and their origins, was he stupid? Hoyle was indeed stupid. He had guessed countless identities of the Commander-in-Chief. She might be the heir of an ancient and mysterious family, a child of destiny, who never showed up in front of people. She may also come from a long-standing family in the Alliance. Or, she is a rare genius from a small planet. But he never thought that she was from a garbage planet. And the people on that garbage planet are all defective. As if to get some kind of answer, he looked at Xia Xiaoman for confirmation. Commander-in-Chief, you have mental power, right? Xia Xiaoman shook his head and said, no, we use mechas that can be controlled without mental power, and the warships are also modified by our mecha masters. Hoyle and Vivian's brains were a little out of control for a while. They knew that the fact that mechas can be controlled without mental power must be confidential, and not something they should inquire about. But there were many other questions that she wanted to ask, which were tangled in her mind, and she couldn't find a clue. She didn't know what to ask. Xia Xiaoman leaned back leisurely, giving them time to digest her words. And Ing and the other 3 mecha masters looked at Hoyle and Vivian and laughed secretly. See, it's not that they can't accept it. But no matter who it is, when they know that the Commander-in-Chief has no mental power, they will feel that their worldview has been impacted, and they will be confused. Vivian and Hoyle, both experienced people, quickly recovered from the shock and began to talk to her about business. The most urgent task at hand is how to deal with the Herald family. Hoyle opened the intelligence system of his mercenary group and showed her. Commander-in-Chief, the Herald family, the Grand Star where the main family is located, has 8 million garrison troops, plus the power of the other 8 branch planets, at least 24 million people. Vivian added, their planetary defense system uses the most advanced Shuiyun Star No. 8 defense system in the interstellar space, which can best resist the attack of intercepting antimatter missiles. The defense system of Shuiyun Star is known to the entire interstellar space. Many small planets in the Alliance and various unnamed star-numbered stars outside the Alliance by their planet's defense system. However, their most advanced No. 8 defense system can only be purchased by a few planets at a high price, and with reliable backgrounds in the Alliance. The Mon Chamber of Commerce bought the No. 5 defense system that was eliminated as early as 50 years ago. Hoyle's mercenary group couldn't even buy the No. 5 defense system. They found engineers to research and build the defense system themselves. It's called a defense system, but in fact it's just to give people peace of mind. It's estimated that it can't withstand a single interstellar heavy artillery. No. And Ing, who had been very quiet, interrupted and said with certainty, Shuyongxing's number 8 defense system is not the most advanced. Shuyongxing's defense system has been upgraded to number 12, which can withstand 3 attacks from light-speed nuclear bombs, but it has not been announced or sold to the public. Vivian turned her head to look at this young girl, who had no sense of existence, and was almost like air if she didn't speak, and asked curiously, How do you know? Chapter 139. And Ing said, I am an Ing, the mecha division of the first main team of Shuiyun Star, and now the mecha division of the General Commander. Shan Song also introduced himself. I am Shan Song, the mecha division of the second main team of Shuiyun Star, and now I serve as the General Commander. Bian Xingchen also said, Bian Xingchen, the mecha division of the third main team of Shuiyun Star, and now I serve as the General Commander. Vivian glanced at Hoyle. Hoyle, No, this doesn't seem right. General Commander, she was the General Commander of Beta Star at first, and only became the General Commander of the 8-Star Alliance in the final battle. Even if she wanted to take people away, she should have taken the mecha division of Beta Star. Why are the 3 main mecha divisions of Shuiyun Star following her now? Xia Xiaoman met Hoyle's questioning eyes and said, This is a long story. Hoyle, you can ask them later. Vivian seemed to have returned to her school days, and became a primary school student. She raised her hand weakly. Commander-in-Chief, can I listen? Xia Xiaoman smiled. Yes. Because there were too many unknown things, Vivian, who was feeling anxious, finally felt a little better, and was about to cry with gratitude. Thank you, Commander-in-Chief. She could finally know some other secrets about the Commander-in-Chief. At this moment, the topic was about the defense system. Xia Xiaoman returned to the topic and asked, Hoyle, whose defense system do you use on your planet? Commander-in-Chief, the planetary defense system is too expensive. The money we earn from taking missions and doing business is not enough to buy the defense system. Even if we have money, we can't find a purchase channel or make connections. When those big stars sell defense systems, the review is very strict. We made our own defense system. Hoyle told the truth. There is nothing shameful. If you don't have money to buy it, you can't buy it. It's true. What about the defense level? Xia Xiaoman thought it was normal to have no defense system. They didn't have a defense system on star 520 for hundreds of years. It was after she left the mother star with people and made money. Dean Su and his team went out to buy materials and then started to build a defense system. Hoyle said, No one will mobilize troops to destroy a planet unless there is a feud. After we built the defense system, no one has resisted foreign enemies. I don't know what the level is. Anyway, having a defense system is better than having no defense system. At least there is psychological comfort. Xia Xiaoman knew. Then I will take Shan Lu and others to test your defense system later. If it doesn't work, we will rebuild it. Here. This is their temporary base. It is also Hoyle's hometown. She plans to operate here in the future. She cannot let the Tokugawa pirates or the Herald family destroy it. If she wants to settle down, she must first build a strong planetary defense system. Hoyle looked at her gratefully. Thank you, Commander-in-Chief. The defense system has been decided. I will go and see it after the meeting. The military has not been discussed yet. Vivian said, Commander-in-Chief, our Mon Chamber of Commerce can gather 1 million troops to participate in the war. Hoyle said, Our mercenary group has 500,000. I can mobilize 2 million people here. After Xia Xiaoman finished speaking, he asked, How does the main force of the Herald family compare to the Tokugawa pirates? Hoyle said, The legion that fought with us before was the 3rd legion of the Tokugawa pirates. Their legion numbers are divided according to strength. The 1st and 2nd legions are the strongest, and the weaker the lower the strength. Vivian said cautiously, I have no experience fighting with the Herald family, but I have seen many videos of the main force of the Herald family, the 5th legion, and analyzed their combat power. It is about the same as the combat power of the 3rd legion of the pirates. Then our 3.5 million people are enough. Xia Xiaoman can roughly guess the combat power level of the 2 hostile forces, but he can't be careless. Knowing yourself and the enemy, he said to them, You find their battle videos, and then we will conduct a detailed analysis. With their level of combat power. Not to mention other things. She pulled the 8-Star Alliance from the finals of the Alliance military competition over here, and she could beat their dog brains out. Yes, Commander-in-Chief, Vivian said to Hoyle. In war, The battle plan must be adjusted at any time according to the situation of both sides, and it cannot be decided in a short time. After knowing that she has a good chance of winning, Xia Xiaoman asked Hoyle to take them to the Defense System R&D Center of Star 792. The R&D Center is in a building located in the central area of the mercenary base. The chief engineer is an old man who is nearly 200 years old, with gray beard and hair, but very energetic. After listening to Hoyle's introduction of Shan Lu and others, he nodded slightly and said, "Hello, I am Yu Yu, the chief engineer of the 792 Star Defense System. If you want to know any data, just ask me." Shan Lu's optical computer came with the voice of artificial intelligence. "Hello, Engineer Yu, we want to take a look at the specific parameters of the defense system first, and then we may do a defense level test. Is that okay?" Yu frowned, but didn't say anything. Hoyle pulled him and said with a smile, "Team Leader Shang, Mr. Yu is fine, you can take a look at it as you want, and test it as you want." Shan Lu lip reading, "Okay." He let it in, and the other two, and nodded politely to Yu when they passed by. Yu also smiled at him, but waited for him to pass. He glared at Hoyle angrily, slapped his hand away, and lowered his voice. "What are you going to do? Who are they? Can the data of our defense system be freely viewed by outsiders? Does he know what the consequences will be if the defense system is cracked?" Hoyle said, "Old man, please save your worry. Didn't I call you and tell you that I followed a very powerful new boss? He is my boss's man, and a very powerful mecha master. Mecha masters are mecha masters, engineers are engineers, and mecha masters can understand us." Yu said here, and suddenly paused, and his voice suddenly increased. "The boss you follow is a woman?" And Ing and the others heard it, especially the phrase "the boss's man." Several people agreed with it. They looked at each other, and quietly looked at Shan Lu. Shan Lu felt their sight and looked back. They looked up at the ceiling above their heads, looked down at the floor tiles under their feet, and looked at the tips of their shoes. When people are embarrassed and guilty, they always act like they are very busy. Hoyle also quickly covered the old man's mouth. Xia Xiaoman, Qi Xiaohua, Sui Guanqing, and Vivian just came in at this time, looked at him strangely, and asked, "Hoyle, what are you doing?" Chapter 140. Yu looked at Xia Xiaoman, approached Hoyle, and lowered his voice. "Is she your new boss? She is a good match with the young man just now, a talented man and a beautiful woman." Hoyle coughed loudly and forcefully, trying to suppress the old man's voice, and covered his mouth again, warning him not to talk nonsense. If he talked about her private affairs in front of the boss, he would still want to make progress. He was afraid that Xia Xiaoman would be angry, so he grinned at her and said, "Commander-in-Chief, he is old and confused, don't listen to his nonsense." Xia Xiaoman smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, the old man is still good at judging people." Hoyle and Yu were both rescued from a somewhat awkward atmosphere because of her words. Especially Yu, who had never felt anything for her, instantly had a better impression of her. For a person of his age, talking about other people's family affairs behind the back of young people, and being heard by them, it was always not appropriate. Fortunately, Hoyle's new boss is very generous and easy to get along with. "Commander-in-Chief, this is Yu, the chief engineer of our 792 Star Defense System R&D Center." Hoyle stood up to introduce Xia Xiaoman, and then looked at Yu. "Engineer Yu, this is the Commander-in-Chief Xia Xiaoman I told you about. I am now working for her, and our entire mercenary group will listen to her in the future." Xia Xiaoman stretched out her hand to him. "Hello, Chief Engineer Yu." Yu shook hands with her very seriously. "Hello, Commander-in-Chief." Hoyle introduced the others present, and then took them into the control center. Shan Lu has already checked the various data supporting the operation of the system. The artificial intelligence translated his words. All the data are inaccurate, and there are many loopholes. I need to test the defense level. And Ing, go find the Commander-in-Chief and ask her to send Xiaohua over. I need her help. Xia Xiaoman had already taken 2 steps at a time, and came to his side, saying, "Xiaohua is here." When Shan Lu turned his head to look at her, the corners of his lips curled up slightly, and his thin lips opened slightly. "Let Hoyle arrange for us to go to the test site." Yu was very dissatisfied with what he just said, frowned, and was about to go forward to argue. How can young people nowadays be like this? He has only been in for a few minutes. Has he looked at all the data? He dared to speak wildly, and concluded that their data is not good and has many loopholes. Hoyle pulled him, and lowered his voice. "I say, old man, please don't cause me trouble." He pulled one here. There was no time to pull other engineers. More than a dozen engineers, who have been working here, and are responsible for checking the operation of the system, when they were notified to cooperate with Shan Lu and his team, took the initiative to call up various data of the defense system for them. At this moment, hearing Shan Lu's words, everyone couldn't hold back. They didn't know who they were in the first place. They listened to the leader and cooperated with their work, which was already a great honor for them. The leader of the engineering team stood up first and looked at Shan Lu with dissatisfaction. You haven't even looked at all the data, but you said our system is not good and has loopholes. Tell me, what is wrong with it? They spent a full 10 years researching day and night to build this defense system that was completely developed by themselves. Now he, an outsider, denied it with just one sentence. For them, it was equivalent to denying their hard work for so many years. An engineer next to him also stood up. Young man, you have to talk about data. If you can't tell us what's wrong with our system today, even if the leader agrees, we will not agree to let you test it. He is young, but he is very arrogant when he speaks. Xia Xiaoman was very calm. He didn't say anything too harsh. He just wanted evidence. He quietly approached Shan Lu and gently tickled his palm. When he turned his head to look at her, he lip-read. They want you to produce evidence and explain clearly what is wrong. Shan Lu was still checking the operating status of the defense system and couldn't hear what they said, but the artificial intelligence translated his words honestly. What is wrong? Nothing is wrong. The emotionless mechanical voice said this sentence. How to listen to it, how to pull full of sarcasm. The engineers next to him were hit again, their faces were blue with anger, and their chests were heaving violently. There was a tougher engineer who said directly to Hoyle, Captain, if they can't explain it today and insist on testing our defense system, they will step over my body. The planetary defense system is related to the survival of the entire planet and protects the lives and property of everyone on the planet. Before they are sure of their capabilities, no one should think of touching the defense system. You stubborn people, are you going to piss me off to death? Hoyle was afraid that Xia Xiaoman would be angry, so he pointed at them and scolded them, saying angrily, Do you know who they are? They are Hoyle. Xia Xiaoman stopped him and turned to look at an Ing. She knew that these engineers were trying to protect their own achievements, and she didn't blame them for being impolite. It was normal for people to question them before knowing their strength. And Ing nodded slightly at her and stood up. Since you want to know where the loopholes are in your system, and where the data is wrong, I will tell you that there is no need to trouble our team leader for this matter. She spoke politely. The engineers in the team didn't want to embarrass her anymore, so they nodded and walked up to her to hear her opinion. If she couldn't explain it clearly, they wouldn't give in. Xia Xiaoman moved closer to Shan Lu and patted the back of his hand gently. Young man, don't you go over and teach them? Shan Lu raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard her call him that for the first time. Xia Xiaoman pointed at the engineers and teased. It's not me, it's them who called you young man just now. Shan Lu smiled, and the smile reached his eyes. In his narrow and beautiful eyes, there were circles of sparkling light. The arc at the corner of his lips was a bit meaningful, and he opened his thin lips slightly. Is it a young man over 300 years old? Chapter 141. He said one word. Xia Xiaoman's heart skipped a beat. She was stunned. Did he admit it to her? Right here, right now, at this moment? It was the first time that Shan Lu saw her in a daze because of surprise. The smile on his lips deepened. He moved closer to her and continued to mouth. Yes, my star master, it is what you think. Xia Xiaoman thought countless times about the circumstances under which she would know his secret, whether she asked him or he took the initiative to tell her. But no matter what the situation was, in her imagination, it was in a very private space, so private that there were only the two of them. But now, in public, when they still had business to do, he openly confronted her. Shan Lu stretched out his hand, waved it in front of her, and mouthed to her, Let's go and see it too. Xia Xiaoman then looked around vigilantly, and saw that everyone was gathered around an Ing, and no one was looking at them. So she breathed a sigh of relief and glared at him. What if someone finds out? How dare he? He's even braver than her. Shan Lu smiled. You are the boss. No one dares to stare at you. Xia Xiaoman, aren't you a person? Shan Lu imitated her tone when he talked to Qi Xiaohua and others about him before, with a bit of teasing in his eyes. No, I am an antique. Xia Xiaoman looked at his smile. Her heart beat faster, and she also imitated him to curl the corners of her lips, repeating word by word. Old. Gu. Dong. The two stood at the outermost edge, watching an Ing retrieve the data. In one breath, she found more than 20 loopholes and more than 50 wrong data, which were only the top 10% of the data in the database. She carefully analyzed and explained to them, with reason and evidence, and also deduced the correct data. Not only the 10-member engineering team, but also the chief engineer Yu were fascinated by her talk and immersed in the ocean of knowledge. Many things that they did not understand before suddenly became clear to them after her explanation. And Ning only looked at the first 5% of the overall data. Team leader Shang turned the pages too fast for her to follow the rest. After she finished speaking, she said, I only looked at the first 5% of your database. I haven't looked at the rest yet, but our team leader has looked at it. He said there is something wrong with your system. Do you have any questions? The 10-member team of engineers shook their heads honestly, like students being corrected by a teacher, and said, no more. Yu came back to his senses and pulled Hoyle aside. He couldn't suppress his excitement and asked him in a low voice, who are they? How do they know so much about the defense system? Hoyle said, and Ing and the other three are the main mecha divisions of Interstellar in this league competition. Team leader Shang is the team leader of the three of them. Teacher, you should understand now why I brought them here. This blessing is something that other planets cannot even ask for, and they still dare to question it. You know, these geniuses, who doesn't have a little pride as a genius? Leader Shang and his men didn't get angry and left. That was their generosity, and their concern for the overall situation. Yu nodded hurriedly, his eyes moist with excitement, and patted his shoulder. Captain, you did a good job this time. He had chosen a good new boss, Interstellar. That is the planet with the best defense system in the entire interstellar space. It is normal for the top mecha genius they train to obtain information about the internal defense system of the body. The two of them talked for a few words here. The 10-member engineer team has already led them out respectfully. Team leader Shang, everyone, the test sites of our defense system are distributed according to the strength of defense. There are a total of 10. Should we go to the weakest or the strongest defense? Logically speaking, the defense system should have the same defense capabilities in every place. But these people are really limited in ability. Although the defense system they made covers the entire planet, the defense strength is different. Some places have high defense levels, while others have low defense levels. For example, the defense level of their base is the highest. Some uninhabited places have very low defense levels. Xia Xiaoman answered for Shang Lu. Go to the test site with the strongest defense. The engineer team leader said, okay. Once an expert makes a move, you can tell whether it is good or not. They are capable and no more than them, so they naturally deserve their respect. If they can upgrade the defense system, they will also be very happy. Hoyle watched them all leave, and quickly pulled Yu, who was still asking questions. Don't ask now, I'll tell you everything you want to know when we have time later. Yu had 100,000 questions in his mind. What exactly is the identity of their new boss? Is she the commander-in-chief of Shuyangxing? Why would Shuyangxing's main team mecha division follow her? Let's not talk about anything else. Just according to the time of the Alliance military competition, it is once every 5 years. That is to say, these three mecha divisions are the three best people selected by Shuyangxing in the past 5 years. This is the person who can lead their entire planet, and even the entire Alliance in the future. How could he appear here? But he also knew that the most important thing now was to see how they were going to test the defense level of their system. The test point with the strongest defense was in the base, an area about the size of a golf course, which was blocked off and tested for thermal weapons attacks in it, which was very safe. The engineer team leader introduced, our strongest weapon here is the interstellar heavy artillery. Our defense system can withstand 5 attacks from the interstellar heavy artillery in the same area. Your interstellar heavy artillery is not the interstellar heavy artillery of the Alliance standard. And Ing saw it at a glance and asked him, what is the explosive equivalent? This data? Don't say the engineer team leader. Even the chief engineer you couldn't tell. They have always used this interstellar heavy artillery as the Alliance standard. Who would have known that there was a pirated version of this heavy artillery? And Ing saw their embarrassed expressions and understood that they didn't know, and looked at Shang Lu, team leader Shang. Shang Lu called Qi Xiaohua to his side. The voice of artificial intelligence sounded, drive the mecha, use your war hammer, divide your strength into 10 points, and use 1 point at a time. Qi Xiaohua nodded, okay. Then, she got on the mecha and turned on the flight mode. Shang Lu was in command, and when she approached the defense system, he gave the order, 5 meters in front of you, start. Yu and the others hadn't reacted to what Qi Xiaohua was going to do until she picked up the war hammer in her hand and hammered at the void, hammering their defense system. The engineer team leader stuttered, Chief Engineer, are they going to use people for testing? Are you sure? How can you get accurate data by using people? Moreover, even if the mecha is driven by a single soldier, can the force of one blow really have the power of an interstellar heavy artillery? The answer is, Others don't know whether it can be done. But Qi Xiaohua can. She was seen in midair, and the head of the hammer hit the defense system. After a buzzing sound, the ground began to tremble. Then, the defense system displayed on the light screen cracked a very small crack. Shan Lu ordered, "Continue." Qi Xiaohua retreated 5 meters, and then punched it again. The gap in the defense system on the light screen was 5 times larger than before, and there were more cracks. Yu saw that she punched again, and the defense system was about to break. He was about to break, so he quickly stopped him and said, "Captain Shang, we can't continue. There is a part of the defense system that is damaged. It will take us at least 10 days, and half a month to repair it. Although our defense system is not strong, it can at least serve as an early warning. If it is really broken, the Herald family and the Tokugawa Star Pirates will attack us, and we will not even have the most basic defense reminder." Chapter 142. Xia Xiaoman held him back. "Don't worry, Engineer Yu, we will be responsible for solving any problems." As soon as she finished speaking, Qi Xiaohua hit the defense system with another hammer. The defense system trembled under the heavy load, and the buzzing sound became louder. Yu covered his heart with a look of heartache, looking at the defense system on the light curtain. A 2-meter diameter hole was opened by her hammer, and the hole was full of cracks, extending for 5 kilometers in all directions. The other engineers were bleeding with heartache, begging, "Please don't touch the defense system again. If you want to hammer them, just hammer them. Last time, the system only had a crack as thick as a finger, and they worked day and night to repair it, which took them 2 whole months. They definitely can't fix such a big loophole without a year or 2 during the repair period. What if the enemy finds the loophole here and attacks?" Qi Xiaohua broke the defense system directly with 2 hammers, which is 20% of her strength. After receiving Shan Lu's order to let her go back, she flew back and asked Hull, "Is there any difference between having this defense system and not having it? A low-level star beast can knock a big hole in you with a head ram." Yu's face was black and red, black because the defense system at home was broken, and red because he was really ashamed. Don't they know that the defense system they built is weak? Of course they know, but with their ability and knowledge reserves, the best they can do is just this. The engineer team leader said weakly, "In fact, there is still a difference. When the enemy attacks our planet, we can receive the first warning." Qi Xiaohua was very sharp-eyed, and naturally heard it. She looked at him, and said seriously, "What's the use of receiving the warning after the enemy has already attacked? If it is a star beast, your entire planet will be doomed." Xia Xiaoman was afraid that as she continued to talk, the engineers would find a crack in the ground to crawl into. So she shouted, "Xiaohua, don't they want to make the best and most defensive system? The key is that their abilities and technology are limited, so they can't make it." Qi Xiaohua understood, and stood beside her obediently. Xia Xiaoman encouraged them, "You have done a good job within your capabilities. Next, you will cooperate with team leader Shan to see whether to upgrade the defense system or make a new one." "Yes." The engineers nodded in agreement. Yu hesitated for a while and said, "Commander-in-Chief, we still have to fix the loopholes that were damaged by the test first, otherwise, we will not even have the warning function. If the enemy suddenly attacks, we will be caught off guard." Xia Xiaoman nodded, "Okay." Half an hour later, Yu and the engineers stared at the repaired defense system in amazement, feeling that their cognition had been hit by an unprecedented huge impact, and deeply felt the gap between ordinary people and geniuses. Thousands of researchers from their entire R&D center worked together, and it would take at least half a year to repair the loopholes. Shang Lu looked at the engineers around him, and said to an Ing, "Organize these convenient materials and books, and send them to them, so that they can learn the basic theoretical knowledge." In the process of repairing the system, an Ing kept explaining the principles to them. From their expressions, it can be seen that they didn't say that they didn't understand it at all, but at least 90% of it didn't understand it. The Alliance's cutting-edge science and technology are controlled by a few big stars and big financial groups. Many people on small stars have no access to these knowledge and theories. They don't understand because they haven't seen or studied them, not because they don't have good brains. And Ing nodded, looked at Yu and the engineers, and said, "Team leader Shan will sort out the information and books in this area and send them to you. You should take a good look. In 2 days, we will start building a new system." Yu's eyes were slightly wet with gratitude, and his voice was a little choked. "Thank you, Team Leader Shan, thank you." The knowledge and theories they learned were too backward. But with their status and abilities, this is the only knowledge they can access. If they don't meet them, their lives will be like this, and they will not be able to access more advanced and cutting-edge science and technology, and the most cutting-edge theoretical knowledge in the Interstellar. The other engineers also thanked them with tears in their eyes. Most of them were from small planets that were not under the jurisdiction of the Alliance. They had no Alliance status and no outstanding talents. They could not enter famous universities in the Alliance or even some inferior schools. Many of them were taught by Engineer Yu himself. They knew what he knew, and they knew what he didn't know. Advanced theories and cutting-edge technology were all distant dreams for them. But now, someone has given them this dream. They will definitely study hard and work hard to cooperate with them to build a new defense system. The engineers and researchers in the R&D Center have all kinds of knowledge that is too backward, at least 100 years behind the Alliance. Many theories have been eliminated and cannot be used. And Ing sorted out relevant materials and books and sent them to them, so that they could first learn and familiarize themselves with the basic theoretical knowledge. In the past 2 days, Shang Lu refined and simplified the theoretical knowledge used in building the new system, and reorganized and compiled it so that they could master the knowledge they would need in the next work in the shortest time. Time was tight, and there were only so many people available, so they could only cram some knowledge into them in this way, so that they could learn and improve and practice when building the system later. He got busy. Xia Xiaoman was also busy. Every day, she went to train soldiers. No matter how busy she was, she would go to Shan Lu. The members who participated in the construction of the new system included Shan Lu and his team of 10 engineers, Yu Yu and the team of 10 engineers, and 200 researchers selected from the R&D Center. Among them, Shan Lu, and Ing and the other 3, plus Yu Yu and the team of 10 engineers, were the core members, and the rest were responsible for assisting them, each with their own tasks. Yu Yu saw Xia Xiaoman coming over and asked jokingly, "General Commander, what delicious food did you bring to our team leader Shan today?" Young couples in love really can't miss each other for a day, and the General Commander is no exception. She comes here every day. 3 meals a day, she comes to eat with team leader Shang, and every meal is different. Xiaohua said that she wrote the recipe herself and asked the kitchen to make it. Every night at 9 o'clock, no matter what she is doing, even if she is in a military exercise, she has to take time to run back during the break and take team leader Shang home to sleep on time. Xia Xiaoman said, "You said that you also consumed a lot of brain power and need to replenish your brain. I asked the kitchen to make more for you and send it to you later." Yu smiled and said, "It's rare that the Commander-in-Chief thinks of us." "Thank you, Commander-in-Chief." Xia Xiaoman waved at him, took the lunch box, and went to Shan Lu's side. Seeing that he was concentrating on his work, she didn't rush him and stood beside him and watched. Shan Lu finished the work in his hands, then turned to look at her, with a smile in his eyes. Xia Xiaoman asked, "Are you done? Can we eat?" Shan Lu nodded, and asked her to sit down and wait. He cleaned the table, took out all the hot food in the lunch box, served her a bowl of rice first, and then served himself, and opened his lips, "Eat." Xia Xiaoman pointed to one of the dishes and said, "Try this." The chef in the kitchen said that this is called fried chicken head rice with ginkgo nuts. It is an ancient recipe. Chicken head rice, ginkgo nuts and green beans are fried together, and bacon is added to stir-fry the fat, and then add onions and garlic to stir-fry. It has the effect of strengthening the spleen and replenishing qi. Shan Lu nodded, "Okay." He took a small spoon and scooped a spoonful for her first, then for himself. During the meal, Xia Xiaoman never talked about work, nor did she talk about her own training, nor did she ask him about the system construction, let alone the future battle plan. She just chatted nonsense. She didn't need Shan Lu to talk, and he didn't like to talk with artificial intelligence. Seeing him smile, nod or shake his head, and occasionally lip-read a few words to her, would make her feel good all day. In front of her, Shan Lu would not use artificial intelligence to talk to her unless it was a serious matter, and would use lip-reading or text to communicate. I don't know when this habit was formed. More often, he likes to look at her talking, likes her to pat herself, and when he looks at her, she will come close to him to talk. After a meal, Shan Lu put all the bowls, chopsticks and plates in order, and put them in the food box. Then he became serious and talked to her about business. Chapter 143. He looked at her seriously, and opened his thin lips. "Commander-in-Chief, we can solve the tracking system, command system and communication system of the current defense system. Only the interception system requires huge energy, which cannot be met by the energy provided by the bismuth crystal source. The energy currently used by the Alliance is Yunxian crystal, which has 100 times the energy of the bismuth crystal source, but the output is small, and the control is strict, so we can't buy it." Xia Xiaoman didn't know when she knew him so well. As soon as he opened his mouth, She could guess what he wanted to say. We only have that one level 3 energy card in our hands. Is there really no other way? Shang Lu. No, only that level 3 energy card can provide such a large energy demand in a short time. If we use the level 2 source energy to accumulate energy, it will take at least half a year to complete such a large energy accumulation. We don't have enough time. Xia Xiaoman often has energy cards in the battle between heaven and man. He only has one level 3 energy card, which is used in the medical cabin for him. If he takes it out to supply the defense system, what if he gets sick? Shang Lu knew what she was thinking. Star-Lord, after you wipe out the Herald family and the Tokugawa pirates, the entire outer area of the 9th galaxy will be your territory. With such a large area and so many mining stars, do you still worry about not finding high-level source stones? Besides, my physical condition is very stable now, and I won't go to the front line to fight, so there will be no problem. Xia Xiaoman asked, how long can the system run with the level 3 energy card? Shang Lu said, 5 months, 152 days. 3 months is enough to wipe them out. Xia Xiaoman waited and nodded in agreement. It can be used. Leave it to the defense system to maintain source energy for 3.5 months. The remaining source energy can be used to make another card for the medical cabin. Still have to be prepared for the worst. The Herald family has to fight the Tokugawa star pirates and take the territory. But he can't have any accidents. Even if he is fine, the medical cabin can also be used to save those soldiers who are dying in the battle. Both the system and the medical cabin are very important. She has to do both as much as possible without affecting the construction of the defense system. Shang Lu nodded. Okay. The energy supply problem of the interception system, which the whole team was most worried about, has been solved. The subsequent research and development progress is as fast as riding a sky-high monkey. 10 days later. The Secret Intelligence Bureau, reorganized by the Intelligence Department of the original whole Mercenary Corps and the Mecha divisions brought by Xin Liang, the first branch of the 520 Intelligence Bureau, captured an important intelligence. After receiving the intelligence, Rong Liang, the director of the branch, and the former head of the Intelligence Department, immediately found Xia Xiaoman, who was training in the training ground, and said respectfully, Commander-in-Chief, this is the intelligence we intercepted. Xia Xiaoman took the intelligence from him, and after reading it, his eyes condensed slightly, and said, got it, continue to follow the clues. The intelligence said, the Herald family, Butler Parker assembled the Herald family's million-strong main garrison army, and was preparing for a war. An insider revealed that they were going to fight the Tokugawa star pirates. Xia Xiaoman sneered and curled his lips. Fight the Tokugawa star pirates? No, they were going to fight them. He called people. Hoyle, call all the Legion commanders over for a meeting. Hoyle quickly called all the Legion commanders over. Xia Xiaoman took people and went directly to the System Research and Development Center, asking An Ing, how long will it take for the defense system to be covered and used? An Ing said, reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, it will take at least a week. This is already the fastest speed, the result of simplifying various system functions again and again. Otherwise, it will take at least 3 months to build an indestructible defense system. They have now compressed the time to 1 month. Xia Xiaoman nodded, looked around, and asked, where is your team leader Shang? An Ing said, Commander-in-Chief, it is now 1:30 p.m. You stipulated that team leader Shang should take a nap between 1 and 2 o'clock. Xia Xiaoman herself does not take a lunch break, and of course the military training does not take a lunch break. Now she can't wait any longer, so she walked away. Wait a minute, I'll go call him. Shang Lu's lounge is in the R&D center. 2 minutes later, he followed her here. Xia Xiaoman said, the Herald family has assembled 1 million troops. Based on the distance between our headquarters and Grand Star, if they set out now, they can reach our headquarters in 3 days at most. I need you to complete the deployment of the planetary defense system within 2 days. If you can't fully cover the entire planet, cover as much as you can. Calculate how much area of the planet can be covered at the current progress. I will have people urgently evacuate the people who are not covered by the defense system. Chapter 144. Shang Lu led the R&D team to calculate the best solution at the moment at the fastest speed. He pointed to the map and showed it to Xia Xiaoman and the others. Artificial intelligence was doing simultaneous translation. Commander-in-Chief, our defense system can currently cover 4/5 of the planet. Look at the Sagri area in the northwest of the map. This area, the Gobi Desert and the desert, accounts for about 1/5 of the area of 792 stars. There are only a few oases and a small number of people. It is also the most backward place on the entire planet. Relocating the residents here is the best solution at present. Hoyle, as the boss of 792 stars, nodded and said, there used to be bismuth crystal mines here, but they were dug out 50 years ago. Those oases were formed after the mine collapsed. Yu said, this is indeed the most suitable place to give up. Then, everyone looked at Xia Xiaoman, waiting for her decision. Xia Xiaoman decided, that's it, Hoyle, this matter is entirely up to you, and you can deploy the troops as you like. You must transfer all the people to a safe resettlement point within 2 days, keep it confidential, and don't leak the news. Yes, Hoyle replied respectfully. 792 Planet, because the Herald family moved, also began to make intensive preparations to meet the enemy. Hoyle pointed to Xinliang and took 100 star ships, 1,000 aircraft, and 100,000 troops to the Sagri area in the northwest of the planet to transfer the people. After he left, Xia Xiaoman contacted Song Jiming, who came with a large army. After learning that they needed at least 3 days of travel to reach 792 Planet, he began to hold a meeting with Qi Xiaohua, Sui Guanqing, and Vivian to discuss the next battle plan. Now, the forces they have. Vivian's Mon Chamber of Commerce has 250,000 people coming one after another. Hoyle's mercenary group has 400,000. Plus the 10,000 people brought by Xinliang. The total is 660,000. The troops are divided into 6 groups, ready to fight at any time. Xia Xiaoman, Qi Xiaohua, Sui Guanqing, Xinliang, Hoyle, and Vivian each lead a large army, with a total of 110,000 people. At that time, no matter whether the enemy attacks as a whole or in groups, they can respond in the shortest time. After Xia Xiaoman assigned the troops, he looked at Qi Xiaohua and said, Xiaohua, you have another task. Record the Herald family's attack on the civilian area of 792 at any time. Qi Xiaohua said, Commander-in-Chief, I can give them a live broadcast across the galaxy, so that everyone can see their unscrupulous act of exterminating the planet. I am now a big V with yellow diamonds, and my fans have exceeded 2 billion. Xia Xiaoman said, if you can live broadcast, live broadcast. If you can't live broadcast, shoot a video and upload it. Anyway, she wants the whole galaxy to know that it was the Herald family who attacked them first and launched an unjust war. Only by occupying the highest point of public opinion first can they always hold high the banner of justice in the subsequent counterattack. Qi Xiaohua nodded, okay. After Xia Xiaoman handed this task to her, he gave Shang Lu and his research group another task, which was to shoot videos of the Herald family's weapons and attacks on the defense system. Yes. This time, she wants to pave the way for selling defense systems later. A day and a half later, the team led by Hoyle completed the safe and secret transfer of all the people and returned to the main force. At about 3 o'clock in the morning of the next day, when the night was at its darkest, Xia Xiaoman's communication rang. It was Shang Lu calling. Herald's 1 million main forces led by Parker stopped in the northwest of Planet 792, in the Sagri district where they had transferred the people. Immediately afterwards, the sharp alarm of the enemy's attack also resounded throughout the planet. The soldiers of the entire base have been on alert these days, and are fully armed at night. Within a minute, 6 legions and 660,000 people were assembled. In the sky, a huge light curtain was in front of everyone. The soldiers could see that Herald's 1 million troops were approaching the Sagri district, acting as a whole without any division. Xia Xiaoman said, everyone, listen to the order, get on the warships, and go to the Sagri district. The soldiers boarded their respective warships at the fastest speed. The warships took off at the same time and disappeared in the base in the blink of an eye. Planet 792 is a small planet. The total area is only 30 million square kilometers. The warship started at the fastest speed, and in just 10 minutes, it was close to the Sagri area. The enemy's large forces could be seen within the field of vision. Qi Xiaohua has started live broadcasting. Of course, she did not show her face, but pointed the camera at the Sagri area attacked by Herald's army and shouted in grief and anger, it's over, I'm going to die. The Herald family has assembled 1 million troops to massacre the civilians of our 792 planet. My friends, if I die here today, please remember that it is the Herald family in the outer area of the 9th galaxy, who killed me and massacred our entire 792 planet. At the beginning, her fans in the live broadcast room could clearly see in the screen that the interstellar heavy artillery, like dense raindrops, exploded one after another in the residential area where the houses were most concentrated. The screen lasted for about 10 seconds, and then began to shake violently, and the artillery attack became more intensive. They could clearly hear the heavy breathing of Xiaohua blogger and the whistling wind. It can be imagined that at this moment, she must be running for her life under the enemy's artillery pursuit. The barrage rolled densely. Xiaohua blogger, how are you now? Are you injured? Say something to us. Fuck, is this a live broadcast of killing stars? This Herald family is simply crazy. Apart from star pirates and star beasts, I have never heard of any force that would be so shameless as to use heavy artillery to indiscriminately kill civilian areas. Blogger, you are in the outer area of the 9th galaxy, so you can only wish you good luck. I know that place is in chaos, controlled by several big financial groups, full of space pirates, murderers, mercenaries, and ordinary people there live worse than cattle and horses. Gui Bai, who was watching Qi Shihua's live broadcast, watched the camera shaking rhythmically with interest, and called Meng Wu. Did you see it? Meng Wu said, the specific location has been determined. I have notified Chu Bai and Ganyao. We have selected a 100,000-man army, and will go there soon. Do you want to follow? Chapter 145. Gui Bai said without hesitation, give me the address, I will gather people immediately. Their series has a 100,000-man army. Then their Hellstar must have at least 200,000, and they must not lose to series in terms of numbers, on series. Chu Bai looked at Meng Wu. We have 100,000 people. Meng Wu said, that's how you should tell them. I said we have 100,000. Do you believe that Gui Bai, that bastard, must bring at least 150,000 people? We have 200,000 now, plus another 50,000. Chu Bai looked at him with a complicated expression, and sighed, you commanders are really dirty. When it comes to playing tricks, no one can outsmart the commanders, especially the main team commanders of the major planets, who are all top-notch brains and play conspiracies and tricks. Except Ceres and Hellstar. After seeing the video posted by Qi Xiaohua, several other planets also informed their most familiar planets, and everyone unanimously decided, the commander-in-chief is in trouble, there is nothing to say, send troops, when talking, it's all good. How much will you give? Oh. You give 100,000. Okay, I will give 100,000 too. Then they turn around and play tricks. Don't listen to their nonsense, they will definitely not send only 100,000 people, add me 200,000, 250,000, 300,000. The most outrageous is Beta Star. Vito said 300,000. Ji Lai thought it was too little, afraid of being compared with other planets. The commander-in-chief is nominally the commander-in-chief of their Beta Star. He made the decision directly and increased the number of people to 500,000, the young main teams of the 8 planets, under the pretext of going out for training, selected troops and set off. 792 star, the air raid became more intense. Xia Xiaoman and his warship stopped in the safe range of the air raid, watching Herald's main army pouring firepower like money, plowing the entire Sagri area with artillery fire. Qi Xiaohua was still live streaming. Fans in the live streaming room could clearly see that the residential area was burned into a sea of fire under the attack of artillery fire. Fuck, it's too cruel, I can't bear to watch it. The Herald family is simply a beast, with no conscience, and these residents are too pitiful, they didn't even have a single one who escaped alive. The artillery fire was too dense, the house was directly turned into ruins, and burned into a sea of fire. They were all ordinary people, how could they escape? This bombed area has an area of about 5 million square kilometers. According to the density of houses in their residential areas, there must be at least 500 million people living there. Can anyone tell me how to help the blogger and the innocent people on her planet? Donate to them, give tips to the anchor, let them use the money to buy warships, weapons, and mercenaries, drive the Herald family out of their planet, and avenge the dead. Yes, donate, support them to rebuild their homes, and avenge the Herald family. Qi Shihua's live broadcast room received tips of up to 100 million Alliance coins per minute, which made her dumbfounded. She really didn't expect that she could make money this way. Firepower. At this time. But it became much smaller. Parker, who led the Herald family's million-strong army, looked at the bombed area with some strangeness and asked the Legion commander next to him, why do I feel that the situation is not right? From beginning to end, I didn't see any of them escape. Although their bombing was fierce and the firepower was dense, there should always be someone who could escape. But the current situation is that in the area they bombed, there was only the sound of their own artillery fire, and no screams of refugees. The Legion commander also said, it's very strange. There is a defense system here, and we have heard the alarm, but no one escaped here, as if this is a dead place. Even in the most backward planets without even the most basic defense system, Bombing dense slums will see refugees fleeing everywhere, and there will not be such a weird situation in front of us. Parker's eyes were sinister, and he said, "Send someone down to see what's going on." The artillery attack did not stop. Xia Xiaoman and his team turned on the stealth mode of the warship, and under the cover of artillery fire, they quietly sneaked towards the enemy's positions on the opposite side. About 3 minutes later, the person who went down to investigate said to Parker, "Report to the Commander-in-Chief, there are only empty houses here, no one. Let alone people." The houses were also clean and emptied. Parker's face suddenly became gloomy, and he decisively issued an order, "Pay attention to defense, pay attention to the enemy's sneak attack." But it was too late. 1,000,000 troops attacked from 6 directions by the army of 792 stars. The vanguard troops of the 6 armies were not many, less than 2,000 people, but they were like sharp knives, rushing in with great force, and in just a moment, they tore their formation apart. The weapons they used were all very strange, like cold weapons and bows and arrows from the ancient Earth period. But a large part of those black arrows disappeared after piercing the soldiers' bodies. They looked like laser weapons, but they were not. The 6 vanguards, who were responsible for charging in front, were all 520 stars. The soldiers brought by Xinliang were divided into 6 teams by Xia Xiaoman, just to tear a hole in the enemy's formation at the fastest speed. The battlefield. Chaos. It was not the army led by Xia Xiaoman that was in chaos. It was the main force of the Herald family. They were the main force, but the main force meant that they had the most advanced warships, the most advanced mechas, and the most powerful weapons. Generally, when attacking other forces or planets, they did not need to do it themselves. They could solve the opponent with just one wave of firepower attack. So, they lacked close combat ability and close combat experience. The first wave of the 792 Legion threw them into disarray. Once a 1,000,000-strong army is broken through, it will be very difficult to reunite. Parker saw his own formation being broken, and he was also confused. He used all his skills to command the army to fill the broken formation. But it was filled in the last moment. The next moment, it was broken again. And the speed of being broken was faster and faster. After his vanguard army charged 3 times, Xia Xiaoman had accurately calculated the enemy's combat power, and no longer hesitated, and gave an order, "Everyone listen. Kill." Chapter 146. After that, she led the assault team of 1 army, and rushed out first. "Since they are looking for death, let them all be buried here." Qi Xiaohua originally thought that this would be a fierce battle of equal strength, but she didn't expect that the people on the other side were so vulnerable, not even as good as the star beasts they killed on the battlefield before. She held 2 war hammers in her hands, and she was so powerful that she could knock down a large group of people with 1 hammer. She led the vanguard team to rush forward and killed the enemy army. The commanders of the 6 armies led the vanguard, who specialized in killing the enemy's high-level mecha soldiers, and the commanders of each team, and rushed in and out, just like entering an empty space. Parker, who was behind the army, saw that the battle situation began to show a one-sided trend. In just over 10 minutes, the combat power of his side was lost by nearly 1/3, and his face turned pale with fear. Something was wrong. It's not that he hasn't seen the strength of Mon Chamber of Commerce and whole mercenary group. They absolutely cannot have such a strong fighting force, and they absolutely cannot have such strict military discipline. The opposing army is simply a killing machine, too terrible. He knew clearly that if this continued, the 1,000,000-strong army he brought would be wiped out on this battlefield. He tried to calm himself down and decisively gave orders. People from the 1st and 2nd regiments, stop them at all costs, and people from the 3rd, 4th, and 5th regiments, hurry up and evacuate. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a cold wind behind him. A smiling, but cold voice sounded, "Butler Parker, you are here, why are you leaving?" Parker turned around, and met Xia Xiaoman's smiling face. He didn't know when she appeared. He felt terrified for a moment. Before he could say a word, he saw a cold and sharp knife flash in front of him. His mecha's head was chopped off by her. Almost at the same time, his own head was chopped off. When his head flew out of his neck, his eyes were as big as copper bells because of excessive shock. The blood splattered on his neck was clearly imprinted in his eyes. "I'll keep your head." Xia Xiaoman smiled at him, and when she turned around, she threw an overlord spear to the left, and the other overlord spear stabbed directly to the right. The 2 mecha soldiers who saw their commander-in-chief being attacked and wanted to step forward to protect them were pierced through the mecha by her 2 overlord spears, and at the same time, they accurately pierced themselves who were driving the mecha. Xia Xiaoman raised the head in her hand and said, Harold Core, Commander Parker has been beheaded by me. Here is his head. Don't resist anymore. Surrender, and you will not be killed. Hoyle said that there are many mining stars in the outer area of the 9th galaxy. Mining requires manpower. These prisoners of war, free labor, are all taken to mining and labor reform. However, the warriors of the Herald family have been brainwashed since childhood. They represent the honor of the Herald family, and would rather die than be humiliated. If they are insulted, it is the shame of the Herald family. Moreover, in the outer area of the 9th galaxy, the fate of those who surrender is either death or becoming a slave, being abused, whipped, and insulted to death. It is better to die gloriously on the battlefield than to die in a cowardly way. Someone, in grief and indignation, took the lead and shouted, the Herald family will never surrender. All of them, with the determination to fight to the death, shouted, the Herald family will never surrender. Xia Xiaoman also shouted, I, Xia Xiaoman, the Commander-in-Chief of the 792nd Corps, hereby promise that I will never massacre or abuse prisoners of war, and provide you with food and accommodation. Qi Xiaohua and others, who had already prepared for these people to launch a fierce counterattack, saw that the enemy's strong momentum of dying rather than surrendering suddenly softened, like a deflated ball. Someone asked, are you serious? You won't abuse us, won't kill us? And you will provide us with food and accommodation? Xia Xiaoman said, I never lie. The morale of the army is like this. If one person is shaken, more people will be shaken. After getting the guarantee from the other side's commander-in-chief, no one wants to die if they can live. Especially in this situation where the enemy is strong and we are weak, and there is only one way to die if we continue to fight. This battle lasted for 20 minutes. Herald's surviving soldiers chose to surrender, and became prisoners. Qi Xiaohua, Sui Guanqing, Xin Liang and the 15-20-star army he brought were calm about this. They were used to it. It was just the basic operation of the Star Master. It was normal. But for Vivian, Hole, and their subordinates, it was very abnormal. The battle of 1,000,000 troops, and the opponent was the main force of the Herald family, was over in just 20 minutes. If they told others about it, others would say they were bragging. But now, this can be said to be a fantasy thing. It really happened. They were still participants, and the victory of the war had their blood, sweat, and credit. Vivian said, are the commander-in-chief and her subordinates so fierce in fighting? Tell the truth. If there were no 10,000 troops under the commander-in-chief as the vanguard, they would not be the opponents of Herald's main force even after more than half a month of devilish training. Hoyle pretended to be calm. The commander-in-chief led the 8-star alliance to wipe out 500,000 star beasts in the alliance competition. Can the combat power of Herald's main force compare with that of star beasts? In his heart, he was thinking, damn it, such a battle is really too cool. The commander-in-chief and her soldiers are really fierce. Not to mention that the Herald family came with 1 million. Even if they came with 2 million, they could bury them here. Xia Xiaoman didn't give them time to think about it, and issued an order, Hoyle, Vivian, you take people to receive the prisoners. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. Hoyle and Vivian responded loudly, and asked people to drive the warships towards the surrendered prisoners. 2 hours later, all the captives were received and transported to the Bon Sagri area. Their mechas, weapons, and all their belongings were confiscated. Now they were alone, standing there trembling, waiting for the next verdict. At this moment, Grand Star, where the Herald family's main home is located. Cyrili Parker, is there still no contact? The head of the family, Harold, was lying lazily on the sofa. The beautiful young slaves knelt beside him. Some of them massaged his legs, rubbed his temples, pinched his shoulders, and fed him grapes. Cyrili looked up from the communication connection device and answered respectfully, to the master, no, there is no contact yet. It must be that the battle over there is fierce. When the weapons are fired, it will affect the transmission of the signal. Sometimes it can even completely block the signal until the radiation of the weapons disappears to eliminate the impact. 2.5 hours ago, Butler Parker sent a communication saying that they have begun to attack Star 792. The defense system of Star 792 is as fragile as paper. After that, they never contacted Butler Parker again, and even the observation team they sent to watch the battle from the periphery and report the situation at any time never received any news. More than 2 hours have passed, and I don't know if Parker has killed all the people on that planet who dared to despise my Herald family, Harold said arrogantly. As soon as he finished speaking, the communication system made a crackling sound of electricity, restored the communication, and connected to one of the observation teams they sent. However, the voice that spoke was a female voice, Arrogant and arrogant. Harold, right? Wash your neck and wait for us. Chapter 147. Harold was furious. Who are you? But the other party spoke harshly. Then the communication was cut off. They simply ignored him. Harold kicked away the female slaves kneeling beside him, his face flushed, his neck thick, his chest heaving violently, and ordered, check who this person is. Too arrogant. Dare to provoke him. Master, the communication signal is from the observation team we sent. Cicely stared at the page of the optical computer and said, I guess they must have been attacked now, and the enemy stole their optical computers. No matter who is on the other side. He admires her courage. In the entire 9th Galaxy outer domain, those who dare to talk to the Master like this are all dead. Harold sneered, his eyes were sinister and cruel, and he said, send someone to see what's going on with Parker? Tell him that if he can't handle this little thing, there are people who want to do it. Harold. This is the first time in his life that he has suffered such a great humiliation. It is difficult to vent his anger without cutting the provocateur into pieces. Yes, Master. Cicely's eyes flashed with obvious joy. It would be better if Parker messed up. It would be better if he died. In this way, he would have the opportunity to replace him and become the new steward of the Harold family, second only to one person, and above 10,000 people. Harold couldn't contact the observation team he sent. Cicely was indeed right. The observation team sent by the Harold family to contact their headquarters at any time to report the battle situation found something wrong when the war started. All their communication equipment could not contact the headquarters. In other words, their signals were completely blocked. They were caught before they drove the starship out of the signal interference shielding range to contact the headquarters. There were 10 observation teams in total, 100 people in each team, a total of 1,000 people, including the captain. All of them were technicians. In the Interstellar, there was no shortage of combatants. Almost any force had a legion of hundreds of thousands. But it was much more difficult to train technicians than combatants. No matter which force, excellent technical talents were treated better than ordinary combatants. After Xia Xiaoman hung up the communication with Harold, she turned to look at the 1,000 captured technicians and asked, choose one of death and surrender. Although she was also short of technical talents, she had no choice if they would rather die than surrender. These technicians sent out were originally marginal people of the Harold family. They were not cultivated by the family with resources, but were lured in with money. They were not absolutely loyal to the Harold family. They were loyal to money. The Harold family also knew this, and did not attach much importance to them. The head of the family, Harold, was reluctant to let them be observers, and take risks near the battlefield because they were valued technicians. The captains of the team looked at each other, and exchanged glances. Then they chose to surrender obediently. The majority of the troops surrendered. If they did not surrender, would they wait to die? Then Qi Xiaohua happily led the people, and gave them electronic monitoring bracelets, saying, this bracelet was researched by our team leader Shang, and it is specially used for you prisoners. If you behave well during your sentence can be reduced. If you dare to do something behind your back, you will experience an electric shock of 100 million volts. In a flash, you will be vaporized, so you should not feel any pain. The captives trembled and turned pale, but they were already captives. The other side did not put on the kind of slave collars for them, which was already very good for them. A brave captain raised his hand and said, Sir, I listen to you. I will do whatever you ask me to do. Can I see the person who interfered with our communication signal? Qi Xiaohua's eyes were full of murderous intent. Why, do you still want revenge? The captain trembled with fear and shook his head hurriedly, saying, No, absolutely not. I just haven't seen anyone who can completely block our signal. I want to know how he did it. He must be a very powerful person. I don't know if I have the honor to meet him. The signal communicators they use are the most advanced interstellar equipment. As long as they stay outside the 9th galaxy, there will be no signal. No one has ever been able to interfere with and block their signal so thoroughly. Qi Xiaohua heard his flattery and looked at him more, saying, It is the person who made your bracelet, our team leader Shang. You will meet him when you serve your sentence. You should learn from him well. If you perform well, our team leader Shang will teach you a little bit of technology, which will be enough for you to use for a lifetime. The captain nodded obediently. As technicians, many of them are not loyal to a certain family or a certain force, but to the progress of their own technology. The bracelet was worn. The threat was accomplished. The big cake was also drawn. Chief Engineer Yu. Xia Xiaoman called you over and said, These people are handed over to you. The overall control system of their bracelets will be handed over to you by team leader Shan later. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. Yu looked at the captives with shining eyes. These were not captives at all. They were all mature laborers. God knew how long it would take him to train a qualified technical talent, and how much effort he would need to devote. And now, the commander-in-chief gave him a full 1,000 people. These 1,000 people were all technical talents of the Herald family. Their overall quality was definitely higher than that of the people in their R&D center. He did not need to train them from scratch. Instead, he was assigned a task and could start directly. Here, 1,000 technical talents were handed over to Yu. Vivian and Hoyle also counted the number of prisoners. After watching them put on the bracelets, they came to report, "Commander-in-Chief, we have captured a total of 523,900 enemy soldiers in this battle. Please give us instructions." Xia Xiaoman said, "Divide them into 3 groups and take them to mine tomorrow. If so many prisoners are kept on planet 792, the cost of food, drink, and defecation will be astronomical. They cannot be left idle, and must be allowed to create value as soon as possible." Coincidentally, Yanshu called her yesterday and bought 3 more mining planets. Now they are in urgent need of manpower. Planet 520 has opened military factories, machinery factories, shipyards, energy factories, and card factories, and is also expanding its scale and recruiting on a large scale, causing residents to choose to work nearby. Even if the salary is increased, no one willing to go out to work on other planets can be recruited. These people are just right for her to send over. During the 2-year labor reform, they only need to be provided with food and accommodation, and no salary is required. Vivian and Hoyle went to make arrangements. Xia Xiaoman connected the communication with Yen Shu and said, "Tomorrow, 3 batches of 523,900 people will be sent to you. If it's not enough, there will be more later." Yen Shu was stunned for a moment. Chapter 148. After a while. She was curious, "Star-Lord, where did you find the people? Is it so fast?" She asked for people yesterday, and the Star-Lord found them for her today, and there are more than 500,000 people. "It's not that fast even for Nuwa to create people with mud," Xia Xiaoman said. "The surrendered prisoners will be sent to your side to mine and serve as labor reform prisoners. More people will be sent to you later. You lead people to formulate relevant prison service procedures. The most important thing is to educate and brainwash them. After they are released from prison, even if they are not loyal to us, we must never let them have the idea of being enemies with us." She is now in the outer domain of the 9th galaxy. The Herald family and the Tokugawa Star Pirates have a legion of more than 10 million. The diehards, who are unwilling to surrender, can be killed. She can't kill all those who are willing to surrender. She is not a murderer. "I know," Yanshu said. "Send me the process once it's done." Xia Xiaoman said, and continued, "If you have any difficulties, go to the principal. I will ask him to cooperate with you to help you." "Yes, Star-Lord," Yanshu replied. The next day, before dawn, the captives were divided into 3 groups, boarded the starship, and were escorted by the 3 strongest 10,000-man legion selected by Xia Xiaoman, leaving Star 792 and heading to their prison labor reform sites. At the same time, Ceres was still sailing in the interstellar space. Meng Wu shouted, "Fuck!" The main players, who had just woken up, were instantly awake. Chu Bai was still a little grumpy after waking up, and glared at him unhappily. "What did you see again?" Meng Wu released his light brain shield and said, "See for yourself." The main players saw that hundreds of antimatter missiles were fired at the opposite planet, but when the missiles approached the planet, they were intercepted by the planet's defense system. With a bang, they exploded at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Chu Bai said, "Isn't it just a planetary defense system? Doesn't our planet have one, or what? What's so strange about this? It's just 100 antimatter missiles. Their Ceres defense system can resist interception of light-speed nuclear bombs." Ganyao said, "No, this is the 792 planet where the Commander-in-Chief is located. This defense system must have been made by the Chief Mecha Master. It has been less than 3 months since they left the stadium. They should have arrived at 792 in a shorter time." Ming Wei clapped his hands. "Yes, that's what I want to say. They arrived at 792 in a maximum of 2 months. In other words, the Chief Mecha Master built the interstellar defense system during this period, and it may be even shorter." Chu Bai was too lazy to listen to their analysis. "Speak human language." Meng Wei gave him a blank look. He said, "I mean, the Chief Mecha Master made this system temporarily. If there is enough time, the defense system he made will definitely surpass all our planets, and become the most advanced defense system in the interstellar space." "Chu Bai, then what?" Meng Wu didn't want to talk to the simple-minded mecha soldier, so he walked to Gan Yao and said, "Do you think our mecha master has the opportunity to follow the chief mecha master and participate in this project?" Gan Yao also rolled his eyes at him. "This is top secret. The commander-in-chief asked you for the information of our interstellar defense system. Will you give it to her?" Meng Wudao, "The information of our planet's defense system is not mine alone. If it were mine, I would definitely give it to her without hesitation. I'm not asking for their core information. I think it would be great if our mecha division could help out if they have the chance. They found the video here. Other planets also saw it, of course." Guibai said, "I checked the Mon Chamber of Commerce that first posted the video. It's a medium-sized force in the outer domain of the 9th galaxy. Now it seems that it has definitely joined the commander-in-chief. The commander-in-chief has such charm. No matter where she goes, she will attract a large number of people willing to follow her." The 3 mecha divisions of the main team said, "The strength of this defense system cannot be compared with the defense system of our alliance's big stars, but it is already very powerful for small and big stars." Guibai said, "Send them a private message and ask them how much this defense system costs, and whether there are more advanced ones." Mon Chamber of Commerce first released the video, "Self-developed interstellar defense system, welcome to consult and purchase." Because the live broadcast of the Herald family's massacre attracted the attention of the entire galaxy, Qi Xiaohua, whose personal popularity was pushed to the top of the video website, forwarded the advertisement, obviously striking while the iron is hot. The commander-in-chief is going to sell the defense system. This defense system is nothing to the major planets in their alliance. But for the planets outside the alliance, it is already a very advanced and powerful defense system. Compared with their various ideas, the Beta Star is much simpler. Ji Lai said, "This defense system is obviously made by the chief mecha engineer in a hurry. They can definitely make a more advanced defense system, which will definitely not be worse than Shuiyun Star. When we meet the commander-in-chief, we must order one from her. The main point is that he is rich and willful, and he is not short of money." Vito also nodded and said, "We have to ask the commander-in-chief whether he will sell weapons, mechas and warships. The things made by the chief mecha master are definitely ahead of the stars." Ji Lai asked, "How long will it take for us to reach star 792? The captain is Lev, who drove the warship and sent them to the Alliance arena. He volunteered to join this operation. Looking at the star map, he said, if nothing goes wrong, it will take 9 days. But their Beta Star is the closest to the 9th star system. No matter which of the other big stars, they are farther away than them, and they will definitely be the first to see the commander-in-chief." On planet 792, Xia Xiaoman, who had just sent away all the prisoners, yawned, turned to look at Vivian, and asked, "How is the response?" Vivian said, "The Alliance's defense system is not sold to non-Alliance planets like us." After the Herald family's random attack on the small planet was broadcast live. Now, all the planets and forces in the outer region of the entire 9th galaxy are in danger. Half an hour after the advertisement was sent out, 1,000 target customers who are interested in purchasing have been screened out. She just finished speaking. The communication rang. After the connection, I heard the other side say, "Boss, we received a greeting message from Guibai of Hal Star to the commander-in-chief." Chapter 149. Vivian looked at Xia Xiaoman. Xia Xiaoman said, "Read." The other side said, "I am Guibai, I am here, representing myself and Har Star, to say hello to the commander-in-chief." Xia Xiaoman said, "Tell him I'm fine." She was not surprised at all that Guibai would find out their whereabouts. He found out, and the commanders who had dealt with them on other planets must have found out too. She didn't care about what they did here, and she didn't think about hiding it, let alone hiding her identity. Guibai only said a sentence. Xia Xiaoman didn't take it to heart. 2 days later, the 1 million troops brought by Song Jiming arrived at star 792 on time. Vivian and Hoyle's scattered subordinates were also assembled. Xia Xiaoman recruited 3.3 million soldiers, and set out with her to attack Grand Star, where the Herald family's main home was located, leaving 200,000 people to guard star 792. Song Jiming brought not only a 1 million-strong army, but also the latest warships, mechas, and weapons developed by 520 Star. Vivian and Hoyle's legions had been incorporated into the 520 Star legions during the previous military training, and officially belonged to Xia Xiaoman's subordinates, but the equipment they used was still their original ones. This day, they finally upgraded their guns and cannons, used the latest mechas, and replaced them with the latest warships, and their spirits were completely renewed. It takes time to adjust weapons and mechas. Xia Xiaoman gave them a week to let them adjust and train with the new mechas and weapons, and the 1 million-strong army of 520 Star. Song Jiming just came here, and he didn't even have time to talk to Xia Xiaoman and the others, and he was once again involved in the task of training the army. The matter of military training. Xia Xiaoman is not a professional. She thinks she is just an amateur. Song Jiming is a professional. When Vivian and Hoyle were training with Xia Xiaoman, they had a chance to catch their breath. They thought she was very strict, but when they were trained by Song Jiming, they really experienced what devil training was. The first day of military training. After Song Jiming exhausted everyone, he was still full of energy. He walked to Xia Xiaoman with big strides and complained, "Miss, these recruits are not physically fit. We need to train them well. With such qualities, what battlefield can they go to? Are they going to deliver food to others? After this war is over, they will be handed over to you for training." Xia Xiaoman agreed. Looking at the recruits, who were lying on the training ground with no desire to live, she felt deeply that they had wronged her by calling her a devil commander before. The one in front of her was the real devil instructor. "Miss, don't worry, I will definitely train them into a qualified, good and capable army." After Song Jiming finished speaking, the smile on his face became soft. "The principal and others asked me to bring you a lot of things. I will take you to see them." "Okay." Xia Xiaoman hadn't seen him in person for a long time. She smiled and nodded, turned around and shouted, "Xiaohua, Sui Guanxing, let's go." Then, she called Shang Lu and asked him to go to the main battleship of Star 520 to gather. Qi Xiaohua, the chief instructor in charge of training the newly formed 12th, 13th, and 14th Corps, was still spitting and lecturing her soldiers. "Look at your ugly appearance, and then look at the soldiers brought by our Commander Song. Do you still have the nerve to complain about being tired?" After she finished scolding, she continued, "Take a 10-minute break, run 10 laps around the training ground with a weight of 50 kilograms, and wait for me to come back and check. Whoever can't finish the run within the specified time, wait for me." After she finished explaining the task, she turned around and ran towards Xia Xiaoman and the others, smiling like a flower, waving her hand and shouting, "Commander-in-Chief, Commander Song, wait for me." The double standard of changing face in seconds was played by her clearly. Sui Guanxing didn't teach the new corps he was in charge of a lesson, but his soldiers were so scared when they saw his cold and handsome face that they didn't dare to breathe. They were relieved when they saw him leave. Xia Xiaoman and Song Jiming didn't wait for them there, but walked towards the aircraft opposite. Song Jiming said as he walked, "We have gathered all the materials that team leader Shang wanted, and we also brought the ore whose source energy we have not detected. If nothing unexpected happens, that ore is a source stone of level 3 or above, which exceeds the level that can be detected by the existing energy detector on our planet." Xia Xiaoman only saw the stone in the video. Source stone is different from other ores. It cannot be distinguished by shape and color, and can only be identified in person. So, she is not sure whether it is true or not. Dean Su also said so. Someone has been asked to check. If it is produced from our planet, it will be traced back to the source within half a month. Song Jiming said. If it is really a source stone of level 3 or above, and it is a large mine, then the technological level of their 520 planet can make another leap forward. As the two talked, they got on the aircraft. Song Jiming stopped talking about business and started telling her some interesting trivia. "Miss, do you still remember Zhong Chioha?" Xia Xiaoman said, "Remember, we communicated a few days ago. I will let her take charge of handing over to Vivian for the expansion of foreign trade on our planet." "What's wrong with her?" "Quincy is pursuing her." Song Jiming lowered his voice mysteriously. He finished this sentence. Qi Xiaohua came up. Curious baby had to ask everything, gossiping a lot, and came over to ask, "Captain Song, who is Captain Quincy pursuing? Among the people I know, is it going to be the second couple?" Song Jiming didn't react for a while when he heard her say the second couple, and wanted to ask who the first couple was. Then he saw a flying vehicle landed next to them. Shang Lu walked out, looking past him and looking at Xia Xiaoman next to him, with gentle eyes. Chapter 150. Song Jiming suddenly realized, and nodded to Qi Xiaohua. Xia Xiaoman also saw Shang Lu. Seeing that he was wearing thin clothes, it was night time, and the temperature was dropping. The temperature of 792 was minus 10 degrees. She quickly ran down with her coat to meet him, and put it on him. She complained, "I told you to gather at the main battleship. Why are you here?" Shang Lu smiled at her and said with thin lips, "I am not that fragile. This place is not far from the R&D center. I have just enough time to rush over to join you." Xia Xiaoman pulled him, turned around and got into the aircraft he flew over, and said to the side, "You all come over here." Song Jiming? Question mark. Qi Xiaohua dragged out the tone in a sly way, very ambiguous. Captain Song, you saw it with your own eyes. The Star Lord loves team leader Shang more than before, and she is reluctant to let him walk a few steps. Song Jiming saw it, and expressed his understanding, nodding and saying, Team leader Shang is not in good health. The eldest lady must cherish him well. He saw the real person now, and found that he was in better spirits than he had seen in the video before. His complexion was also good, and he didn't look that thin. The eldest lady fulfilled her promise, and took good care of him. Sui Guanxing did not make a speech, and followed them silently. Qi Xiaohua was still asking the previous question, who is Captain Quincy pursuing? Song Jiming said, Zhong Qiahe. Qi Xiaohua slapped her forehead and said, I was in St. Mars City at the time, and I felt that there was something wrong between the two of them. After changing the aircraft, she pulled Song Jiming and talked about her discovery at the time. The aircraft, 10 minutes later, landed on the deck of the main battleship. Several people got off the aircraft and entered the warship. Xia Xiaoman looked at the warehouse, which was full of things. In addition to the various materials collected according to the list given by Shan Lu, there were fresh vegetables, beaten grains, and various live poultry. The chickens, ducks, geese, and pigeons were crying because they were not sure if they were hungry. The pigs, cattle, and sheep were also humming. Here are the materials. Song Jiming was still explaining. These grains, vegetables, and poultry here were all brought here by Principal Nicole for you to taste. They are all raised on our planet. He finished. He also walked to the freezer and said, the frozen meat here is the first batch of successfully cultivated livestock. Principal Nicole specially asked someone to kill it and freeze it for you to eat. Principal Nicole is thoughtful. Xia Xiaoman had seen these in the communication video, but seeing them with her own eyes at this moment, she still felt a sense of pride. Because every bit of achievement represents the progress of their entire planet, and represents that their planet is getting better little by little. Qi Xiaohua squatted in front of the chicken coop curiously, staring at the chickens and playing with them. Although they left their home planet, their itinerary was nothing but fighting. They had eaten meat before, but she had never seen a live chicken except in a video. Sui Guanxing also stared at the living creatures in front of him curiously, and his always cold eyes were filled with a clear and gentle color. The Star Master said that he would lead them to get better and better, and she did it. Send all these foods to the kitchen later, and ask the chef to cook them. Ask Vivian and others to call all the group leaders over so that everyone can eat together. Xia Xiaoman waved her hand and turned to look at Shan Lu, asking, what do you want to eat? I'll ask the kitchen to make it for you. Shan Lu felt warm in his heart and said, just like you guys. His body is in good condition now, and he doesn't need special care. He won't eat what he can't eat, and eat less if it's not good for his body. Song Jiming, while they were talking curiously, had already moved the big ore over and placed it in front of Xia Xiaoman saying, Miss, this is the stone, take a look. Stone. It's an oval stone with a diameter of about 2 meters, and weighs about 10 tons. Xia Xiaoman put her hand on the stone, and closed her eyes slightly. Song Jiming and the others looked at her nervously, and held their breath. After a while, Xia Xiaoman opened her eyes, with obvious joy in her eyes, and said excitedly, here is a piece of level 4 origin stone. Song Jiming was so happy that he was about to cry. Level 4, great. Shan Lu and the other 3 did not show too much joy. She said that there was a piece here. Not that this was a piece. Xia Xiaoman did not finish her words, and slightly frowned, pointing at the stone in front of her. In the center of this big stone, there is a piece of level 4 origin stone the size of a fist. Song Jiming's excitement lasted only 10 seconds before he was poured with cold water. He visibly wilted and clenched his fist. Only the size of a fist? Such a big stone, only such a small piece of level 4 origin stone. Xia Xiaoman comforted him. Last time at the stadium, we encountered a small level 2 origin mine, and we found a level 3 origin stone in the center of the mine. After removing the skin, it was only the size of a football. High-level origin stone is not a cabbage. No wonder she didn't see it before. Such a big stone, the 4th level source ore is hidden in the middle, just a little bit, she can see it. She has a sharp eye. Song Jiming thought of their 2nd level source ore, and his eyes lit up again. Miss, there is a 4th level source stone. Does it mean that if we find that source, there will be a lot of 3rd level source stones in the source? Xia Xiaoman had already chopped the big stone in half with a knife, and said, not necessarily, this 4th level source stone is too small, the 2nd level source stone, and the 1st level source stone, as long as the number is enough, can also condense a 4th level ore core. Song Jiming nodded, still smiling, muttering, "It's okay to have a mine. Whether it's first, second, or third level, their planet needs it very much." Xia Xiaoman cut out the ore core in a few seconds. It was a dark green, or like the bottom of a beer bottle, emitting a bright light, very bright and beautiful. Qi Xiaohua stared at it with envy. Her heart was beating fast. She wondered if she would have a chance to use the 4th level source energy as the power source for her mecha this time. She was excited just thinking about it. Xia Xiaoman directly handed the ore to Shan Lu, who was the main mecha master. He was the one who decided what to do with the ore. Shan Lu was a person who planned ahead. He had long thought about what to do with the higher level source stone. He looked at her lips and said, "This source stone will be used to transform the mechas and weapons of you three and Captain Song." As for himself, he is now a mecha master, the one who is protected in the rear. Song Jiming didn't expect that he still had his own. He looked at him gratefully, smiled at him, and said, "Captain Shang, after I fight this battle, I will take my people back to our home planet. There is no need to transform it for me. You should transform your mecha." The 4 of them, who are fighting everywhere, need powerful mechas and weapons the most. Xia Xiaoman said, "Team leader Shang said he would modify you, so don't refuse. He is either in the rear or in the same mecha with me. It doesn't matter whether it is modified or not this time." The reason why the mecha division has a separate mecha. Because no matter whether it is the commander or the mecha soldier, including Qi Xiaohua and Sui Guanqing, they all feel that sharing a mecha affects their combat effectiveness. She didn't feel any constraints at all, and there was no difference between 2 people and when she was alone. "Thank you, miss, thank you, team leader Shang." Song Jiming looked at them seriously and said, "A piece of level 4 source stone was arranged clearly in a blink of an eye. The food in the warehouse was also moved away by the chefs and arranged properly. Vivian and Hoyle soon came with the Legion leaders, and a group of people went into the restaurant and had a good meal. A week later, the army set out on time and headed for Grant Star. According to the normal, safe, and developed interstellar routes, it would take at least 10 days to get from Star 792 to Grant Star. But Xia Xiaoman has a walking interstellar encyclopedia business law, and the route he gave can shorten the time by half. 5 days later, the army approached Grant Star. Xia Xiaoman was standing at the window, looking at the planet with colorful stripes in the distance. The emergency communication channel suddenly sounded. And Ying's solemn voice, "Commander-in-Chief, an unidentified fleet is approaching us." Chapter 151. Xia Xiaoman hadn't issued the order yet. Then an Ying, as if she had received an incredible shock, shouted, "Fuck!" Xia Xiaoman frowned slightly. And Ying's voice changed a little. "Commander-in-Chief, that fleet has displayed the flag of Beta, and we have received the communication from them now." Xia Xiaoman said, "Connect it." Then, communication channel. Ji Lai's suppressed excited voice came. "Commander-in-Chief, I am Ji Lai, our fleet is behind you, drive slower, we are here to help you." As soon as he finished speaking, the communication screen in front of Xia Xiaoman swished, and 7 more unfamiliar communication signals appeared, showing that they had joined the group chat, and quickly changed their communication signals to the names of their respective planets. However, everyone kept silent tacitly, and did not speak on the communication channel. Xia Xiaoman looked at the 8 planets coming in, and the corner of his eye twitched. He asked, "How many people did you bring? How did they all come here one by one?" Ji Lai naturally thought that he was being asked, and said proudly in a loud voice, "Report to the Commander-in-Chief, we brought 500,000 people." Xia Xiaoman hadn't said anything yet. The communication channel exploded directly. The first voice that came was Meng Wu's. "Fuck Ji Lai, you beast, I asked you at that time, what did you say? You said that you Beta Star counted 100,000 people." Ji Lai was a mecha soldier, and he couldn't talk to the commander. Vio took it over and sneered, "Meng Wu, if you dare to say that you Ceres Star only brought 100,000 people, I dare Ji Lai to stand on the battleship and do a striptease. Even if we have more people on Ceres, we don't have as many as you falsely reported. We only brought 250,000 people, half of yours." Meng Wu snorted coldly, "I know that you bastards don't tell the truth. Fuck, you brought 250,000 people?" Guya Baron also went crazy and cursed, "Meng Wu, are you a human being? We only have 200,000 people on Hell." Missed, being tricked by these bastards. Jiang Rua, the commander of the Golden Dwarf, said with disdain, "Stop making trouble, okay? Is it over? If any of you honestly brought 100,000 people, I will perform a handstand eating shit for you," she said. The channel was silent for a second, and Ying's face became very complicated. Xia Xiaoman looked at her. Just listen to the communication. Noah, the commander of Shuyungsing, said weakly. Didn't you say in the channel before that you would bring 100,000 people? Xia Xiaoman couldn't help laughing. Ning covered her face. Fuck, only the commander of Shuyun Star is an honest man. The commanders of other planets are more wicked than the others, in the channel. The commanders of other planets couldn't bear to bully this honest man. However, Ping Ran, the commander of Mulioxing, still asked, Commander Noah, did you really only bring 100,000 people from your planet? Noah's people are all gone, they were deceived, so sad, and their hearts were dead, really. That's great. Ping Ran breathed a sigh of relief and said, we are not the last in Mulioxing. Noah's heart was stabbed again. Let him die. Let him die. Xia Xiaoman looked at the 3 mecha masters from Shuyun Star beside him with a little sympathy. I saw Ning and the other 3, with their heads slightly lowered, trying hard to hold back their laughter. Xia Xiaoman, what's with that expression on your face? He's your commander-in-chief. Ning held back her laughter and corrected. He's the former commander. Bian Xingchen nodded. Noah has gone through the Star Beast War in the arena. How can he still be so naive? Can you believe the commander's words? He was deceived so badly, so pitiful. Shan Song's shoulders were shaking with laughter. Although he is pitiful, I still want to laugh. What should I do? Then. The 3 couldn't hold back any longer, and laughed out loud. Xia Xiaoman expressed sympathy for Shuyungsing's commander-in-chief for 3 seconds. What kind of people are these companions and former teammates? The communication channel was very lively. They made a fuss to let the commander of the Golden Dwarf Star Jiang Rua fulfill his promise. They lamented that Shuyungsing's commander Noah was the only honest man. They also told Xia Xiaoman about the encounter with the Star Pirates along the way. Anyway, the main point is that you say yours and I say mine. It was a bit chaotic, but it was really lively, and the atmosphere was very relaxed. Vivian and Hoyle, listening to their conversation on the channel, looked at each other and smiled. The main force of the 8 planets was not quite what they imagined, just a group of energetic and high-spirited young people. Xia Xiaoman was also talking to them, but she was just picking up the conversation and taking it up when she heard it. After letting them make a fuss for 5 minutes, she coughed and said, you all be quiet. The noisy and chaotic communication channel immediately quieted down. Vivian and Hoyle looked at her with admiration on their faces. The commander-in-chief was amazing. With just one sentence, he could shut up the main force of the 8 planets. Moreover, these people came specially for her to help her fight. This is called the commander-in-chief fights and all parties support. Looking at the entire Interstellar, except for the Alliance government, only the commander-in-chief has such a strong summoning power that can make the main forces on these big stars come from afar to help. After Xia Xiaoman waited for them to have enough fun in the channel, he said, if it is convenient for you, send me all the Legion information you brought. Since they are here, it's useless. This is to repay her favor, and she has nothing to be embarrassed about. The 8 commanders said in unison, yes, Commander-in-Chief. I was excited to fight side by side with the Commander-in-Chief again. The commanders of the 8 planets did a good job, and quickly sent her the detailed information of each legion. The fleet on Xia Xiaoman's side had slowed down its sailing speed when it received their communication. The distance between the fleets of the 8 planets and them was getting closer and closer. When the distance is far, the communication signal is unstable, and only voice calls can be made. Now that we are closer, we can have a video conference. The commanders and main players of other planets were so excited that they quickly tidied themselves and their players and prepared to meet her. Shuyungsing was the last in terms of the number of troops. Commander Noah and the main players also chose to forget about their being tricked because they would soon meet the commander-in-chief, and their spirits were lifted. But when the video was turned on, Noah saw at a glance that the 3 main mecha divisions of Shuyungsing standing next to Shang Lu suddenly widened their eyes and murmured in disbelief. You are all still alive? Chapter 152. Ning said, Commander Noah, we are all still alive. We were rescued by Xiaohua at that time and have been in a coma in her mecha. I'm sorry that I didn't contact you in time. This time, she was going to take Shan Song and Bian Xingchen to hide away so that the people of Shuyungsing wouldn't find them. The commander-in-chief said no and let them stay. Shan Song and Bian Xingchen also looked at their former commander and former comrades with a guilty look on their faces. They must have thought they were dead and were sad for them for who knows how long. Xia Xiaoman also helped explain, at that time, our whereabouts needed to be kept secret, so we didn't let them contact you for the time being. I'm here to say sorry to you. The 3 mecha masters of Shuyungsing are indeed the top mecha masters trained by the Big Star. Their abilities are really beyond words. They are Shan Lu's best colleagues and assistants. All along, things have been so smooth and progressed so fast, thanks to their help. And Ying said quickly, "It's none of the commander's business. She gave us the choice to follow her, or go back to you. It was us who chose to follow her. As long as you are alive, no need to apologize." Noah smiled at them, his eyes were red. Seeing them alive again was more important than anything else. If it were him, or any of them, at that time, they would have made the same choice if they had the opportunity to follow the commander-in-chief. Guibai was still eating lemons beside him, looking at his own mecha master with regret. "Why didn't you faint? I would be willing to let you be taken away by the commander-in-chief and turn into ashes if I thought you were taken away by the commander-in-chief. Really. No matter if you are a commander, a mecha soldier, or a mecha division, as long as you can follow the commander-in-chief, you are lucky. You can study with the big guy." Ji-Lai also stared at his mecha division with a sad face. He was the commander-in-chief that they first met and befriended on their planet, but apart from a championship medal, he didn't seem to have anything more than others. Look at Shuyungsing, there are 3 mecha divisions following the commander-in-chief. Mengwu stared at his mecha division with a gloomy look. "If I had known, I would have knocked you all out, thrown you into the Xiaohua mecha, and let the commander-in-chief take you away." What is Shuyungsing called? A fool has a fool's luck. After several commanders made jokes, the mood of the main team of Shuyungsing and the mecha trio of Ing also became broad-minded instantly, and the embarrassment when they first met and talked disappeared. "Okay, stop making trouble." Xia Xiaoman spoke, clapped his hands, asked them all to pay attention, and glanced at Shan Lu. Shan Lu put all their current combat power on the light screen. Planet 792, 3.3 million people. Beta, 500,000. Series, 250,000. Hal, 200,000. Gold Dwarf, 200,000. Rossetti, 200,000. Wood Meteor, 150,000. Huichin, 150,000. Shuiyun, 10. The total number of the 8-star alliance, 1.75 million people. Total combat power, 5.05 million people. Statistics completed. Xia Xiaoman looked at the number of people and nodded with satisfaction. This time it was a sure thing. He said, "Captain Vivian, tell them about the situation of Grant Star and the Herald family. The 1.75 million people of the 8-star alliance are all mature warriors. Moreover, even if they don't have much experience, they are also warriors trained by various planets, just like the warriors participating in the competition. Their overall quality is there, and they can kill star beasts without experience. These people are not comparable to the main army of the Herald family. The newly formed army of Vivian and whole corps has been trained by them for a month. They are also the material for being abused against the 8-star alliance. Only the million-strong army brought by Song Jimin can fight them. The commander of the 8-star alliance knew that their commander-in-chief was going to attack the Herald family, so naturally he collected all kinds of information in advance. However, the Herald family is a family in the outer domain of the 9th galaxy, and is not subject to the constraints and jurisdiction of the alliance. They can find general information, but they can't give more detailed information. They are holding a video conference before the battle. On Grant Star, Harold, the head of the Herald family, hid the disgust in his eyes, but when he spoke, he still spoke with the arrogance of a superior, and asked the person next to him, "Captain Tokugawa, are your people ready?" Tokugawa Yuta, the leader of the Tokugawa Star Pirates, said confidently, "Captain Harold, you can rest assured. Together, we have a total of 25 million troops. Hoyle and Vivian have at most 2 million, a bunch of rabble, and we can drown them with just a spit from each of us. Moreover, you have blocked all their channels for purchasing weapons, mechas and warships. They are not well equipped, so how can they compete with us?" Half a month ago, after Parker, the butler of the Herald family, was wiped out in a raid on planet 792, he received an olive branch from the Herald family. The head of the family, Harold, expressed his willingness to cooperate with their star pirates to destroy the alliance on planet 792, and guaranteed that all the spoils would belong to their Tokugawa star pirates. Of course, he was eager for it, and soon reached a strategic cooperation with them. He claimed that he had a 5 million army, but in fact, he had 10 million troops under his command, brought 8 million, and left 2 million to guard the headquarters to prevent others from stealing the house. Captain Tokugawa, we should not underestimate the enemy. Parker was too confident, and died in the hands of a group of minions. Harold felt ashamed when he thought of Parker's death, because the million-man army he led was destroyed. Now in the outer area of the 9th galaxy, many inferior families, and some dishonest forces think that their Herald family is not as good as before, and they are beginning to make moves. This battle is imperative, and we must win, and win beautifully and easily, wipe out the enemy in one fell swoop, and use our combat power and strength to tell those rats and cockroaches who are secretly watching. Their Herald family is still the first family, and no one can shake their status. Butler Parker must have fallen into their trap. They took the advantage of the main battlefield when they started fighting on Star 792, and they had a large number of people. Butler Parker brought so many people. Tokugawa Yuta didn't believe that a coalition of a mob could have such a strong combat power. Harold complimented him against his will. I have always heard that the Tokugawa Star Pirates have never lost, so I will wait to see the ability of the Tokugawa leader. Humph. Just a Star Pirate leader. With his status, he simply disdains to cooperate with him. It was Sicily who said that if they were called over, they could be used as cannon fodder in the war. When most of them were dead, it would be easy for the Herald family to destroy them. This idea killed two birds with one stone. He agreed and personally called to invite them over. The conversation between the two ended about 3 hours later. Harold was on the bed, fighting 300 rounds with the beautiful female slaves, when he heard a sudden explosion above his head. Chapter 153. The naked female slaves also let out terrified and piercing screams. Harold roared angrily, Sicily, what happened? Sicily ran in from the door, her face pale, and she knelt on the ground in fear. An enemy is attacking our defense system. The defense system has been hit hard and can't hold on for many more times. As soon as he finished speaking, there was another buzzing sound, followed by the earth shaking. Harold kicked the female slave, who crawled to his side away, with a sinister look in his eyes. Who is coming? They can actually shake the defense system. Hurry up and have someone stop them. The planetary defense system they used was bought from Shueyun Star. It is the most powerful defense system in the Interstellar. It has been built for 20 years, and has experienced countless attacks during this period. But the attacks of various weapons were insignificant to their powerful defense system, and did not cause any damage. 792 Star Legion, our surveillance system has captured their star flag. They are attacking us. Sicily was full of doubts and shock, but his mind remained clear. Master, they are attacking our family headquarters. You should evacuate immediately, and go to the nearest safe house. It can shake their powerful defense system. The strength of the 792 Star Legion has exceeded their expectations by far. Harold's eyes were fierce and violent, and he sneered, Xiaohua, I have 25 million legions in my hands. Would I be afraid of a motley army composed of a group of rabble? As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous explosion sounded in the sky. A series of dazzling lights like lightning flashed, covering the entire sky. After a buzzing sound of being pushed to the limit, the defense system collapsed. Harold's face suddenly turned pale, with surging anger and murderous intent in his eyes. He shouted, Go, hurry up, escort me out of here. Although he felt that even if these people broke through their defense system and broke in, they would not be their opponents. But he was the head of the family, and the enemy had already attacked. Of course, he could not stay in this dangerous place. His identity did not allow him to take even the slightest risk. As early as when Sicily heard the first attack, he had already called the most powerful guard corps of the Herald family. Seeing that the head of the family, Harold, entered the warship, he also wanted to follow. Harold glared at him violently, kicked him to the ground, pointed at him viciously, and said, You dog slave, you stay here and beat them to death. They dared to destroy my defense system. Do you know how much I spent on it? I must cut all of them into pieces. Sicily is also a coward. Otherwise, he would not have thought of escaping to a safe place in the rear before the two armies started to fight head-on. At this moment, he was lying on the ground like a dog, with obvious unwillingness and viciousness flashing in his eyes. But when he looked up, he turned into a flattering villain again. Don't worry, sir, leave this to me. I will definitely make them look good. Harold is used to the art of controlling his subordinates, and knows how to train his dogs. He slaps them, and gives them sweet dates. After annihilating the enemy, the position of Herald family butler is yours. After saying that, he turned and entered the warship. The warship left the main family through the secret channel of the Herald family. Tokugawa Yuta, the leader of the Tokugawa Star Pirates, also came over in a panic. His face was gloomy and scary. Sicily, where is your master? Didn't you say that the 792 Star Corps would not come until 5 days later at the earliest? Why is it so early? They were not ready yet. The enemy came to the door. We have so many people, and we have the home advantage. Are you afraid that we can't beat them? Sicily has regained his pride as the future butler of the Herald family. He glanced at him with contempt. Captain Tokugawa, what are you worried about? Just fight. Tokugawa Yuta looked at him with a nonchalant look, and his eyes were full of anger. Did you know that they would launch an attack in advance and deliberately let me arrange people in space, saying that they'd let us train soldiers, but in fact they are using us as cannon fodder? Cicely looked at him with disgust. What do you want to say? Tokugawa Yuta's eyes were full of blood, and he roared angrily. What did I say? Our Tokugawa Star Pirates group is now the first to bear the brunt, and has suffered a devastating blow. After that, show him the real-time battle situation sent from the front line. Cicely's face suddenly became gloomy. Tokugawa Yuta threatened with gnashing teeth. You must send people to rescue immediately, otherwise, I will take my people and leave here immediately to go to planet 792. You can solve the troubles you caused by yourselves. I don't want the spoils. Fuck. The Herald family is not a human being, and they want his people to stand in front of them. Bah, they are dreaming. Cicely looked at the battle on the light screen of the optical brain. No. This can't be called a battle at all. Because it can only be called a battle when both sides are evenly matched. The situation in front of us is a one-sided crushing. The Tokugawa Star Pirates, a million-man army stationed and trained on the space defense line of Grand Star, was beaten to pieces and riddled with holes by the enemy's army of only 5 warships and a total of 100,000 people. An indescribable fear instantly invaded his whole body, making him feel creepy, and muttered, "Who are these enemy troops? They can advance and retreat freely, cooperate seamlessly, have strict discipline, are brave and fearless, and their combat power is so strong that it makes people tremble. With such qualities, they definitely won't come from Vivian and Hoyle's ragtag army." Tokugawa Yuta wanted to ask him. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He wanted to kill people. But you told me that the troops under Vivian and Hoyle were not to be feared. What do you mean by not to be feared? He said that the army in front of him was a pure killing machine. No one had any objection at this moment. The Shuyungsing Legion of 100,000 people, who had been identified as the god of killing, rushed into the enemy army of millions of people under the command of Noah, as if they were in an empty space, and no one could stop them. The mecha soldiers who were charging in the front of the main team easily rushed and chopped a bloody path, and they had time to complain. Fuck, Commander, this is too easy. Is this bullying? I think we thought too much before. Just this group of rabble, they would scatter once they were beaten. Even if we didn't come, the Commander-in-Chief would beat them like beating chickens. At the same time, the Tokugawa Star Pirates Corps stationed on the space defense line in the other 7 directions also had the same battle as if they were copied and pasted. The battle situation was one-sided and absolutely overwhelming at the beginning. The core of several major planets all knew that the pirates outside the alliance were not strong. But they did not expect that these core would be so vulnerable, like tofu. The formation was broken with just a slight touch before they even exerted their strength. Xia Xiaoman did not participate in the battle, and finally became a well-behaved commander-in-chief, commanding from the rear outside the Grand Star battle line, observing the battle situation everywhere from the monitoring screen. The Grand Star Space Defense Line has 8 million level core, which are just right for the 8-star Alliance army, 1 for each family. The 792 star core she brought were divided into 20 routes to attack the large and small core stationed on the planet. Qi Shihua's mission is to kill the headquarters of the Herald family. Sui Guanxing's mission was to attack the Herald family's Technology Research and Development Center and capture all the scientific and technological talents that could be captured. Those who were willing to surrender would be accepted, and those who were unwilling to surrender would be dealt with on the spot. On the light screen, battles of all sizes began. When Qi Xiaohua was halfway through the flight, her eyes condensed, and she pointed to a certain place in the void and said, "Deputy Captain, there is a warship flying over there. My intuition tells me that it is a big guy." Chapter 154. The deputy commander didn't see the warships, and looked at her suspiciously. "Commander, where are the warships?" Qi Xiaohua said, "It must be invisible. I feel it. It's 10 kilometers northwest of us. I'll take people to take a look. You continue to move forward according to the original tactics. After arriving at the destination, observe the situation of the enemy first. If you judge that you can't do it, wait for me to solve the trouble and come back. When the general is away, he is not subject to military orders. That's it. As the commander of the First Army, she has the right to adapt to the situation on the battlefield." The deputy commander did not question it, looked at her with admiration and said, "Yes. The target of the First Army is the main home of the Herald family, where the defense is the most stringent and the combat power of the army is the strongest, so their army has 200,000 people. Qi Xiaohua took 50,000 and chased the big guy she felt. Xia Xiaoman has been observing the overall situation of the battlefield, but did not see the big guy she said. Shang Lu and his team had already zoomed in on the location she mentioned on the map, and used various devices to detect and scan it. A moment later, Shang Lu's artificial intelligence voice sounded, "Commander, there is something wrong with this location. It should be a hidden channel. We are cracking the shielding data. It will take 2 minutes." Xia Xiaoman stroked her chin and guessed, could it be that Harold, that bastard, escaped? Her words came true. Harold, who was in the secret channel, shuddered suddenly and felt a wave of hair on his back, as if he was being stared at by something terrible. He turned around and asked the captain of the warship, "How long will it take to get to the safe house?" The captain said respectfully, "Master, in about 10 minutes, we will reach the safe jump point arranged in the space defense line, and we can jump directly to the safe house." The master looked very nervous, and sweat broke out on his forehead. But they are now in the safe channel, very safe. The enemy team, unless there are top-level technicians in the Alliance, will never be able to crack their safe channel data. "Faster," Harold urged. He had a bad premonition in his heart, always feeling that the enemy might catch up with him the next moment and take his head. The captain said with some embarrassment, "Master, if the speed is faster, it will exceed the fastest speed that the safe channel can cover our concealment, and we may be discovered by the enemy." As soon as he finished speaking, in their communication channel, suddenly, a voice interrupted, a casual but pleasant female voice. "Really? Then your safe channel is not okay." Harold's face suddenly changed. "It's you." He had heard this voice before. When Parker's army was wiped out, it was this voice that said he wanted to take his head through the communication channel of their observation team. "Let me introduce myself. I am Xia Xiaoman, the Commander-in-Chief of the 792 Star Corps. Qi Xiaohua, the leader of our first army, is tracking you. You'd better stop immediately," Xia Xiaoman said. Her voice was very kind. All the people in Harold's fleet were shocked and broke into a cold sweat. No one dared to answer the call, but they sped up to the maximum speed of the warship. "It has been discovered. There is no need to control the speed anymore. I am a reasonable person. I said I want Harold's head, and I want his head." Xia Xiaoman's voice continued, "The rest of you, as long as you surrender to us with Harold's head, I can spare your lives." Harold's face became even uglier. He kicked the communication screen directly, destroying the communication system, and glanced at the people around him with a fierce look. "She is just shaking people's hearts and confusing the masses. We can leave soon, and they can't catch up. You are all the most loyal and best fighters in my Harold family. Don't worry, after leaving here safely, I will never treat you heroes unfairly. Money, status, women, whatever you want, I will give you." Then, he picked up the gun and smashed all the communication equipment. The captain and the 50,000 guards, who followed to protect him, did not change their expressions when he spoke, but when he destroyed the communication system, their expressions changed. But soon returned to normal. They arrived at the jump point, left, and blew up the jump point. Even if the enemy had great ability, it would be impossible for them to repair the jump point and find a safe house in a short time. Behind, Qi Xiaohua, who was chasing Harold, said unhappily, "Fuck, Harold is so bold that he dared to cut off the communication of our commander-in-chief. They are looking for death. Charge Team 1 and Team 2, follow me to stop them first." Then, the door of the battleship opened. Qi Xiaohua led a pair of Team 2, a total of 2,000 people, turned on the mecha flight mode and chased forward at the fastest speed. Their charge team were the best soldiers among the best soldiers, and the mechas they were equipped with all used the power system of the second-level energy card. The charge team had to rely on speed, so the mechas they drove, after being modified by Shang Lu himself, were more than twice as fast as the battleships and warships. In front, Harold was still calculating the time in his mind. With the speed of the interstellar battleship, the enemies chasing behind would never catch up before they reached the jump point. But there are always exceptions. When Harold saw the time, which was already 1 minute down, a clear look of joy flashed in his eyes. But the next moment, there was a loud explosion from the hull. The entire warship began to shake. Chapter 155. Harold was so frightened that his face turned pale, and his eyes widened in horror. What happened? All the monitoring and communication equipment on the warship had been destroyed by him before. The warship could not provide them with any useful information except that it could run normally. At this moment, they were like blind people, and no one knew what happened. Until another loud explosion sounded in his ears. Harold suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound. He saw that a jet-black mecha appeared outside the window at some point. He reacted very quickly and shouted, "The enemy is attacking, aim all weapons at her and bomb her." The Legion commander also used the fastest speed to cover the warship with a mental network and conveyed the order at the fastest speed. But the sequelae of the equipment being destroyed came again. The weapons could not be automatically calibrated to attack the incoming enemies, and they could only aim at the target manually. The goal was to destroy their warships. The distance was very close, and the manual calibration time was only 2 seconds slower than the automatic calibration. But it was during these 2 seconds. Qi Xiaohua had already aimed at the window of the warship's main control room and punched it dozens of times. Harold looked at the fierce man in front of him, terrified, and heard the report from the Legion commander, telling him that the shells had been fired. He still didn't dare to relax, staring at the mecha outside the window without blinking, until he heard the sound of heavy artillery and laser cannons cutting through the air, and saw countless shells aimed at the mecha and bombarded it. There was a clear flash of scarlet pleasure in his eyes. He clenched his fist tightly and screamed in his heart, killing her and blowing her into pieces. But the next moment, just when the shell was about to engulf her, the glass in the main control room, which was specially made to withstand the close-range bombardment of interstellar heavy artillery, broke with a click. Then, Harold and his confidants in the main control room were about to drop their eyes to the ground as if they had seen a ghost. She seemed to be very easy. With a pull and a tug, she tore off almost half of the hull, including the window, and threw it at them like throwing garbage. At the same time, there was also a black mecha that escaped the bombardment and rushed in. Harold watched the hull that was torn off, attacking his face at an incredible speed. He could even feel the footsteps of death approaching him, and shouted in panic, Kill her quickly." The chief guard beside him was also horrified. He wanted to use weapons to fight back, but it was obviously too late. At the critical moment, he could only use his mecha to resist. The damaged hull and mecha. The collision of metal and metal made a loud and piercing sound. The warship shook again. Harold looked at the chief guard standing in front of him, and beads of sweat kept rolling down his forehead. After escaping death, he covered his heart and gasped for breath. The captain of the bodyguard's mecha had a big hole torn on its chest by the sharp steel due to the collision with Ji Lai just now. The entire mecha was also full of holes. He looked at the black mecha in front of him with lingering fear, and was shocked beyond words. Fortunately, they have not yet left the planet's atmosphere and have not reached space. Otherwise, those who did not change into mechas in time in the warships would be exposed to the space environment, and none of them would survive. "My dear, please don't kill me. I can give you what the 792-star Alliance can give you, and I can give you more. I will give you whatever you want." Harold had already thought about it, and organized his words at this moment. Looking at the mecha soldier in front of him, his words were extremely tempting. "If you are willing, I can hand over the entire Harold family to you. You will have endless wealth, a strong army, and the strength to look down on the outer domain of the 9th galaxy. And I am willing to be your dog, loyal to you, and let you drive me. This condition. It is very tempting. Most people can't resist it." Qi Xiaohua tilted the head of the mecha. Harold saw her thinking, and sneered in his heart. He offered such good conditions, giving her all the wealth and power of the entire Harold family, and he didn't believe that she would not be tempted. Now he just needed to stabilize her, and when they reached the jump point, he would let the guards fight to stop her. He could drive the mecha and leave from the jump point. Qi Xiaohua snorted, and then mercilessly hammered the guard in front of him. At the same time, he was hammered away with a bang, and the hammer had already attacked Harold again. Her voice rang in the air, "Kill you, and we can also get all the wealth of your Harold family." When she attacked, Harold's guards did not hesitate to block in front, and continued to meet her powerful offensive, while also protecting Harold's retreat. But at this time, the assault team 1 and 2 brought by Qi Xiaohua also rushed in. The guards that Harold protected closely had a total of 30,000 troops. Their combat power was at the ceiling level of the outer domain of the 9th galaxy. They were also well equipped, and had always been invincible. They also had their own pride, but when the assault team came and killed them, they threw away their armor, and crushed them with their invincible and powerful combat power. They really felt what the gap was, and what despair was. Qi Xiaohua's combat power tore through the enemy's protection circle in a blink of an eye, and killed all the way, stepped on the enemy's corpses to come in front of Harold, and without saying a word, hammered his mecha head with a war hammer. However, Harold's mecha was the best mecha he could get in the Interstellar. It was tailor-made for him by the top mecha master of the Alliance at a sky-high price, and the materials and so on were also the best. Qi Xiaohua hammered down, only making a shallow dent on the head of his mecha. Her eyes suddenly lit up. This hardness and impact resistance are comparable to that of a 3S peak star beast. With her extensive knowledge, it is definitely a good thing. This is a trophy, it would be a pity to damage it. She withdrew her hand and said, Harold, get out of the mecha now, I promise to leave you a whole body, otherwise, I will tear your mecha into pieces along with you. Chapter 156. Harold was trembling in the mecha. He hesitated for only 2 seconds. Qi Xiaohua had made a decision, and the war hammer in her hand hit him again without mercy. Fuck, is the mecha important, or is his head important? Of course his head. This is what her Star Master specifically asked for. Harold wanted to speak, but he had no chance to speak again. He could not say a word until she smashed the mecha, took it out of the mecha like a chicken, and chopped off his head. Qi Xiaohua held Harold's head, and a sonorous voice sounded, Your Master Harold has been beheaded by me. Do you want to die or surrender now? She was in a hurry to go back and join the main force, and had no time to waste with them here. The 30,000-man army had good strength and equipment. If they were all killed, they could be killed, but it would be a waste of time. Harold's guards looked at the head in her hand, whose eyes were wide open, and whose neck was still dripping with blood. They completely lost their fighting spirit and raised their hands in surrender. The head of the family was dead. They had no chance of winning in the hands of the 792nd Army. Surrendering would give them a chance to survive, but if they insisted on fighting, they would only die. Qi Xiaohua left 2,000 people to look at the captives. She took the rest of the people to join the main force. However, she did not take a warship. She flew all the way in a mecha mode, holding a bloody head in her hand. When she passed a battlefield, she would stop in the air to show the head to others and shout, Harold has been beheaded, and those who surrender will not be killed. It was a shame to be so ostentatious. Her action. Someone soon recorded a video and posted it to the public channel of the 792 Star Alliance. All the people from the 8 stars. Damn it, she fooled me again. The head of the Harold family, Harold, is dead, and his head is being carried around. The various legions under Harold, who were fighting fiercely with the 792 Star Legion, still had some hope at the beginning. The head of the family is dead. If I can lead the warriors and defeat and drive away these enemies, I will be the new leader that everyone expects, and then the entire Harold family will be in my pocket. They are holding the slogan of revenge for the head of the family, and swear to never surrender. However, among these legions of the Harold family, there are many forces that were recovered by the Butler Parker some time ago, that is, the people of the big and small forces that once formed the Avengers Alliance with Vivian and others. These people are fence-sitters. When they were in the Avengers, they could be bought by interests and join the Harold family, which was more powerful to them at that time, and leave at any time. Then when they saw that the war situation was not favorable to them, they would choose to betray them in the Harold family, and choose to surrender to the more powerful forces. Moreover, many of them thought that they had fought side by side with Xia Xiaoman and others in the Avengers, and they were comrades in arms and had friendship. As long as they were willing to join and be loyal, they would definitely be able to return to their team again. They thought very beautifully. They also began to spread the news that they were about to lose, and could not beat the 792 Star Legion in their respective legions, to undermine their morale and incite the mood of surrender. When fighting, the legion must be united and work together to exert the strongest combat power. Once people's hearts begin to waver, no matter how powerful the army is, it is only a matter of time before it collapses. Soon, in battlefields all over Grant Star, the legions of the Harold family began to surrender one after another. There was a surrender. On the 792nd Legion side, the war correspondents, who followed the war, recorded the surrender video and sent it to the Legion commanders of various battlefields. The Legion commanders of various battlefields played the video to the enemy troops, who were resisting stubbornly. At the end of the battle, the legions of the Harold family were demoralized, their combat power declined, and their morale was low. Seeing their own legion surrender one by one, they were about to collapse. When Qi Xiaohua rushed to the headquarters of the Harold family and joined his own army. The deputy commander of the First Army led his men and had defeated the million-man army of Harold's headquarters, but their combat power was there after all and had not yet begun to collapse. The commanders of the headquarters had been telling the soldiers that the video was faked by the enemy to shake their morale, the surrender was fake, and the head of the family was also fake. Until Qi Xiaohua appeared, holding a head in her hand, and began to incite people. See? This is the head of your head. He is a shameless rat, and I killed him on the way to escape from your planet. He is about to run away, abandon you, and abandon your planet. Do you still want to work for him? The commander of the Herald family, with bloodshot eyes, was still trying to stabilize the morale of the army. She is lying, that is fake. The head of the family is still at home, and the head of the family will not abandon us. Warriors, go ahead, for the family, for the glory. They still have so many people, they will never lose. Qi Xiaohua continued, warriors of the Herald family, don't be stupid, your legion leader is just thinking that if your family master dies, he can lead you to stop us, defeat us, and drive us away, then he can naturally gain the support of everyone, replace your family master, and take over the control of everything in the Herald family. This sentence. The lethality is greater than the head of Herald in her hand. Many ordinary soldiers began to waver, and began to look at their legion commander with suspicion. She is talking nonsense, and shaking our morale. Don't listen to her. Soldiers, charge and kill them! The legion commander shouted at the top of his lungs. But some people have been incited by her words. Once there is a crack in the morale of the army, the crack will become bigger and bigger, and eventually it will be unstoppable and completely collapse. What's more, Qi Xiaohua also pointed at the legion commander and said, I took the head of your master, and next, it will be your turn. In the monitoring screen, Xia Xiaoman looked at Qi Xiaohua, who had been in the limelight in this war, and nodded with satisfaction. After a year of experience outside, she has become a very mature general. The commanders of the 8 planets were envious. When would they be able to train their own mecha soldiers into generals like Xiaohua? Not only can they fight and command, but they can also effectively kill the enemy with their mouth cannons. Qi Xiaohua said to take the head, and took the head without any delay. After taking the head of the enemy army commander, the morale of the enemy army was completely exhausted. They no longer had the ability to fight them, and chose to surrender. Xia Xiaoman looked at the major battlefields on the screen. The battle was approaching the end, and she relaxed a little. Then, I received a communication from Guibai, Commander-in-Chief. Our Hellstar is helping the 792th Army to accept the surrender. The commander of a 10,000-man army said that he knew you, and had fought side by side with you. He also showed you a video of your battle together, saying that they were inside the enemy army, and they were working with you to kill the Herald family. He is now requesting to speak to you. Chapter 157. After Xia Xiaoan watched the proof video he sent, a cold look flashed in her eyes, and she said, there is no insider, just deal with these people normally. Guibai understood. Then, he randomly found a person who looked timid and honest among those who claimed to have a friendship with the commander-in-chief and had fought against star pirates together, and asked them about the cause and effect of the matter in a friendly manner. This person is just an ordinary member of a small force. How can he be played by him? Guibai didn't spend much effort to get the truth out of him, and then looked at them with disgust. Fuck, it turned out that this was a group of short-sighted, profit-seeking, and opportunistic people. First they followed the commander-in-chief. Later, the butler of the Herald family went to recruit them. They felt that it was more profitable to follow the Herald family, so they turned around and joined them. Isn't this equivalent to slapping the commander-in-chief in the face? Now that the Herald family has been defeated and they have been captured, they have started to play tricks again and talk to the commander-in-chief about their friendship in the war. They don't even try to see if they are worthy. Is the commander-in-chief someone who will talk about feelings with them? Commander-in-chief, how should we deal with these people? The main mecha soldiers came to ask him. Guibai glanced at their team, laughed mockingly, and said coldly, just like other prisoners, just do what you should do. The commander-in-chief said to deal with them normally, but he didn't take them to heart. These people are not worth his extra look. They once joined the Avengers and later joined the Herald family's forces, still shouting unconvinced, who are you? What right do you have to treat us like this? We want to see the commander-in-chief. You can't do this to us. We fought side by side with the commander-in-chief. We shed blood in the war. We are not prisoners, we are insiders. Guibai didn't expect them to be so shameless. He didn't even bother to deal with them, but they still insisted on it, using the previous incident to blackmail him morally, saying, if you don't accept it, add 2 years to their sentences. The leader of the leading faction was so angry that his eyes were red, and he shouted, we don't accept it, we want to see the commander-in-chief, we are willing to serve the commander-in-chief, and from now on, we will only be loyal to her. We are not from the Herald family, you have no right to do this. No matter what, they are the first batch of veterans of the Avengers, and the first to know the commander-in-chief. What is he, a young boy who joined later, and is still wet behind the ears? How dare he deal with them? Guibai was so angry that he laughed, and said to his main mecha soldier, add 5 years to their sentences. What kind of people are these? Are they playing abstract tricks on him? At that time, they followed the steward of the Herald family. It was a blessing for the commander-in-chief. Otherwise, he would be pissed off to death facing such a group of self-righteous bastards. The leader of the most shouting faction wanted to continue arguing, but he felt a strong mental network belonging to the commander, which completely covered him, making him unable to speak and even breathe. Gui Bai turned around, glanced at him sarcastically, and turned away. After watching Gui Bai leave, the others directed all their anger at the leader, who represented them in the conversation. Originally, the prisoner sentences were uniformly 3 years. They thought that they were also members of the Avengers before, and they were very unwilling. He gave a bad idea, saying that the commander-in-chief was a woman, and she must be soft-hearted. As long as they showed weakness, the commander-in-chief would definitely be willing to accept them again for the friendship they had fought side by side before. No one would dislike the small number of troops under their command. The result? The commander-in-chief did not come. He still shouted at the commander in front of him, who looked very difficult to mess with, which angered him. Their sentences were increased from the original 3 years to 10 years. When a person's negative emotions accumulate to a certain extent, they will explode like explosives with a bang. Before Gui Bai walked far, he heard a noisy and chaotic fight and cursing from behind. He paused and looked back. He saw that the group of people who said they had comrades in arms with the commander-in-chief were in a mess. The leader who negotiated with him and wanted to see the commander-in-chief was the worst. He was beaten by a group of people by his hair. In a blink of an eye, his head was swollen like a pig, his face and body were covered with blood, and he was shouting for help. Gui Bai was a commander. If his mental power was slightly extended, he could hear all the sounds around him. Fuck, it's all your fault. If you hadn't insisted on joining the Herald family, how could we become prisoners now? I said at the time that the commander-in-chief and his men were very powerful. If we follow her, there will definitely be a future. It was you who ignored my opposition and didn't listen to my advice and insisted on betraying her. I will beat you to death, you bastard. Woo, I am really blind. Why didn't I listen to Tungzhen and insist on following the commander-in-chief? They blamed each other, resented others, and regretted their decision. The leader of one of the forces, Tungzhen, was one of the 3 leaders of the small forces who chose to stay. He sneezed for no reason, looked at the 2 people around him with a high-spirited look, and glanced at Tokugawa Yuta, who was controlled by them like a dead pig, and said, "Don't kill him, take him to see the commander-in-chief and Vivian, Hole, and other Legion commanders." The other 2 were also full of fighting spirit, with a hearty pleasure in their eyes, and nodded, "Okay." Now, each of them has 50,000 people under their command, and is the Legion commander of a legion of 50,000. Their mission this time is to attack the number 8 military base on Grant Star. After the number 8 military base was taken, they received an order from the commander-in-chief to comfort the people who were frightened by the war and fled everywhere. Unexpectedly, they had an unexpected gain in the process. They caught Tokugawa Yuta, who was mixed in with the people, disguised as a woman, and tried to escape in the chaos. Tokugawa Yuta was beaten to death by them. At this moment, he was only hanging on to his breath, looking at them with swollen eyes, and still making the last struggle. "My lords, I have money, a lot of money, and I can't spend it all. I will give it all to you. Please spare my life. Don't hand me over to Vivian and Hoyle." Chapter 158. Vivian and Hoyle had a blood feud with him. They wanted to peel off his skin, eat his flesh, and drink his blood. He could foresee the miserable fate he would face after being handed over to them. It would be better for him to die now. Tungzhen kicked him in the mouth and sneered, "Who cares about your money?" It turned out that the vicious star pirate leader was also afraid sometimes. Why was he so arrogant when he led people to slaughter their planet? He certainly didn't think that one day he would end up like this. Tokugawa Yuta spat out a mouthful of blood, mixed with blood, and a few teeth that were kicked out. He begged them incoherently, "Then you kill me, I can give you all the money in my account, please don't take me to see them." If he died now, he could die happily. It's better than being tortured and humiliated by them, living a life worse than death. "You wish." Tungzhen picked him up like he was carrying trash, and said to the other 2, "Leave this to you, I'll take him over to report." The other 2 nodded, watched him turn on the mecha mode and leave, and turned around and went back to work. In their lives, there has never been a day as refreshing as today. The Herald family, who had dominated the outer domain of the 9th galaxy, was destroyed, and the main force of the Tokugawa Star Pirates was also wiped out. Tokugawa Yuta, the pirate leader with blood on his hands, was also captured by them. And all of this is attributed to the commander-in-chief. Xia Xiaoman is looking at the post-war summary of various places at this moment. The Tokugawa Star Pirates, this notorious evil force, is a beast with innocent blood on its hands. They will not accept surrender, and will kill them all. Although the Herald family's army also has blood on their hands. But as the Galaxy Police, who claim to be the outer domain of the Ninth Galaxy, they will at least not be as cruel as the Star Pirates and randomly massacre innocent civilians. The battles they participated in were mostly frictions and conflicts between major forces. So, these people, after labor reform and ideological lessons, still have the possibility of reform. Shang Lu led people to quickly count the number of surrenders of the Herald family and synchronized it to the main light screen she had been watching, 12.98 million people. Xia Xiaoman looked at the number above, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. She had roughly distributed them to these people in a few minutes. There is nothing to fear about a large number of people. Go mining, it's Interstellar, why do we need people to mine? Of course, it's because the machines are too expensive, especially in such a chaotic outer domain. The Alliance will not sell the machines. Even if they can buy them, they have to pay a high price to buy them. It's better to use manpower. Therefore, the more chaotic the place, the more rampant the slave trade. Hoyle and Vivian were called back by Xia Xiaoman. When the two came over, they happened to meet Tungjin, who was in charge of escorting Tokugawa Yuta. Vivian tried to suppress the excitement in her heart, but she couldn't suppress the murderous intent in her eyes, and asked him, "Where is Tokugawa Yuta?" She had waited for 10 years, and thought that revenge would be a long way off. But after meeting the Commander-in-Chief, just 2 months was like a dream to her, more exciting than the first 40 years of her life. She watched her own legion become stronger in training. She personally participated in this war, and contributed her own strength to the victory of the battle. Now, she was about to meet Tokugawa Yuta, the enemy who had once sent her to hell. Hoyle did not hide his excitement at the prospect of revenge. With red eyes, he said word by word. After 15 years, he was finally caught. He could finally avenge all the innocent people who died tragically on their planet 787. Tungjin came out of the mecha, holding Tokugawa Yuta in one hand, and said, "Captain Vivian, Captain Hoyle, he is here." When Tokugawa Yuta heard their voices, and saw them, he finally knew he was afraid. He trembled like a dying person, with deep fear in his eyes, his mouth was blocked, and he let out a low roar from his throat. Vivian and Hoyle looked at the person in front of them, and a bloodthirsty smile appeared on the corners of their lips. It was Tokugawa Yuta, their enemy. Even if he turned into ashes, they would recognize him. Seeing the look in their eyes, that seemed like they wanted to tear Tokugawa Yuta into pieces, Tungjin reminded them, "The Commander-in-Chief is waiting for us." Vivian and Hoyle calmed down a little, and followed him into the main battleship's control room. Xia Xiaoman turned around when she heard footsteps. Tungjin and the other two saluted her, and said respectfully, "Commander-in-Chief." Xia Xiaoman nodded slightly at them, and said, "While everyone's morale is high now, notify all the soldiers in our army who have grudges against the Tokugawa Star Pirates to watch the live trial video." The war had just ended, and the soldiers were still excited about the victory. Getting rid of Tokugawa Yuta now would gain the highest support for the leadership of their group army. If we wait until the battlefield is cleaned up, and the soldiers' emotions and passions have stabilized before dealing with him, the effect will be greatly reduced. Vivian and the others are all old leaders, so they naturally understand what she means, and respectfully say, "Yes, Commander-in-Chief." 2 minutes later, all the soldiers who were scattered in various areas of Grant Star, accepting the enemy's surrender, counting the number of surrenders, cleaning up the battlefield, and counting the spoils, heard the voice from the Commander-in-Chief. Xia Xiaoman never speaks an official language, and goes straight to the point. "All the soldiers who have a blood feud with the Tokugawa Star Pirates, I have good news for you. We have captured the leader of the Tokugawa Star Pirates, Tokugawa Yuta. Now, we will execute him under your witness, and avenge all the innocent people who died tragically at his hands." She finished speaking. The camera was given to Vivian and Hoyle. Vivian was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes. She held up a shiny knife and shouted, "Thank you, Commander-in-Chief, for giving me this opportunity to seek revenge on behalf of all the persecuted soldiers. Thank you, Commander-in-Chief, for taking us to revenge. Thank you." Hoyle first thanked Xia Xiaoman, then with tears in his eyes, he excitedly raised his arms and shouted, "All the soldiers who have grudges against the Tokugawa Star Pirates, watch carefully. Today I am here, holding this knife, to execute you and cut Tokugawa Yuta into pieces." On Grant Star, the big screens everywhere were broadcasting live. The Avengers looked at the screen, and saw the culprit, who killed their relatives and friends, destroyed their home planet, and caused them to be displaced. The suppressed hatred broke out completely. Roars of anger, "Kill him! sentences of deep hatred, cut him into pieces. The main teams of the 8 planetary alliances also temporarily stopped their work. In addition to watching the live broadcast of the trial of Tokugawa Yuta, they also chatted privately in their small groups. Chapter 159. Guibai complained, "This is about killing people. Why are Vivian and Hoyle acting like they are giving an acceptance speech?" Mengwu was full of admiration. This style of behavior and this personal charm belonged to the commander-in-chief. He could see it. Part of the 792nd Army is not her direct unit. But it doesn't matter. After killing Tokugawa Yuta, everyone will be conquered by her charm and follow her willingly. The people of Beta were the first to deal with her. At this moment, their expressions were complicated, and they had unspeakable feelings. The commander-in-chief is destined to be an eagle soaring in the sky. It is unknown which planet she will stay on in the end, and it is unknown what kind of planet is worth her fighting for. In the live broadcast, after giving a speech before the execution, Vivian and Hoyle turned into executioners and started to act. If you say you will be cut into pieces, you will be cut into pieces. In the interstellar space, as long as there is a powerful drug to support, a person can remain absolutely conscious even if his flesh is cut off piece by piece, leaving only a skeleton. The person being executed can only open his eyes and watch his flesh being cut off piece by piece. Tokugawa Yuta, the evil star pirate leader, finally got the retribution he deserved. The Avengers stared at the enemy on the live screen without blinking, with deep hatred and the joy of revenge. The commander-in-chief led them to capture Tokugawa Yuta. Next, the enemy will die in front of them in the most painful way. The people of the 8-Star Alliance are not most concerned about Tokugawa Yuta. They cannot really empathize with the complex emotions of the Avengers at this moment. Guibai watched the live execution for a while, then shifted his gaze and asked, "Did you see Song Jiming's skills? I think his combat ability is not worse than Xiaohua and Sui Guanqing." Mengwu nodded and said seriously, "His combat and command experience is also better than Xiaohua and others. He is a qualified general. The overall strength of the legion he leads is not worse than ours." Vito added, "Yes, and his relationship with the commander-in-chief is also unusual. Xiaohua and others call him the commander-in-chief, but he calls him the eldest lady." Guibai didn't hear it, and suddenly widened his eyes. "Are you sure? Eldest lady. This name is very personal and intimate." Gan Yao, who had been listening to them silently, raised his head and said, "Only the retainers and guards of the big chables will call their masters like this, which means that the commander-in-chief may be the heir of a big power. Fuck, even if we remove the people of Hoyle and Vivian, the commander-in-chief has 2 million people." Guibai's breathing became a little heavy. She is really the heir of a big family and a big chable. Mengwu looked at Ji Lai with a face full of doubt. "Did you really not find out the identity and background of the commander-in-chief?" Others also looked. "We don't believe it." "Look at me, I don't know either." Ji Lai was annoyed and didn't want to talk. Their planet really couldn't explain it. After the commander-in-chief left, the leaders of the major permanent planets and the people from the Alliance headquarters came to them in waves to inquire about the commander-in-chief. But what do they know? They know nothing, seeing that everyone else was staring at the people from their planet, and Ji Lai's expression of "get lost, I won't tell you, don't ask me," Vito had to explain. "We sent people from our planet to find her home planet using the coordinates of the home planet provided by the commander-in-chief. It is a very poor and chaotic planet located on the outer edge of the interstellar space. There are constant disputes, and a new force takes over every half a month on average. There is no record of it. Many of the locals we asked said that they knew the commander-in-chief and had seen her. They said that she was from their planet, but if we asked in more detail, we could not find more detailed information. That planet really fulfilled the saying of the ancient Earth, the Emperor takes turns, and it will be my turn next year. No. They will come to my house tomorrow." Ji Lai no longer remained silent, and took over the conversation with a cold snort. "Those people are just lying, trying to get benefits from our people. I don't believe a word they say. If that planet is really as you said." Guibai came to the conclusion directly. "It is definitely impossible to be the commander-in-chief's home planet. Look at the commander-in-chief, look at Xiaohua, Sui Guanqing, team leader Shang, and then look at Song Jiming and Xin Liang, who I met for the first time this time. Their temperament, their combat power, their vision, small planets can never cultivate such a level of genius. Let alone small planets. Even if their planet has 1 or 2 geniuses of this level, it can already look down on the stars. As for asking the commander-in-chief, they will definitely not ask. If the commander-in-chief doesn't say it, she must have her own plan. When she wants to say it, they will naturally know. This live execution lasted for a full 5 hours under the unhurried knife work of Vivian and Hoyle. The 520-star Army and the 8-star Alliance Army took a good rest during this period. The Avengers watched the whole process without blinking, enjoying this top visual feast for them. The more painful the enemy's death was, the happier they were. When Vivian and Hoyle cut the last piece of meat off Tokugawa Yuta's body, the deep hatred accumulated in their hearts was finally vented completely, and the heaviest responsibility of revenge in their hearts was also put down, and they got unprecedented relief and relief. Scattered all over the planet, the Avengers warriors burst into cheers. Immediately afterwards, some people hugged their comrades, who had walked with them on the road of revenge. Some people knelt and cried. Some people laughed up to the sky. Everyone undoubtedly felt unprecedented joy at the death of the enemy. Until, in the live video, Xia Xiaoman's figure appeared in everyone's sight. She raised her fist and shouted, and each word sounded like a magical voice. "Soldiers, we won, you worked hard." At the same time, the soldiers looked at her on the live screen and shouted, "Thank you for your hard work, Commander-in-Chief." Followed by, one after another, "We won." Finally, it was a deafening shout with supreme worship, "Commander-in-Chief, Commander-in-Chief, Commander-in-Chief." At this moment, Xia Xiaoman became the well-deserved Commander-in-Chief in the minds of everyone present. She gave an order. They were willing to go through fire and water for her, without hesitation. Chapter 160. Guibai was so excited that his eyes filled with tears. When will he be able to become the person that everyone wants in a blink of an eye like the Commander-in-Chief? The other commanders were also excited, staring at the shining figure in the middle of the light screen with burning eyes. As a commander, who has not dreamed of gaining the sincere support and admiration of all the soldiers, on the night of the victory of the war, Xia Xiaoman rewarded the 3 armies at the headquarters of the Herald family. She did not wait until the next day, and struck while the iron was hot, asking Vivian and Hoyle to lead 1,000,000 troops to eliminate all the forces that were hostile to them, and threatening them in the outer area of the 9th galaxy. A week later, the entire Grand Star gradually returned to normal. For ordinary people on the planet, they actually have no obsession with who will rule the planet. As long as they can live their lives, they will not have any other ideas. Moreover, under the high-pressure rule of the Herald family, they were oppressed very much, and their lives were not good. Most ordinary families could not even reach the level of food and clothing. This time, when the force called the 792th Legion attacked, the first thing they thought of was to escape with their property and save their lives. The Herald family, as a large family in the outer domain of the 9th galaxy, has many enemies. Among these enemies, there are many desperate criminals. Sometimes they will unite and attack Grand Star. Many of them dare not target the Herald family headquarters and the large and small military bases of the Herald family, so they take out their anger on the civilians. They would rush in, attack them indiscriminately, rob them of their property, and massacre them. They originally thought that this group of people would be the same as those who massacred and robbed them before. But as they fled, they found something different. These people did not indiscriminately bomb their residential areas, nor did they rob or massacre any of them. They targeted the Herald family headquarters and the various military bases of the Herald family. Later, the battle was over. The raiders won. The Herald family was completely wiped out. These soldiers also came to calm their emotions, telling them not to be afraid, that they would not kill any civilians, nor would they take any of their needles and threads, and asked them to go back to their homes and wait, and not to wander around. When they cleared out the small groups of deserters of the Herald family, who were fleeing everywhere, and lifted the planetary ban, they could move normally. And today, it is the 5th day since the ban was lifted. On the street, no one dared to come out at first. Later, some people went out, and did not encounter any danger. The soldiers patrolling the road were very disciplined, except that their momentum was a little scary. They did not attack them, and the news spread from 1 to 2. Now, shopping malls, hotels, and restaurants everywhere have opened one after another. There are more and more pedestrians on the road. When people gather in groups of 3 or 2, they talk more. Someone said mysteriously, "I tell you, this 729th Legion is a good person. They are good." It was Parker from the Herald family, who brought 1,000,000 troops to destroy their planet. Unexpectedly, they offended a tough guy. They organized a large-scale legion, and came directly to destroy the Herald family. Someone expressed doubts. Is the Herald family some kind of leaks on the roadside? Can they just cut them? In the entire 9th galaxy outer region, in terms of strength, the Herald family is second, and no one dares to say they are first. Where do they get so many powerful legions? The man said, We have to mention their commander-in-chief Xia Xiaoman, who is very powerful. You know Vivian and Hoyle, they used to be unconvinced, but after meeting her, they all pledged allegiance to her. It was she who gathered all the forces that had grudges against Harold together, and twisted the scattered forces into a rope, so that the Harold family could be quickly taken down with lightning speed. Everyone was interested. The man said again, "You can just put your heart at ease. Our commander-in-chief loves the people like her own children, and is kind and generous. Since Grant Star is now under her control, you are her people. She will definitely protect your life and property. She will not harm you, nor will she allow others to harm you." In the following period of time, there were many ordinary people on the entire planet, who mingled with ordinary people and popularized the commander-in-chief Xia Xiaoman and the 792 corps to them. Many residents of Grant Planet did not believe it at first, but after a while, they were half believing and half doubting, and later, they became convinced. As for who was promoting it at the beginning, they didn't know. But Xia Xiaoman knew. The propaganda copy was written by the 520-star External Propaganda Department. The people who appeared in the crowd and were responsible for the propaganda were the soldiers of the 520 Corps who volunteered. All of them signed up, and finally 10,000 people were selected and sent to various regions to do ideological work for the people. Obviously, the effect of this decentralized propaganda was excellent, and Grant Star stabilized in the shortest time. 1 month later, all the planets originally ruled by the Harold family, totaling 9, and countless large and small mining stars, have been under the name of Xia Xiaoman. The major hostile forces around were also eliminated one after another. The first to be destroyed was the headquarters of the Tokugawa Star Pirates. All the pirates were killed, and the Avengers took revenge thoroughly. The other 4 major forces, together with the Harold family, were known as the 5 major families in the outer domain of the 9th galaxy. To show their sincerity, the head of the family came personally for a friendly visit and recognized her legal status as the replacement of the Harold family. Xia Xiaoman had just destroyed the Harold family and needed manpower and time to collect and deal with all its industries, and could not spare manpower to fight again. Besides, she had no grudges against them, sincerely welcomed their arrival, warmly entertained them, and reached a friendly and reciprocal agreement. Everything was easy for her to handle. The soldiers were promoted, the rewards were given, and the diplomatic relations were maintained. She had not yet decided what to give to the 8 planetary alliances. They had come all the way to help, and they did not want the property of the Harold family. They could not let them leave empty-handed. Finally, she held a video conference with Song Jiming and Xiao Su, who stayed on planet 520, and then made the final decision. Guibai and other commanders came to say goodbye to her with their main teams. Xia Xiaoman had just finished the video conference, and Song Jiming and others had not left yet. She was just about to call them over. Chapter 161. The people of the 8-Star Alliance looked at Shang Lu, Song Jiming, Qi Xiaohua, and Sui Guanqing, and it was impossible to say that they didn't feel jealous. They all knew clearly that these people were the most core members of the Commander-in-Chief, the people she trusted the most, and the people who could really fight side by side with her. Guibai suppressed the sour bubbles in his heart and said, "Commander-in-Chief, we have stayed here for a month. The people of the Mother Planet are urging us to go back. We are going to leave tomorrow." They didn't come here to help the Commander-in-Chief because they had nothing to do. According to the plan, they should have gone to the battlefield half a month ago. Because of this matter, the Mother Planet negotiated with the Alliance, and it was delayed until now. Xia Xiaoman said, "Don't be so anxious. I asked someone to bring you some local specialties from my home planet. They will arrive in 5 days. Just wait." Guibai knew that when others said local specialties, they might really be local specialties, but the local specialties mentioned by the Commander-in-Chief might not be good things. If he hesitated for a second when encountering such a good thing, it would be a waste of the Commander-in-Chief's kindness. He agreed straightforwardly, "Then we will stay for a few more days." "Thank you, Commander-in-Chief, for thinking of us." He could think of it. Others could naturally think of it, too. They were all happy and laughed. "Thank you, Commander-in-Chief." Oh my God! What good things did the Commander-in-Chief want to give them? Was it to give them high-end weapons that surpassed the current level of interstellar weapons? They were so greedy for that. They broke through the defense system of Grant Star with just one shot. You know, although the defense system of Grant Star is not the most advanced in the Interstellar, it is also the defense system of Shuiyun Star number 8. As far as they know, there is no weapon in the interstellar space that can break this system with one strike. Xia Xiaoman nodded and continued, "If you agree, I will let our mecha division take you to modify your mecha in the next few days. When the stuff arrives, You can use it just in time. She said this. The main players of the 8-Star Alliance have all fought star beasts on the battlefield with her. How could they not know what she was talking about? Their eyes lit up like flashlights. Mengwu couldn't hide the surprise in his eyes, and his voice was excited. Commander-in-Chief, are you saying that you want to give us the new energy you discovered? They promised the Commander-in-Chief at the time that they would not tell anyone about the new energy. But it doesn't mean that they don't want to use new energy that can increase combat effectiveness and mecha performance. We agree. Guibai's voice was about to break through the sky. He gave himself a thumbs up in his heart. Coming to help the Commander-in-Chief was definitely the most correct decision he had made in his life. Xia Xiaoman also said simply, yes. Their planet has decided to sell cards and various industrial products made with card energy. They have already decided to sell cards and various industrial products made with card energy. Now giving them cards and transforming mechas for them is to thank them for their assistance this time, and to use their publicity to open up the market of the 8 planets. Among the people who came from the 8-Star Alliance this time, a small number of them were people who fought side by side with her on the field. The mecha masters among them also learned the technology of transforming mechas from Shan Lu in the field. So the transformation was smooth this time, but the transformation procedure was a little more complicated than before. 5 days later, all the mechas were modified. In fact, it only took 3 days to modify the mechas. In the remaining 2 days, at the request of the 8 commanders, Shang Lu also took the mecha masters to modify and upgrade their warships. Xu Yangxing's advantage of having someone around the commander-in-chief was revealed. And Ying's trio, after all came from Xu Yangxing, and they felt a little guilty about the fake death. After getting Xia Xiaoman's approval, they used their own advantages to help Xu Yangxing transform the mechas and warships. Noah, the commander-in-chief of Shuiyun Star, swept away his previous depression and walked with his head held high. He finally showed off in front of other planets. He greeted everyone with a smile, and almost boasted on his forehead, "Our planet has someone next to the commander-in-chief." Guibai and his friends were so jealous that they still felt that they should fight for it. They found Xia Xiaoman to discuss. "Commander-in-chief, do you think we can also keep a few mecha masters to learn from the chief mecha master and study for a period of time?" Xia Xiaoman's subordinates are actually very senior mecha masters, especially those mecha masters trained by big stars with solid theoretical foundation and strong strength. She thought for a while and nodded. "If you want to stay, you must sign a confidentiality agreement like an Ying and others, and work for me for at least 5 years. During the period of working here, you are not allowed to exchange technology with the mother planet privately." Of course, after they left, she didn't care what they wanted to do. The core technology they hold in their hands is in the hands of Shanglu and the 520-star mechanical college, and they will not give it to them. How could Guibai and the others not agree? They nodded hurriedly, "Okay." Let alone signing a confidentiality agreement. Even signing a contract of sale is fine. They don't expect their own mecha masters to get the core technology in the hands of the commander-in-chief. This thing, looking at the entire Interstellar, belongs to whoever it belongs to, and no one who holds it will selflessly disclose it. For example, Shuiyun Star's defense system is the most advanced in the Interstellar. Will they disclose their own technology to the Interstellar? Of course not. For them, for their mecha masters, being able to learn from the chief mecha master is already a great benefit. Xia Xiaoman finally decided to treat everyone equally, just like Shuiyun Star, and leave 3 mecha masters on 1 planet. When Xu Yangxing Commander Noah got the news, he became emo again. So sad, he was isolated. The 7 planets colluded together, secretly went to find the commander-in-chief, without him. And Ying looked at his former commander squatting in the corner, drawing circles with his fingers, and didn't move for a long time, and turned into a ruthless complaining machine. "Who told you to stimulate them a few days ago?" Noah finally raised his head, aggrieved, with red eyes and a sad look. "They lied to me before that they only brought 100,000 people, and I was stimulated." And Ying couldn't help but sighed and said, "Commander Noah, I suggest you read more about thick black studies. You are such a simple commander, and there are not many in the entire galaxy. Fortunately, the commander on the battlefield needs to face the star beasts without much brains. If it was a human, especially those commanders with 800 minds, they would definitely be the kind of people who would still count money even if they were sold out." Noah's mind was very clear at this moment, and it worked very well. "Are you saying I'm stupid?" He had just finished speaking. The Xingqian's surprised voice sounded, pointing at the surveillance screen in front of him and said, "Our starship that delivers local specialties is here." Chapter 162. A starship has arrived on planet 520. This starship, from the outside, is not much different from an ordinary starship, except that it looks smoother and more beautiful. But its speed is nearly twice as fast as an ordinary starship. The last speed-up reform of the starships currently used in the interstellar space was 50 years ago. In the past 50 years, all the planets and consortiums that have the ability to conduct independent research have been trying to lead the next speed-up reform. After these years of research, they have also gained some results. However, if we want to speed up significantly, the existing technology is still immature, with high costs and low returns. Guibai drooled, Commander-in-Chief, when will you sell this starship to the outside world, and how much will it cost? I will only represent our Gu family, and reserve 100 ships first. The biggest source of wealth for their Gu family is doing business between various planets. The starship can increase the speed, which can save them time on the road and greatly reduce the cost of doing business. Their family is in business. There is no family of the members of the main team of the 8-Star Alliance that does not do business. Even if they are children of ordinary families, who are discovered and cultivated by the planet, after they are selected into the main team, their family status will rise, and they will start to do various business. General Commander, our G family has ordered 1,000 ships. G Lai took out his optical computer and asked, where can I pay the deposit? And Ing raised her hand. G Lai did not say anything and transferred 10 billion first, occupying the first place, and then asked, how much? The rule in the business world is that whoever pays the deposit first will have the first order, and it is useless to say it verbally. Guibai's face was full of dirty words. Fuck, I miscalculated, and let this idiot get ahead of me. And Ing said, the starship you see now is our Explorer number 1. The price of one ship is 50 billion Alliance coins. The Commander-in-Chief said that he would give you an internal price with a 20% discount, which is 40 billion. The advance deposit is 10% of the total price, which is 4 billion. This is an ordinary civilian starship. If it is a large battleship, the price will be at least 10 times higher. So in the Interstellar, it is still the most profitable to do business in ships, mechas and arms. G Lai said nothing and added another 390 billion. Everyone at the scene. Fuck, in terms of wealth. It has to be his G family. Recently, he has made a lot of money by relying on mental power repair potions. Especially the upgraded second-generation repair potion, the effect is stronger than before. To say that the first generation is just under the banner of repairing mental power, in fact, it can quickly restore mental power. The second generation can really repair damaged mental power. Once it was launched, the Alliance went crazy. Everyone envied it, but there are some things that others can't envy because they have the right time, right place, and right people. But at the moment, starships still need to be booked. You want 20 ships, he wants 50. In a blink of an eye, the scene became a large-scale technology exhibition, placing orders, buying. Xia Xiaoman smiled with curved eyebrows. After being poor for so long, he accumulated a lot of experience and made a fortune. The time to really make money has just begun. The starship soon entered the starport and stopped at the berth. Xia Xiaoman went to greet him in person, smiling at the person who got off the starship, his eyes curved into a beautiful crescent. Dean, long time no see. The person who came was none other than Dean Su, the dean of the School of Mechanical Engineering. Dean Su looked at the girl in front of him. Compared with 2 years ago, her face was less chubby, her facial features became brighter and clearer, and her temperament was obviously more mature and stable. Her eyes were a little moist, and her voice was a little choked. Long time no see, Commander-in-Chief. Guibai and the others looked at each other, and they all knew that this person was also a heavyweight around the Commander-in-Chief. Being called the Dean by the Commander-in-Chief, and with an academic atmosphere, it can be seen at a glance that he is a researcher. After greeting Xia Xiaoman, Dean Su looked at Shan Lu, like an old father looking at his own child, with a kind face, patted his shoulder, and nodded. Lu, you look good. Star-Lord finally kept her promise, and took good care of him. Guibai and the others looked at each other again, and winked at each other. No way, no way, no way. This old man, could it be the teacher of the chief mecha engineer? Shan Lu gave them the answer, and the artificial intelligence translated his words. Thank you for your concern, teacher. How is your health recently? Dean Su smiled more kindly. Good, very good, can eat, drink and sleep, and can work for another 20 years. He was not lying. Since the Star Master started to give benefits to these old guys, and gave them a glass of squeezed carrot juice every day, his waist and legs no longer hurt, and he could climb 10 floors in one breath. In addition, they have begun to experiment with ways to break the existing gene chain and prolong life. The people on their planet, because of genetic defects and lack of mental power, are similar to ordinary people on ancient Earth, and 100 years old is considered a long life. Because of the poor living environment, the average life expectancy is only 60.5 years. Shan Lu smiled. As long as the teacher is healthy. Guibai and the others were even more anxious. They really wanted to ask, which schools Dean opened enrollment quotas for foreign planets? Can they go there to study? However, Xia Xiaoman didn't want to say that even if they wanted to know, they didn't ask. The sense of boundaries was clearly grasped by these smart people. Soon, the people arranged by Xia Xiaoman moved the local specialties from the starship. They had already prepared them according to the number of people coming from each planet, and handed them over to the commander-in-chief of each planet. The people of Shuiyun Star looked at the teams of other planets, which had many more local specialties than their own teams, especially Beta Star, which had 5 times more than theirs, and they were so emo. The people of Beta Star laughed so hard that their mouths were almost stretched to the back of their ears. Vio silently gave Ji Lai a thumbs up. No matter what he had in mind when he wanted to bring so many people. Now, their Beta Star is the biggest winner on the scene. Guibai also had a face full of envy. Don't ask. If you ask, it means regret. He regrets very much. He should have brought 1 million people here. The energy cards were distributed to the hands of each planet. It was time for Guibai and his team to leave. Xia Xiaoman stood in the middle and watched them board their respective warships. Guibai and his team, each leading the main force, stood on their own main warship, and the warships next to them were also neatly filled with soldiers. Everyone saluted her and said in unison, "Commander-in-Chief, goodbye." Xia Xiaoman also returned a military salute and said, "Goodbye, I wish you all a safe journey." Guibai and his warships soon left the starport. No one saw that, hidden outside the space defense line of Grant Star, under the cover of the Dark Star cluster, there were pairs of wolf-like green eyes hidden on hundreds of warships. On the main warship in the middle, a man with a full beard laughed strangely and called out loudly, "Their most capable main force has left, and now there are only 2 million people stationed on their planet. Our chance has come. Brothers, tell me loudly, do you want this wave of wealth?" Chapter 163. Yes. The voices were not uniform, but they were extremely excited. What they didn't know was that Xia Xiaoman had seen all their plans here. On the huge light screen, the flags flying on each warship were different. But that represented interstellar pirates. No matter how all pirate groups designed their pirate flags, they had to add skulls, which were particularly eye-catching. The scale of the warships was even more than thousands. Qi Xiaohua couldn't hide her excitement, staring at Xia Xiaoman with shining eyes. "Commander-in-Chief, I'll take people to meet them. These pirates, they can't be naive to think that they can beat them with more people." Sorry, the last one who thought so was the Herald family and the Tokugawa Star Pirates. Now, they have been exposed. Xia Xiaoman looked at the alliance army formed by the Star Pirates in front of her. They didn't even have the uniformity that a qualified army should have. They were useless. For these mobs who came to provoke her and wanted to take a share of the spoils from them, she hesitated for a second, which was disrespectful to her own people. She directly gave the order, "Sui Guanqing, Qi Xiaohua, Sun Liang, Tungshan, listen to my order." The four stood up, stood at attention, and looked at her. Xia Xiaoman said, "You each take 500,000 troops to fight, and fight quickly and decisively." "Yes, Commander-in-Chief." The four turned around and left to mobilize troops. At this moment, the Star Pirates also stood on the decks of their warships. The mecha soldiers lined up. The weapon troops were also ready to open fire and attack immediately after the commander gave the order. As long as the sun of Grant Star sets and the planet enters darkness, they can invade in large numbers. They are staring at the sun, dreaming of killing all the defenders on the planet, occupying Grant Star, and dividing up the huge wealth. 20 minutes later, the sun finally set. Grant Star, the former headquarters of the Herald family, and now the southern hemisphere where the 792 Star Command is located, fell into darkness. The Commander-in-Chief of the Star Pirate Alliance is the second largest pirate force in the outer domain of the 9th galaxy, except for the Tokugawa Star Pirates. This time, it was also led by their leader Park Jun-chung, who issued a hero order to gather so many pirate forces. Of course, they also heard that when the 792 Legion fought the Herald family, 50 million troops were dispatched. What's more, it is said that they united tens of thousands of forces, and the number of legions is at least 500 million. They use human sea tactics to defeat the Herald family and occupy Grant Star. Since the 792nd Legion can use it, they can also use it. This is called giving someone a taste of their own medicine. It is time for them to taste the consequences of their own tactics. He narrowed his eyes, stared at the planet in the distance, and gave an order. All captains, listen up, the weapons troops go first, pay attention, 100 kilometers away from Grant Star, concentrate on attacking the coordinates I gave you. As soon as he finished speaking, in the quiet space, suddenly there was a sneer, followed by a sentence, attack? You'd better die here. Park Jun-chong only felt a gust of cold wind blowing in front of his eyes. When he wanted to hide again, it was too late. In front of him, a black mecha suddenly appeared in front of him. Qi Xiaohua was getting impatient waiting. They knew that they would launch the raid after dark, so they would naturally have to choose the best time to attack. And now was the best opportunity. The weapons troops moved, and the entire alliance of star pirates began to get in chaos. You are that Qi Xiaohua. Park Jun-chong had carefully learned about the forces of the 792-star alliance, and knew that there were several very capable soldiers. Among them, the most popular one was the female mecha soldier in front of him driving a black mecha. The one who answered him. It was Qi Xiaohua's warhammer. With all her strength, and while her own mecha was still accelerating, she hit his mecha head with a hammer. Park Jun-chong had seen a video clip of her, but what he saw in the video was completely different from what he experienced up close. At her extreme speed, he had no time to dodge, and was hit hard on the head by her hammer. He felt a dull pain in his chest, as if he was pressed by a mountain. He spat out a mouthful of blood, but he didn't dare to delay for a moment. He turned on the mecha at the fastest speed, and wanted to escape. How could Qi Xiaohua give him this opportunity? She kicked him again. No one knew how strong she was. They only saw that Park Jun-chong's mecha was kicked off from the waist by her, revealing his pale face and terrified eyes in the mecha cockpit. Qi Xiaohua grabbed his hair like a chicken. The next moment, Park Jun-chong's body was separated. When Qi Xiaohua carried his head and easily retreated to his own army from the millions of pirates, many pirates had not yet reacted. Really? All this happened too fast. It took only a few seconds. She appeared. She took off Park Jun-chong's head. It was also at this time that other pirate leaders suddenly remembered her analysis of the combat power and tactics model, and shouted, reminding all leaders of the Star Pirates, please pay attention, this mecha soldier likes to take the heads of generals on the battlefield the most. His words. Qi Xiaohua was stunned. No, is it that she likes it? No. Sui Guanxing, Captain Song, Xin Liang, Gui Bai and others, including the Star Lord, like to do this. The Star Lord said that to capture the thief, you must first capture the leader. As long as the generals are dead, the others are just sand that will be blown away by the wind. She has always adhered to this principle, and entered the battlefield, looking for the leader first. Fighting. It started when Qi Xiaohua beheaded Park Jun-chong, the commander-in-chief of the Star Pirate Alliance. These pirates were disorganized and undisciplined. They fought each other, and were a mess. They were 10 times, or even 100 times more chaotic than when Vivian and the Avengers first fought the Tokugawa pirates. From the very beginning, the advantage on the battlefield belonged to the 792th Legion without a doubt. When the pirates were suppressed and killed one by one, they realized that the enemy was so powerful that they could not resist them at all, so they wanted to escape in the chaos. However, they were completely surrounded, and had no chance to escape. One pirate group was forced into a dead end. Between life and death, the leader chose to surrender, put down his weapons, raised the white flag, and shouted, "We surrender." Chapter 164. Originally, these pirates had no chance of survival. However, during this period of time, Xia Xiaoman was really short of people. The Herald family had too many industries in the outer area of the 9th galaxy. Even if all the previous captives were sent there, there was still a big gap. After these pirates surrendered, those who committed serious crimes were directly beheaded, and it was all over. As for those who committed minor crimes and still had some conscience, they were sentenced to 10 years of labor reform first, and their performance was seen. If they were not good enough, they would be killed. The one in charge of the battlefield here was Sui Guanxing. He looked at the pirates in front of him, threw a space folding bag in front of him, and said, "Put down your weapons, and put on the bracelets." The pirate leader quickly picked up the bag, distributed the bracelets in it to his men one by one, and personally supervised them to wear them. Soon, the team responsible for the detention of prisoners came over, and took them to the back of the battlefield. Surrender is like the flu, it is contagious, and it spreads very quickly. If one pirate group surrenders, there will be a second and a third. In a blink of an eye, half of the pirate groups have surrendered. The remaining pirate groups, seeing that the situation is hopeless, also surrendered. The battle started quickly. It ended even faster. The pirates did not achieve their dream, but instead became prisoners. 2 hours later, the captives surrendered. Let them report each other's bad deeds, and according to their crimes, those who should be kept will be kept, and those who should be killed will be killed. 2.5 hours later. When they came, they were full of vigor and vowed to take down the Star Pirate Alliance of Grant Star, a total of 9.5 million pirates. Finally, there were still 5.9 million people who officially became prisoners. 2.5 hours later. They were sent to starships one after another, and went to different planets to serve their sentences. This group of star pirates. Not all the star pirates in the outer area of the 9th galaxy. The area of the outer area is very large, and there are tens of thousands of planets of various sizes. The star pirates, who came to attack Grant Star, only accounted for about 1/3 of their number. However, in order to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, and to prevent some people from overestimating their own capabilities, they gathered people again and launched an attack on them. It was also to open up their 520 business routes and maintain the safety and stability of the routes, so that the legitimate merchants who came and went would not be robbed by them and scared by them. A large-scale encirclement and suppression plan against star pirates began. The star pirates are a species that everyone in the interstellar space shouts and beats, just like rats and cockroaches. All the planets, big and small, benefited from this. In the past, we could hear about pirates going to some planet to rob and kill other planets every 10 days or half a month, but now we have never heard about it again. In the past, the serious merchants from all the major galaxies, who went to the 9th galaxy to do business, did not dare to go through the outer domain with their starships. They could only take a detour and take an extra half-month to go through the interstellar route opened by the Alliance. Now, under the promotion of Chi Xiaohua, a video blogger, and after the 792 Star Legion did countless advertisements, gradually some bold merchants began to go through the outer domain route. You know, going through the outer domain not only saves time, but also saves the navigation fee of the starship. A round trip can save a lot of money, shortening the time cost, and the profit will naturally increase. Although the 792 Star Corps will set up toll points along the route to collect fees after the route is completely opened, they also have garrisons to protect their navigation safety. This little toll is a drop in the bucket compared to the profits they make. As a businessman, if you are not willing to pay even this little money, you might as well go home and pick up garbage as soon as possible. After Xia Xiaoman completed the construction of the interstellar route in the outer domain, he visited various garrison bases along the way, and personally felt the new route they opened before leaving Grant Star. When they left, they were very low-key. As the new highest officer of Grant Star, Chief Executive Vivian, she personally watched them board the starship and reluctantly said, "Commander-in-Chief, Team Leader Shang, I wish you a safe journey." The outer domain of the 9th galaxy. It has only been 5 months since they destroyed the Herald family, and it has been completely stable. All this was the credit of the Commander-in-Chief. He encircled and suppressed the star pirates, opened up new routes, and opened a machinery repair factory, an arms store, and a machinery store next to the garrison bases along the way. She was very good at business. Moreover, her unprecedented and unparalleled style of play was something that most people would not even dare to think about. She first killed Harold and secured the top position in the outer domain in the shortest possible time, making the other 3 families dare not even say a word. Who else could do it except her? She still had a feeling of a midnight dream, which was not quite real. It was too fast. Xia Xiaoman smiled and said, "Goodbye?" Shan Lu nodded slightly at her. Chi Xiaohua, Sui Guanqing, and the Mecha Masters left by the 8-Star Alliance, standing behind them, also said goodbye to her. The starship was still the large battleship they had driven from ND-49, but Shang Lu led the top Mecha Masters of the 8 stars to undergo a thorough transformation. Although the exterior still looked very old. But the interior, whether it was decoration or system, could definitely be called the most advanced battleship in the Interstellar. After Xia Xiaoman boarded the battleship, she ran to her luxury suite, lay down on the lazy sofa, and put out the light screen of the optical computer. Then, like all ordinary girls of the same age, she browsed hot searches, read gossip, watched movies and TV series, watched live broadcasts, rewarded anchors, and enjoyed life. When Shang Lu knocked on the door and came in, she was watching the live broadcast and was fascinated. The content of the live broadcast was very strange. There was only a girl with a backpack on her back. She looked thin and weak. Even though her face was gray, it could not hide her delicate and beautiful features. She walked in the primitive dense forest full of colorful, tall, and strange shapes. Occasionally, She could see strange animals hiding in the dense forest in the distance, secretly watching her. Xia Xiaoman greeted him happily. Shang Lu, come and see quickly. I found a very interesting live broadcast. This girl is called Lu Liuhe. She is not in our star system, but in another world. She said that the world she is in is a wasteland world after a nuclear war. It is quite interesting and pitiful. Shang Lu put the fruit plate on the small table next to her, frowned slightly, thinking that she was deceived, looked at her, and opened his thin lips slightly. With the current technology, only a simulation cabin is needed to simulate various environments. No, Xia Xiaoman said seriously. She didn't lie to me. She is really not in the same world as us. I just gave her a starship as a reward, and then she released the starship from her system space to show me. It was the one I rewarded. Shang Lu's eyes flashed with obvious confusion and shock, and he lip-read. You also gave her a starship as a reward? Chapter 165. Yes. Xia Xiaoman nodded, pulled him to her side, and continued. She also said that in order to express her gratitude to me, when she has enough points for express delivery, she will send me the soil and seeds from their place so that I can do research. Shang Lu looked at her with a complicated and helpless look, shook his head and sighed, and opened his lips slightly. You were fooled. In the Interstellar, there are many scammers who live broadcast this kind of thing, and some people say that they are from the world of immortal cultivation and have a panacea. Result? Xia Xiaoman continued. I told her that I don't want her seeds in soil. After her system opens the immortal cultivation interface, let her send me a pill that the immortals rewarded her for you to eat. Shang Lu was speechless. She always thinks about herself, and he is moved. But how could she believe such nonsense? She was always smart and rational. Xia Xiaoman didn't see his expression. She was still watching the live broadcast and interacting with the anchor Lu Liuhe. As a reward for a starship, she became the #1 sister on the list, and she had special treatment given by the live broadcast room. When she spoke, the barrage could stay at the front of the layers of barrage for 10 seconds. She sent a barrage. I have decided to use the starship to exchange for elixirs. I will have people research a defense system that can resist the attacks of mutant animals and plants and reward you, and then exchange it with you for your soil and seeds. In the light screen, the anchor Lu Liuhe smiled very brilliantly and made a big heart on his head to her. Okay, thank you for the reward from the rich sister, love you. Xia Xiaoman continued to send barrages. At the latest, I will give you the defense system in 1 month, and you should hurry up to accumulate points and send the things to me, otherwise, my mecha master will suspect that I have a problem with my brain. Shang Lu looked at the bullet screen she posted, which was hanging in the center of the live broadcast room. It was bigger and bolder than other bullet screens, emitting fluorescent bullet screens. 2 words flashed through his mind. Exaggerated. However, she is the Star Master. Since this anchor can make her so happy, what's wrong with rewarding a starship? What's wrong with rewarding her to change her own defense system? The money you earn is to spend. Xia Xiaoman was still helping to explain. Shang Lu, she is not a liar. I asked her to take out a starship to show you again. Do you still remember Cicely, the new housekeeper of the Harold family, who was captured alive by us? He said that Harold's favorite starship cost him hundreds of billions to find the top interstellar mecha master to transform it. I didn't believe that I could reward like this at the time. I just imagined the appearance of the starship in my mind, and the starship would appear on the gift. Click OK, and the starship will be rewarded and will be in her space. Shang Lu smiled at her. I will reward it, as long as you like it. Xia Xiaoman, I asked Vivian to take people to check our warehouse. The starship is really gone. It disappeared out of thin air, she said, pulling out the surveillance video for him to see. Shang Lu looked at the strangely disappeared starship in the video, and finally realized that this was not normal, and looked at the live broadcast room again. In the live broadcast room, the anchor Lu Liuhe released the starship again and said, Rich sister, every time my garbage system takes it out, it will deduct my points. Let's make a deal. You want others to see the starship to prove that my live broadcast is real. Can you gather those people together? Xia Xiaoman sent a barrage. No, just let him watch it alone. The live broadcast was still going on. It was already dark. Various strange-shaped plants in the dense forest began to emit faint halos of light. The colorful light bands were very beautiful and eye-catching. Shang Lu's eyes were deep. With the light emitted by the plants, he saw a cluster of roses growing on the head of a black-haired wild boar that was more than 3 meters tall. They were beautiful bright red roses, each as big as a wash basin. The barrage was still complaining. Fuck, Lure, did you see that wild boar? It's so ugly, let's discuss it. Can you kill it? I admit, This is a weird thing I have never imagined. Such a beautiful rose is stuck on a pig's head, it's so eye-catching. Come on, my friends, I'll wash your eyes, JPG. Beautiful Sika deer, with peach branches wrapped around its horns, and peach flowers blooming on the branches. Xia Xiaoman gently hooked his beautiful and slender jade-like long fingers, and when he turned his head, she tilted her head slightly to look at him and asked, "Do you believe it? This is really a magical live broadcast that transcends time and space." If she herself had not been reborn, she would have thought it the first time, what a ghost thing, this anchor is definitely a liar. But, after experiencing rebirth, she knew that there are many miracles in this world that cannot be explained by scientific theories. Shanlu nodded. What are the characteristics of the soil and seeds in her world? The plant yield is very high, and the maturity time is very short. Xia Xiaoman said, and clicked on the information summarized by fans on the live broadcast forum for him to read. Shanlu read very quickly. After reading all the information, he opened his lips and said, "The soil and seeds in her world are worth studying. Send a copy to Dean Nicole and let her take a look. Carrots can be harvested in as little as 2 days. Compared to the plants after they use the potion, the growth rate is at least 10 times shorter. The yield is also terrifyingly high. If they can develop this technology, let alone other things, the yield of carrots alone can increase the income several times or even hundreds of times." Xia Xiaoman spread his hands. The information above does not support downloading. Let's show it to Dean Nicole when we go back. Video conference communication is still not as good as face-to-face communication. Besides, their destination this time is their home planet 520. The two of them huddled together to watch the live broadcast. Others did all kinds of things. Especially the Mecha Masters, who gathered together to continue to study and consolidate all the knowledge points of the internal transformation of this battleship, and only pulled themselves out of the ocean of knowledge when they felt hungry. Someone looked at the beautiful nebula outside and asked, "And Ing, do you know where our destination is this time?" And Ing said, the Commander-in-Chief's previous goal was to go to the illegal zone, but later he received news that the Tokugawa Star Pirates wanted to rob and attack their home planet, so he temporarily changed his goal. I personally guess that it is very likely that we will still go to the illegal zone. Others nodded. No matter where they go, as long as they can follow along, the illegal zone is very dangerous, but as passionate young people, who has not fantasized about an interstellar adventure that can be taken at any time, that night, when we went to the cafeteria to eat, someone still couldn't help but want to confirm it, and asked Qi Xiaohua, "Xiaohua, do you know where we are going next?" Chapter 166. Qi Xiaohua ate the braised pork trotters, and said without raising her head, "Go home. We haven't been home for 2 years. And 2 years. They have to go back and pack up everything that needs to be packed. For example, those cities that declared independence. And Ing didn't treat himself as an outsider at all. Go back to our home planet?" Qi Xiaohua nodded and said, "Yes, the Commander-in-Chief has to deal with the troubles of the home planet." 3 days later, a black and yellow planet can be seen within the sight of the warship. About 2 hours later, it has entered the orbit of star 520. Then, the high-definition equipment in the warship can capture the environment and topography of the planet. Even though Ing and the others have heard Qi Xiaohua talk about the environment of star 520. But when they saw with their own eyes the garbage mountains that rose from the ground, like ugly and disgusting tumors, appearing on the surface of the planet, they were still shocked. The environment is really bad, very bad, almost everywhere is garbage, all are seriously polluted, black water. They simply can't imagine that their home planet is like this. How did they survive living on such a planet since they were young? Qi Xiaohua pointed to the green place on the planet and happily introduced them to them. "This is our capital, Dawn City, see it? There are the most green and blue here, and the density of garbage mountains is the lowest." And Ing and the others looked complicated. They couldn't laugh. They couldn't laugh at all. Qi Xiaohua said very excitedly, "And here, these green places are all under the jurisdiction of our central government. They are green because they purify the land and air and grow crops." And Ing and the others felt bitter, and their eyes were red. It was not easy for the Commander-in-Chief and his team to come out. Qi Xiaohua was very proud. 2 years ago, when we left our home planet, there was no green. After leaving the planetary orbit, it was pitch black. Now everything is getting better. And Ing and the others looked at each other. Suddenly, I felt that they were really so happy compared to the Commander-in-Chief and his team. The Commander-in-Chief and his team, who could have such strong strength in such an environment, I don't know how much more suffering they had to endure than ordinary people. In this environment, if they were in their place, they would have already laid down in despair. How could they dare to think of any hope? Qi Xiaohua then realized that the surroundings were unusually silent, looked at them strangely, and asked, "What's wrong with you? Why don't you speak?" And Ying's throat was a little choked, and asked, "Xiaohua, how did the commander-in-chief take you out?" "This, can I say it?" Qi Xiaohua was still angry when she thought about it, and said angrily, "It was a group of idiots from Sanlong Star. When they came to throw garbage, they threw the garbage into our residential area and killed many people. The commander-in-chief asked me to kill the people above. The starship that transported the garbage was our trophy. We repaired it and used it to sail. No one had any doubts about her tearing the starship with her bare hands." Enya, the mecha master of Beta Star, still remembered that she had seen the pictures sent by Ji Lai. The starship that the commander-in-chief and his men landed at the Beta Starport was really patched and tattered. At that time, she thought that it was because they had been sailing for too long, and the starship was damaged in an interstellar storm or in a fight with others. But I didn't expect that there was such a reason behind it. Enning asked again, "What about before? Team leader Shan is so powerful, why didn't you make a starship yourself?" Xiaohua, although she is casual and careless, has a clear mind. She will say what she should say, and won't reveal a word of what she shouldn't say. Since she answered their questions, it means that the commander-in-chief tacitly agreed and they can know it. There are no materials and no energy. Qi Xiaohua shrugged and pointed to the black garbage mountains on the planet, and said, "You can see that our planet is nothing but garbage. What good things can there be in the garbage?" And Ing and the others felt even more sad when they heard it. What a simple reason. But the more it is like this, the more desperate and helpless it is. Who doesn't know how to use good things? The key is... No! Qi Xiaohua changed the subject and her tone became relaxed. "Fortunately, our commander-in-chief discovered a new energy source, and we modified the mecha, so I could drive the mecha to hammer the starship of Sanlong Star. Otherwise, we don't know how long we have to wait before we can leave our home planet and find a way out." And Ing and the others also smiled sincerely as she said. They knew a little about the next things, from their appearance on Beta Star to their participation in the competition on ND49 Star to now, all the action trajectories, some of which they personally participated in. Battleship. It soon entered the planetary orbit of 520 and headed towards the starport. Xia Xiaoman and Shan Lu also came over. The speed of their battleship was not fast. Then you can see many starships coming and going in an orderly manner on the interstellar route they are in. Qi Xiaohua pointed at the starport and smiled proudly. "Commander-in-chief, our starport is bigger and more lively than what I saw in the video, with many starships." Xia Xiaoman was also watching. The starport seen in the video was also very lively and large, but it was even more shocking when seen from the planet's orbit. The natural environment of planet 520 began to improve. But in general, the planet is still pitch black when viewed from space. However, the St. Mars starport is as bright as a beautiful and dazzling pearl, adding a touch of bright color to the dark planet. You can see it at a glance from space. Yes! The starport was built in the city of St. March. Planet 520, a long time ago, when it was still a mining planet, had the busiest starport located in the city. Later, the mineral resources were exhausted, and Star 520 became a garbage planet. After exiling the defective products with genetic defects, the Alliance destroyed the starport. The new St. Mars starport was rebuilt on the destroyed site. Shan Lu was also looking at the planet and her, with a gentle look in his eyes. What she once said was being fulfilled at a rapid speed. She contributed greatly to the development of Star 520, and its ability to get out of trouble. At the same time, she was like a beacon, guiding all the people on the planet forward. Qi Xiaohua's voice broke the brief silence, pointing to the opposite side and said, "Commander-in-Chief, there is a flying vehicle over there, coming towards us." Chapter 167. As soon as she finished speaking, Ing also spoke. "Report to the Commander-in-Chief, the number 1 aircraft in St. Mal City ahead requests to access the communication system." Xia Xiaoman said, "Connect it?" The communication was connected. The video screen was also synchronized. In the light screen, Dichio's excited face appeared, and he said respectfully, "Star Lord, St. Mal City Dichio come to greet you." Xia Xiaoman nodded slightly, and a smile appeared on the corner of his lips. "City Lord Dichio, long time no see." The reason why the project in St. Mal City can be advanced so quickly is also due to the contribution of the City Lord in front of him. Dichio's eyes were filled with tears, and his voice was a little choked. "Star Lord, long time no see. 2 years. The time seems not long. But for him, it seems like a dream." After receiving the news that the Star Lord was coming back, he should have brought people to the starport to greet him, but he couldn't wait at all. Even if he saw the Star Lord a second earlier, he took the initiative to fly over to greet him when he saw their starship. Xia Xiaoman said, "Since you are here, come in and talk to the battleship." Dichio said, "Yes, Star Lord." The aircraft approached the battleship. The mecha masters in the main control room looked at the people on the light screen, then looked at their commander-in-chief, and then looked at each other, silently exchanging glances. Then, "Fuck!" Star Lord, Xiaohua, and the others called her the commander-in-chief, and Song Jiming called her the eldest lady. They had always guessed that she was the heir of a certain force. But unexpectedly, she was actually the Star Lord and the supreme leader of a planet. And Ying's eyes were a little complicated. Logically speaking, with the identity of the Star Lord, there was no need to do anything, just enjoy it. Even a garbage planet like 520 can be the same. After all, no matter how scarce the resources are, there are always people who can be exploited and provide them with wealth and luxury. But the commander-in-chief chose to take the risk and do it herself, leading people out of the planet to find a ray of hope for the planet and all the people on the planet. No wonder the people around her and all the soldiers under her are loyal to her. It is lucky for everyone on 520 to have such a star master. Dichio was soon brought in. He drove the aircraft here himself, and finally saw Xia Xiaoman face to face. He was even more excited, and his eyes were red. "Star Lord, you are finally back, and the people are waiting for you." Xia Xiaoman nodded slightly. "Okay." She came back this time and made her itinerary public, just to tell those cities that took the opportunity to bully her when she was weak, pitiful and helpless, and went out independently, that she, Xia Xiaoman, is back to deal with them. Of course, it was within her expectations that people would come to greet her. The aircraft flew all the way to the starport. 10 minutes later, arrived at the starport. And Ing and other mecha divisions knew that the Star Lord, like the commander-in-chief, would be 100% supported and loved by the people. However, when they looked at the densely packed people in and outside the starport, they were still shocked. Each of their faces was filled with happy smiles. Each of their eyes was full of warm admiration. Their shouts shook the heavens and the earth. "Welcome home, Star Lord. Long live Star Lord." Xia Xiaoman stood on the deck, waving to the crowd who came to greet him, her voice clear and steady. "Hello everyone, I'm back. Tell me, how have you been these past 2 years?" "Good," the crowd answered loudly. Xia Xiaoman asked again, "Can we eat enough and wear warm clothes?" "Yes." The crowd's voices became louder, and their eyes were moist. When they thought of the past days, compared with the present days, they were so happy that they were in heaven. It was the Star Lord who gave them a good life, and gave them hope for life. They must not forget their roots, and they must always follow her footsteps. Xia Xiaoman then asked, "Has anyone bullied you? Tell me loudly now, I will make the decision for you." The crowd was even more excited, and the look in their eyes became more and more fanatical. No! The images of the starport were broadcast in real time to the entire planet. At the same time, they were transmitted to every central city of the 520 stars, where the communication could be controlled and reached. Among them, in major cities and regions under the rule of the central government, government officials from all over the country organized people to watch her return video nearby. In the square in the city center, in the square garden of the community, and in the workshop of the factory, the live broadcast was lit everywhere. At this moment, the people watching the live broadcast, like the audience on the scene, followed her and answered her questions loudly, their blood boiling and their eyes burning. Especially the people in the capital Dawn City. They were so excited that their voices choked and tears filled their eyes. 2 years ago, the Star Lord left Dawn City with their farewell. 2 years later, the Star Lord's warship landed in the starport of St. Mar City. The heroic girl in the video has grown a little taller than when she left, and she has a little more calmness after going through all kinds of things. But she is more dazzling, more reassuring, and people can't help but look up to her. If she was sharp and radiant 2 years ago, now she is like a sword that has been sheathed. But if anyone underestimates her, they are wrong. As long as she unsheathes, she can kill all the evil spirits. They are excited about the return of the Star Master. But when some are happy, others are sad. They are talking about those cities that took advantage of the situation and announced the establishment of an independent government when the central city was massacred by the Star Beasts. In the past 2 years, they have watched the cities under the central government build infrastructure at a rapid speed, pull up water and electricity, build roads and railways, build air routes, build pollution treatment centers, and build factories. Countless people at the bottom who could only rely on picking up garbage to fill their stomachs have joined the team of large infrastructure, entered factories, made money, and their lives are getting better and better. Their days are getting better and better, and they are more and more hopeful. People's mental outlook is also completely renewed. But what about them? Because of what Xia Xiaoman said before, if a city that has separated from the central government wants to rejoin, it must beg her with the head of the city lord. These city lords live in fear every day, afraid that the central army will suddenly come to recapture the lost land, and even more afraid that the people under their rule will unite with the slaves to rebel, kill them, and surrender to the central government with their heads. So in the past 2 years, they have closed the city, cut off all communications in the city, blocked all channels for news from the outside world, and did not allow people under their rule to enter and leave at will. In addition, in order to save enough money to buy a starship and escape from the planet, they are still making a lot of money, plundering the people's fat, and controlling and exploiting the people under their rule with high pressure. In the past 2 years, the people of the independent cities have been living in dire straits, and their lives are worse than death. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. This is an eternal truth. Many cities have erupted in resistance movements, but due to the gap in strength and weapons, they were basically suppressed in a very short time. Fortunately, in the past 2 years, the central government has been busy with large-scale infrastructure and development, and has no time to care about them. There have been small riots on their side, but there has not been a major event like the slave rebellion in St. Mars City that is enough to shake the foundation of their rule. At this moment, the 88th City Alliance represented by Zhong Cheng, the former mayor of Elite City. No, in the past 2 years, there are still 2 cities where the resistance organizations have successfully killed the mayor, and took the mayor's head to surrender to the central government, and successfully joined the central government. Those 2 cities are very close to St. Mars City. Although the mayor blocked the news from the outside world and vigorously implemented the policy of keeping the people ignorant, the people are not blind. The number of aircraft and starships going back and forth in the sky every day is increasing, and they can see it. So, they resisted, they succeeded, they broke away from the 88th City Alliance. The 88th City Alliance became the 86th City Alliance. The city lords of 86 cities were well informed, and saw the live video of Xia Xiaoman's return at the first time. One city lord was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Xia Xiaoman is back. What should we do now? Chapter 168. He only hated himself for being so blinded by greed. When the central city was destroyed, he was instigated to become independent. A city lord looked fierce. What else can we do? In addition to fighting her to the death, do we have any other way to survive? Xia Xiaoman, that vicious woman, said she wanted their heads, and she would definitely want their heads. When she comes back this time, she will definitely take action to deal with them. They must not sit and wait for death. A city lord sneered. Do we have the ability to fight her? The central government has already started foreign trade and purchasing materials from the outside world a year and a half ago. Do you know how many high-end weapons and equipment they have in their hands? Go head on with the central government? They are crazy. What's the point except sending them to death? Someone sighed. Then what should we do? Can we only wait to die? After that, he looked at the leader of the alliance, Zhong Cheng, the city lord of Elite City. Others also looked over at the same time. Zhong Cheng looked at them solemnly and said, Don't cry in front of me, and don't say useless nonsense to me. You have been plundering the people's wealth in the past 2 years, causing the people under your rule to be angry. I don't believe that you have kept all the money in the warehouse to attract rats. Xia Xiaoman is back, and she will definitely deal with us in the near future. Let's show all our cards here. The other city lords watched, and no one said a word. Zhong Cheng snorted coldly and said, Then I will go first. I won't fight Xia Xiaoman, and I can't beat him. I have 2 starships in my hand, which I bought with all my family's wealth. I am going to take my confidence and leave on the starship now. The other city lords are all smart. Each of them has at least 1 small starship in their hands, which can leave star 520 at any time. The reason why they didn't leave before. It's because of human nature's fear of the unknown. They have no mental strength and are defective. After leaving, who knows whether the situation they will face in other places in the Interstellar will be worse than the current one. He said it directly. The other city lords stopped pretending. One city lord said, City Lord Zhong, I am willing to take my people and leave with you. After leaving, we can take care of each other in the Interstellar. Another city lord followed and shouted, I will go with you. More and more city lords expressed their willingness to go along. More people, if nothing else, can help to disperse the fear. The 86 City Alliance was reunited to form the 86 City Escape Alliance, and Zhong Chung was elected as the leader again. Zhong Chung said, "Since you trust me so much, I won't refuse. Let's take a few guards and leave, let the remaining troops gather, pretend to fight to the death, distract the central government's attention, and use this as a cover, so that we can take the opportunity to leave." The other city lords nodded in agreement. Just when their video conference was about to end, the confidant suddenly reported, "City Lord, it's bad, something happened. Many large light curtains suddenly appeared above the major areas of our city, and Xia Xiaoman was giving a speech. Above all independent cities, many light curtains appeared. The light curtains appeared without any warning. It was like it was suddenly projected into the sky. Their information department could not catch any traces of the city system being invaded, nor could they handle those light screens. Xia Xiaoman appeared in the light screen and said calmly, "I am the Star Lord Xia Xiaoman. I am here to say hello to all the citizens of the independent city. How have you been these 2 years?" People everywhere, no matter where they are, can see the huge light screen above their heads, hear her voice, and look up at her. Are you living well? They are not living well at all. About 2.5 years ago, when your city declared independence, I said that anyone who follows me, Xia Xiaoman, will have food to eat, and within 5 years, I will make your life reach the average level of the alliance. After Xia Xiaoman finished speaking, he said with great sorrow, "It's a pity that your city lord, many of you, still chose independence, and I feel very sad about this." The people were silent. At the beginning, many of them supported their own city lord to be independent. That's because their city lord promised them that after independence, they would definitely live better than the people under the central government. But what was the result? Their city lord not only failed to fulfill his promise, but also intensified their exploitation of their blood and sweat, treating them like cattle and horses. Not to mention living a good life, they can't even breathe or eat a full meal. Xia Xiaoman continued, "Now, I'll show you whether I have fulfilled my promise, and what kind of life you live in my city." She finished. The figure disappeared on the screen. The video that replaced it recorded the development of various cities under the central government in the past 2 years, the improvement of people's living standards, and the improvement of infrastructure, which was simply the speed of light. There is no harm without comparison. The people of the independent city looked at the video with envy, and the resentment towards the city lord who ruled them grew like weeds. It is these damned city lords who have to rebel, become traitors, and break away from the central government. Otherwise, their current lives would definitely be exactly the same as the people in the video. Damn the city lords. Chapter 169. The city lords were all crazy at this moment. They had to buy time to escape. Before they escaped, the city must not be in turmoil. They panicked and shouted for people to interrupt the live broadcast. But their technicians could only say that they were powerless. They said indignantly in the city's communication channel, "It's all fake. Everything you see is Xia Xiaoman's means of deceiving people. She is lying to you. Our planet is a garbage planet. Think about it yourself. How could there be such an advanced starship? What you see are all videos she downloaded from video websites. They are her P-videos and P-pictures." These words. If it was before their city became independent, or 2 years ago, there would still be people who believe them. But at this time, the people had been struggling and suffering under their cruel oppression and exploitation for 2 years, and many of their relatives and friends were persecuted to death. Their words no longer had any credibility for them, and no one would believe them anymore. The city lord's credibility collapsed, and he was doomed. The video playback on the giant light screen in the sky had come to an end. Then, the map of their respective independent cities also appeared on the light screen, and on the map were the specific coordinates marked. Xia Xiaoman appeared in the live broadcast again, pointing to the coordinates above, and said, "Do you see these coordinates? This is where your great city lord hides the starship. They are planning to abandon you and leave this planet. My people, my warriors, are you sure you still want to fight for him now?" The city lords, who were ready to leave immediately without delay, were so scared that their faces turned pale, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. They stared at the coordinates above with deadly and resentful eyes, and felt terrified. The starship they bought was not driven here, but secretly pulled here by their most trusted guards, for fear that the noise would be too loud and be seen by the people under their rule, ruining their good deeds. But they didn't expect that even with such caution, she still found out. How did she find out? Did they plant spies around them? Who would this spy be around them? In the light screen, Xia Xiaoman's calm and confident face looked so hateful to them that they wanted to pull her out and tear her apart. She continued, "Do you remember what I said when you were independent? If you want to rejoin the central government, come to see me with your city lord's head. I wish you success." The people's emotions were completely ignited by her. Xia Xiaoman said again, "Before you, you were my people. After you, many people may join the central government again and become my people. Here, I have prepared a gift for each of you. Look up." Guided by her words, the people subconsciously looked up and saw that a huge starship appeared in the sky at some point. And then, it was a parachute after a parachute, with a large package falling below. It landed at the center of the crowd at a very fast speed. You have to fight for the life you want with your own hands. Pick up these weapons and resist. Xia Xiaoman picked up a gun at hand and demonstrated it to them. Simple foolproof operation, specially prepared for those who have never used weapons. As long as the people are not fools, they can basically learn it after watching it once, and they can ask others if they don't know. Moreover, on the light screen in the sky, although Xia Xiaoman had left, her previous gun operation movements were recorded and played over and over again. Very soon, those who had been planning to rise up, those who had lost relatives and friends in the resistance movement, those who had been oppressed in the past 2 years, and the slaves in the major slave camps who were treated as animals by the slave owners, all picked up the weapons issued by the central government and headed towards the coordinates. The news that the city lords were going to escape was also leaked. Except for the guards they were going to take away with them, no other army would obey their orders, protect him, and suppress this resistance movement. People from all walks of life, at this moment, had a common goal and united closely. Xia Xiaoman looked at the huge light screen in front of him, which was divided into small light screens. Each light screen represented a city, a total of 86 cities. Without exception, all began their resistance. Dichio flattered him. "Star Lord is Star Lord. Only Star Lord can recover 86 independent cities without bloodshed." Xia Xiaoman resisted, rolling her eyes at him, and said, "Take your people to deal with the follow-up matters. After the war, these cities need to be restored and adjusted as soon as possible. You have the most experience." What is he clapping for? Did they fail to deal with them in the past 2 years because they couldn't defeat them? Of course not. This is because Principal Xiao and his team felt that the glorious and great task of unifying the planet and recovering lost territory should be handed over to her, the Star Lord, so as to further establish her great and majestic image in the hearts of the people. "Yes, Star Lord, I promise to complete the task," Dichio responded respectfully. 2 days later, everything was settled. During the battle, each independent city selected temporary wartime representatives, who boarded the trophy starship to personally meet Xia Xiaoman and offer the head of the city lord. Xia Xiaoman looked at the black, round heads that were staring at him with vicious eyes. When Song Jiming told her that they were the heads of the city lords, she nodded slightly and looked at the representative seriously, saying, "Thank you for your hard work. I hereby announce that from now on, 86 cities will return to the central government." The temporary representatives were so excited that they burst into tears. The representative of the representatives choked up and said, "Thank you, Star Lord, for accepting us again. Star Lord, your heart is as broad as the universe. Star Lord, you treat us as tolerantly as your own children. We hereby promise you that from now on, we will be absolutely loyal to you and will never have second thoughts about you again. This is the oath of all of us. Please read it." Chapter 170. After he finished speaking, he handed a chip to Song Jiming. Song Jiming got Xia Xiaoman's approval before he put the chip on the optical computer and played the video. The video showed that after the battle, the people of the independent city knelt on one knee devoutly, with their right fists clenched on their left chests, in an absolutely submissive and devout posture, and said word by word, in a uniform and clear manner, "We sincerely repent for our previous betrayal and hope that the Star Lord can forgive our ignorance. We swear here that from now on, we will be absolutely loyal to the Star Lord." Xia Xiaoman also said sincerely, "I know that independence is not your original intention. You were also coerced by the traitors to make the wrong choice. Now it is great to know your mistakes and improve. Star Lord." The representatives listened to her words, and their voices became more and more choked. They felt ashamed and regretful for what happened before, and they were more determined to listen to the Star Lord and follow him in the future. "Tell others what I said, so that they know that they are my people. As the Star Lord, no matter what mistakes my people have made due to momentary confusion, I will give you a chance to reform." Xia Xiaoman's words were sincere. The representatives were once again moved by her noble character and broad mind, and said in unison, "Yes, Star Lord." Xia Xiaoman said, "You have worked hard. I have arranged a place for you to rest. You should have a good rest for a day, and wait until tomorrow to discuss the next matter." The representatives thanked her again and retreated respectfully. Actually, for senior leaders of the central government, such as Xia Xiaoman, the post-war reconstruction work of returning to the city is the simplest. There is a template to refer to, and the construction route of St. Mars City can be directly applied. Their biggest headache now is the garbage disposal problem on the planet. The garbage accumulated over hundreds of years cannot be cleaned up in a day or two. How to transport the garbage is a problem, and where to transport the garbage is also a problem. They want to build a planet, so they can't let these garbage stay on the planet forever. 2 days later, Shan Lu and Dean Su brought people to give her a plan after 2 days of discussion. Dean Su pointed to the design and explained, "Star-Lord, this nameless star is a desert star with no life. It is very close to our planet. We plan to build a jump point from our planet to here, so that we can transport the garbage there as quickly as possible. Please report the budget," Xia Xiaoman said. "Whose garbage is not thrown on the deserted planet? The existing technology for degrading and treating garbage in the interstellar space has been unable to reduce the cost. It is cheaper to transport it with a starship." Shan Lu looked at her and said with thin lips, "Do you want to wait and see the research progress of Dean Nicole and her team?" Dean Su also said, "Yes, let's wait a little longer. The garbage has been on our planet for a long time. Our top priority is to make those planets stop treating our planet as a garbage station." Xia Xiaoman heard them say this, and knew that building a jump point was expensive, very expensive. She stroked her chin, her eyes suddenly lit up, and asked, "Do you think that the garbage mountain can be used as a selling point for tourism? Think about it. Next to the garbage mountain are green mountains and clear waters, and the impact is also quite strong." The more she talked, the more feasible it seemed. Then, she got herself excited and continued, "It's the kind of game that simulates building a home. I don't know if you have ever played it. At the beginning, a person, a dog, and a sickle are thrown on an island, and they build a house and farm by themselves to build a home. We can also use this selling point to let tourists see that our garbage mountain disappears little by little, and our environment gets better little by little, so that they have a sense of personal participation in the change." Shan Lu nodded, smiled at her gently, and gave her the greatest affirmation. Dean Su thought for a moment and said, "But Star-Lord, who is willing to come to the garbage planet to see garbage?" Xia Xiaoman said, "If they don't want to see garbage, then they must want to come and see what the home planet of the first commander recognized by the Alliance now looks like." Dean Su was shocked. "Are you going to disclose your identity? This gimmick is enough. But do they really not need to grow up in a shabby way for a few more years?" Xia Xiaoman said, "Dean Su, do you have any misunderstanding about our strength? I have friends on the major planets of the Alliance. The Alliance government will only embarrass me if it is crazy. As for other forces, they have to weigh the Herald family first if they want to deal with me. They have already decided to declare the independence of 520 stars in 2 months. At that time, she will face the entire galaxy, issue a declaration of independence, and tell those planets that throw garbage, 'Get out.' Whoever throws garbage again will be punished. Besides, when she shows up, she doesn't need to promote it herself. The current main teams of the major planets will take the initiative to help her promote it. I'm just a researcher." Dean Su only knew that their army was very powerful, but he didn't really know how powerful it was. "Just do your research," Xia Xiaoman said with a smile. At the beginning, he was asked to do so much work because he really lacked confidence in capable people, so he could only do more work for the capable. Now, after 3 years of development, batches of outstanding talents have been cultivated, and many capable people have been promoted from the lower cities. A year ago, Dean Su had already resigned from other positions and concentrated on his School of Mechanical Engineering. The jump point needs to be constructed and designed. Research on garbage disposal is also to be carried out. After the planet is unified, it is imperative to declare independence from the Alliance. But now, for all the citizens of Star 520, the most important thing is to give their numbered star a resounding name. The Star Master said that everything is new, and the name of the planet must be new. Qi Xiaohua initiated an internal vote on the planet website. From the first day of voting, there were so many names that it was dizzying. However, this chaotic excitement did not last for a few days. One name stood out with 100 or 1,000 times more votes than other names, leading the pack. The voting lasted for 5 days. Until the second before the voting ended, the votes for this name were still rising like flying, and the statistics chart was about to surpass the second place and soar into the sky. The new name of the 520 planet, the moment it was frozen. Qi Xiaohua quickly took a screenshot and ran to find Xia Xiaoman excitedly. "Star-Lord, team leader Shang won the name with 500 million votes, accounting for 95% of the total population of our planet. Xia Xiaoman has been very busy these days, flying around, inspecting the cities that have returned, and preparing for the Independence Day ceremony. Hearing her words, he couldn't help but be curious. What name did Shan Lu choose, and why did he get so many votes? Chapter 171. Qi Xiaohua approached her mysteriously and lowered her voice. Xiao Mengxing. Xia Xiaoman's eyes were slightly condensed. This was chosen by team leader Shang, and all citizens voted unanimously to agree. Qi Xiaohua thought she was going to veto it, and quickly showed her the light brain. Star Master, look, the votes are far ahead, and the second place is not even enough for a fraction of your name. She also felt that except for the name Xiao Mengxing, no other name could match their planet. Moreover, such a high number of votes is enough to show the importance of Star Master in the minds of the people. Xia Xiaoman saw her staring at her nervously and said, "You are open, fair and just, and the name you voted for, can I still oppose it?" She just felt a little surprised. After all, taking a person's name as the name of a planet is a very important and sacred thing. Qi Xiaohua smiled and said, "Then I will go and tell Principal Xiao and the others, and let them hurry up to prepare." After that, she ran away, fearing that Xia Xiaoman would stop her and reject the name. After Xiao Su and his team got the name, they stopped all the work at hand, and sorted out the relevant materials. On the second day, they announced the voting results on the planet website using the official account of the central government, and officially issued a document that from today, 520 Star will be officially renamed Xiaoman Star. The whole country celebrated. December 15th, 361 of the Alliance calendar. Xia Xiaoman came to this planet, exactly 3 years ago. She stood on the highest garbage mountain on 520 Star. Behind her stood the central government leadership, Shang Lu, Xiao Su, Dean Su, Song Jiming, Qi Xiaohua, Sui Guanqing, and Dean Nicole. At the foot of the garbage mountain, there were citizens of Xiaoman Star who came to watch her promulgate the Declaration of Independence. They came here from all over the world on this day to witness this historic moment, and to take a look at the Star Master they respected and admired, the benefactor who saved them from the survival crisis, allowed them to have enough food and clothing, provided them with jobs, and allowed them to live with dignity. Xia Xiaoman stood on the high garbage mountain, looking at the densely packed citizens at the foot of the mountain who came to watch the ceremony, and for a moment she felt a little bit of enlightenment. In a flash, 3 years have passed. Thinking about what she has done in these 3 years, she has done a lot, and her original promise has been fulfilled bit by bit. She is really great. Shang Lu came over to help her debug the equipment for the live broadcast later. Looking at the sentimental look in her eyes, the corners of his eyes also slightly raised the corners of his lips. 3 years. She did a really great job. There is no better Star Master than her in this galaxy. Because of her, this planet has regained its vitality, and the people on the planet have rekindled their hope. Xiao Su, Dean Su, Song Jiming and others standing behind her were also filled with emotion. 3 years ago, they would never have dared to dream that in just 3 years, they, a garbage planet with nothing and about to die, could reach the point where they are now. Qi Xiaohua squatted on the ground, with her back to everyone, turned on the video, and lowered her voice and said, "No, absolutely not. I can't show it to you now. Even if you kneel down and beg me, it's useless." The people who were video chatting with her were the main team of the 8-Star Alliance, including Guibai. Some of them are now on the Frontier Planet's defense lines, and some are on the Space Defense lines, all of which are on the front lines against the invasion of star beasts. Because of the Alliance's regulations, they and their own planet's teams were all disbanded and sent to various defense lines, so very few people from their own planets could be assigned to one place. However, this year's batch of recruits is different from previous years. Many of them have already had the experience of cooperating to fight against star beasts, and fighting side by side before. People from different planets are assigned together, and have a good relationship. Anyway, I don't know who first heard that their commander-in-chief was going to give a speech to the entire galaxy today. I tried every possible way, and finally contacted Qi Xiaohua today. Guibai looked helpless. "We didn't ask you to withdraw spoilers. Why are you covering your optical brain? It's pitch black. Where are you now?" "I can't say." Qi Xiaohua's voice became lower, and the optical brain was covered tighter. "I'm already breaking the rules if I answer your call now. If you talk nonsense again, I'll hang up." The communication became quiet. Qi Xiaohua stood up as if nothing had happened, and even adjusted her military uniform. When she saw Dean Su looking over, she smiled and said to him, "Dean Su, Our Star Lord is the most powerful, the most awesome, right? Dean Su thought she was a little sneaky and weird, and wanted to ask her what she was doing, but she changed the subject with a word. He smiled and nodded hurriedly. Yes, our Star Lord is the most powerful. Who would have thought that the one who led them out of the predicament would be the original ignorant and arrogant eldest lady? Since the death of the old Star Lord, she really took on the responsibility of the Star Lord, and really did everything she said. She quickly grew into an excellent, a good Star Lord that all citizens can trust and believe in. After Qi Xiaohua said something flattering, she sneaked away and came to Sui Guanxing. She stood up straight. After she stopped smiling, her military temperament suddenly came out. Sui Guanxing slightly side-eyed her and warned her in a low voice, "Don't make trouble before the Star Master starts the live broadcast." Qi Xiaohua hadn't spoken yet. Ji Lai's voice was very low. "We won't." Sui Guanxing snorted and turned a blind eye. As long as she didn't leak the scene before the Star Master's full Interstellar live broadcast, it would be fine. Equipment. It has been confirmed. Time. It has also come to the officially announced speech time. This live broadcast started warming up half a month in advance. Qi Xiaohua, a big Interstellar video blogger, forwarded the official announcement of Xiaomangsing and pinned it on her homepage. In addition to those fans who followed Qi Xiaohua's account and made appointments to watch her, there were not many official accounts that actually came in to watch. However, Xia Xiaoman knew that although the upper echelons of the alliance government and the upper echelons of the permanent planets of the major alliances would not use official accounts to watch her live broadcast, they were definitely paying attention to her movements. Her purpose was just for them to know. They were a small garbage planet, there was no need to be so high profile, and no one should mess with them. Shang Lu walked to her side, nodded slightly at her, and helped her gently smooth out the wrinkles on her clothes, and opened his lips slightly. "Let's start." All the cameras were aimed at Xia Xiaoman at the same time. Shang Lu stepped back. Xia Xiaoman looked at the number of people in the live broadcast room, which was constantly increasing. After a minute, she officially started her speech declaration. Chapter 172. She loudly announced to the citizens of Star 520, to the 9th Galaxy, to the Alliance, to the entire galaxy, to everyone, I, Xia Xiaoman, the former Star Master of Star 520, hereby inform you that Star 520 is officially renamed Xiaoman Star. I hereby announce to the Alliance that from today, Xiaoman Star will officially break away from the Alliance government and become independent. I would also like to inform all the planets in the 9th Galaxy that from today, our Xiaoman Star is no longer a garbage star for you to dump garbage on. No planet may transport garbage to our planet for any reason, otherwise it will be regarded as an invasion and declaration of war. At the same time, the senior leaders of the Alliance, who were watching the live broadcast, as well as the senior leaders of the major permanent planets, were also watching the live broadcast. When they saw Xia Xiaoman standing on the high garbage mountain, they were all numb. No way, no way, no way. The first commander of the younger generation recognized by their alliance is the Star Master of a garbage star. This garbage star is not an ordinary garbage star, but the planet where the Alliance once exiled genetic defectives. This planet and this secret are not a glorious thing for the Alliance. After all, the defective genes are also human beings. According to the Alliance human rights law, they have the same human rights as everyone else. However, exiling them is a disregard of the human rights law. In the past few hundred years, under the deliberate delusion and guidance of the Alliance, it has almost been completely erased from human memory. Only the top government officials, or those who deliberately look for information in this regard, know the existence of this planet. The top leaders of the Alliance are asking the leaders of the major planets for a call. The leaders of the major planets are also looking for their main teams to understand the situation. They know that Commander Xia and his group came from a small planet, but they never dreamed that they came from a garbage planet. What is the garbage planet? The people there are all defective, and they have no mental power. Guibai and his companions are all in the army. If they want to check any information, they naturally have no information on their own planet. They only heard the Commander-in-Chief mention Xiaoman Star, and they were still asking each other where Xiaoman Star is. It was not until the leader of their own planet called to ask that they knew that Xiaoman Star was 520 Star, the garbage planet that is famous in the Interstellar. Ji Lai was dumbfounded, and he also remembered. Xiaohua told me that they came from the garbage planet, but there are so many garbage planets in the entire Interstellar, how could I think of that 520 Star? And, ordinary people in the Interstellar may not know, but the warriors trained by these big families know that the people on 520 Star are the place where the genetic defectives were exiled in the early days of the establishment of the Alliance, and they have no mental power. But at that time, Qi Xiaohua had such a strong fighting power that he could beat him. Even if he wanted to break his head, he didn't dare to think about them going to planet 520. Meng Wuren was numb. What about the fighting power of the commander-in-chief? How did they drive the starship in Mecca? Gui Bai analyzed very calmly. Have you ever thought of another possibility, that after hundreds of years, their genes have slowly recovered and they have mental power? He would rather believe this than believe that the commander-in-chief and his men have no mental power, and are genetic defectives defined by their alliance, otherwise. Fuck. Given his powerful fighting power, he also wants to be a genetic defective. Chu Bai was calmer than them at this moment, and asked Qi Xiaohua in a low voice, "Are you natives of planet 520? It is also possible that the commander-in-chief and his men later moved to the 520 star for various reasons." "What did you say? I can't hear you." Qi Xiaohua shouted at the top of her voice, swinging the live camera around for them to see. "Look at what you want to see. There are stage performances here, fireworks shows here, and after we move to the other side, there will be a military parade." At this moment, Xia Xiaoman's speech had ended. She said those few words, and she said everything she should say, and then she started to celebrate with the people on the scene. People on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain were cheering, and their voices broke through the clouds. Chu Bai also saw the beautiful fireworks exploding on the dark garbage mountains everywhere, colorful and dazzling, representing the bright future of Xiaoman's star. He raised his voice and imitated her. "I said, do you have mental power?" Qi Xiaohua finally heard it, glanced at him in a rather strange way, and said nonchalantly, "Why are you asking this? Whether I have mental power or not, you can't beat me." Chu Bai's handsome face, which was originally expressionless, became more serious. "You really don't have mental power." Qi Xiaohua was annoyed by him. No, do you still want to watch the fireworks show? If you don't, I'll hang up the call, and go to find the Star Master over there." Chu Bai's expression didn't change much, but his eyes twitched. Great! She, a person without mental power, can beat him. This completely broke the knowledge theory he had learned before, that the stronger the mental power, the stronger the strength, and he began to doubt his life for a while. Xia Xiaoman was celebrating. The Alliance, the 8 permanent planets, and Gui Bai were shocked, asking each other, and looking for Qi Xiaohua to confirm. The governments of the other 9 planets in the 9th galaxy also received her declaration of independence. However, they were a marginal planet of the Alliance, and had long been out of the control of the Alliance. They had not participated in the Alliance military competition for many years, and naturally did not know that the person who stole the show in the competition was Xia Xiaoman. Of course, they did not take the initiative to see the Declaration of Independence video. They did not have the time and mood to pay attention to a garbage planet that had no sense of existence, and was treated as a garbage station by them. The video was played by someone in the crowd, and was seen by intelligence personnel, who felt it necessary to inform them, and send it to them. After watching the video, they sneered, threw the video aside with disdain on their faces, and did not take it to heart. They did what they had to do, and continued to transport and throw garbage. Who can't talk big? A garbage planet dared to speak wildly, saying that throwing garbage on their planet again would be considered an invasion and a declaration of war on their planet. They are a garbage star. The garbage from their planet has been thrown there for hundreds of years. If not to their planet, where else can they throw it? As for their fight back? A bunch of garbage and defective products. What can they fight back with? Are they going to fight back with their heads? If the garbage from 520 planet dares to touch their starship, they will directly send a large army over and plow the ground of their planet with artillery fire, leaving no space for the ball but no people, until half a month later. A starship of Sunlong Star that was moving garbage was intercepted and hit by artillery fire before it approached the garbage star. The control system was destroyed, and it could not continue the mission or return. Chapter 173. When the starship transporting garbage was intercepted and hit, Xia Xiaoman was in Dean Nicole's laboratory, looking at the new machine for degrading and treating garbage that they had developed in their latest experiment. She curiously watched the researchers throw all kinds of messy garbage into it. The communication was opened by Qi Xiaohua, who was now in charge of the planet's defense. He cursed, "Star-Lord, they didn't take your words to heart at all. That son of a bitch Songlong Star, the garbage starship flew over again. I request to bring 100,000 troops to Songlong Star to let them know how powerful we are." After the Star-Lord gave a public speech, no starship came to dump garbage for half a month. She thought they understood what she said, or had heard about the Star-Lord's record. It turned out that they didn't care at all and treated them as the garbage star they were in the past. They came at the right time. She was just worried about being idle. After coming back for half a month, she had to train soldiers and do actual combat exercises every day, or fight with others in a ring match. It's not that real fighting is boring. She has grown hair all over her body. It's more suitable for her to fight with real guns and bullets. When you fight, it's not us who go there. We will stay at home and wait for them to come. Xia Xiaoman looked at her and ordered, notify the military department's corps commanders and generals above the level to hold a military meeting in 2 hours. Qi Xiaohua was excited whenever there was a battle. Yes, Star Lord. Xia Xiaoman hung up the video. Dean Nicole looked at her with a worried look. Star Lord, is there something wrong again? Is it because of the garbage? Don't worry, we will definitely work overtime, and will definitely reduce the cost of garbage disposal to the lowest level. In that case, there would be no need to fight. Xia Xiaoman said, it's not all because of the garbage. Our planet has just been unified. It's time to fight a war to establish our country, and show our prestige, so that they know that we are not easy to bully now. Dean Nicole said, Star Lord, you must pay attention to safety. She has been immersed in research, and only heard that the Star Lord has won battles again and again. Since leaving their planet, he has been killing all the way without a single defeat. But no one can predict the war, so we still have to be cautious. Xia Xiaoan nodded, curiously staring at the most difficult to handle garbage in the interstellar space, which cannot be degraded for tens of thousands or millions of years. After entering the garbage disposal machine, it came out from 2 outlets. One outlet is water, and the other outlet is various metal particles. The water is sewage, black, sticky, and exudes a pungent smell. The metal particles are also very mixed. Star Lord, here at Exit 1 is wastewater converted from garbage. After further purification, we can get clean water that meets the standards for land irrigation. Dean Nicole explained to her, pointing to Exit 2 and continued, these metals will also be processed and reused next. Not bad, not bad. Xia Xiaoman nodded with satisfaction and encouraged them, you should study well. If you lack funds, go to Principal Xiao for approval. If this project is successfully researched, it will be crucial to the development of the entire galaxy and a major breakthrough in science and technology. Moreover, as long as the price of the machine is appropriate and the cost can be reduced, it can replace the starship to transport and process garbage. At that time, it will be sold well throughout the galaxy and make a lot of money. Dean Nicole said seriously, Star Lord, please rest assured, we will not let you down. Come on. Xia Xiaoman encouraged them. Dean Nicole and the researchers in the laboratory were all full of energy, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They made up their minds in their hearts that they must do a good job of research and reduce the processing costs as soon as possible. They must not let the Star Lord down. Xia Xiaoman quickly left the laboratory and took the aircraft to the military building. When she arrived, Song Jiming had just got off the aircraft and stopped to wait for her. The door of the aircraft opposite opened. The first to come out was the 100-man guard team responsible for protecting her this time. The captain and the deputy captain each led 50 team members down, with their heads held high and their chests held high, standing neatly on both sides. Apart from anything else, at this moment, the guards instantly turned into the personal guard of the Star Lord, and the momentum was very strong. Xia Xiaoman yawned and walked slowly down. Song Ziming went over and said, Star Lord. Xia Xiaoman nodded slightly, looked at the honor guards on both sides, and said, let's go. Song Ziming also glanced at the honor guards, no, the guards. This 100-man guard team was selected by him personally. They were all selected from various legions after rounds of eliminations. The best soldiers in various qualities. At the beginning, when it was said that the Star Lord would recruit a guard, the people who signed up were all scrambling. If it was 3 years ago, this would be a scene he would not even dare to think about. The Star Lord relied on her own efforts to successfully become the most admired person in the hearts of all the citizens of Xiaoman Star. As Xia Xiaoman walked, he asked about the movements of several other planets. Song Jiming said, except for Songlong Star, other planets have not made any moves yet. Songlong Star is a country based on military power, with a large number of arms factories and a brave army. With their arrogance, they will not unite with other planets just to teach us a lesson. Because over the years, Songlong Star has been too invincible in the 9th galaxy, with strong military power, not to mention other small planets. Even large planets in the same galaxy have to act according to his eyes. He is used to being domineering, so he really thinks he is invincible in the galaxy. Xia Xiaoman said, Songlong Star has not done anything good for so many years, and many other planets have been oppressed. They dare not resist. I think they are holding their breath. Our planet has just been unified, and it is not good to offend all the planets at once. Let's try to form alliances first. If it doesn't work, we can start fighting. In just a few words, the two of them basically decided on the direction of the next action. When they arrived at the meeting room, all the other generals had arrived. When they saw them coming, they stood up in unison, saluted at attention, and said in a loud voice, "Star Lord, Commander-in-Chief." Xia Xiaoman sat down on the main seat, pressed his hand towards them, motioned for them to sit down, and then asked Qi Xiaohua, "General Qi, are all the people here?" At this stage, in addition to the Commander-in-Chief Song Jiming, there are only 4 generals on their entire planet. 3 of them were people who participated in the unification of the outer domain of the 9th galaxy, Qi Xiaohua, Sui Guanqing, and Sun Liang. The remaining one was Quincy. Qi Xiaohua said, to reply to the Star Lord, "Everyone on our planet is here." Xia Xiaoman nodded slightly, leaned back lazily on the chair, drank a sip of water to moisten his throat, and then said, "Let's start." Chapter 174. The meeting officially began. At the beginning, everyone was very civilized and spoke very politely. As they talked, they started to quarrel after disagreements. If Xia Xiaoman hadn't been able to calm the situation, they would have to fight first, and whoever won would have to listen to him. Among them, half of the radicals agreed to take the initiative and go to Songlong Star to teach them a lesson, and were willing to lead the team as the vanguard. Half of the conservatives agreed to wait at home for the troops from Songlong Star to come. Both sides had their own considerations and reasons, and neither side gave in. The radicals believed that they had to be tough and go to Songlong Star's home court to fight in order to show their military power, and let them know who was the boss of the 9th galaxy. The conservatives thought that the radicals were too radical, and it would be best for them to stay and wait for a self-defense counterattack. First, it was others who attacked them, and they were counterattacking, which could establish their positive and righteous image in the 9th galaxy. Second, going to someone else's home turf would waste military expenses that were dozens of times more than in their own home turf, which was not worth it. The two factions argued until their faces turned red, and their brains were about to burst. The radicals looked at Qi Xiaohua. "General Qi, what do you think? This person is a radical among radicals, the kind who would never talk to others if she could take action. She is also one of the most valued subordinates of the Star Lord, and the Star Lord's right-hand man. It is right to ask her." At this moment, Qi Xiaohua, who had previously clamored to lead people to fight in person, was very quiet, and had never spoken to participate in the discussion. When she heard someone asking her, she raised her eyelids boredly and said, "I don't have any ideas or opinions. I will listen to the Star Lord." The conservatives were also asking Sui Guanqing, who was serious and stern, not to mention not talking at this moment, and usually could not talk, not saying a word, and was very frugal with words. "General Sui, what do you say?" Sui Guanqing always stood like a pine tree and sat like a bell, which made him look more serious. When someone cued him, he said, "I listen to the Star Lord." The radicals and conservatives realized it at the same time. No wonder General Sui and General Qi could become the Star Lord's right-hand men. They just didn't get their awareness. Xia Xiaoman spoke up and looked at Song Ziming. "What do you think, Captain Song?" She could actually understand the lackluster strategic thinking of these generals under her. They were all born and raised on the garbage planet. They have always been isolated from the outside world and basically could not receive any news from the outside world. Some of them had not received systematic learning. Those who graduated from military academies also learned knowledge that was hundreds of years behind the Interstellar. In this environment, people's world is so small, and people's thinking is naturally fixed. Therefore, they have to go out. Only when they have more experience and broaden their horizons can their strategic vision be improved. Song Jiming knew that this was the opportunity for the Star Master to give him a chance to show his ability, and said seriously, "I think that our planet will have the advantage of home field when facing Songlong Star, and it is no problem to give them a heavy blow. However, if the 9 planets unite to attack us, we will be unable to do so and may fall into a passive position. Even if we win the war in the end, we will have to pay a great price. In order to prevent Songlong Star from joining other planets to attack us, we should visit them secretly. Even if we cannot convince them to stand on our side, we must definitely let them remain neutral." After hearing his words, the other generals seemed to have their Ren and Du meridians opened up by a peerless master. Their minds became clear, and their thoughts became broadened instantly. They nodded in sudden enlightenment. "So it can be done this way." Xia Xiaoman nodded and said, "I agree with Captain Song's proposal. Do you have anything else to add?" Some of the generals present had never left their own planets. Those who had left the planets only protected their own caravans and fought against star pirates on interstellar routes. They had never experienced a major war. Even if they were enlightened, they did not have so many strategies and tactics in their minds for a while. They shook their heads and said, "I have no opinion to reply to the Star Lord." Xia Xiaoman nodded, looked at Qi Xiaohua, and said, "General Qi, the mission of visiting other planets this time is handed over to you. Remember, we can't always fight and kill. We must win people over with virtue." Qi Xiaohua said loudly, "Yes, Star Lord." She understood, and she would definitely win people over with virtue. A week later. The army of Songlong Star has not yet arrived at Xiaoman Star. The people led by Qi Xiaohua have visited 2 planets. Now, they have arrived at the 3rd destination, Tiger Star. After Tiger Star broke away from the jurisdiction of the Union government, it no longer used the democratic election system, but restored the inheritance system, and changed the title of the planetary chief to the Star Master. The current Star Master is Anthony, the son of the first chief of Tiger Star. He is now 120 years old. On Xiaoman Star, he can be reincarnated once, but in the Interstellar, he can only be considered a middle-aged man. Tiger Star is the 9th star system. In addition to Songlong Star, it is the 2nd largest star in terms of weapons. Star Master Anthony is also a military man. It is said that he often leads the army in person to encircle and suppress interstellar pirates and various forces of all sizes that disrupt and threaten the safety of their planet. He is very popular with the people. After receiving the news that Qi Xiaohua, the ambassador of Xiaoman Star, was bringing people to visit, he thought about which planet Xiaoman Star was. He was told by his personal guards that it was the original 520 star. He immediately lost interest and waved his hands to send them away. If they didn't work, he would just send them away. What a waste, 520 star, a garbage star. They are independent, not self-reliant and self-reliant. If you want to restore diplomatic relations with them, don't you look at the defective products of their entire planet and see if they are worthy. Later, it was the Minister of Commerce who came to persuade. The ambassador of Xiaoman Star said that they had channels to buy energy cards and advanced mecha warships, and the Star Master Anthony reluctantly agreed to meet her. When Qi Xiaohua came over, Anthony sat motionless on his main seat, looking down at her, frowning, and speaking in an arrogant tone. "Are you the ambassador sent by the garbage planet? You said you have a channel to get cards, warships, mechas, and weapons. Is that true?" As he said this, his eyes glared, clearly threatening, as if he would crush you to death on the spot if you dared to lie. "Yes, as long as you are willing to establish a friendly cooperative relationship with us, we will have as much as you want." Qi Xiaohua smiled at him kindly, and walked towards him step by step. Then, when she was about 3 meters away from Anthony, she punched the ground hard, and with a bang, the earth shook. Chapter 175. Protect the Star Lord. The first person to react was the captain of the guards. When the order was issued, he had already entered the mecha and protected Anthony behind him. Anthony's face suddenly changed. He had participated in wars for many years, and his skills and reactions were very good. He had quickly entered his mecha and looked at Qi Xiaohua angrily, just about to speak. "I scared you." Qi Xiaohua looked up at them with a smile on her face and said, "I'm sorry, I just can't stand others pretending in front of me. My hands are itchy when I see them, so I want to vent. I don't mean to target any of you." The Star Lord said that she should win people over with virtue. Martial virtue is also virtue. Anthony was so angry that his face turned blue, and he sneered, "What do you mean by ximaxing?" He didn't believe that a shitty ambassador dared to be so arrogant. It must be the instruction of their Star Lord. The smile on Qi Xiaohua's face disappeared suddenly, and the whole person was filled with a cold and solemn aura of iron-blooded killing. She turned her wrist, clenched her fist, and said, "I don't mean anything. I just came to tell you that the matter between our Xiaoman Star and Songlong Star, Star Lord Anthony, you'd better not interfere." Anthony was so angry that he laughed. Although he was shocked by the power of her fist, this was his territory. Even if she had the courage of 10,000 men, she couldn't escape from him. "What if I don't agree? Then please watch the VCR first, and then decide whether to talk to me properly," Qi Xiaohua said, and snapped her fingers carelessly. The Legion leader who followed him turned on the optical computer, adjusted the light screen, and started playing the video. Anthony didn't take it seriously at first, thinking she was just being mysterious. But the more he watched, the more frightened he felt. His scalp was exploding and numb. He hadn't seen the video, but he could recognize the place where the battle took place. That's right. The place where the absolutely crushing battles in the video took place was Grant Star, the home of the former Ninth Galaxy's largest force in the outer domain. Compared with these serious big stars, Grant Star is one level lower in defense and combat power, but this does not mean that they are weak. They are not weak, otherwise they would not be able to dominate the outer domain and cover the sky with one hand for hundreds of years. But such a powerful army was suppressed and beaten by others, and was completely crushed in combat power. The defense line was broken in minutes, and the death was as simple as pinching ants to death or cutting leeks with a sickle, and a large number of them died. Qi Xiaohua sat down on a chair leisurely, put his arm on the armrest, and said, "The Herald family is too useless. From the beginning to the end of the battle, they couldn't hold out for 3 hours. Star-Lord Anthony, how many hours do you think your planet can hold out?" Anthony is old and likes to fight everywhere. Naturally, he is not a fool and has experienced everything. He certainly knows what the battle in the video means, and he is also calculating in his mind what will happen if their planet encounters those powerful legions in the video. Their planet is stronger than Grant Star, but they can only hold out for 5 hours at most. Maybe they can't hold out for 5 hours, and they will be defeated and their defense line will be lost. The captain of the personal guard, who has been following him in battle for many years, also showed a complex look of disbelief, shock and fear in his eyes, and couldn't help but look at Qi Xiaohua and others from the corner of his eyes. As the big stars of the Ninth Galaxy, they couldn't help but pay attention to the things in the outer domain. Naturally, they also knew that there was a big shock in the outer domain some time ago, and the forces overlapped. The 792-star Legion, which suddenly appeared, destroyed the Herald family, the largest family in the outer domain, and also destroyed the first star pirate group, the Tokugawa Star Pirates. The entire outer domain of the Ninth Galaxy was turned upside down by them, and a thorough reshuffle took control of the entire outer domain. But no one knows how they did it. There are only various rumors that they used human sea tactics, and won the war with the Herald family after countless casualties. But who can tell him what the videos are? A 500,000-man legion against a 2 million Herald family legion. A 200,000-man legion against a 1 million Herald family legion. The most outrageous thing is that they have a small legion of 100,000 people, and they dare to challenge the 1 million Star Pirate Legion. The key is that the 1 million Star Pirate Legion was instantly broken through the defense line and beaten to a pulp. If this video is true, it would be wise for them, Tiger Star, to have a good talk with the ambassador in front of them. The video ends with a mecha warrior wearing a jet black mecha, holding Herald's bloody head, and saying to the warriors following behind him, "Let's go, let the Herald family's army take a good look at their patriarch." This voice. It's so familiar. Just now, this voice was still talking to them. Star-Lord Anthony, the captain of the guards, and the guards looked at Qi Xiaohua at the same time, and their eyes became more friendly than before. Anthony was so scared that he was sweating all over. He couldn't help but wipe the sweat off his forehead with the back of his hand, and felt a chill on the back of his neck. If he had ordered her to be attacked just now, would she have become a head in her hand with eyes wide open? Star-Lord Anthony, I wonder if we can sit down and have a good chat now. Qi Xiaohua smiled so kindly that she said peace brings wealth. Anthony was shaking with fear in his heart. After coming out of the mecha, he had concealed all his fear and anxiety, became calm, and smiled. "Hello, Ambassador Qi, it's all my fault for not recognizing a great man. Our two planets are so close to each other, closer than other planets. From now on, we are brother planets. There is nothing that cannot be said in a good way." After saying that, he also glared at the captain of the guards, trying to save his behavior. "Berkeley, what are you making a fuss about? You disturbed our distinguished guest, and made me misunderstand Ambassador Qi's intention." Captain Berkeley understood immediately and apologized. "Ambassador Qi, all the mistakes are my fault. I didn't recognize the great man. You can kill me or cut me up. I will do whatever you want. I won't say a word." Qi Xiaohua said generously, "It's great to know your mistakes and improve them. It's okay. I won't take it to heart. Don't be so nervous. Sit down. Everyone is sitting down to talk." With this sentence, she turned the tables. Anthony was a little embarrassed, like an outsider, and sat down with a smile. "Ambassador Qi, if you have anything to say, just say it. As long as I can do it, I will definitely go through fire and water without hesitation." Chapter 176. Qi Xiaohua, then let's talk about Songlong Star. This trick of using martial virtue to win people over has always worked. 1 week later. In the Ninth Galaxy, Songlong Star, which is the farthest from Xiaoman Star in terms of distance, finally arrived near Xiaoman Star. From a distance, the dark garbage star can be seen. Being closer to Xiaoman star, their desire to attack Xiaoman star is not so strong. After nearly 10 days of cooling off, the top leaders also figured out some things. That is, other planets in the 9th galaxy also dumped garbage on Xiaoman star. Why is it that only Songlong star has sent people and labor to come all the way to destroy the star, allowing other planets to reap the benefits? No, their planet must not suffer this loss. Other planets must either send people and labor, or pay money. Otherwise, after Songlong star destroys Xiaoman star, they can't think of dumping garbage on Xiaoman star for free. So, the high-level officials of the other 8 planets receive the communication from Songlong star. Songlong star has always regarded itself as the boss of the 9th galaxy and looked down on other planets. After the video conference was connected, it was not discussing with them at all, but directly ordered them to choose one of the two. 1. Send a legion to join them in the battle to destroy Xiaoman star. 2. Pay money. They have to pay for all the expenses of Songlong star to destroy Xiaoman star, and the military expenses of their legion. The high-level officials of Songlong star did not know. At this moment, the top leaders of the other 8 planets were talking to him on video, while also talking to Qi Xiaohua. Qi Xiaohua said, "Promise to give them money, and tell them that we will give it to them after they finish the war." Then, the top leader of Songlong star received a unified reply from the 8 planets. They would not send any personnel, and were willing to share all the expenses of this attack with Songlong star. The leader of Songlong star always thinks highly of himself. In the past, he basically said what he meant. He had no doubts about their quick agreement, and said with a smile, "After destroying the star, I will have someone calculate the specific expenses and send you a bill. Thank you for your support and understanding. Goodbye." The video was hung up. The leaders of the 8 planets all breathed a sigh of relief, and looked at Qi Xiaohua unanimously. Anthony asked cautiously, "Ambassador Qi, we agreed to the request of Songlong star. What should we do if they force us to pay money?" Qi Xiaohua gave them a reassuring look and said, "He said that after the star is destroyed, let's see whether he destroys us first or we destroy him first. Our star master said that we will never treat any friend who helps us unfairly, nor will we let go of any enemy who bullies us." The other star masters breathed a sigh of relief, just having her words. At the same time as they received the communication from Songlong star, Xia Xiaoman also received a real-time video from Qi Xiaohua, and said to Song Jiming, "Notify them, and be prepared to fight at any time." Their planet, as a newly unified and independent planet, informed the whole world on the day of its establishment that their planet's foreign policy would never fire the first shot. "Yes, Star Master," Song Jiming said. The warriors had already been on full alert, waiting eagerly for Songlong star to come. "Is that Songlong star?" "No, that's a military achievement." Xia Xiaoman nodded slightly, and stared at the screen in front of him. The monitoring system of their planet can see a distance of 5,000 kilometers outside the planet. The fleet of Songlong star is just within this range. The people of Songlong star don't know that their every move is within Xia Xiaoman's monitoring range. All the little tricks they think they are doing are almost stupid in Xia Xiaoman's eyes. Xia Xiaoman just watched as the fleet of Songlong star, fearless, arrogant and swaggering towards their planet under the bright sky. 2 hours later, the fleet approached their planet and stopped outside the atmosphere. The leading huge battleship, with its black gun muzzles, aimed at the most prosperous St. Mal star port on their planet, and tens of thousands of particle-heavy artillery fired together. On the observation deck of the battleship, the commander-in-chief of Songlong star looked at the prosperous star port in front of him and asked, "When did this garbage planet build the star port? It looks pretty good." "This is more than good, it is even busier than the star port of their planet. It is full of various types of large and small starships. There is also a repair shop of a big star next to it, which is also full of starships that need repairs. You can also see busy people coming and going inside." When he saw this, he suddenly felt something was wrong. His face suddenly changed and said, "Their people are all in the starport. There is not even a moving starship outside the starport. They have discovered us." However, his discovery was too late. All the Legion commanders and soldiers of Xiaoman star have been surrounded by them. At this moment, they are staring at the light screen in front of them with sharp eyes, waiting for the moment of being attacked by them. The commander-in-chief of Songlong star, after the initial panic, felt funny again. Even if they were prepared, what could they do? It was just a garbage planet, a group of defective products without spiritual power. Even if they fought back, what waves could they make? He looked at the particle-heavy artillery of their planet, which was like raindrops, densely fired, and a cruel and bloody smile appeared on the corner of his lips. With only this first wave of attacks, 1/3 of the planet in front of him would be razed to the ground in an instant and turned into a scorched earth. The warriors of Songlong Star were also very excited at this moment, and their eyes were full of disdain and contempt for ants. A small garbage planet dared to challenge the authority of Songlong Star. If they didn't give them a little shock and destroy their planet, they would not know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. However, they expected that their heavy artillery would break through the planetary defense of the garbage planet in front of them. No, maybe they had no defense at all, and the heavy artillery could directly hit the target accurately, but the scene did not appear. When their first heavy artillery was close to the atmosphere of the garbage planet, it was hit by a flash of light and exploded directly in outer space. The remaining countless heavy artillery suddenly turned around and flew back to their own direction when they were close to the atmosphere of the garbage planet. Yes! Flying back. This strange scene controlled the Songlong Star's army for 2 seconds, and then the commander-in-chief shouted, "The enemy is attacking, prepare to fight." They each looked over and saw countless warships appearing in the quiet space, surrounding them. Chapter 177. In front of them. It was the particle artillery that turned around and attacked them. All around, it was the Xiamaxing army that surrounded them. The commander-in-chief of Kanglangsing had a clear, bloody, murderous look in his eyes, and he gave the order without any hesitation, "Charge, kill them." Although he didn't know what the planetary defense system of Xiamaxing was, how it defended against the particle artillery they fired, and how it made the particle artillery turn around and attack them. But for hundreds of years, his inherent view of Xiamaxing made him still full of confidence, and he didn't think that a garbage star army would be the opponent of their Kanglangsing. Of course, the upper echelons of the entire Kanglangsing were like this. They were too confident in the strength of their own planet and underestimated Xiamaxing too much. This time, they came with 10 large warships, a total of 300,000 people, 2 of which were specially used to transport star-destroying weapons. This little bit of people. For the group of legions on Xiaoman Star who were crying for food and waiting to make military achievements, it was not enough to fill their teeth. To put it simply, there were too many wolves and little meat, so they had to fight for it. Whoever grabbed it first would get the head. In this battle, the commander-in-chief of Xiaoman Star was Quincy, who led 10 legions of 50,000 people, totaling 500,000 people. When he saw the warships of Songlong Star coming towards them, he did not move. Instead, he waited until Xia Xiaoman said, "Quincy, pay attention. With the speed of the enemy, they will be able to rush out of the range of the artillery attack in another 30 seconds. Got it." Quincy responded, counting down the seconds in his mind, and when he counted to 10, he gave the order, "Warriors, charge." The 10 legions were waiting for his words, and rushed out immediately. Quincy added, "Pay attention, strike their vanguard accurately, don't let their main force have the opportunity to leave the artillery attack range, and we should not rush in ourselves. Aren't they very powerful, launching indiscriminate plowing-style artillery attacks on their planet? Then let them taste what it feels like to have their own artillery fire turn around and hit their heads." When the commander-in-chief of Songlong Star saw the Legion of Xiaoman Star start to act, his eyes were still full of disdain for ants, and he continued, "The first Legion, concentrate all firepower and bomb them." But it was too late. The Legion of Xiaoman Star did not drive the warship over as he imagined. Instead, all the mecha warriors left the starship at a shocking speed. The muzzles of their first Legion had just adjusted their positions, and were ready to launch a fierce fire attack on them, but they had already rushed into the fleet, completely disrupting his orders. However, at this moment, he still remained calm and continued to issue orders. "Everyone stay in the starship and wait, all weapons, attack them." He wanted to attack, but it was just wishful thinking. The army of Xiaoman Star would not give them any chance. They attacked their warships at close range, and with high intensity. In just a moment, the enemy's warships were covered with dense cracks. The commander-in-chief of Songlong Star was stationed in the No. 1 battleship, which was known as the Interstellar Iron Wall, and was used on the border front to fight against the star beasts. He couldn't help but swear, "Fuck." But he didn't have time to adjust the strategy again. The warships couldn't hold on. Report to the commander-in-chief. The control system of the No. 2 warship has been destroyed. We can't hold on for much longer. What should we do now? Commander-in-chief. The hull of the No. 5 warship has been severely damaged. The enemy is about to rush in. Please give instructions, Commander-in-chief. Report to the Commander-in-chief. The No. 9 warship has been destroyed. It's bad, the enemy has already rushed in. The fierce frontal battle started when the Songlong Star's warship was destroyed. The warship was not originally a battlefield. After being destroyed, the mecha warriors of Songlong Star had to form a formation urgently and began to fight. But the rhythm had been disrupted. They were no match at all, and were forced to retreat step by step. The commander-in-chief of Songlong Star knew that he couldn't escape without sacrificing some people this time. He hardened his heart, and commanded the most courageous vanguard corps to stop them. The rest of the people fought and retreated. This tactic was very effective. The 50,000 vanguard troops slightly blocked the powerful offensive of Xiamengsing, giving the troops behind them a chance to adjust their formations, and whether they evacuated immediately or continued to fight, they had a chance to breathe. The soldiers of Xiamengsing received an order to force the enemy back to the attack range of the particle cannon, let them suffer the consequences, taste the taste of boomerangs, and be destroyed by the artillery fire they fired. The rhythm of the attack was slightly restrained at this time. The commander-in-chief of Kanglangsing thought this was a turning point, and he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and issued another order: adjust the formation and prepare to attack. I don't know what weapons Xiamengsing's army has, but it just looks strong. Now they are blocked by them, and their real combat power is not that strong. The deputy commander beside him breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the battle situation begin to improve, and looked back. It doesn't matter if he doesn't look. This one look. He was so scared that he shouted, "Commander-in-chief, break through quickly." The battle was too sudden, and the enemy pressed too hard. They all forgot that there was an enemy in front of them, and powerful artillery fire from behind. The commander-in-chief also felt a scorching temperature behind him that was so hot that it could burn a person to ashes in an instant, and he widened his eyes and shouted, "Break through! Everyone break through together!" After that, he rushed out first. The people of Kanglangsing, with red eyes, followed him to rush to Xiamengsing's defense line. At this moment, they finally understood what the people of Xiamengsing were going to do. They wanted to force them into the bombing range of artillery fire, and let them die in the artillery fire. What a vicious mind! At this moment, they had no choice but to fight desperately. Either they died or they died. On the defense line of Xiamengsing, Quincy had ordered everyone to retreat. At the same time, with a pair of cold eyes, he stared at the army of Kanglangsing and sneered, "It's too late. It's too late." The commander-in-chief of Kanglangsing also knew clearly at this moment that it was too late, too late. How shameful! The final destination of these people was to be buried in the artillery fire they fired. So he didn't speed up anymore, but just dialed the communication with the headquarters of the mother planet. He had to tell the mother planet the intelligence quickly. The people of Xiamengsing were not useless waste or defective products. Their weapons were very advanced, their defense system was very powerful, and their warriors were very powerful. They must be careful of them, and must avenge them. Chapter 178. But the communication could not be dialed out, the signal was blocked. At the same time, the light of the artillery fire instantly lit up the entire space. The scorching temperature swept over the world. At the last moment when he was engulfed by the artillery fire, his eyes were full of unwillingness and resentment, staring at the Xiaoman Star Legion that had retreated beyond the range of the artillery fire. They were careless. They were too self-righteous and underestimated this garbage star. After a loud bang, the air became scalding hot. Quincy looked at the battlefield where there was only flames in front of him and no trace of the enemy could be found, and said, "Report to the Star Master, the enemy has been completely wiped out. No one survived, and 10 warships were seized. Please give instructions from the Star Master." Xia Xiaoman said, "Call it a day, I will personally celebrate for you when I come back." Fight. From start to finish. It only took 5 minutes. The 300,000-man army of Songlong Star was killed in the artillery fire. The central government of Songlong Star didn't know what happened here at this moment. They only knew that the fleet sent to Xiaoman Star suddenly lost contact. They called again and again, but they couldn't connect. Xiaoman Star and Songlong Star are in the southernmost and northernmost parts of the 9th galaxy, respectively. A one-way voyage with the fastest starship would take at least 10 days. So, after the fleet lost contact, they immediately searched for intelligence and sent a fleet of 500,000 people to support. Intelligence? No intelligence was obtained. Xiaoman Star's action this time was extremely covert. Except for the senior decision-makers and the 500,000 soldiers who participated in the battle, no one knew that a great victory was won outside the planet's defense line to wipe out the enemy. Moreover, the people of Xiaoman Star are different from those of other planets. 99.9% of them are natives. There are not many outsiders at all, not to mention any spies planted by other planets. Unless the top leaders of a planet are mentally ill, they will never waste so much energy on a garbage planet that is about to be destroyed. Xia Xiaoman's request is very simple, that is, to let Songlong Star send people to die in batches. They dared to launch a star-destroying war against their Xiaoman Star. She let them kill themselves first. The second fleet of Songlong Star, 500,000 people, arrived outside the planetary defense line of Xiaoman Star again half a month later, and tried to contact the first fleet, but failed. Then, they died without any waves like the first fleet. When they were dying, they reacted and seemed to have fallen into a trap and underestimated the strength of Xiaoman Star, but they never had the opportunity to contact their mother planet and pass on the information of Xiaoman Star, using their death to remind the mother planet to pay attention. When the third fleet of Songlong Star came, Xia Xiaoman changed her tactics and said to Quincy, the commander-in-chief in charge of this operation, leave a few more alive this time, keep their commander-in-chief and the Legion commander, and execute them after the plan is completed. As the saying goes, being kind to the enemy is cruel to yourself. For these enemies, who came to launch an aggressive war, she would kill one by one, and would never leave a single one alive. They came with malice, and they deserved to die. The third fleet of Songlong Star had a total of 20 warships, and a total of 1 million people. In the end, there were 5 commanders, including the commander-in-chief, and 3 Legion commanders, a total of 8 people. They were tied up by Quincy, and thrown in front of Xia Xiaoman. The commander-in-chief of Songlong Star looked at her with resentment. Xia Xiaoman, you vicious bitch, you set a trap to harm us, you killed so many of us, you must die. The other people on Songlong Star also looked like they wanted to eat her alive, staring at her with extreme anger. It was her. Xia Xiaoman, the Star Master of Xiaoman Star. They were already the third fleet sent by the Mother Star. Now they finally knew why the first 2 fleets lost contact. It was not the Mother Star's guess. Xiaoman Star was disturbed by the cosmic magnetic storm, and the communication signal was interrupted. Instead, all of them have been buried in the space defense line of Xiaoman Star. It was this woman in front of them who killed batches of their comrades. How could she be so vicious? Xia Xiaoman smiled. Let me ask you a question. If our planet had no power to resist when you launched the war to destroy the star, would you let us go? The commander-in-chief of Songlong Star argued speciously. Our planet launched the war because you forced us to do so. You provoked our Songlong Star first, throwing garbage for hundreds of years. Why should she not let us go now? If they don't throw their garbage planet, where will they throw it? Finding other planets to deal with garbage will waste their manpower, material resources, and financial resources. Her actions were clearly declaring war on them. Xia Xiaoman felt that there was no need to waste words with such people. It was simply lowering her IQ level. She waved her hand and said, I have nothing to say to these idiots. Send them to Team Leader Shang. Quincy said, Yes, Star Lord. Xia Xiaoman, you have killed countless people, your hands are covered in blood, you will not die well. The commander-in-chief of Songlong Star was still cursing at her when he was taken away. Just wait, I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. The other people of Songlong Star did not curse, but looked at her with more resentment, like a knife, stabbing her, trying to kill her with their eyes. Xia Xiaoman sneered and said, Tell them to shut up. Don't let them talk nonsense in front of Team Leader Shang. Quincy quickly asked someone to remove their jaws. The captives of Songlong Star were still making resistance and cursing sounds with their throats, but unfortunately, they could no longer say a complete word. They were taken to another research room, which was full of various large mechanical equipment they had never seen before. They saw a very good-looking man with a pale face, a thin body, and a slightly sickly appearance, and heard everyone calling him Team Leader Shang. He had them put one by one into a large instrument that looked like a medical cabin. The researchers did not avoid them at all when they talked. They knew that the researchers had sampled their voices, sampled their DNA, and read all the memory information in their brains. But they still didn't quite understand what they were going to do. Until the Team Leader Shang sorted out their memories and stored them in the chip, the optical brain made a mechanical sound. An ing, tell the Star Master that their bionic people can be completed within a day, get rid of them. Chapter 179. The memories of the Songlong Star captives were extracted at night. Xia Xiaoman received the bionic man sent by the laboratory in the afternoon of the next day. Quincy saw that the people in front of him looked, moved, and spoke exactly the same as when the captives were alive. He was amazed and gave a thumbs up to Shang Lu, who was communicating with Xia Xiaoman through video and telling her how to use it. Team Leader Shang, awesome. Really, apart from this sentence, he didn't know how to express his amazement and praise. Shang Lu's eyes stayed on him for a second, nodded slightly at him, and continued to communicate with Xia Xiaoman. I will only open some of their memory permissions for the time being. If you want to open more permissions, just select it on the control panel on your optical computer. I know. Xia Xiaoman lowered her eyes slightly, and after studying the Bionic Man's control system on the optical computer, she clicked to close all permissions, turned her head, and saw that the Bionic Man, who was just like a real person, was motionless, and his eyes had lost the light that only humans have. Quincy reached out and patted the shoulder of the serious Commander-in-Chief's android. Seeing him move, he exclaimed, "It's amazing, Star-Lord. In the future, we can easily place a few intelligence personnel on any planet we want." As far as he knows, there is no planet in the entire galaxy that can create androids that look like real people. The main thing is human memory. If you want to extract and store it all in a chip, it is a high-tech technology that the Alliance has been researching. So, the most commonly used is still clones. However, even now, according to the Interstellar Alliance Convention, clones involve human moral and ethical issues. The question of whether to open it or not has been under discussion. Anyway, on the surface, clones are not allowed to exist. But privately, cloning technology has long been mature. In the illegal areas not controlled by the Alliance, the clone army and clone organ trading are all booming. Xia Xiaoman nodded in agreement. If it is researched, it will definitely be useful, but at present, it has other uses. She said to him, "Let people prepare. Once they are familiar with the manuscript, they will immediately connect to the communication of Songlong Star." What are these prisoners used for? Of course, they are not used for bionic research, but to use them as bait to catch the big fish of Songlong Star. Songlong Star has an army of 500,000 or millions this time, and they have to fight again and again. More importantly, if one fleet after another loses contact more and more times, Songlong Star will definitely find something wrong. So, she is ready to catch them all in one fell swoop. Let these prisoners contact their home planet headquarters. Tell them that Xiaoman Star has large high-end machinery factories and card-making factories, and let them send more troops over. Yes, Star-Lord. Quincy went over quickly according to the plan and asked people to make the final preparations. 10 minutes later. Start. The communication was made from the battleship of Songlong Star. After connecting the communication, the Commander-in-Chief Bionic Man said according to the script given by Xia Xiaoman, "I am Marjorie Morton, the Commander-in-Chief of the Third Fleet. I have important information to report to the headquarters of the Mother Planet. I hereby request to speak to the Commander-in-Chief in person." The person on the other end of the communication, however, cursed after he finished speaking. "Fuck, you beasts, you have heard the news a long time ago, so you ran away and left Songlong Star a long time ago." The Commander-in-Chief Bionic Man was thoughtful, looking at the strange face that appeared in the communication. "Who are you?" The person on the other side. "I am your father. Something is going to happen on Songlong Star. You have escaped. Why don't you leave when you are usually plundering the people's wealth and bullying them? You must have colluded with the Star Beasts." The Commander-in-Chief, the android, was only given a part of the authority. At this moment, the speed at which his brain processes information cannot keep up with the other party's rhythm, and he doesn't know how to respond. Xia Xiaoman noticed something was wrong and gave the android an order. "Ask him what happened." The android quickly organized his words and asked, "Don't get excited. What happened at Songlong Star? Our third fleet didn't escape. We can go back to support." "Fuck, do you think I will believe you?" The person on the other side cursed even more dirty, and was so angry that he was fuming. "You were still saying half an hour ago that you should not be chaotic and afraid. You will protect everyone on Songlong Star, and you are with all the citizens. Just 10 minutes ago, the old commander ran away with all the legions and their families, and blew up all the starports. You beasts, you will be punished. You think that if we let us hold the front line, and the Star Beasts invade and kill us, they will let you go? You are dreaming. If we die, you will not live either." The android's brain is not enough again. Xia Xiaoman had already received intelligence that a large-scale army of Star Beasts had invaded from the northernmost part of the 9th galaxy, and many small planets had been destroyed by the Star Beasts. When all these small planets were destroyed, the first to be affected would be Songlong Star. The high-ranking government officials of Songlong Star abandoned the ordinary people of Songlong Star, and fled with their troops and families. The intelligence was obtained by Shan Lu and his team through the information network of Songlong Star, which can be guaranteed to be 100% accurate. In the communication, the person on the other side was still cursing. Xia Xiaoman replaced the position of the Bionic Man, looked at the person in the video, and said, "I am Xia Xiaoman, the Star Master of Xiaoman Star. Tell me, what is the situation there now?" The person on the other side was stunned for a moment. "That garbage star?" "Yes." Xia Xiaoman said, since you are now in the government headquarters of Songlong Star, you can only live and die with Songlong Star. If you want to survive, send all the information you have immediately. The invasion of star beasts is a battle between all humans and aliens. Except for the traitors, who collude with star beasts, no human can be immune, including their Xiaoman star. If a large-scale star beast army invades from the north of the galaxy, kills everyone along the way, and exterminates all the planets in front of it, then it will be their Xiaoman star's turn next. The people on the other side were afraid of her power, and were shocked. However, they were all from the same star system, so they gave her the information. If their Songlong star was destroyed by the star beasts, they could kill some star beasts on Xiaoman star to avenge them. They sent the information to her without any hesitation. However, he did not hide his doubts. You are a garbage star. Do you have the strength to fight against the star beasts? I say you should run as fast as you can. Run to the Alliance. Run to the border defense line of the Alliance. Maybe there is still a glimmer of hope. Chapter 180. We are all human. No matter which planet is trash or not, we can look down on anyone. But once the star beasts invade, the star beasts will be the biggest enemy. All of them, even if they are at war, even if their brains are beaten out by the other side, must immediately stop the war and unite against the outside world, because, if we can't stop the star beasts, everyone will have the same result, death. Xia Xiaoman knew that in the interstellar space, no matter how fierce the internal fighting of humans was, as long as the star beasts invaded, they would immediately stop the war. Form a united front, become comrades in arms, and fight against the star beasts together. She was not surprised at all by his words. She carefully read the information he sent. The size of the star beast army was still uncertain, but the speed of movement was not that fast. She looked at the people in the video and said, listen to me now. You, Songlong Star, must hold off the star beasts for 2 days. When that time comes, our legions will rush to help you. Fuck, are you kidding me? The person on the other side cursed, and everyone was crazy. All the legions on our planet have been taken away by that old beast Benjamin. What can we use to resist? Xia Xiaoman said, they took the people away. Your planet's defense system is still there. You can't take away all the weapons and mechas in the arsenal. You organize all the security personnel, private armed forces, mercenaries, star pirates, men and women who can hold guns on your planet, give them weapons and mechas, and let them fight. This is a time of life and death. If you don't want to die in the hands of the star beasts, you can only fight. I don't care what you use to resist. If you can hold on for 2 days, I can save you, and the people on your planet can still have a glimmer of hope. If you can't stop them, I can only build a second line of defense on the Golden Monkey Star. The Golden Monkey Star is a planet located in the south of the Songlong Star. After the Songlong Star fell, it will be the next one. At this moment, the chief of the Golden Monkey Star was also on another video conference channel. Listening to her words, he couldn't help wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Qi Xiaohua also sent a text bubble warning on the channel. Did you hear it? Our Star Master will be fully responsible for this Star Beast invasion. If any of you dare to run, the chiefs and Star Masters of the 8 major planets on the channel were sweating at the same time, and their necks felt cold. Don't dare to run, don't dare to run. Before talking to the person on the Songlong Star, Xia Xiaoman called the leaders of the other 8 major stars in the 9th galaxy, and pulled them to a communication channel. One is to synchronize them, to understand the situation of Songlong Star. Secondly, it was to warn them that now was the time to unite against the outside world, and no one should have any crooked ideas. The people on Songlong Star were silent for a while, looked up at her and said, I know, I will try my best to unite all the forces that can be united to resist the star beasts. But can you guarantee that it will take 2 days from your Xiaoman star to our Songlong Star? He didn't believe it. It takes half a month for a general starship to travel from Songlong Star to Xiaoman Star. Do you have any other choice now besides trusting me? After Xia Xiaoman finished speaking, she saw his face change, and changed the subject. There is a jump point in the space of Yubao Star that can directly lead to your Songlong Star. We will go directly from there. If everything goes well, 2 days will be enough. This jump point, of course, was mentioned by Shan Lu, her walking interstellar encyclopedia. In the video communication of the leader of the planet next to him, the leaders of the other 7 planets all looked at the general of Cloud Leopard Star, with curiosity and doubt on their faces. Is this true? The general of Cloud Leopard Star? ? There is a jump point in the space of their planet. How could he not know? Xia Xiaoman has spoken again. Tell me your name and your identity. If there are no escaped forces or families on Songlong Star who are unwilling to follow your arrangements, you can contact me. The person on the other side stopped cursing. When he became serious, he exuded a very special temperament. He raised his head and chest and said seriously, "Xia Xingju, my name is Lu Yi. I promise here that I will definitely make all forces obedient. I will be on Songlong Star, with all the people who can move, to fight against the star beasts until the last moment. I also hope that you, Star Lord Xia, can keep your promise and rescue us within 2 days." Xia Xiaoman didn't know his name, but after hearing the other Star Lord's whispers after hearing his name, she guessed that he must be no ordinary person, and said, "Okay, we have already invaded and controlled the government control system of your planet. If you need any help, just communicate with our people directly." Louis guessed this after seeing her and knowing her identity, but it was good to have her help. He didn't have such a powerful technician who could control the government control system, so he nodded. "Okay." Xia Xiaoman said, "Later, our technicians will keep in touch with you. Please hold on to Songlong Star. We, Songlong Star, will definitely fight to the last moment." Louis assured her again and said to her, "Master Xia, goodbye." The video call was hung up. In the conference call video next to him, the leaders of the 8 major stars were still discussing Lu Yi. It turned out that Lu Yi was the most wanted criminal in the interstellar space. Whether it was the Interstellar Alliance or the various large and small planets that were not under the jurisdiction of the Alliance, they all listed him as a wanted person. Among them, the Interstellar Alliance offered the highest bounty, up to 500 billion Alliance coins. He was the president of the Mechanical Church and advocated that all humans should be transformed into robots. That is, all organs of the human body should be replaced with artificial mechanical organs through surgery. He preached that this would minimize the weaknesses of the human body, prolong human life, and reduce the proportion of human deaths due to various accidents. Many people believed in his theory, and crazy believers worshipped him as a god. So he set off a human mechanization revolution in the interstellar space 20 years ago. Among them is a little star. 300 million people are his followers. The rich ones have transformed their whole bodies into robots. The poor ones sell everything they have and install mechanical arms on themselves. Anyway, as a member of the Mechanical Association, how can you not have some mechanical organs on your body? The key is that this person, at the beginning, was just a salesman in a mechanical organ factory. He created this theory to sell his mechanical organs and make money. He is so crazy. 10 years ago, he suddenly disappeared. Some people say he died, some say he was arrested, and some say he surrendered himself. Anyway, he was never seen causing trouble again. Xia Xiaoman summarized. So, he is a cult leader who engages in pyramid selling. He started to create this theory and set up a church just to sell products and earn commissions. Chapter 181. The leaders of other planets nodded. Yes, that's it. Xia Xiaoman was relieved. This is a pyramid scheme boss. His ability to brainwash and inspire people must be the ceiling of the Interstellar. With him on Songlong Star, there is no need to worry about not being able to gather a resistance team. Her video was hung up. The leaders of the other 8 planets all looked at her. Especially the general of Golden Monkey Star. If Songlong Star can't hold on and is destroyed, it will be their turn next. They are really anxious and can't help asking, "Xia Xingju, what should we do now?" Xia Xiaoman said, "From now on, all your legions will listen to my command. I am the commander-in-chief of this fight against the Star Beast Alliance. Can you do it? At this moment, it is time for humans to face the Star Beasts, life and death, and everyone must have a backbone." She took the initiative to stand up, and no one dared to say no, and they all nodded in agreement. They have seen the combat power of their planet, and they no longer dare to regard them as the garbage planet they used to be. An hour later, Xia Xiaoman personally led the 2 million Xiaoman Star Legion to Yubao Star. The fleet traveled at the fastest speed and arrived at the jump point in the space of Yubao Star on time in the early morning of the next day, and joined the 2 million legions of Yubao Star. The general commander of Yubao Star had found the jump point according to the specific location she gave. The jump point had not been activated for too long and had been damaged. Their technicians were still repairing it. He was a little anxious, afraid that he would not be able to catch up with the time. "Xia Xingju, it will take another 5 hours to completely repair the jump point." Xia Xiaoman said, "Our people have already gone there. It won't take that long." It really doesn't take that long. Half an hour later, Xia Xiaoman and the Star Master of Cloud Leopard Star received the communication at the same time. The jump point was repaired, and the planet jump could be carried out. The Star Master of Cloud Leopard Star knew that the technology of the Xiaoman star was far ahead of theirs, but it was the first time he personally experienced the strength of their planet's technicians. It was impossible not to be shocked. The jump point that their technicians needed 5 hours to repair was fixed in half an hour after they came over. This is not just a technical gap. This is an all-around crushing. Time is urgent, and not a minute can be wasted. Xia Xiaoman led Xiaoman Star and Cloud Leopard Star, a total of 100 warships and a legion of 4 million, to enter the jump point. This is just the vanguard to support Songlong Star. The other 7 planets also have 2 million legions on each planet. Those who are close to Cloud Leopard Star will rush to the jump point and jump directly from the jump point. Those who are close to Songlong Star will rush directly to Songlong Star. The general manager of Cloud Leopard Star watched the last battleship enter the jump point and disappear, and then looked down at the picture of Songlong Star fighting on the light brain. The battlefield was a river of blood and a mountain of corpses. There were corpses of star beasts, and more were human corpses. It has been 45 hours since the star beasts began to attack Songlong Star. The people of Songlong Star, under the leadership and command of Lu Yi, are still fighting to the death. Fight, there is still a glimmer of hope. If you don't fight, there is only one way to die. In the light screen, Lu Yi drove the mecha and charged at the front. The mecha had been covered with layer after layer of the flesh and blood of the star beasts, as if it was made of flesh and blood. Facing another wave of attacking star beasts, he shouted, "Warriors, we have persisted for 45 hours. In 3 hours, our reinforcements will arrive. Behind us are our homes, our relatives and friends. If we take a step back, we will die, and they will die too. Come with me to tear these damn star beasts apart." His voice was already hoarse, but his strength remained undiminished, like a roar from the depths of his soul, shaking the hearts of every soldier present. They were not regular legions. They were just a temporary ragtag army. Among them, there were star pirates, mercenaries, private armies raised by large and small families, security personnel who were responsible for security work on weekdays, and more were ordinary people who had never fought a war and had never even stepped on an ant to death. But at this moment, together, they formed the iron wall of Songlong Star. They stood in front of all ordinary people. Under the attack of the Star Beast Legion, they died in batches, and batches came up again. As long as they were not completely dead, no one would give up resistance. They all understood that they might die in battle, and that they would definitely die at the hands of the Star Beasts if they didn't fight. Since they would die anyway, why not fight the Star Beasts? Even if they died in battle, they could die in a blazing manner. Behind them, there was a steady stream of soldiers joining in. Lu Yi led the last batch of mecha warriors to rush forward to resist the attack of the Star Beasts, glanced at the situation of the follow-up large forces on the light screen, and prayed in his heart that reinforcements would come quickly. Their mechas had been worn out in battle after battle. This was the last batch of mecha warriors. Although the tactics he adopted were always a combination of mecha soldiers in the front and troops without mecha protection in the back, they could not withstand too many star beasts, and the number of mechas was limited. After the death of these mecha warriors, the remaining people could only fight the star beasts with their flesh and blood, behind the battlefield. After receiving weapons, batches of soldiers were organized into troops and entered the battlefield. Among them, there were old people, half-grown children, men, women, and anyone who could hold a weapon, holding a weapon and joined the battle. The battlefield dispatcher told them again and again, "Don't be afraid, even if we don't have mechas and weapons, we still have our bodies. As long as we don't die, we can continue to fight the star beasts. If one person can't do it, there will be 100 people, 1,000 people, 100,000 people. Don't worry, Commander Lu Yi will always be with you. You must believe that the support troops will definitely come. Every minute we hold on, we can buy 1 minute for the support troops, and tens of millions of people will survive. They may be your friends, your family, and our sacrifice is not worthless. Are you afraid? No one is not afraid of death. But facing the cruel and fierce star beasts, fear is useless. The star beasts will not let you go just because you are afraid." The front line collapsed again. The last batch of mecha corps of 500,000 people, under Lu Yi's command, had about 200,000 people, with 2 million ordinary soldiers without mechas, and used self-destruction to block the advance of the star beasts for a few seconds again. Lu Yi's eyes were red, and he gave orders while retreating. Artillery Corps 3, listen up, launch the Lightspeed nuclear bomb. With a loud bang, the Lightspeed nuclear bomb arrived in an instant. Of the 500,000 mecha corps and 5 million ordinary corps that Lu Yi had brought out, only 300,000 mecha corps and 3 million ordinary soldiers were left. The others, along with the star beasts, disappeared in the attack of the nuclear bomb. He has used this method to stop the star beasts from attacking again and again. Is it cruel? Cruel, but it's not cruel. With their pitiful combat power, they would have been torn through the defense line by the star beast corps, invaded the interior of the planet, and started a cruel and indiscriminate massacre. At this moment, Xia Xiaoman's fleet, which had already jumped to the vicinity of Songlong Star, also received the signal again after a short jump and saw the battle scene in the light screen. Qi Xiaohua couldn't bear to watch any more, and said, "Star Lord, do you want to contact Lu Yi now, and tell him that we are here, and we will reach the battlefield in another hour?" Xia Xiaoman shook her head. No, he will hold on. Speaking now will only shake their determination and disrupt their attack rhythm. Most of them are ordinary people, and many people may not have such courage when they know that support will arrive soon. At this time, if they have any slackness or other thoughts, they may be taken advantage of by the star beasts, directly tearing through the defense line and attacking the planet. At that time, more people will die. That's true. Now, everyone on the entire Songlong Star is holding their breath, and they all have the same belief that as long as they don't die, they will fight the star beasts until the last moment of their lives. Courage is the greatest war song of mankind. Courage can also create miracles. The battle continued for another 20 minutes. There were only 100,000 mecha warriors left. After 2 days of sleepless battles, Lu Yi spit a mouthful of blood on the control panel of the mecha. He looked at the star beasts in front of him, which were like a tide, one wave after another, and could never be killed. He looked at the soldiers fighting side by side, and then looked at the ordinary people holding various weapons behind him. Many of them were trembling, but their eyes were firm, and their movements, holding guns, were firm. He wiped the blood from the corner of his lips and shouted, "Warriors, charge!" The battle began again. In this battle, because the number of mecha warriors was too small, ordinary soldiers could only fill their lives in waves. Many of them died in the hands of star beasts without even having time to shoot. However, none of them retreated, and everyone rushed forward. The power of one person is insignificant, but the power of tens of millions of people is so great that even the star beasts cannot resist it, just like tens of thousands of ants can eat elephants. There are star beasts surrounded by ordinary soldiers, attacked with weapons, hissed with hands, bitten with mouths, and torn into pieces in an instant. Such scenes have happened thousands of times in this battlefield, like a meat grinder. Lu Yi's eyes were sore, looking at the light screen, the large force of star beasts coming to support, at least 5 million, laughed bitterly, and gave orders again, "All those with weapons in their hands, follow me." This time, perhaps it was the last time he gave orders. The number of star beasts has exceeded all their expectations. The first wave of star beasts that invaded was 500,000. Last night, when they killed 300,000 star beasts, another 500,000 reinforcements came. By early this morning, 1 million reinforcements came. They have been fighting until now, and only 100,000 of the 5 million mecha troops are left. Another 5 million star beast troops have come. The 5 million star beast troops, like a dark cloud, are rushing towards Songlong Star like a dark cloud covering the sky and the sun. Everyone on the planet, as long as they look up, can see the suffocating and extremely desperate scene in front of them. The extreme despair has turned into the courage to fight to the death. At this moment, ordinary people who don't even have weapons have also burst out with unprecedented courage. They are very calm, protecting the children behind them, ready to use their own bodies to block every second. Lu Yi's voice sounded again, "All citizens of Songlong Star, I am Lu Yi. I am here to inform you that there are 5 million star beasts coming. We will fight to the last moment, and I hope you will hold on. There are still 2 hours and 50 minutes before reinforcements arrive, and you will be rescued. You must hold on. I hope every one of you can survive." After saying that, he no longer hesitated, and took 100,000 mecha warriors, and the remaining nearly 5 million who had just joined the army, and rushed forward again without hesitation. The battle was cruel and bloody. The power of human beings can only fight against star beasts when they are wearing mechas. In the eyes of star beasts, warriors without mechas are no different from ants. They were full of ferocity, roaring excitedly and rushing towards the warriors without mechas, tearing them into pieces one by one, with blood and flesh flying all over the sky. In the flesh and blood, Lu Yi saw a huge flying star beast, staring at him with fierce and violent eyes, and after locking onto him, it flew towards him at a very fast speed. It was a 3S level peak star beast, a leader of this group of star beasts. It locked onto him because it also knew that he was the leader of this group of humans, and it was better to capture the leader first. At this moment, after experiencing despair, Louis felt more relaxed than ever before. He picked up the long knife in his hand and met it. The knife light passed through the air, and the knife energy turned into thousands of sharp blades, cutting through the hard shell of the star beast. The star beast roared again, and fell from the sky angrily. Its claws were like sharp swords, stabbing at the head of his mecha, but were blocked by his long knife again. Louis himself did not expect that at the last moment of his life, his mental power would be upgraded, and his combat power would be raised to a higher level. When he kicked the star beast in front of him away, he swung the long knife in his hand to all directions. It seemed that he was slashing randomly. But if you look closely, every knife of his knife was accurately aimed at the 3S leader of the Star Beast army. In just a few seconds, he provoked 10 Star Beast leaders. The Star Beasts were all irritable. After being provoked by him, they did not attack others, but attacked him instead. He killed him first, and then killed other ants. This is what Louis wanted, to attract all the high-level Star Beasts that could be attracted to his side. He wanted to see how many 3S level high-level Star Beasts he could pull to take the blame after he chose to self-destruct. 1 Star Beast. He can deal with it. There were 11 Star Beasts, and he could only defend himself. However, he only defended for less than a minute before one of them broke through his defense and slapped his head with one claw. The other Star Beasts, seeing that the Star Beast was going to grab their prey, flew over at the fastest speed, wanting to crush the ant that dared to provoke them before others. Louis was waiting for this moment, calculating the time in his mind, when they entered the attack range of his self-destruct energy. He pressed the self-destruct button of the mecha. But, before he could press it, the Star Beast that was about to crush his mecha's head was suddenly kicked away by someone. Chapter 182. Yes. He kicked it away. It was so light, as if what he kicked away was not a huge Star Beast, but a piece of garbage floating in the air. Hey, are you still alive? The person who kicked the Star Beast away was in front of him in a blink of an eye, and reached out to pat his mecha. Louis saw that it was a black mecha. He had seen this mecha in the video related to Star 792. It was one of the mecha soldiers with strong combat power, that only flashed in 2 shots in the video they released. He said, alive. Qi Xiaohua breathed a sigh of relief, gave him a thumbs up, and said sincerely, good job, we are here, you can take the soldiers to the back to rest for a while. Although he did not make it to the last moment of the 2-day deadline. But before they arrived, he really led the people of Songlong Star to block the Star Beasts and hold the defense line, which was already a great victory. Looking at the entire Interstellar, except for the big stars in the Alliance, I am afraid that no one can do this. We can still hold on. After Louis finished speaking, she looked at another white mecha next to her, which arrived almost at the same time as her, and was fighting with a high-level Star Beast, and asked, where is your Xiaoman Star's large force? Qi Xiaohua said while fighting the Star Beast, Sui Guanxing and I flew here first with a 100,000-man mecha army. The Star Master is still behind with a large force. The speed is not as fast as ours. It will take about 5 minutes to arrive. Louis, ? When did the speed of mechas become faster than warships? But the next moment, when he saw with his own eyes that a group of black mechas were flying towards this side faster than high-level flying Star Beasts and joining the battlefield, he completely believed it. Then, he couldn't help but look at Qi Xiaohua and Sui Guanxing, who were already in a fierce battle with Star Beasts, fighting 5 Star Beasts each, and still seemed to be at ease. For a moment, there was only one word he wanted to say, fuck. The 100,000 mecha corps they brought arrived at the battlefield a full minute later than the 2 of them. He could hardly imagine how fast they were. At this moment, like Li Yi's idea, many mecha warriors on Songlong Star who were ready to use self-destruction to take away another wave of Star Beasts saw the mecha troops falling from the sky, like divine soldiers, before they had time to self-destruct. They joined their own combat team, they were in order, and almost at the same time they swung their weapons, and killed the Star Beasts. The Star Beasts were like leaks under their hands, and they died in large numbers. In the blink of an eye, they forced the Star Beasts to retreat step by step. The 100,000 mecha troops of Xiaoman Star are the vanguard, and the most outstanding group of soldiers in the army. They were originally led by Quincy, Sui Guanxing and Qi Xiaohua. Qi Xiaohua and Sui Guanxing thought the large army was too slow, and were afraid that Songlong Star could not hold on. They said that they would reach the battlefield as fast as possible and ran away first. Now, only Quincy was the commander who performed his duties, and said, warriors of Songlong Star, we are the reinforcements of Xiaoman Star. You have worked hard. We are here. All the warriors of Songlong Star had disbelief in their eyes. After his words, they turned into ecstasy, and looked at the powerful and invincible reinforcement team in front of them with tears in their eyes. Commander Lu did not lie to them. The rescue team really came. At this moment, all their previous persistence and all their deaths became valuable. Now, please hold on for a while. Let's hold the line together. In 5 minutes, our large force will arrive, and can completely replace you to guard the line and kill the Star Beast. Quincy gave them hope, and gave them a reassurance. Yes, sir! The warriors of Songlong Star shouted loudly. With the addition of reinforcements, their morale did not slacken because of the arrival of reinforcements, but became stronger, and they rushed towards the Star Beast desperately. Because they had the confidence to fight the Star Beast, the reinforcements came. Even if they died in battle now, their homes behind them, their family and friends, could be defended and they could survive. 5 minutes later, Xia Xiaoman came with the fleet. The people of Songlong Star were all looking up, watching the warships hovering in the air, watching the mecha armies flying down from the warships, like heavenly soldiers and generals, joining the battle. Light screens appeared one after another in the sky of Songlong Star. On the light screen, Xia Xiaoman appeared, and a soothing voice sounded, "Warriors of Songlong Star, citizens of Songlong Star, I am Xia Xiaoman, the Star Master of Xiaoman Star. Don't be afraid, don't worry, I am bringing Xiaoman Star and Yubao Star, a total of 4 million armies to rescue you." The people of Songlong Star were moved to tears, and everyone was shouting thank you. Star Beasts are attacking. The government leaders of their Songlong Star fled with all the troops, abandoning them, and also destroyed all the starports in a frenzy, cutting off their way to survival, leaving them to die on the planet. What they didn't expect was that the first one to rescue them was the garbage star they had always looked down upon. Xia Xiaoman continued, "We have observed that there are still a steady stream of star beasts on the way to attack from the outer domain of the 9th galaxy. Songlong Star is very likely to become the main battlefield of this war. You must be prepared to transfer at any time. Don't worry, our Xiaoman Star will be fully responsible for your safe transfer. The scale of the Star Beast's action this time is to destroy the 9th galaxy. She plans to attract all the Star Beasts to Songlong Star and make it the main battlefield. Then she has to consider the transfer of civilians on Songlong Star." The civilians of Songlong Star, after hearing what she said, although they are reluctant to give up their homes, compared with their homes, life is still the most important. Otherwise, how could the government leaders of Songlong Star escape as soon as they got the intelligence? "We are here now. You can go home and simply pack your things. Remember, each person's luggage must not exceed 10 kilograms. Xia Xiaoman gave this data after precise calculation. The civilians of Songlong Star thought they were going to die, so they didn't pack anything. As long as they were still able to move, from 300-year-old men to children in their teens, they all rushed to the rear of the war zone as follow-up troops, ready to join the battle at any time. At this moment, after hearing what Xia Xiaoman said, they were quickly led by the heads of their respective regions, and left the war zone in an orderly manner. Xia Xiaoman took in everything, and had to praise Lu Yi for being a talent. In such a chaotic situation, he mobilized all the forces he could to defend the front line and block the Star Beasts, and he was also able to manage the people in such an orderly manner. It was really amazing. The people in the war zone left quickly. On the battlefield, with the addition of reinforcements, the Songlong Star warriors, who had been fighting for 2 days without sleep, also retreated and finally had a chance to catch their breath. The 4 million reinforcements against the 6 million Star Beast army, the number gap is more than 2 million, but in the real battle, with the 2 million elite troops from Xiaoman Star, they can be completely wiped out. But the fact is that there are a constant stream of Star Beasts joining in on the Star Beast side. That is, if you kill 1 million here, it can come with 2 million, and it will never stop. Therefore, this battle lasted from day to night, and the bodies of soldiers and Star Beasts were piled high on the ground. But the Star Beasts were getting more and more. In the main control room, Xia Xiaoman was watching the real-time monitoring screens of various places on the battlefield, and also watching the Star Beast army coming from space. Some of them came all the way from the small stars on the edge. There are also those that come directly from high-level void Star Beasts tearing through space. Shan Lu led the team to transform and upgrade the monitoring satellite system of Songlong Star. After the upgrade, the space within 10,000 kilometers of Songlong Star can be monitored, and the strategy can be adjusted more timely to deal with the Star Beast army. At dawn that day, another Star Beast army of 5 million people approached the battlefield. Standing in front of the light curtain, Xia Xiaoman, who was always alert to the battlefield, frowned slightly and stared at the Star Beast army coming over. He saw that they were very strange. They stopped about 100 kilometers away from the battlefield, and there was no tendency to join the battle. Shanlu came over during the break. Seeing that she had been staring at a certain place of the Star Beast army, he also looked over. Xia Xiaoman pointed at that spot with a serious look in her eyes, and turned to look at him. Team Leader Shang, please zoom in here and adjust the clarity to the highest. She was not a professional technician. She just fiddled with it, and could only see that there was something strange in that place. It seemed that a strange thing had mixed in at the center of the Star Beast core, like a mecha, but she was not sure whether the reflection she caught with her eyes at the moment when the Star Beast core stopped was the reflection of the human mecha shell or the reflection of the shelled Star Beast. Shan Lu nodded, sat beside her, clicked on the parameters and started to adjust. Soon, Xia Xiaoman saw the point she suspected was enlarged on the light screen, and it became clearer and clearer as it was adjusted. When she saw it clearly, the look in her eyes suddenly condensed, and she said, "Fuck." Shan Lu's eyes suddenly shrank at this moment, and the expression on his handsome face was more serious and solemn than ever before. He stared at the gray mecha hidden in the group of star beasts, which almost blended with the color of the star beasts. Yes, it was a mecha. A mecha that only humans can drive. Xia Xiaoman's eyes flashed with murderous intent. It seems that the attack of the star beasts this time was premeditated. There are human traitors who colluded with them. Shang Lu nodded, and the mechanical voice of AI sounded, "Star Lord, contact Ji Lai and others immediately and tell them about this. This is no longer the matter of their 9th galaxy, it is the matter of everyone in the entire galaxy. Once the star beasts destroy the 9th galaxy, it will be the turn of the Interstellar Alliance. However, the Interstellar Alliance cannot be contacted, because the traitor is at the Alliance headquarters." Xia Xiaoman nodded. However, before she could contact him, Gui Bai's communication came over. He, who was always smiling, looked unusually serious at this moment. "Commander-in-Chief, a very strange thing happened in my army, which made me very concerned. I must tell you. Half an hour ago, a 100-man mecha team I sent on patrol encountered a group of star beasts. They were annihilated. The last words the captain left me before he died were that their mecha energy could not be started." Xia Xiaoman stared at the gray mecha on the screen. Everything was connected at this moment. "Our 9th galaxy has encountered a star beast invasion. I believe you have received the news. Just now, I found a mecha soldier in the star beast unit. I think this star beast invasion is definitely not aimed at our 9th galaxy, but at all mankind in the entire galaxy. You must also be prepared to fight at any time. As for the issue of mecha energy," she handed it over to Shang Lu, who knew more about it. Shang Lu looked up from the data. The voice of the AI sounded, "The traitor may have a way to control the bismuth crystal source. All mechas and warships using bismuth crystal sources may become waste in future battles." Guibai's face turned pale, and his voice became tense. "Chief Mecha Master, what should we do?" "Fuck. The energy used in their entire galaxy is now bismuth crystal source. If the enemy has such a large amount of energy and makes all systems using bismuth crystal source ineffective, then wouldn't they have to surrender and wait for death?" Shang Lu's eyes signaled him to calm down. The voice of AI sounded again. "Judging from the current situation, the enemy cannot use their special equipment on a large scale to disable the bismuth crystal source system on a large scale. Otherwise, they would not have to spend so much effort to launch a large-scale Star Beast army to attack the 9th galaxy." Gui Bai's mood did not become relaxed because of his words, but became more serious. The enemy has such a big killer in their hands. Who knows where and when they will use it? This unknown is like a guillotine hanging over your head and may fall at any time, which makes people more nervous. Shang Lu continued, "Now it seems that the Star Beasts are planning to kill all the way from the 9th galaxy to the Alliance, and they should not launch a large-scale war against the Alliance for the time being. I will send you the location of our planet's production of energy cards. You notify Ji Lai and others to go nearby and secretly purchase cards to transform your mechas and warships to deal with future changes." Gui Bai pointed at his nose. "We?" Xia Xiaoman said, "Yes, that's you, the Commander-in-Chief, and the main team of your 8 planets. Remember, don't alarm the Alliance headquarters. There is a traitor in your Alliance headquarters, and he is in a very high position. This time, the Star Beast invasion was caused by them colluding with the Star Beasts." Gui Bai was already dumbfounded, and had no idea what he was listening to. He paused for a moment, touched his heart, and asked indignantly with murderous intent in his eyes, "Commander-in-Chief, have you got the evidence? Who is the traitor among our top leaders?" Chapter 183. Xia Xiaoman did not answer his question directly, but said, "First, Follow the instructions of team leader Shang and change the energy. If the alliance is really invaded, you will have the power to resist. You will be able to tell who is human and who is a ghost among your comrades. Commander-in-Chief, I understand. I will contact Chu Bai and tell them about this. Gui Bai understood that the Commander-in-Chief had a suspected target, but she could not say it. Xia Xiaoan nodded and was about to hang up the call. Commander-in-Chief, wait a moment. Gui Bai stopped her. You can ask the Alliance for help. The Alliance law stipulates that when encountering a star beast invasion, all humans must unite and help each other. I will join Chu Bai and others to ask the Alliance headquarters to support you. We will see the reaction of the Alliance headquarters, and perhaps find some problems from it. Xia Xiaoman said, I will ask the Alliance for support, and you should be careful. Gui Bai, Commander-in-Chief, take care. Hang up the video. Xia Xiaoman contacted the Alliance headquarters. The person who answered her call was Admiral Xian Qin, who was familiar with her, but not with her. I am Xian Qin, please go ahead. Xia Xiaoman knew her, the general manager of their Alliance military competition. At the pre-match mobilization meeting, she spoke as a military representative, and they had met from a distance. Hello, Admiral Xian Qin, I am Xia Xiaoman, the Star Master of Xiaoman Star in the 9th Galaxy. On February 5th, 362 in the Alliance calendar, that is, 4 days ago, the 9th Galaxy suffered a large-scale invasion of star beasts. All 352 large and small planets in the northern part of the outer domain were destroyed within 1 day. 3 days ago, the star beasts arrived at Songlong Star. The general of Songlong Star fled the planet, with a total of 50 million people from the government and the military, and blew up all the starports on the planet, leaving the helpless civilians to die on the planet. The civilians of Songlong Star fought desperately, held the front line, and waited for our support. Now there are more than 20 million star beasts besieging us. Our soldiers have suffered heavy losses, and the star beasts are still coming in an endless stream. Now, on behalf of the Human Alliance of the 9th Galaxy, I ask the Alliance for support. Xian Qin said in a businesslike manner, the Alliance is holding a meeting on the invasion of the star beasts. Don't worry. The star beasts are the public enemy of all mankind. Our Alliance will never watch your 9th Galaxy perish. As for the more than 20 million she mentioned, do you really think that the Alliance headquarters has no information channels in the 9th Galaxy? So far, the total number of star beasts should be about 10 million or 2 million, and she has doubled it. Xia Xiaoman cursed in her heart, holding meetings, and being so angry that she was about to hold a fart meeting. It was because the star beasts didn't step on their faces and urinate directly, so they were not in a hurry. She was begging others, and she was still very polite on the surface. Admiral Xinqin, we are really in urgent need of rescue here. We have established a defense line on Songlong Star. We will stop the star beasts here. Even if we shed our last drop of blood, we will protect civilians and the safety of other planets. The admirals of the Alliance were not obtained for nothing. They all made great contributions in the battles with star beasts on the border battlefield. Xinqin, of course, could empathize with her current situation, but sending troops to rescue was not something she could agree to, and send people over immediately. Don't worry, Lord Xia, I will try my best to help you urge it. Xia Xiaoman said gratefully. Thank you, General Xian Qin. You were the general manager when I participated in the Alliance competition. I have long regarded you as my teacher in my heart. Please pay more attention to the rescue. This general has a say in the Alliance headquarters, and the Xian family is behind him. If she said a few more nice words, it would be worth it if it could make the meeting go more smoothly and the Alliance reinforcements come faster. Besides, Xian Qin is a really capable general, not a weird person. Xian Qin was stunned by her words, but she always had a blank expression and was calm no matter what happened. You couldn't tell anything from her facial expression. In fact, she also had a good impression of Xia Xiaoman during the Alliance competition, and said, Xia Xingju trusts me so much, I will do my best. This is very different from what she said just now. Just now, she said try her best and urge, which were all very conservative answers. Trying my best now is equivalent to standing on her side, and considering her. Thank you, teacher. Xia Xiaoman's face was full of sincere gratitude. Xian Qin nodded slightly and said, You must hold on. Tell me what you need. When the reinforcements come, I will ask them to bring all the supplies to you. She kept calling her teacher. It was a very face-saving thing for her to accept such a capable, courageous and prestigious student in the entire galaxy. The student asked the teacher for help, and the teacher must help. Teacher, we still have enough supplies here, as long as there are reinforcements. Xia Xiaoman was so happy. She had made a lot of money by saying teacher. She had a big leg to lean on. Not only did they have to speak for her, but they also had to provide her with supplies. She couldn't be conscienceless and reminded her, but teacher, have you ever thought about the invasion of star beasts on ND49 and the invasion of star beasts on our 9th galaxy? Were they really just invasions of star beasts? Xianqin frowned and lowered her voice a few points. Xia Xingzhu, don't say such things. As someone who personally participated in the entire ND49 Star War, she knew best how the war happened and how the star beasts invaded. How could she not suspect that there was a traitor in the alliance? But this matter could only be investigated secretly by herself, and it was impossible to put it out in the open. As long as the traitor of mankind was brought up for investigation, everyone in the entire alliance would be in danger. Xia Xiaoman also said with a serious face, Teacher, I know. On the other side, someone urged Xianqin to go to a meeting. Xianqin said a few more words and hung up the communication. Xia Xiaoman raised her head and looked towards the center of the Star Beast group again. The gray mecha soldier had moved to the back of the Star Beast group. The coldness was like frost, penetrating her eyes. Her voice was as cold as ice. The general manager of the alliance is the most hidden and the biggest traitor. The alliance must have been infiltrated by the traitors. I don't know how many innocent people will die in this Star Beast invasion. Now, the Interstellar Alliance has not encountered the invasion of Star Beasts so far. If the news that the general manager of the alliance is a traitor is spread, not to mention how many of his accomplices there are, will the top leaders of the alliance believe it? Even if they believe it, the general manager of the alliance is a traitor, which will set off a huge storm of mutual distrust in the entire Interstellar, and the alliance will immediately fall into uncontrollable chaos, which will only be more troublesome. By then, the fox has not yet revealed its tail, and they will have internal strife. What can they use to fight the star beasts? Shan Lu sighed softly. His cold and deep eyes were extremely complicated. He turned to look at her and opened his lips slightly. I'll watch here, you go, and rest for a while. The battle situation is still stable now, so there is no need to watch it all the time. Xia Xiaoman smiled and tilted her head to look at him. Team leader Shang, you are wrong. If you want to rest, it should be you. As she said that, she had already taken action, holding his shoulders and pushing him towards the lounge. She knew that she was facing away from him, and he couldn't hear her, but she was still talking. Take a rest for 2 hours, I'll call you. Just when the two of them were about to enter the lounge, and Ing, who had been very quiet, and was in charge of the monitoring system, suddenly stood up, and couldn't help raising her voice. Report to the Commander-in-Chief. 2 million troops are coming to help, claiming to be the First Legion, and the Legion leader is Jun Lin. Chapter 184. Fuck, no way. No way. It can't be the leader of the Revolutionary Army, the commander of the First Army under the first commander of the Alliance, Jun Lin. This is the second time Xia Xiaoman has heard this name. The first time was before the finals, when Qihua was comforting and encouraging the participating soldiers. This time, it was from an Ing. Shang Lu, who was being pushed by her to the lounge, turned his head to look at her, raised his eyebrows slightly, and asked her what was wrong. Xia Xiaoman's voice became soft and low. I'm telling you something, don't get excited. Shang Lu nodded somewhat confusedly. Xia Xiaoman said, 2 million reinforcements have arrived, and the name is Jun Lin, the commander of the First Army of the Alliance. Shang Lu was stunned, and the faint smile also condensed in his eyes. And Ing looked at the two of them strangely. What's wrong with the Commander-in-Chief? She spoke so softly, as if she was afraid of scaring Team Leader Shang. Did she forget that Team Leader Shang couldn't hear her? She just yelled, and Team Leader Shang could only read her lips. It was also at this time. A low and hoarse voice came from the communication channel, which seemed to be full of energy, but in fact the breath was a little unstable. Ms. Communicator, I am Jun Lin. Can you trouble me to talk to your Star Master? And Ing looked at the Commander-in-Chief with a strange look and asked with her eyes. Xia Xiaoman had already held Shan Lu's hand tightly. Before he could react, she pulled him to the communication device and said, I am Xia Xiaoman, the Star Master of Xiaoman Star, Jun Lin Legion Commander, hello. The communication was connected, but the video was not connected. Shan Lu couldn't hear anything again. He looked at her lips with a sidelong glance, reading her lip language. Gradually, a thin layer of moist mist spread over his dark eyes. Xia Xiaoman's last sentence. Captain Jun Lin, I'm here, looking forward to meeting you. Thank you for coming to help. Shang Lu felt mixed emotions in his heart, and he slightly frowned, and also suppressed the various complex emotions surging in his eyes. He nervously held her hand back, and tightened it unconsciously. Xia Xiaoman didn't speak. What else could she say at this moment? Tell him not to get excited, but don't. An old subordinate, who had been with you through life and death, and hadn't seen you for hundreds of years, suddenly appeared in front of you. You can't get excited if you say you won't get excited? Just kidding. If she and Qi Xiaohua hadn't seen each other for hundreds of years, Qi Xiaohua would be so happy that she would poke a hole in the sky. Of course, she would definitely be very excited and looking forward to it, and she would definitely not be able to keep a normal mind. On the light screen of the monitoring system, it can be clearly seen that the fleet is getting closer and closer to them. There are 20 warships in total, and the main warship in the middle is the super-large warship of the Alliance. The fleet stopped about 5 kilometers away from their main warship. Junlin sat in a wheelchair and was pushed by his Legion commander to a small aircraft. The Legion commander looked at his face and complained, "Old man, just talk about yourself. You are so old, why do you have to come here? Isn't it better to leave this war to us young people? Why are you worrying about it? I said that those who should die can't live, and those who should live can't die. If you come here, can you still go to the battlefield to kill star beasts like 300 years ago?" Junlin glared at him and scolded him. "Little bastard, what do you know? Don't talk nonsense to me. If you make me angry to death, you will be torn to pieces by those little bastards when you go back." Did he come here to fight with the star beasts? Of course not. He came here to confirm one thing. Does the Chief Mecha Division of Beta Star, whom he had met at the Alliance military competition, have any relationship with their commander-in-chief? I was wrong, okay? The Legion leader admitted his mistake, but he still complained non-stop. Does the Star Master of this Xiaoman Star understand the ways of the world? We came here to help them. We have a legion of 2 million people, but she didn't come to see you in person to thank you, and she asked you to drag your sick body to see her. This young man is too ignorant of etiquette, and doesn't know how to respect the elderly and love the young. Junlin was tired of listening and glared at him again. Shut up. Is this a rescue? No, this is saving themselves. If the defense line of Songlong Star cannot be defended, the Star Beast army can directly march in and invade the entire 9th galaxy. After the 9th galaxy is destroyed, it will be the Alliance's turn. All the forces outside the Alliance will not be spared. Did I say something wrong? The Legion commander was still unconvinced. How old is she? She is just a little kid whose hair hasn't even grown out yet. You can treat her as your ancestor. Isn't she ignorant of etiquette? Junlin shook his head and slapped him. The Legion commander was furious. What are you doing? Doctor, come quickly. The old man hit me. He got physical. Go check him first. The medical team came over and glared at him fiercely, telling him not to make the old man angry. Is what he did a human thing? How many times have I told him that the old man's body can only be kept still, and any movement will seriously damage his vitality? After Junlin slapped him, his breathing became a little faster. He waved to the nervous medical team and said, "It's okay." The head of the medical team said, "Give him another nutrient injection. You will meet the Star Master of Xiaoman Star later. You can rest up and not be too weak in front of a junior." Junlin nodded. After the injection, he felt better, and the aircraft landed on the main battleship of Xiaoman Star. Xia Xiaoman personally stood on the deck to welcome his arrival. Beside her, standing shoulder to shoulder with her, was Shan Lu. On the aircraft, the Legion commander pushed Junlin's wheelchair to the cabin door. Seeing the person standing on the deck, he said, "She is at least polite enough to come out to greet you." Junlin did not speak, but looked at the deck. He was too old, had been injured too many times, and had been ill for too long. His eyesight was already very bad. Although he was blurry, he still saw the two figures standing side by side at a glance. Especially the figure on the right, whose height and temperament were too familiar, but compared with the person in his memory, he was too thin. Chapter 185. Xia Xiaoman couldn't help sighing when he saw the old man in the wheelchair. He didn't sound that old from his voice. But in person, he looked like a dying old man, although he had tried his best to make himself look better. Shan Lu was also looking at him. He hadn't seen him for 300 years. He had become too old. But his temperament and facial features could still vaguely reveal the vigorous young man 300 years ago. The Legion leader, who was pushing Junlin, felt that the atmosphere in front of him seemed a little wrong. He looked at the thin young man standing side by side with Xia Xiaoman, the Star Master of Xiaoman, on the opposite deck, and leaned over slightly to his ear, lowered his voice, and said unhappily, "Old man, the young man next to the Star Master of Xiaoman is too rude. Who would look at an old man like that? Besides, this old man was once a general under the command of the first commander of the Alliance, a great hero who had made countless military achievements, and now he is also the leader of the Revolutionary Army and a big man. When he got closer, he felt even more strange. The young man's eyes seemed to be full of concern and nostalgia. Junlin couldn't see clearly at first, but when he got closer and closer to them, his face, which had always been calm, suddenly became red because of excitement, and he asked uncertainly, "Commander-in-Chief?" Shanglu couldn't speak, smiled at him, and walked over. Junlin looked at the person in front of him in disbelief, tears welling up in his eyes, and his voice choked. "Is it really you, Commander-in-Chief?" This smile, and this demeanor. In this world, there will never be another person like him. Even if he is his own blood, he can't be exactly the same as him. Shanglu nodded and patted his shoulder. "It's me, long time no see." Junlin's tears fell at this moment. He raised his hand, clenched his fist, put it on his left heart and beat it twice, looking at him and laughing with tears. "Commander-in-Chief, long time no see." He knew that the Commander-in-Chief would never die so easily at the hands of a traitor or a star beast. For so many years, he has been waiting for the Commander-in-Chief to appear, waiting for the Commander-in-Chief to summon him, until he saw the person who looked very similar to the Commander-in-Chief at the Alliance competition. He guessed that the person might be his descendant, and also guessed that he might really be dead. Otherwise, with his character, if he was still alive, how could he lie dormant for hundreds of years without showing up, allowing others to frame all the stigma on him, and allowing Chi or others to do whatever they want in the Alliance? Old comrades met, and had a lot to say, but because there were so many things to say and ask, they didn't know where to start. The commander was dumbfounded. How could this young man become the Commander-in-Chief in the blink of an eye? How could the Commander-in-Chief of any place make the old man at home so excited? Xia Xiaoman looked at Junlin, who started panting and looked bad after saying a few words. She was afraid that he would faint from excitement, so she said, "Commander Junlin, let's go in and talk." Junlin looked at her and nodded slightly to her. "Xia Xingju." Xia Xiaoman smiled and said, "Please." The Legion commander pushed Junlin's wheelchair and followed her in confusion. Xia Xiaoman deliberately slowed down her pace, and when Shanglu came over, she gently touched his finger with her finger, then quickly withdrew and led the way in front of her in a very serious manner. Her movements were very fast and very concealed. But the Legion commander, who had been paying attention to them, saw it, and suddenly felt that he understood it. He leaned close to Junlin's ear and lowered his voice. "Grandpa, they are a pair." This couldn't be a new trick to trick them into fighting. The only Commander-in-Chief recognized by the old man was the first commander of the Alliance 300 years ago. But the young man in front of him was only about 20 years old at most. He couldn't possibly be the Commander-in-Chief that the old man had followed through life and death. Junlin had consumed a lot of energy. He was still overly excited at this moment. He didn't hear him clearly and asked, "What do you mean?" The Legion commander said, "I said, they are a couple." Junlin, "What couple?" The Legion commander raised his voice. "Xia Xingju and your Commander-in-Chief are a couple." Xia Xiaoman turned around and smiled at him friendly. Shanglu also turned around and nodded slightly at him. The Legion commander subconsciously took a step back and wanted to escape underground in embarrassment. "Fuck, I was careless. I talked about someone behind his back and let him hear it." Junlin heard it clearly this time. He looked at Xia Xiaoman with inquiry and loving eyes, and nodded with satisfaction. He had always wondered what kind of girl could be worthy of the Commander-in-Chief. Now he finally knew. Although it has been 300 years. Maybe seeing the Commander-in-Chief find his lover, he would feel relieved even if he died now. When he got downstairs, he could brag to his old friends and show off that he had met the Commander-in-Chief's lover. The group soon arrived at the reception room. Old friends meet. Xia Xiaoman was also very tactful and prepared to leave, giving them time and space to reminisce about the past. Shanglu grabbed her wrist, smiled at her, and asked for her opinion. Xia Xiaoman was stunned for a moment, nodded generously, turned to Junlin and said, "Captain Junlin, let me introduce myself, Xia Xiaoman, the Star Master of Xiaoman Star, Shanglu's girlfriend." Junlin said, "Star Master Xia, don't be so polite, just call me Junlin. This Star Master Xia is a hero who is as good as a man, and she is definitely a perfect match with the Commander-in-Chief. But why does the Commander-in-Chief act like a little wife in front of this person? This is completely different from his previous imagination. Junlin, you two haven't seen each other for so many years, you two can chat." Xia Xiaoman pulled out a chair and asked Shanglu to sit down. She also pulled out a chair and sat beside him. She lowered her head and began to look at the latest battlefield situation sent by an Ing on the optical computer. Junlin saw this situation and knew that this Xia Xingju must know everything about the Commander-in-Chief, so he didn't care. However, He also knew that now was not the time to reminisce about the past, so he only asked about the things he cared about most at the moment. How did he survive? Why can't he speak? Shanlu naturally did not hide anything from his old subordinates. After listening to Junlin, he first looked at him, then looked at Xia Xiaoman, and couldn't help but sighed. Sleeping for 300 years is also a good thing. Otherwise, if you are as old as me, the commander-in-chief, Xia Xingzhu will definitely look down on you. Xia Xiaoman had a question mark on her face. Is this guy a love-brain person? Shouldn't he be concerned about whether his commander-in-chief, who had been sleeping for 300 years, had any physical problems after waking up from hibernation? Shan Lu also smiled in agreement. Xia Xiaoman, She suspected that the two of them were implying that she was a person who only cared about appearance, but she had no evidence. Besides, what's wrong with looking at the face? This is a world that looks at the face. Who doesn't like to look at the face? Junlin was afraid that his commander-in-chief would kneel down on the durian after returning, so he coughed softly and quickly changed the subject, saying, Commander-in-chief, your old subordinates, our 9 legions are still there, but the old guys have left one by one, and now there are only me, Zun Yan and Tang Chong left. My health is the worst. Zun Yan is about the same as mine, and Tang Chong is amazing. His health is very good. Now he can drink 9 bottles of nutrient solution for 1 meal, and last year he led people to fight star pirates. But they are all scattered in different places in the Interstellar, and now it is the time for the star beasts to invade. It is unlikely to gather them all in a short time. Shang Lu said, Then don't let them come. I feel that the star beasts this time are definitely not as simple as invading the 9th galaxy. They are plotting the entire Interstellar. Let them garrison in their respective territories. Junlin felt that he had to give his old friends a chance to meet the commander-in-chief. God knows, they have been waiting for more than 300 years just like him, waiting for the commander-in-chief's exact whereabouts. Commander-in-chief, I can contact them. You should meet them. After this star beast invasion and the war, I don't know if they can survive and have a chance to meet you again. Shan Lu nodded. Okay. Junlin quickly asked the Legion commander to come in and asked him to contact the other 2 old friends who were still alive. Xia Xiaoman saw that he had finished speaking and began to breathe unsteadily again. She took out a nutrient solution and handed it to him, saying, Junlin, drink 1. It can quickly repair your mental strength and restore your physical strength. After she finished speaking, she took out another one and handed it to Shan Lu. Shan Lu took the nutrient solution, opened it and drank it, and lip reading. After I woke up, my health has been bad. This is something she asked someone to study for me, and it works very well. Junlin nodded and opened it without hesitation and drank it. The commander of the army was connecting with the other 2 old men. By the time he reacted, the old man at home had already drunk the nutrient solution until there was only a little left. He was so scared that he was sweating coldly, and his soul was about to fly away. Old man, you. After Junlin swallowed the nutrient solution, he could clearly feel a surge of energy spreading to his limbs and bones in an instant, giving his weak body a little more strength, and his voice became a little more powerful. He interrupted him and said, Hurry up and contact someone. What kind of poison could the commander-in-chief drink? Would the commander-in-chief harm a dying man? The commander of the army has been following him all year round and serving him when he has time. He knows his physical condition better than the people in the medical team. Hearing his voice become more vigorous, he couldn't help but look at the nutrient solution in his hand. What kind of nutrient solution is this? Is the effect so immediate? I will have to ask the medical team to check the old man's body carefully later. If drinking this nutrient solution is really helpful to his body, he will have to kneel in front of this Xia Xingzhu to help the old man get this life-extending nutrient solution. Communication. In the end, they still failed to get in touch. Interstellar communication is often tens of thousands, or hundreds of thousands of light years away. There are too many uncertainties in space. Generally, if you can get in touch once out of 10 times, it is already good. Junlin was obviously a little disappointed and said, I haven't contacted them for 2 months. There are frequent cosmic storms over there with Lao Tang. I am thankful that I can get in touch once out of 20 times. Let him continue to contact here. Let's go and see the situation on the battlefield. The Legion commander was left behind as a communicator. When Xia Xiaoman went out, he said to Shan Lu, I think he has an effect after drinking this nutrient solution. Let him lie down in your medical cabin later. Shan Lu opened his lips slightly. Okay. The Legion commander who was left behind, his eyes lit up again when he heard her words. It was really a great thing that the old man recognized his commander-in-chief. It seemed that there were many powerful black technologies on their side. Maybe it could really let the old man live a few more years. The situation on the battlefield did not change much. The number of star beasts that stayed far away in space and did not join the combat team did not increase. No more star beasts were found rushing here within the monitoring range. Everything seemed to be still. Xia Xiaoman pointed to the gray mecha that they had been monitoring in the star beast group and said, "This is the mecha we found. It should be a traitor of the Alliance. Have you found the identities of some traitors of the Alliance over the years?" "Don't say it." Junlin really did. Since he betrayed the Alliance and established the Revolutionary Army, he has been investigating the traitors of the year in both open and covert ways. He said, "I asked someone to send all the information we have. The first group of traitors in the Alliance were Chihua and his cronies. The rest were their accomplices, who had been coerced or bribed to turn to them over the past 300 years. Of course, there were also some born bad guys, who were willing to join without being persuaded." Information. It was quickly transmitted. After reading it, Xia Xiaoman said, "The Alliance has really been infiltrated like a sieve. Among the 50 military regions, the commanders-in-chief of 5 military regions are confirmed to be traitors, and the commanders-in-chief of 3 military regions are still uncertain and very suspicious. Who knows how many people under their command have betrayed humans and become running dogs of star beasts? Fuck. Star beasts are not scary. As long as humans work together, they will not be afraid of being defeated. But the war with traitors and traitors is the most terrible and difficult to fight. No one knows whether the companions fighting side by side will suddenly stab themselves and kill them in the next moment. How can they fight? Since Junlin drank the nutrient solution, he has been in good spirits and breath. He can speak without any effort. He sighed and said, "This is just the information we have collected over the years. There are some traitors who are hiding deeper, and we can't find out their identities." Xia Xiaoman sneered and said, "If all humans die, what good will it do them? Do they think that if they help the star beasts to unify and occupy the entire galaxy, the star beasts will treat them as their own people? Ancient Earth has a saying that is very true. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. That is still talking about humans, but they are different in nationality, skin color, and race. And humans and star beasts are cross-species. If the traitor is not caught, no one will know what kind of agreement they have reached with the star beasts." Junlin's eyes are also full of murderous intent. 300 years ago, they almost won. If they had won at that time, they could have caught the traitors one by one, but at the critical moment, Chihui gave them a fatal blow. Xia Xiaoman said, "They want to destroy the entire galaxy, but it depends on whether I agree or not. Wait, I will catch the traitors one by one and then publicly try them." As soon as she finished speaking, Junlin hadn't reacted to where she got such great confidence and how she could be so arrogant. The communication in front of him was connected, and the people who appeared in the light screen were the admirals of the 2 big stars he had met in the Alliance competition. Chapter 186. Xia Xiaoman looked at the 2 people in the light screen, and the first thing she thought of was that Ji Lai and Chu Bai had told them what she had notified them before, or that they were inexperienced and had noticed something unusual. However, facts proved she thought too much. Ji Lai and the others were very reliable, very measured, and very careful, and did not tell others about the matter. Qin Yan spoke first. "Xia Xingzhu, the meeting at the Alliance headquarters has ended. If nothing unexpected happens, the Alliance will send me and Admiral Olivia to support you." Olivia looked at her with a complicated expression, and then added, "Xia Xingzhu, if you need any supplies, you can tell us now, and we will bring them with us when we go there." Who would have thought that at the Alliance competition a year ago, the person in front of her was just the commander-in-chief of the Beta Star, but now, she is already the Star Lord of the Big Star. In addition to controlling Xiaoman Star, she also controls the entire southern outer domain of the 9th galaxy. Even the entire 9th galaxy will become her sphere of influence after this war. Xia Xiaoman said, "To admirals, it is better to go into battle lightly. The supplies you bring should be enough for your own use. Don't worry about us. What you need to do now is to ensure the safety of your own planet. I think there are some things that you should know what they mean, and what to do without me saying them clearly. Everyone is a smart person. Some things don't need to be said clearly." Especially Olivia and Qin Yan, who were with her on the way to the stadium and encountered the attack of the Star Beast army. At that time, they had already begun to have doubts. It is impossible that they have not made any preparations now. Qin Yan understood her meaning in a second. "Master Xia, don't worry. The people I brought are all my confidants, and the people who stayed on the planet. I didn't find any suspicious things about them. However, in this kind of situation, no one dares to guarantee that there is absolutely no traitor in their team. After all, traitors hide very deeply, and no one will write the word traitor on their forehead. Olivia also said, Master Xia, to be honest, the time is too short, and we can't investigate too many things at all. I don't know if you have any clues. Since she said so and suspected so much, there should be a target of suspicion. Things have come to this point now. Xia Xiaoman has nothing to hide from the people she trusts, so she lowered her voice and asked, There are no other people around you, right? Qin Yin and Olivia nodded in unison and looked at her eagerly. They are now at the Alliance headquarters. They arrived at their warship after the meeting. After confirming that it was absolutely safe, they called her. Xia Xiaoman nodded. Now was the moment of life and death for the entire Interstellar. Of course, the more allied forces there were, the better. However, just in case, she was very cautious and printed out the list of traitors and showed it to them. Humans will only discover it when they develop into a highly information-based era. The best way to keep secrets is the most primitive paper documents. As for information transmission, no matter how advanced the technology is, it is possible for people with more advanced technology to steal secrets. When Qin Yin and Olivia saw the list, they widened their eyes in disbelief. For a moment, anger, shock, and fear appeared alternately, and finally turned into raging anger. Olivia punched the table in front of her, and the table shattered instantly. Qin Yin's body trembled uncontrollably, his chest rose and fell violently, and he squeezed out a cry from his teeth. Fuck! How is it possible? Others don't say. Qihua, the general leader of the Alliance, is a great hero in the eyes of everyone in the galaxy, including him. He has always regarded him as his idol and his goal, chasing his footsteps, hoping to become a useful person to the Alliance like him. But now, someone told him that the great hero, who saved all mankind 300 years ago, was also a traitor to mankind. Xia Xiaoman was afraid that the traitors in the Alliance could steal their conversations, so she pointed at Qihua's name and spoke in an encrypted voice. I know how you feel about him. I'm just telling you the information I know. I hope that whether you believe it or not, don't reveal this secret. Qin Yan's inner shock could not be expressed in words. It was like a person's unwavering belief in following a belief was blown to pieces. After a long pause, he nodded with an ugly face and said, I know. Olivia also tried her best to calm herself down and said, Don't worry, Star Master Xia, we won't leak this list to anyone before the results come out. If the Star Beasts are really going to exterminate all mankind this time, the traitors and evil spirits hidden among humans will always show their tails. This list looks too scary, and it is easy to make people doubt whether it is true or not, but it is because the people in it are too high-ranking and their identities are too important that people have to believe that this is the fact. Besides, the 8th military region in the list is near Ceres. If the commander-in-chief of the military region is really a traitor, Ceres will definitely be the most dangerous planet to bear the brunt after the invasion of the Star Beasts. She now has to discuss with the chief how Ceres should deal with the invasion of the Star Beasts. Xia Xiaoman said, I think you two know what to do without me saying it. Then I wish you two admirals to be safe along the way, and hope we can survive this crisis. Take care, Star-Lord Xia. Qin Yin said to Olivia. The communication was hung up. Xia Xiaoman stared at the gray mecha on the monitoring screen, which was almost integrated with the Star Beast, and squinted his eyes slightly, saying, Bai Di, send this person's coordinates to Qi Xiaohua and Sui Guanxing, and tell them to wait for the Star Beast to attack and capture him first, alive. The name Bai Di was originally the name of Shan Lu's mecha AI system. Later, it became the name of Xiaomaxing's artificial intelligence system. Now it processes a lot of information on Xiaomaxing, and its information processing function is very powerful. When Junlin heard this name, he was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Shan Lu. Commander-in-Chief, Bai Di is resurrected. No, Bai Di was originally an artificial intelligence following the Commander-in-Chief, just a system composed of data, and it should not be described as resurrected, but he couldn't find the accurate word without resurrection. Shan Lu shook his head and said, I rebuilt the artificial intelligence system, but I'm used to this name. No! Junlin shook his head and said seriously, Commander-in-Chief, 2 years ago, I received an order with only 2 words, wait. The AI system protection of our Revolutionary Army headquarters may not be as strong as that of the Alliance, but it is not something that anyone can invade at will, and the invasion is silent. I suspected it might be Bai Di at the time, but I never received any news after that. Now I think about it, maybe Bai Di has not disappeared, at least it has not been completely formatted by Qihua. Bai Di is the Commander-in-Chief's AI system, and it is also the most powerful AI in the Alliance at that time. Even at that time, when they joked, they would say that it had awakened self-awareness. Later, the commander-in-chief disappeared, and Baidi disappeared with him. He found out that Baidi might have fallen into Chihua's hands. After all, the commander-in-chief opened up the first-level permission to use Baidi to them and Chihua. Later, after Chihua became the head of the Alliance's AI underwent a leapfrog upgrade, and the efficiency of the management system increased several times, and the defense. The protection system has also become indestructible. He guessed that Chihua formatted Baidi, and used it to help him manage the entire alliance. Shan Lu frowned slightly, but he didn't speak yet. Xia Xiaoman spoke first. What does Commander Junlin mean? We may have helpers in the alliance. Is Baidi really in Chihua's hands, and now manages and controls the data network of the entire alliance? Let's not talk about anything else. Just say that Shan Lu named the artificial intelligence of their planet with the name Baidi, and we know that he has an emotional connection with this artificial intelligence. And if it is really like what Junlin said, that he suddenly received the message 2 years ago, does it mean that Baidi has its own consciousness? It's a bit creepy that artificial intelligence awakens consciousness, but if the awakened artificial intelligence is on their side, it's not unacceptable, Junlin said. I'm not sure. Before we get definite evidence, everything is just speculation. Baidi is very powerful, and will joke with us, and tell us jokes. We guess that it awakened its self-consciousness. He finished. The air suddenly became quiet. Xia Xiaoman looked at Shan Lu. Junlin also widened his eyes. No way, Commander-in-Chief. Did we really guess it? Shan Lu, the person involved and the master of Baidi, gave an accurate answer. It didn't awaken its self-consciousness at that time. It was when my mental power collapsed that it suddenly awakened its self-consciousness and sent me into the dormant chamber. Xia Xiaoman was a Cold War. She guessed it right. The artificial intelligence really awakened its self-awareness. Shan Lu saw her complex expression and explained, Baidi is the artificial intelligence I built. It has grown up following my battles. Even if it does not stand on the side of humans, it will never stand on the side of star beasts. Junlin also nodded and joined in. Baidi's empathy is very strong, stronger than ours. When it sees the human planet being ravaged and slaughtered by star beasts, it can be emo for several days. If it meets a little beggar on the roadside, it has to throw a few coins to the person. Whoever raises him is like him. Baidi, who grew up with the Commander-in-Chief, must be the same as the Commander-in-Chief. No matter what time, he will never betray humans. The three of them guessed that Baidi might still be in the alliance, lurking around Chihua. But guesses are just guesses. The most important thing now is how to deal with the invasion of star beasts and the internal traitors. There is no time to verify this matter. On this day, when the sky was about to dawn, all the star beasts on the battlefield were killed. Qi Xiaohua looked at the human mecha master in the star beast group on the light screen and cursed. Fuck, this bastard, if I catch him, I will cut him into pieces. Sui Guanqing asked the star master when we will launch the attack. She couldn't wait to catch him. If we catch this person alive, we will definitely get some information from him. Sui Guanqing closed his eyes and said, 2 hours ago, another 10 million star beasts came and stationed outside the Songlong star planet front. Judging from their appearance, they will not attack us in a short time. The Star Master told us to rest well, and we will not take the initiative to launch an attack in a short time. After all, fighting on the planet is more advantageous for humans like them on the battlefield. Fighting in space gives the star beasts a greater battlefield advantage. The Star Lord will not give this advantage to the star beasts. The 15 million star beast army is just outside the space battle line, a dark mass that really makes people's scalps numb. Those die-hard people on the Songlong star who were unwilling to cooperate with Xia Xiaoman's plan and leave their home planet were so scared when they saw the photos of the star beasts that they boarded the starship without saying a word and left. Xia Xiaoman was happy that the star beasts did not move. Although she didn't know what the star beasts wanted to do, it was an eternal truth summed up by the ancestors that if the enemy did not move, I would not move. She was very calm. She calmly let the soldiers eat and rest. She calmly let the people of Songlong Star board the starship in an orderly manner and leave here. She calmly and methodically transformed the mechas of the Cloud Leopard Star Core and made 2 systems. The Bismuth Crystal Source system is now used, and the card system is kept as a backup. The confrontation lasted until the 2nd day. The legions of Tianma Star and Songlong Star rushed over. The total number of legions reached 10 million. The number of Star Beast legions has also increased by millions in the past 2 days. So far, it has expanded to 20 million. It was at this time Xia Xiaoman received a communication from Qin Yin and Olivia again. On the way, they were attacked by the Star Beast Legion. The number was at least 3 million, and there were 5 million star beasts, which were scattered to invade small planets everywhere. At the same time, Guibai and his team also sent a message that the battlefields on the border began to encounter star beast invasions, and more than half of the battlefields were already in a state of war with star beasts. Vivian and Hoyle also called to communicate that star beasts had also appeared in the southern outer region of the 9th galaxy, but at the current location, they were all small-scale invasions, and humans had not suffered large-scale casualties. Xia Xiaoman looked at the star beast army that began to move in the light screen, and there was a clear flash of blood and killing in his eyes. He raised his arms and shouted, "Warriors, prepare for battle." 10 minutes later, the 20 million star beast army and the 10 million human army began the first round of fierce fighting on the Sunlong star. Large and small-scale battles were taking place everywhere in the interstellar space. 300 years later, the true life and death battle between humans and star beasts has once again begun. Chapter 187. Qi Xiaohua and Sui Guanqing kept an eye on the whereabouts of the traitor mecha soldiers in the star beast group. At the moment the battle started, the two quietly left the team and sneaked into the star beast army. How did they sneak in? The question is that they don't need special disguises or supernatural skills. As long as they are fast enough, neither humans nor star beasts can catch their figures. Occasionally, a star beast will see them and die in their hands in an instant. After the star beasts launched the attack, the mecha soldiers in the star beast group quietly retreated to the rear, preparing to turn on the mecha flight mode, leave the battlefield as quickly as possible, and then take the small starship hidden in space to leave here and go to the next destination. Qi Xiaohua and Sui Guanqing saw that he did not leave directly on the starship, but turned on the mecha flight mode to leave. After looking at each other, they decided to follow him. The mecha's energy system is not suitable for long-term space travel, so if he wants to leave here, he must take a starship. Maybe there are companions waiting for him in the starship. The mecha soldier did not notice that someone was following him. He left smoothly and arrived at the starship. He breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to open the starship, a black shadow suddenly flashed in front of him. He didn't understand what happened. Two big hammers smashed towards his head. The sudden attack and the huge rumbling sound made him dizzy for a while. Then, his mecha head was twisted off and thrown aside. He was also carried out of the cockpit like a little chicken. In order to prevent him from committing suicide, Qi Xiaohua immediately gave him an injection, which made him lose all his ability to move except thinking. Sui Guanqing had already come out of the starship when she caught people. He shook his head at her and asked the person he was carrying, "Are you alone?" When he came over, Qi Xiaohua caught people. He was responsible for checking the starship and caught people, but there was no one inside. The mecha soldier who was caught was full of fear, astonishment, and disbelief. He didn't know where he had revealed his flaws, why he was discovered by the enemy, and followed him all the way here. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Qi Xiaohua became impatient and slapped him on the head. "I'm asking you a question." Her mecha palm slapped the mecha soldier's head, almost slapping his brains out. The severe pain made his face red, as if he would explode in the next moment, but he still stared at them with his eyes wide open, and didn't say a word. Sui Guanqing said, "Don't kill him, don't ask him, take him back and hand him over to team leader Shang." 10 minutes later, the captured mecha soldier was handed over to Shang Lu. 2 hours later, a bionic man who looked exactly like the mecha soldier, driving his previous mecha, led by Qi Xiaohua, came to the previous starship again. The bionic man entered the starship and waved to Qi Xiaohua reluctantly. "General Qi, goodbye." Qi Xiaohua also waved goodbye to him. "Take care of yourself, and you must complete the mission alive. When you come back, I will treat you to 3 days and 3 nights of nutrient solution." Compared with the previous bionic man, this bionic man has been further upgraded. First, he was implanted with the basic command of absolute loyalty to the Star Master, and then the memory of the mecha soldier was given to him. It is equivalent to him having the memory of a stranger, but he will not inherit any emotions of that person. It is a pity that the mecha soldier traitor she caught was just a small follower in their traitor organization, responsible for monitoring and counting the battle situation, and he was also in single-line contact with him online. It is unknown whether this bionic man can follow the clues and find more traitors. Xia Xiaoman watched the bionic man drive the starship away, and watched Qi Xiaohua return to the battlefield, then turned to look at Shang Lu and said, "Team leader Shang, contact Guibai immediately to see what's going on over there." Chapter 188. As expected, Guibai and his team could not connect. During this process, Shang Lu also discovered an abnormality. After tracking it, he found that the communication was destroyed by humans. Xia Xiaoman was so angry that he clenched his fists. Fuck these beasts. The large-scale invasion of the Interstellar by star beasts is not the most terrible thing. The most terrible thing is that the communication was destroyed, and every battlefield lost contact. Everyone did not know each other's situation and became blind. Shan Lu said, "This is a long-planned invasion. The communication system was destroyed on such a large scale. It is impossible for the Alliance to not notice it, and it is impossible for them to lose the ability to repair the communication at the beginning of the war. The reason why it was not repaired in time must be because the bismuth crystal source system failed. Now, except for the traitors, all humans in the Interstellar must unite together to have a chance to defeat the star beasts. Star-Lord, our communication has been replaced with an energy system, but the Interstellar Alliance has not yet." Xia Xiaoman also thought of this. The fastest result they expected still happened. He also knew that the situation was urgent, and he was the best candidate to repair the communication. He nodded and said, "You choose the technicians, and I will choose the combatants to protect you. You will set off in 2 hours. In war, especially in a highly developed information society like Interstellar, timely communication and intelligence are the most important. Otherwise, the traitors would not cut off their communication in the first place. Similarly, if they want to win this war, they must ensure smooth communication." 2 hours later, Xia Xiaoman selected a 100,000-man army with the strongest overall quality from the army on his own planet, and asked them to accompany Shan Lu and his party. At the same time, he also set his own 100-man guard to protect him. Shan Lu also selected 10,000 technicians to follow him to repair important communication systems along the way. Just when everything was ready, and they were about to set off, Gui Bai's communication came over. The signal was unstable, but it was generally clear. "Commander-in-Chief, the communication system of our military headquarters was destroyed. Now we have temporarily replaced it with a card communication system. The communication base station in the middle should not have been destroyed, but we don't have much time." To make a long story short, the current first commander of the Alliance was assassinated and killed. Now, there is no one in the Alliance who can replace him. We will do our best to fight and kill more star beasts. I hope you can hold on and keep the fire of mankind. This is the first time he has spoken so seriously, which also shows that he is prepared for the entire Alliance to be destroyed by star beasts, and he and his comrades are ready to sacrifice at any time. Xia Xiaoman said seriously, "Don't worry, Team Leader Shan will set off now, take our technical staff, and repair the communication system along the way. The communication will be restored, and you must hold on until then." A busy tone sounded. The communication was cut off. She was not sure whether Gui Bai heard her. But the current situation is already as bad as it can't be. The first commander of the Alliance is the commander-in-chief of all the military regions of the Alliance, and the brain of the army. All the military regions' coordination in the war depends on his command. Without his command, I don't know how the battle between the Alliance and the Star Beast will turn out. Junlin couldn't help but glance at Shan Lu at this moment. If the commander-in-chief's mental power had not collapsed at the beginning, the position of the commander-in-chief of the Alliance would have belonged to him. But now, his health is very poor, and his mental power is almost zero. Not to mention the command of all the military regions of the entire Alliance. Even a 10,000-man army, he may not be able to completely cover it with his mental power. Shan Lu didn't think so much. At present, he used as much ability as he had. He tried his best. Even if the result was not good, there would be no regrets. Xia Xiaoman didn't think so much, and there was no sentimentality, sticky, and straightforward. "Team Leader Shang, I wish you a smooth trip. You must be careful when you are out. I will be here, waiting for you to come back." Shan Lu nodded, smiled at her, and opened his arms. Xia Xiaoman took 2 steps forward and hugged him, as if telling him, and also as if telling herself, "Evil cannot win is the eternal truth. Victory must belong to us, and we will all be safe." Shan Lu lipped language. "Wait for me to come back," he finished. Let her go, turned around and strode away. Just as he was about to board the starship, Qi Xiaohua came back with something in her hand, a very small package. When she saw her, she raised the package and shouted, "Star-Lord, it's your Interstellar Express." Xia Xiaoman, ? What express? She has been so busy recently that she has never been to the mall to buy Interstellar Express. Moreover, the 9th galaxy has been fighting with the star beasts for a week. Except for the military system, which is running well, other systems have stopped. In order to fully cooperate with the operation of the military system, the express delivery would have stopped 800 years ago. Qi Xiaohua said, Just 5 minutes ago, when I was fighting, a small express delivery drone suddenly flew past me. I thought it was an enemy drone spying on intelligence, so I chased it and shot it down. It turned out to be a courier with your name on the package. Xia Xiaoman looked at the package in her hand vigilantly and asked, "Didn't it explode? Wasn't it poisonous?" Qi Xiaohua shook her head. "No, Star-Lord, look, I held it in my hand. It didn't explode or poison me. Don't take such unclear things casually in the future. What if it kills you?" Xia Xiaoman was helpless. Seeing that she had the things in her hands, it was too late to say anything, and said, "Look at the shipping address and sender on it." Qi Xiaohua took the courier and read it word by word. Address: Blue Star 9th Base, name, Lu Liuhe. Chapter 189. Xia Xiaoman was so excited that she almost cried, and hurriedly called out, "Shan Lu, wait a minute, the courier has arrived." Sister Liuhe was really her timely help. The war was just about to begin, and her things were sent over. Qi Xiaohua didn't know why her Star Master was so excited, but she still quickly handed the courier to her. "Star Master, who is this Lu Liuhe? Do I know him? And what on earth did she send that could make the Star Master, who always kept his emotions, so excited?" "It's a host I know from watching live broadcasts." Xia Xiaoman quickly opened the package of the courier and saw a small box, very small, about the same size as a ring box. The moment it was opened, a flash of golden light. It was a golden pill. Qi Xiaohua said, "Fuck, what is this?" "It blinded me." Xia Xiaoman smiled. "It's a magic pill that can cure team leader Shang's illness." Shang Lu had just walked back to her when she stuffed a pill into his mouth. Before he could react, the pill dissolved in his mouth, and a strong medicinal fragrance instantly filled his mouth. He was stunned for a moment, and then he lowered his eyebrows, and saw the express package in her hand, and the address and name on it. He immediately understood what he was eating, and wanted to give her some. But the medicine had already dissolved in his mouth. In a hurry, he lowered his head and kissed her. Everyone around him covered their mouths, and widened their eyes, experiencing the joy of eating CP on the spot. Qi Xiaohua, the biggest CP fan, had an anti-smile on her face. Her mouth stretched to the back of her ears, her face became a flower, her eyes were shining with excitement, and her heart was screaming like a groundhog. "Ah! Kiss, kiss, ah!" Team leader Shan kissed the Star Lord. "Ah!" When the scent of medicine spread from Xia Xiaoman's mouth, she suddenly widened her eyes, and looked at the handsome face that suddenly enlarged in front of her in disbelief. Although the touch on her lips was slightly cool, her whole body was very hot and her mouth was dry. Shang Lu had already stepped away, with a hot red at the end of his eyes, and his breathing was a little short. He looked at her and said, "Why don't you give it all to me?" Lu Liuhe said that the elixir not only cures diseases, but also has the effect of bringing people back to life. It can save lives at critical moments. Why didn't she keep any for herself and gave it all to him? Xia Xiaoman has returned to normal, but her heartbeat is a little strong, the roots of her ears are a little hot, and her voice is a little hoarse. "I'm not sick. Why should I take medicine?" But after taking the elixir, it seems to be a little different. It seems that the body suddenly has a very strong power. She felt that she could fight the star beasts directly with her bare hands without mechas on the battlefield. "Just in case," Shan Lu said. The two of them were talking, and didn't find anything wrong. Qi Xiaohua exclaimed, "Fuck, team leader Shang, you can speak now. Is this really an elixir? Where did the Star Lord buy the elixir? How come after taking one, team leader Shang, who couldn't speak, could speak? It's too magical." Xia Xiaoman finally reacted and took Shan Lu's hand. "Shan Lu, say a few more words to me." "Star Lord." Shang Lu called her, because he hadn't spoken for a long time, his vocal cords had just recovered, and his voice was still a little hoarse, but his voice was very nice. "My Star Lord. My team leader Shang." Xia Xiaoman also imitated his tone, and looked at him excitedly. "Do you feel whether your mental power has recovered?" Her team leader Shang was once the first commander of the Alliance, and the boss of the mental power ceiling of the Interstellar Alliance for hundreds and thousands of years. If his mental power is fully restored, this war can still be fought. The power of an ordinary person is very limited in the face of a war. But the role of a recognized first genius in the past 100 years in a war is immeasurable. Shang Lu closed his eyes, and his mental power turned into a mental network and spread out instantly, first the entire battlefield, then the entire Songlong star, and then spread to space, until the mental power began to show signs of being unsustainable, then stopped and slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, all people with mental power on the entire Songlong star felt a powerful and terrifying mental power fluctuation. But this mental power did not attack them, but like a gentle breeze, gently brushed their mental power and passed by, without causing any impact on them. Even the warriors on Xiaoman's star, who only had a little spiritual power, felt this spiritual power. Shi Xiaohua felt it. Xia Xiaoman also felt it, and looked at him with hope. How do you feel? She felt very powerful. Because in the past, she had never felt this kind of spiritual power from those first and second commanders in the Interstellar. Shan Lu's eyes were filled with an obvious smile. Compared with my previous spiritual power, the level has increased by about 3 times. Once it stabilizes, it will be no problem to cover half of the alliance. These are the changes brought by the elixir. Fuck. Xia Xiaoman couldn't help it. That is to say, if you command the battle of the alliance army, you can directly use mental power to connect the command of half of the alliance, and then the communication system will not need to be repaired so much. This ability. It's too enviable. She now knows that the reason why she didn't think mental power was anything special before was because she had never met someone with such strong mental power. Yes, I will count how many communication systems need to be repaired later. Shan Lu nodded, looked at her and continued to ask, Star Lord, in an emergency, can I take over the position of Alliance Command? Xia Xiaoman said, yes, but you must be careful. The traitor may expose your identity, and put you in trouble. You must be careful. Shan Lu nodded and said, I will be careful. Alpha, Beta, Gamma and Delta are the 4 galaxies closest to the 9th galaxy. I will restore the communication of these galaxies, so that you can contact and deal with it in time, when an uncontrollable emergency occurs. Xia Xiaoman, I know. Shi Xiaohua next to him felt that his brain was not enough at the moment, but he could still understand it roughly. What the Star Lord and Team Leader Shang meant was that the Star Lord would be in charge of the 9-star system, Alpha, Beta, Gamma and Delta, a total of 5-star systems, and Team Leader Shang would be in charge of the remaining 4-star systems of the Alliance, and the command of the entire Alliance would be monopolized by the couple. Fuck! Team Leader Shang is the Star Lord's man, so after the victory of this war, the entire interstellar space will be the Star Lord's sphere of influence, which means that their Xiaoman star will fly. She was right to understand it this way. However, the premise is that the Interstellar Alliance is in crisis in the war and can't hold on, otherwise, with their nature, they will never let outsiders intervene and command them. Shan Lu quickly left with his men. Xia Xiaoman watched the starship he was on disappear in front of her eyes, then turned back to the main control room of the main battleship and entered into busy work again. In the next 2 days, Shang Lu led his men to restore the communication system all the way, and kept in touch with her to inform her of the situation along the way. Overall, the battle situation is still evenly matched, and there is no situation where the mecha of the bismuth crystal source system cannot be used. Wait until 5 days later. In the battle on Songlong Star, the human army has once again gained the upper hand. Xia Xiaoman looked at the defeated and fleeing star beasts, her eyes solemn, and issued another order. The 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th legions, divided into 4 directions, board warships, chase the star beasts, and make sure to kill them all. As soon as she finished speaking, an emergency communication came in from the communication system next to her. The face of the bionic man appeared on the screen, saluted her, and said, Star Lord, I have urgent information to report. Chapter 190. Xia Xiaoman didn't expect that the double agent release would have news so soon, and nodded, go ahead. The bionic man said, Star Lord, I picked up a chip on the space battlefield of Beta Star. The chip seems to be very important to the traitors. Now my superior is negotiating with me, and wants to give me a promotion and wealth. I just need to hand over the chip. Xia Xiaoman asked, what kind of chip? The bionic man said, I don't know, but I said I don't want a promotion or wealth. The person I admire most in my life is the chief, so I want to see the chief. He didn't refuse directly, and said he could help me ask. Xia Xiaoman listened. When he said that, she knew that this chip was definitely not an ordinary chip. She said, don't give him the stuff. You should buy time. The starship of Team Leader Shan will pass by Beta today. I will let him contact you. You should find a way to give him the chip, and let him take a look first. The bionic man said, Star Lord, I understand. Xia Xiaoman encouraged him, you did a good job. Keep up the good work. You can do better. She didn't have much hope for the fish she released, but it brought her the bait back. It was really beyond her expectation. The bionic man was also a human being. If he completed his mission well, he would be treated the same as other soldiers after he came back. The bionic man was moved to tears. The Star Lord praised him, and was very happy. Star Lord, don't worry. I will do my best to complete the mission, and will not let you down. His mission was to find out more information about the traitor. The Star-Lord said that this was the most important mission in the war. Only by mastering the intelligence can one control the initiative of the war. His mission was very difficult and great, and it was related to the survival of mankind. After hanging up the communication, Xia Xiaoman contacted Shan Lu, told him the information, and sent him the specific coordinates of the Bionic Man. About 5 hours later, Shan Lu called back, Star-Lord, we have obtained the chip. It is a system with huge data. The purpose is currently unknown, but according to my speculation, it may be related to the failure of the bismuth crystal source system. Specifically, we still need time to crack it. Xia Xiaoman asked, what about the original chip? Shan Lu said, we copied a copy of the data. The original chip is still in Shihao's hands. He is very lucky. Maybe he can get crucial information in the next action. Xia Xiaoman nodded in agreement. Okay, then you are outside, be careful. Shihao, the Bionic Man, is really lucky. Sometimes, luck is also a part of strength. I have to admit it. The war started from the major border planets and space defense lines. The Alliance's army has been guarding the front line of fighting against star beasts all year round. The strength is still very strong. In the case of losing the Alliance Commander-in-Chief, it has well defended the various defense lines. However, the major central planets are not safe either, because there will be a large-scale star beast army using space distortion to locate, and the locations where they appear are very special, either important government departments or military bases, for precision strikes. At this point, even fools should have realized that among them, there must be traitors who are colluding with star beasts. Because places like government buildings are open in the interstellar space, and can be found on maps, but some secret military bases are absolutely impossible for outsiders to know except for the senior government officials of the planet. For a while, the leaders of the major planets became panic-stricken. No one knew whether there were traitors among their leaders, subordinates, family members, and friends. Would they suddenly stab themselves to death when they were not paying attention? This situation made the executive directors of the major planets of the Alliance no longer trust anyone around them. Everyone contacted the general director of the Alliance, Qihua, separately, because in their minds, he was a hero who saved mankind from the abyss of almost extinction 300 years ago. Of course, this did not include the general directors of Beta, Ceres, and Hal. They did not trust each other or the heroes, because no one could guarantee that the hero would not degenerate. It was not unheard of for a dragon slayer to become a dragon. Therefore, the intelligence they gave was false intelligence, just to test whether the general director of the Alliance, Qihua, had become a dragon. Qihua at the Alliance headquarters looked at the intelligence sent to him by the chiefs of the major planets, sneered, and said, Ergu, organize the intelligence and distribute it. With such a group of fools in the interstellar space, why worry about the extinction of mankind? What sounded beside him was not a cold mechanical sound, but a magnetic and pleasant male voice, humbly and respectfully saying, Yes, Chief. When Qihua heard this voice, the look in his eyes instantly became distorted and hideous, and the whole person looked more and more horrified, like a demon. When the Bionic Man, Shihao, followed his online superior and entered the office of the chief of the Alliance, he saw the scene. Qihua sat in a wheelchair, facing him sideways, and his old and turbid eyes were distorted and deformed in an instant, as if there were countless insects, surging, excited, and twisting their bodies to dance and celebrate. This glance almost scared him to death, and he quickly thought of his lovely, beautiful Star-Lord, and calmed his mind as quickly as possible. Then, his eyes revealed an excitement that was difficult to conceal. He stood at attention and saluted, and his admiration was performed vividly. Hello, Chief. I am Shihao. I am honored that you agreed to meet me. I am really happy. I am not good at talking. I will kowtow to you now. After saying that, he knelt on his knees with a plop and kowtowed to him. Qihua looked at the mentally retarded man in front of him, with strong disgust and ridicule in his eyes, but a kind smile on his face. You kid, hurry up. You have done a great deed. How can I not fulfill your wish? Shihao was moved to tears. General, you are so kind. I really did not worship the wrong person. Can I stay by your side to take care of you and protect you? This is my only wish in this life, General. Okay, then you can follow me in the future. Qihua does not hate stupid people, but what he hates most is stupid people who think they are smart. Such complete stupid people are not worth his attention at all. Really? 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 Sorry, I don't know how to speak again. I'm too dumb. I'll kowtow to you again. Shihao kowtowed to the ground again, and then crawled to his side like a pilgrim, presented the chip with both hands, and asked her for credit. General, this is the chip I picked up. Please see if it is what you are looking for. Chihua took the chip in his hand and nodded with a smile. Yes, this is it. Kid, you have worked hard to deliver this trip. Let General Chen take you down and have a good rest. This chip is actually a virus system. After invading the energy system of the Alliance, it can paralyze various systems that are using bismuth crystal sources. However, once used, the coverage area is not large, and the energy consumed is extremely large, so it can only be used on the blade. For example, destroying their communication system, so that they cannot communicate in time in the war, and become blind. For example, destroying their mecha system, so that their mecha warriors in the battle, the energy system is paralyzed, unable to drive the mecha to fight. So far, it has only been used on the communication system, and has not been used to destroy their mecha, because it is not time to use it. When both sides have consumed to a certain extent, it will be used in the decisive battle that determines the final victory. Shihua stayed, and he was so excited that he thanked General Chen all the way, and transferred money to bribe him. He said excitedly, "Thank you, General Chen, you are my reborn parents. In the future, I will definitely speak well of you in front of the General every day." The Star Master said that his task is very difficult, and will be very difficult. He thinks it's easy, right? He is now next to Chihua, the biggest traitor of mankind. He really wants to contact the Star Lord right now, but if he does, will it be unsafe? Okay. General Chen answered perfunctorily, wanting to kill this idiot in his heart, and he didn't know how there could be such an idiot in the world. His superior didn't know how he was chosen. Was it because he was an idiot? Is it convenient for us to communicate here? Is it confidential? If I call my family, will it be monitored? Shihua wanted to know, so he asked. General Chen said impatiently, "Do whatever you want." Okay, I got it. Shihua nodded and thanked him. "Thank you, General Chen." 2 days later. When Xia Xiaoman received Shihua's call, she was a little confused. "You said you are now next to Chihua, and are using his communication system to call me? This is a bit magical." Chihua, the head of the Alliance and the biggest traitor of mankind, was so careless that he let him call out without being on guard against him. Shihua said, "Yes, Star Lord, I'm telling you, I found a secret of Chihua. He is not a human. In his eyes, I saw many thin, white worms, densely twisted into a ball, like noodles, very disgusting. I think he is a worm. Anything else?" At this moment, Xia Xiaoman really felt that this fish had found the right one. It was so easy to swim to the enemy's territory, and he could still be so wild in the enemy's territory without being caught. And yesterday, he scolded the chiefs of Beta, Hal and Ceres. The chiefs of other planets provided him with correct information, only the chiefs of those 3 planets lied to him. They should have begun to doubt his identity. "Star Lord, you can contact those 3 Star Lords." After Shihua finished speaking, he didn't know what he heard, and replied, Okay, I know, I'll go over right away." Xia Xiaoman, Shihua, "Star Lord, they called me for something, I'm hanging up first, I'll contact you when I have information." Hang up the communication. Xia Xiaoman deeply felt that being a spy also requires talent. Shihua is definitely a talented player. He can do everything smoothly. He got to the side of the #1 traitor in no time. Soon. She also contacted the 3 planetary governors he mentioned, but only contacted the governors of Beta and Hal. Shang Lu and his team, who were repairing the communication system, had not yet reached Delta, where Hal was located. Both planetary governors knew her, and knew all her deeds in the Interstellar. However, Xia Xiaoman only knew the chief of Beta Star. When they were selected as the main team of Beta Star to participate in the league competition, he had met and encouraged them. He nodded slightly to the 2 in the light screen. "Hello, the 2 chiefs." The chief of Beta Star said excitedly, "Star Master Xia, I have been trying to contact you recently, but the communication is broken and I have not been able to contact you. I can't contact Ji Lai and the others either. I have very important information in my hands. I am almost dying of anxiety." Before Xia Xiaoman spoke, the chief of Hal Star also said impatiently, "Star Master Xia, me too, I also have some information in my hands, but I dare not tell anyone, including my confidants. Now I can only trust you." Xia Xiaoman touched her chin. Does she really have such a trustworthy face? These 2 Star Masters didn't know their intention to contact them, and they just spoke out their own ideas like pouring beans. After the excitement, the chief of Beta Star looked at the person on the line. His eyes became serious. "Star Lord Xia, you contacted the 2 of us. Does it mean that you already know that Qi is a traitor? Among the planet chiefs of the Alliance, only the 2 of us are trustworthy, And the others are also traitors? Qi Hui is undoubtedly the biggest traitor, Xia Xiaoman said with certainty, but it is certain that the chief of Ceres is not a traitor. I have not contacted him yet. The chiefs of other planets may have contact with Qi Hui, but they are not necessarily traitors. After so many things happened, they doubted and distrusted the people around them. It was reasonable for them to choose to believe Qi Hui, the chief of the Alliance, who had saved the Interstellar. The chief of Hell also nodded and agreed. If Gui Bai had not told him not to trust anyone before, he would not have doubted the chief. Moreover, until the false information he gave was verified, he just did this with the mentality of rather killing 100 people by mistake than letting one go, instead of really suspecting that Chief Qi was a traitor to mankind. Xia Xiaoman continued, however, before their identities are confirmed, they are suspects. The most important thing now is to expose Qi Hui's identity. The two generals saw that she was still so calm after hearing such shocking news, and couldn't help asking, Xia Xingzhu, when did you know that Qi Hui was a traitor? It took them a long time to digest this fact. Xia Xiaoman said, I'm telling you now, he was the traitor during the Star Beast invasion 300 years ago. What do you think? Chapter 191. Although they already suspected Qi Hui. But in the war 300 years ago, it was clearly him who led everyone to drive away the Star Beasts, which seriously damaged the Star Beasts, and won the Alliance 300 years of stable development. Qi Hui has people I sent around him. Whether he is the traitor 300 years ago will be determined later. Now, the most important thing for us is to discuss how to deal with the Star Beasts next. Xia Xiaoman wondered how she knew it. Of course, the person involved in the incident told her. However, the evidence was incomplete. Before the truth came out, she brought up Shan Lu and others. It would not help the current situation at all. Instead, it would make the two people in front of her doubt her identity. The generals of Beta Star and Hell Star also knew that the most important task at present was to deal with the invasion of Star Beasts. They were all looking at her, waiting for her to speak. Xia Xiaoman said, You can find me. I guess you have heard that the traitor has something that can make the bismuth crystal source system ineffective, so I have people transport the card energy to your planets. Now, I will give you the coordinates of the material fleet near you. You can send someone you trust to personally hand over to them. The two generals knew that she was not an ordinary young person, but they didn't expect that she would think so carefully. They only thought about 2 steps, and she had taken 5 steps. They were more convinced of her in their hearts. Xia Xiaoman continued, If the border battlefield cannot be defended, and the Star Beasts invade the Alliance on a large scale, I will temporarily take over the command of your 2 planets. You should be mentally prepared in advance. The 2 generals were worried about the command. After seeing her ability on the field, they naturally would not doubt her. They nodded hurriedly. Okay, Star Master Xia, we will definitely cooperate. The current first commander of the Alliance was assassinated, and the new commander who took over can still support the command of the border front for the time being, but I don't know what will happen when the front is extended again. And the Star Master Xia in front of them, she said she could, so they believe she could definitely do it. Xia Xiaoman said again, Our team leader Shang brought technicians along the way to repair your communication system. If he needs help, you will fully cooperate with him. Before the 2 generals contacted her, their hearts, which had been desperate, were revived again, and their voices became more confident. Yes, Star Master Xia. In the past, the main team members of their Star Master said that with the Commander-in-Chief, they had a backbone and confidence in their hearts. As long as they believed in her, listened to her instructions, and followed her, they would be fine. They thought it was exaggerated. At this moment, they personally experienced the sense of security she brought to themselves, and they were moved to tears. Really, this feeling is great. The chiefs of Hal and Beta went to Xiaoman Star's material fleet to make the handover in person. When they saw the material list and bill handed over by the captain, they signed without thinking. They knew that brothers should settle accounts clearly. They were very grateful that Lord Xia could help them at this time. If this war can win the final victory, what does this little money count for? If the entire galaxy is destroyed by the Star Beasts, they will all die, and the money will be useless. After getting the materials, the 2 chiefs transformed the mechas into 2 systems for their absolutely trusted troops, so that they can switch systems at any time. Everything went smoothly in secret. 3 days later, Xia Xiaoman also contacted the chiefs of the other 2 galaxies. Of course, before they were sure that they were absolutely trustworthy, they did not give them materials, but only told them that when the Star Beasts invaded in full, they would hand over the command of their 2 galaxies to her. The 2 chiefs also cooperated and agreed to her request. Time. Days passed by in the tense war. Half a month later, the Star Beasts finally launched a full-scale invasion war. Chapter 192. The entire galaxy is in a state of panic. This is a full-scale war between humans and Star Beasts. If the Star Beasts successfully invade, no human in the entire galaxy will be spared. With the painful experience of 300 years ago, each planet has its own emergency response measures. The worst result is that the Star Beasts break through the border defense line and invade the interior of the planet. At that time, everyone will be a soldier, and everyone will take up arms to protect their homes. They must not repeat the mistakes of 300 years ago. When the Star Beasts invaded, the people had no weapons in their hands, and no one organized them to resist. The civilians died in despair and worthlessly. So, when the major planets received the news of the full-scale invasion of the Star Beasts, they had already begun to organize the distribution of weapons to civilians, organized the civilians, temporarily incorporated them into the army, and became militias. They taught them how to use weapons and obey orders in the shortest time to deal with various emergencies that followed. In comparison, the Ninth Galaxy started to organize the training of militias half a month earlier than them. Except for the elderly, who could not move, and the children, who could not hold weapons, everyone had to participate in the training. At the critical moment of life and death, the people of the major planets also knew that if they did not resist, they would only die. Everyone cooperated with the orders of the government and the army, participated in military training, and was managed militaristically. Shang-Lu had already led the team to the Zeta Galaxy, located in the southernmost part of the Alliance. The important communication equipment along the way had been repaired, and the local planetary government had been contacted to ask them to send people to garrison and protect. As a person who had participated in the Alliance competition, he was already recognized as the first Mecha Master of the Alliance after that competition. He did not need to use the name of his Star Master Xia Xiaoman. The local government cooperated with him in particular, providing him with people and materials, so that he could come all the way and travel smoothly. Xia Xiaoman was no longer on Songlong Star, but on Songlong Star, located in the center of the Ninth Galaxy, the most convenient place for her to command, and looked at the battlefields on the light screen. On their side, all the battlefields were very stable because of the advanced layout. The Star Beast army attacked in waves, and each time they were forced back without any danger. However, on another light screen next to it, the synchronized video from the battlefield on the other side of the Interstellar Alliance showed a somewhat bad situation. The Star Beasts were attacking the border defense line and the space defense line on a large scale. Jun Lin, who couldn't go to the battlefield with Xia Xiaoman, was watching the battlefield video of the Interstellar Alliance and cursing frequently. Fuck, has this commander forgotten his mother's mind? Is Ward just about asking him to rob Peter to repair Paul? This bastard, I'm so angry. Even if I let a monkey go, it would be better than his command. In 300 years, can the Alliance only cultivate such a thing? It seems that the Alliance has been peaceful for too long, and they have forgotten how to fight. Xia Xiaoman listened to him cursing, his face flushed and his neck thick, panting heavily, drinking carrot juice to relieve his anger and disappointment at the moment, fearing that he would die if he couldn't catch his breath, so he quickly comforted him. Captain, even if I have medicine here, you can't do this. The medical team said that you have to keep your emotions stable. Such a large-scale war, let alone the current commander-in-chief of the Alliance, even if the previous generations are included, no one has experienced such a large-scale invasion of Star Beasts. At least there is time to adjust with others. Jun Lin swallowed the carrot juice in one breath and yelled angrily, he is a waste. I can see it at a glance. He is a useless piece of shit. His health is much better now. Not only does he have carrot juice, but also the pills that the commander-in-chief took before. Xia Xingzhu rinsed the box of medicine with water and gave it to him to drink. After he drank it, he felt that he was 50 years younger. He didn't need to sit in a wheelchair anymore. He was full of energy. If she hadn't stopped him, he could have led people to fight on the battlefield now. Although his previous command was not outstanding, it did not go wrong. Xia Xiaoman said a fair word, still observing, and said, the Star Beasts are invading in full force, fighting everywhere. He should also need time to adjust, and he has no experience in such a large-scale war. Jun Lin followed with a cold snort. He is already 50 years old, and he commanded the border battlefield at the age of 20. It has been 30 years, and he still has no experience. Then our commander-in-chief was only 23 years old at the time. When the Star Beasts invaded the interstellar space, he also had no experience. Xia Xingzhu, this is not a question of experience or not, but a question of personal ability. I think the Alliance is also going to be finished. They really have no one. Xia Xiaoman said, Not everyone is as talented as your commander-in-chief. Let's see. Junlin said, waste is still waste no matter how you look at it. I think it's better to let the kid buy and your game go up. He may not have enough mental strength, but he has a smart brain. Xia Xiaoman said, his name is Guibai. Junlin nodded, yes, Guibai, why not let him go? 2 hours later. Xia Xiaoman also cursed along with Junlin. Although not every battlefield on the front line could synchronize battlefield videos to them, it could be seen from the few battlefields that were synchronized. The Commander-in-Chief's command level is so bad that it is outrageous. It is exactly the same as what Junlin said. He is a useless thing. He has no tactics, and can only rob Peter to pay Paul. Junlin snorted. Fuck, he is a traitor sent by the Star Beasts. With his fighting style, the Star Beasts will be able to break through the defense line in less than 2 days. Xia Xiaoman also cursed. This idiot, the 9th Military District is already very dangerous, and the planet at the edge is the only way for the Star Beasts to support the army. He actually transferred the million-strong army of the 9th Military District to support the 29th Military District. Fuck, not to mention the long distance. The 29th Military District, although the upper and lower military districts are also fighting hard, it can be seen at a glance that they can still hold on. As long as they have time, they can support the 29th District. Junlin was so angry that he closed his eyes, and said, if he continues to fight like this, I will take his surname, Dog, if the Alliance does not destroy him. The Alliance headquarters should have seen it, but his previous command was still quite standard. Once the war came, he fell apart. The Alliance should not have expected it, and in such a war, it is a taboo to change the commander temporarily. Xia Xiaoman looked serious. The current war is not a war between the 9th Galaxy or the Alliance, but a war between all mankind, a war of survival, a war of races, and everyone is now in a relationship of mutual benefit and mutual loss. Although there are traitors in the Alliance, who will sit in the position of the Commander-in-Chief is not decided by one person, not Chihua, because that position is voted by the commanders of all military regions. The fact that he can sit in this position, after the previous Commander-in-Chief died shows that he still has the ability to convince people. As for promoting the younger generation of commanders, Guibai and his people are all rookies on the battlefield, and the Alliance will never dare to hand over the command to them easily. Ah. Junlin sighed and said, we can't just watch them fight like this. If he can't command well, the soldiers on the front line deserve to be his line babies and gain experience points, right? Xia Xiaoman watched helplessly, and there was nothing she could do. The 9th Galaxy was defeated by her, and she had the final say, but the Alliance headquarters would not listen to her. Fierce battle. After a day and a night. Fuck. Junlin was so angry that he kicked over the chair in front of him, staring at one of the battlefield videos with red eyes. He was so angry that he didn't know what to say, and his whole body was shaking uncontrollably. Xia Xiaoman's eyes were also staring at the light screen. That was the 9th military region of the Alliance. After the million-man army was withdrawn to support the 29th Army, only 3 million people were left behind. 2 hours ago, reinforcements from the 10 million Star Beast Legion arrived at the 9th Military District. They marched straight in, and the soldiers of the 9th Military District fought to the death, and were completely wiped out. Fortunately, the residents of the border planets had already been transferred to the inland planets, when the Star Beasts invaded in full force. Otherwise the 200 million civilians on the 892 planets would have died under the rampage and massacre of the Star Beasts. They are all good men. Junlin was really distressed, very distressed. So many soldiers died in vain at the hands of the Star Beasts, because the general commander was useless. If they had replaced a useful commander, they would not have died in this way. Xia Xiaoman couldn't help it any longer, and said, I'll contact my teacher and ask what the Alliance headquarters thinks. Her call hadn't been made yet. Xianqin's call came over, and seeing that she didn't say a word of nonsense, she said, the Alliance is in urgent need of a commander who can take on the responsibility and command the overall situation. Who does Xia Xingju think is suitable? Xia Xiaoman asked, Teacher, what does your Alliance think? Xianqin said, the Alliance has never experienced a commander of this scale of war. After Ko Yao's death, Edward was the commander with the strongest mental power and the richest combat experience in the entire Alliance, but his current performance has disappointed everyone in the Alliance. They asked me to ask you, the situation in the 9th Galaxy is now stable, and the Star Beast army is concentrating on attacking the Alliance. Can you temporarily take over the position of the Commander-in-Chief? There are not many people in the entire Alliance who can take over this position under such circumstances and have the ability and courage to take over this position. After screening, she is a good candidate who can command the entire ninth galaxy in the case of a large-scale invasion of star beasts. Xia Xiaoman said, I can't do that. I have to stay here. If the border planet's defense line is breached and the star beasts invade the inland planet, there must be someone here. I will recommend someone to you. Xianqin waited quietly for her to speak, wondering who she was going to recommend. In her team, she was the only commander. Sui Guanqing and Qi Xiaohua were mecha soldiers, and Shan Lu was a mecha master. Xia Xiaoman said, My mecha master Shan Lu, his mental power is actually very strong, not worse than your current first commander. He has now arrived in the Zeta Galaxy, and can take over the command position. It is not easy to gain others' trust by recommending one's own people without any evidence. But if Shan Lu is the first commander of the Alliance 300 years ago, it is even more impossible before the truth is revealed. Xianqin hesitated obviously, and looked at her without saying anything. Xia Xiaoman patted his chest and guaranteed, I guarantee with my personality that he is absolutely qualified for this position. As for his mental strength, you can ask the Beta Star team that participated in the competition at that time. At that time, he was in poor health and sick, and his mental strength was only 1% of what it is now. Xianqin did not completely disbelieve it. Because she, as a commander, was more powerful than the combat power of a single mecha soldier, which had already broadened their horizons. It is not impossible for her to say that her mecha master's mental strength is very strong. Xia Xiaoman continued, Teacher, I think you also know that there is no time now. Look at how your useless commander-in-chief is commanding. The 9th military region has been destroyed. If the situation cannot be controlled next, the defense line will be torn apart. At that time, the star beasts will march straight in, and all the inland planets will suffer. I don't know if Sure Hao has obtained the evidence that Qi or Shan Lu were traitors, and they were framed. If he got it, his identity can be made public now. Once the title of the first genius commander in the Alliance for 1,000 years was revealed, who in the entire Alliance dared to question his command ability? Xianqin said, I know, but this matter is of great importance. We still need to discuss it. As soon as she finished speaking, someone hurried over and said, Report to the general, someone has controlled the commander-in-chief Edward and temporarily replaced the position of the commander-in-chief. He said his name is Shan Lu, and he is the mecha division of Xia Xiaoman, the Star Master. How can he be the commander-in-chief? Fuck. They are not professional at all, okay? Xianqin caught the point immediately. He controlled Edward? The man reacted and said, Yes, he controlled Edward. His mental power is higher than that of Edward, the commander-in-chief. So, he can control him. No way. Xia Xiaoman, the Star Master of Xiaoman Star, is a commander. At the critical moment, he turned into a mecha soldier and fought better than a mecha soldier. The mecha division of Xiaoman Star, the commander, has a stronger mental power than their current first commander-in-chief. So what kind of magical planet is their Xiaoman Star? Where do so many cross-border talents come from? After receiving the news, the Alliance headquarters was in a mess. The top leaders hurried to find Xianqin to ask her what was going on. They asked her to ask Xia Xiaoman if she could take over as the commander-in-chief, not to ask Xia Xiaoman's mecha master to take over the commander-in-chief immediately. Xia Xiaoman looked at the Alliance top leaders, who filled the entire light curtain in an instant, nodded slightly, and said calmly, Hello everyone, the teacher has told me your proposal, and I have agreed. My mecha master has now taken over the position of your commander-in-chief. Don't worry, he will control the situation soon. Alliance top leaders, Chapter 193. They wanted to question her loudly. So you know that yours is a mecha master. How dare you let the mecha master do the command work? Xia Xiaoman didn't care about their expressions at all, nor did she care what they thought, and continued, Don't worry, my mecha master's command ability is also very strong. If he doesn't do well, you can replace him at any time. Anyway, no matter what, the commander-in-chief of the Alliance can't continue to do it. The soldiers on the front line have been killed by him. What can they use to fight against the star beasts? However, her mecha master's actions were fast enough and coincidental enough. Xianqin just talked to her, and he took over the position of the commander-in-chief, which made it much easier for her to explain. Otherwise, arbitrarily controlling the commander-in-chief and taking over the position of the commander-in-chief would be equivalent to usurping the throne, which would be difficult to explain clearly in the Alliance. The Secretary-General of the Alliance headquarters looked at her with an extremely ugly expression. Xia Xingzhu, do you know what the situation is now? You said that your mecha division has strong command ability. Is he really strong? The situation on the front line is urgent. If he can't control the situation, do you know what will happen? Are you responsible for this? Why are you so anxious? Xia Xiaoman glanced at him coldly, and said with a long tone, as if she was suddenly enlightened, and said exaggeratedly, You are not a traitor. She is not a member of the Interstellar Alliance, and she is not in a superior subordinate relationship with them. To be more precise, it should be regarded as an alliance relationship, and she spoke without mercy. But her words. The Secretary General of the Alliance was so angry that his face turned blue. He pointed at her and said, You are slandering me and talking nonsense. Xia Xiaoman said, If I remember correctly, the Commander Edward, who caused the annihilation of the 9th Military District, was very close to you. Is he incompetent in command, or is he doing it on purpose? Everyone, should we have a good talk about this? At this juncture, she will not tolerate anyone who goes against her. As for whether Shan Lu is capable or not, there will be feedback from the battlefield soon. The Secretary General of the Alliance clearly felt the suspicious eyes around him, and his back couldn't help but feel cold. He gritted his teeth and said, Xia Xingzhu, you let your mecha master take the command position without our consent. I also want to ask you, what do you want to do? What is your relationship with the Star Beasts? Why did the Star Beasts invade your 9th galaxy first? You asked a good question. Xia Xiaoman looked at him and answered seriously, Let me find a way. It's you who want me to take over the command. I can't get away from here, so let my mecha master go to replace me. Is that okay? The Star Beasts and I are of course in a life and death relationship. As for what you said about the Star Beasts invading the 9th galaxy first, I don't know here. How about you help me ask the Star Beasts? You? The Secretary General of the Alliance was so angry that his chest heaved, and he tried to calm himself down. We asked Admiral Xinqin to ask your opinion, not to let you take over the command position immediately. Yes, she asked my opinion, I agreed, and sent someone to go. Xia Xiaoman said. She said, I just sent someone over, and they have already replaced your original Commander-in-Chief position. What can you do? The Secretary General of the Alliance roared in his heart. Shameless. Other senior members of the Alliance were speechless. Okay. Is that how she understood the inquiry? This is an inquiry? This is a decision she made directly. But in the final analysis, they still need her help, and came to her first. Now that she has agreed and sent someone over, even if they have great disagreements in their hearts, it is not good to tear their faces with her, the boss of the 9th galaxy who holds real power at this time. Xianqin has not spoken all the time, because she knows best that when she discussed with her and asked her opinion, she did not contact anyone at all, that is, Shan Lu was a chess piece she had arranged in advance, ready to take over the position of the Commander-in-Chief of the Alliance. At any time, whether they come to her or not, this chess piece will move. Moreover, this chess piece can control the time by itself, without any command from her. They are talking here. On the border battlefield, after Shan Lu took over the command, the situation began to change. Xianqin stepped forward to be a peacemaker. Everyone, stop arguing. Xia Xingzhu is right. Shan Lu has taken over the position of Commander-in-Chief. Let's take a look at the situation on the battlefield. She didn't know why, but she believed Xia Xiaoman unconditionally. She said that Shan Lu was capable of being the Commander-in-Chief and had a strong mental power, so it must be true. The senior leaders of the Alliance really didn't know what to say at this moment. At this point, they could only believe her and divert their attention to the synchronized video on the front line. The 8 military regions near the 9th military region received the order from the new Commander-in-Chief Shan Lu and began to retreat. The Secretary General of the Alliance could not help but said, Nonsense, withdraw 8 military districts, plus the fallen 9th military district, a total of 9 military districts, leaving such a big hole for the Star Beasts. Is it convenient for them to invade on a large scale? Junlin, who had been standing quietly beside Xia Xiaoman, looked at him with disdain. Kai Sui, you are almost 200 years old. If you don't understand, why don't you just shut up? Do you have to say it out loud and embarrass yourself? He said something unpleasant, and cursed people as soon as he opened his mouth, and the one he cursed was the Secretary General of the Alliance with the highest status at the scene. For a moment, everyone looked at him. Some people didn't know him at all and looked confused. Some people thought he looked familiar, but couldn't figure out who he was for a while. Some people looked horrified, pointed at him and said in disbelief, Junlin. Chapter 194. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Junlin. In the battle 300 years ago, he was found to be a traitor to the Alliance. Kai Sui, Secretary General of the Alliance, looked at him. Are you still alive? The man in front of him was only a few years younger than their General Qihua. According to the intelligence obtained by the Alliance, he was already terminally ill, and would not live for many days. But now, he appeared alive in front of him, looking energetic and in good health. In fact, he looked more than 10 years younger than the general, and he didn't look like he was dying. Junlin glanced at him mockingly. Even if you die, your father will not die. Will he speak? Kai Sui's throat was blocked by a mouthful of blood, and his eyes shifted to Xia Xiaoman, his eyes full of suspicion of her. Although the Alliance did not get evidence of Junlin's collusion with the Star Beasts in the war 300 years ago, and he had been fighting against the Star Beasts for 300 years after he defected from the Alliance, it did not mean that he was not a traitor. Others looked at Xia Xiaoman and then at him. Junlin cursed again. Look at your father. If I were a traitor, I would have rushed to your Alliance headquarters and cut off the heads of you good-for-nothings. He was really good at cursing. Everyone, now is not the time to bring up old scores. Our 9th galaxy was invaded by Star Beasts. The first person to come to the rescue was the commander of the Junlin Legion. He brought 2 million troops and provided great help for us to defend the 9th galaxy. If it weren't for his rescue, our defense line would have been lost, and the Star Beasts could have marched straight into the internal planets of the Alliance, causing great losses. I don't need to say more. I can guarantee here with my personality that he is a good person. While Xia Xiaoman was helping him speak, she put her hands behind her back and gave him 2 thumbs up. I can't stand those self-righteous people in the Alliance, who don't have much ability but like to show off. Someone has to suppress them and teach them a lesson. As a member of the Alliance, Xianqin is also friends with Xia Xiaoman. Seeing that the two sides are a little tense, she coughed awkwardly and said, Xia Xingju is right. We should unite to deal with the Star Beasts now. Everything else can be discussed after the victory of the war. Ordinary traitors dare not be as arrogant as Junlin. Xia Xiaoman gave face. I listened to the teacher. The other senior leaders of the Alliance did not say anything, but looked at the synchronized video of the front line again. Everyone saw that the military district that was ordered to evacuate blew up all the nearby jump points and interstellar routes when it left. Star Beasts do not dare to go anywhere casually when sailing in the interstellar. Although they are thick-skinned and tough, they cannot withstand the various energy explosions in the universe. Therefore, when they invade the interstellar, most of them have to take the safe interstellar routes developed by humans. Of course, they also have their own interstellar routes, but the number is too small, and the transportation capacity is not enough to support them to launch a large-scale invasion war. Good. Junlin applauded. Xia Xiaoman also nodded slightly. Kai Sui gritted his teeth, but did not dare to argue with Junlin again. What's good about it? Is this Mecha Master of Xiaoman Star mentally ill? Does he know what it means to blow up the route? It means that Star Beasts can't pass, and they themselves can't pass. Xianqin also frowned slightly. In the current situation, blowing up the waterway near the 9th military region and evacuating is a good choice. But this choice is too bold and too risky. The interstellar waterway was blown up, and many materials and rescues that had to pass through these routes needed to find other routes. In the subsequent war, there would be more and more complicated factors to consider. Can he cope with it? But then, Shan Lu told them with facts. He can. About 2 hours later, because the 9th military region was completely wiped out, the battlefield became somewhat chaotic. Under his command and dispatch, the situation became stable. When the people in the room of the Alliance's top leaders looked at Xia Xiaoman, their expressions became very complicated. What kind of magical planet is their Xiaoman star that can raise such geniuses? Not to mention that the commander-in-chief is more powerful than the mecha soldiers. The mecha division has now become the commander-in-chief of the Alliance. Xia Xiaoman then looked at them and asked, Do you think my mecha division is doing well? If you want to change people now, I will contact him immediately and ask him to step down. 2 hours. Stabilize the situation and stop the decline of his own side. It is no exaggeration to say that he turned the tide. An expert knows whether it is good or not as soon as he makes a move. This is not good at all, this is simply too good. Under the current situation, even the former first commander of the Alliance, who died, would not do better than him. Even Kai Sui, under the current situation, had to admit that he was very sincere and said, Xia Xingju's subordinates are really talented, and Commander Shang is a very good commander. What's wrong with the people on their planet? He has such a strong mental power, and he is the commander that the Alliance lacks the most. At the same level, the treatment and status of the commander are generally higher than that of the Mecha Master. Why does he have to be a Mecha Master? Is he afraid of stealing the limelight from their Star Master? Thank you for the compliment, Secretary General. Xia Xiaoman was modest. Junlin straightened his back, with a proud look on his face. Need he say it? He dared to say that in this entire galaxy, Except for Star Master Xia, there is no commander more powerful than their commander-in-chief. Xia Xiaoman and the others knew Shan Lu's true identity and strength, and they were not surprised that he could stabilize the situation in such a short time. Alliance Headquarters. After hanging up the communication with Xia Xiaoman, they were in a meeting to discuss Shan Lu, the foreign aide commander-in-chief they had temporarily found. Someone said, "Shan Lu, don't you think this name is familiar? Does he look familiar? Could he be the descendant of the man from 300 years ago?" Someone retorted, "That man was only 23 years old when he died. He had been on the border battlefield. He had no girlfriend, had no relationship with any women, and had no children." Someone looked at the comparison photos. Except that Shan Lu was a little thinner, the two looked exactly the same. He had a bold idea. Could it be that Xia Xiaoman cloned him? This Xia Xiaoman is very mysterious. No one knows how she, a star master from a garbage star, can be so powerful, and where does she get so many black technologies? Xi and Qin frowned, and couldn't stand their various speculations. Don't talk nonsense. The clone looks the same as the original body, but has no mental power. You have also obtained the information on the mental power of this Commander Shang. His mental power can completely cover 50 military districts. The mental power of the previous Commander-in-Chief of the Alliance, Ko Yao, who was sacrificed, can only cover 30 military districts at most, and it is still very laborious. Edward, who was replaced by Shan Lu, could only barely cover 25 military districts with his mental power, so when he commanded, he had to take a starship and move his position at any time. In the 300 years after the death of that commander, there were only 2 commanders with such strong mental power that could command at a fixed point. Unfortunately, one of the 2 was old and his mental power declined greatly, and he was only at the ordinary 3S level. The other one also died unexpectedly 10 years ago. At that time, he was only 55 years old, and was still at the peak of the commander's mental power. His death directly led to the vacancy of the highest level commander of the Alliance, and until now, it has been in a stage of lack of successors. They made all kinds of guesses here, and no one guessed that he was the original first commander of the Alliance. Just when they were about to adjourn, the communication in the conference room rang again. It was Xia Xiaoman calling. Xi and Qin answered. Xia Xiaoman looked at them and said with a smile, "Everyone is here, I have a good thing now, and invite everyone to appreciate it with me." Chapter 195. The senior executives in the conference room looked at each other, not knowing what she was going to do next. Xia Xiaoman did not give them time to think and guess, and smiled and said, "Everyone, please watch the live broadcast." She finished. There was an additional video screen in the video communication between the 2 parties. This screen was a one-way connection, which was what she called live broadcast. It was the scene over there, where someone was holding a device to record in real time and then broadcast it to her simultaneously. No one present did not know the 2 people in the video. They were none other than Qi Hua, the general manager of the Alliance. The other was Ning Shun, the commander-in-chief of the Alliance, who died unexpectedly 10 years ago. The place where the 2 were was also familiar to many of them, and they had been there before. It was the office of Qi Hua's mansion. The conversation between the 2 was also clearly heard by everyone present. Ning Shun's face was grim. "Did you see it? That person is definitely him." Qi Hua was very calm. "I saw it, that person couldn't be him. He died 300 years ago, we saw it with our own eyes." Ning Shun gritted his teeth. "Then tell me, besides him, who else in the entire galaxy has such a strong mental power?" Qi Hua said, "Don't scare yourself, this person's mental power can only cover 50 military districts. Compared with him back then, it's still far behind. He died under our calculations back then. This person in front of us, wanting to withstand our attack, is just a foolish dream. Ning Shun, we saw his mecha explode with our own eyes, but we didn't find his body. Who knows if he is dead or not? What if he is not dead? 300 years ago, it was because of him that our invasion plan, which we had prepared for 200 years, failed at the last minute, and wasted another 300 years. This time, he appeared again." Qi Hua's eyes suddenly twisted, and his hoarse voice was a little sharp. "They just look the same." I said, "He is dead?" Ning Shun sneered. "We can live from 1,000 years ago to now, why can't he?" Xia Xiaoman, the star master of that garbage star, has gone from having nothing to dominating the galaxy now. Do you think anyone else can do it except him? The amount of information given in their conversation, just a few short sentences, has exploded. So much so that the people watching the live broadcast had their brains crashed, and they all looked in her direction until they heard Xia Xiaoman's name. Xi and Qin, who has always been calm and self-sustaining, was pale at this moment, as if she had been greatly stimulated, and even her voice was suppressed. Star Master Xia, this vision. Is the person in the video real? A person who died 10 years ago, and the general manager of the Alliance are now in the same frame. She can understand every word they say, but when they put them together, she just wants to curse this fucking world. The other senior executives are also waiting for her to speak with mixed emotions. The images they saw and the conversations they heard shocked them, and overturned their three views. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, and heard it with their own ears, they would never believe that Chihua, the general manager of the Alliance, the hero who saved mankind from the brink of extinction 300 years ago, would be a traitor to mankind. Xia Xiaoman nodded. The people I said recorded it on the spot. Now not only you, but all places with communication in the entire galaxy are broadcasting live. The whole galaxy has seen that your great hero Chihua is actually a monster who has lived for 1,000 years, and a traitor to mankind. The live video was called by Sure Hao 3 minutes ago. He said Chihua was out. Chihua's artificial intelligence Ergo put him in the office, and told him that Chihua was not a human. He asked him to go into the office to find evidence, and he came in. However, he had just entered the office, and had not started to look for evidence, when he heard voices outside. It was Chihua who came back with people. Under the guidance of artificial intelligence Ergo, he hid in a cabinet, and gave her a live broadcast. Sure Hao, who was so bold, was still whispering to Xia Xiaoman, Star-Lord, I just forgot to tell you that Ergo's voice is exactly the same as team leader Shang's. Do you think Chihua, the old beast, is he sick? Xia Xiaoman nodded. He is sick. You should be quiet, be careful not to be discovered. As soon as she finished speaking, Chihua seemed to have sensed something, and turned his head back suddenly. His movements were so fast that he didn't look like an old man who was about to die. What was even more strange was that his body didn't move at all. It was only his neck that moved. His neck was twisted backwards 180 degrees, which was not a movement that a human could do at all. The senior members of the Alliance, who were watching the live broadcast, were shocked by the scene in front of them. They gasped, held their breath, and stared at the cabinet that Chihua was looking at nervously without blinking. Ning Shun's eyes were sinister, and the corners of his lips were raised with a strange and bloodthirsty arc, and his eyes were slightly narrowed. Who? The Alliance leaders who were watching the live broadcast closed their eyes in despair at this moment, unable to bear to watch. It was over. The unlucky guy said by Xia Xingju was discovered, and would definitely die miserably. Xia Xiaoman was very calm. Since Sure Hao had said that Erga helped him, Shan Lu had also told Jun Lin that Shan Lu's self-aware artificial intelligence was in Chihua's hands. That meant that Chihua's artificial intelligence Erga was Shan Lu's artificial intelligence body. Since it had done this and released the evidence that Chihua was a traitor, it would start to fight back. In the live broadcast, Ning Shun had already raised his foot and walked towards the cabinet. He was getting closer and closer. His claws had already reached the cabinet. He was about to open the cabinet. The Alliance leaders in front of the live broadcast swallowed nervously, and clenched their fists tightly. It was over. It was really over this time. But the next moment, just when Ning Shun's hand touched the cabinet, suddenly, the whole office was sprayed with water mist. The white water mist instantly surrounded Ning Shun and Chihua. At this time, the two of them seemed to have been greatly stimulated. Their faces became hideous and terrifying, and their bodies began to deform and twist, and swell. Soon, their clothes were torn. Their skin was torn. But what came into view was not blood and flesh, but thin, white worms, like soft noodles, twisted into balls, entangled and squirming. Ugh! Among the audience, I don't know who couldn't help at first, covering their mouths and retching. More people were trying to hold back their nausea, and not looking at the screen, so as not to vomit. Xian Qin, the calmest admiral, looked at the live screen expressionlessly, staring at the worms, and said, "This is a spirit worm. Legend has it that it can store human souls, and allow humans to achieve immortality." Chapter 196. The senior executives, who had already vomited or wanted to vomit, all looked at the live broadcast screen after hearing her words. The white bugs twisted and squirmed even more violently, after being stained with white water mist. Sure Hao also took the opportunity to push open the cabinet, and ran out, shouting as he ran, "Ergo, spray them to death, your insecticide. Increase the dose." Then, another magnetic and pleasant male voice sounded, "Fuck, there is no more. Do you think it is easy for me to save some insecticide? You run away quickly, and my name is not Ergo, my name is Bai Di. Do you have melon seeds in your head?" He cursed. Sure how it ran. All kinds of furniture and equipment in the office were also flying all over the sky, smashing towards the two big bugs. It was a scene that could not be described as a chicken flying and dog jumping. Xia Xiaoman couldn't help laughing out loud. Junlin's eyes were filled with tears, and he excitedly shouted into the communication, Bai Di, can you hear me? I am Junlin, I am Junlin. The live video was in chaos. The senior leaders of the alliance gathered in the office, and they had not yet sorted out the information they received. The entire alliance, everyone who saw this live broadcast, was confused. The traitor was found. The biggest traitor of the alliance was Qi Hua, the general leader of the alliance, the hero who had saved mankind and whom they all admired. The emotions of the people are always more fierce and stronger than those of those in high positions. Many people can't tell the truth from the false, and they just believe what they see. Fuck, Qi Hua, the general leader of the alliance, is actually a traitor to mankind. What, chief? Didn't you see it? He's a monster, he's a bug. Hurry up and watch the live broadcast. Where are the bugs in the room? The bugs are gone. Are all the people in the alliance dead? Why didn't anyone go to deal with them? Where would those bugs go? They won't parasitize and infect humans, right? In the live video, the bugs are gone. The video was quickly closed. The live screens that appeared over various parts of the alliance also disappeared. Xia Xiaoman then looked at the top leaders of the alliance and said, What do you think about this? It doesn't matter whether there are traitors among these people. What's important is that their boss, the traitor boss Qi Hua, has been exposed. He is not a human, he is a disgusting bug. Kai Sui, Secretary General of the Alliance, looked at her and said, We have sent people to Qi Hua's chief mansion to search for the whereabouts of the bugs. According to the current information, 2 personal guards have disappeared. If nothing unexpected happens, Qi Hua and Ning Shun should have occupied their bodies and left. Open the general's mansion. We have issued a wanted order for the 2 throughout the alliance. Xia Xiaoman said, Since the spirit insect can only infect and parasitize 1 human at a time, don't waste time on him. The most important thing now is the war with the star beasts. I don't know what kind of trouble they will cause when they return to the star beast group. Okay. Kai Sui looked at her with a bit of respect that he himself didn't realize, and then said, Xia Xingzhu, now it's time to tell us the details. They are the top leaders of the alliance. Of course, they could understand the conversation between Qi Hua and Ning Shun, and they also knew who the person they were talking about was. The person they were talking about was Shan Lu, the first commander of the alliance 300 years ago. At that time, Qi Hua insisted that he colluded with the star beasts and betrayed humans. No one in the alliance doubted him, and Shan Lu became a traitor nailed to the pillar of shame. Now, they know that Qi Hua is the traitor, and Shan Lu is not at all. He was wronged. But Ning Shun said that Shan Lu, the commander-in-chief on the battlefield now, was the first commander Shan Lu at the time, which confused them again. How could a person who died 300 years ago be resurrected? Could it be that he, like Qi Hua and the others, was resurrected by parasitism of spirit insects? But if so, with the change of the identity of the parasite, the appearance cannot remain unchanged. At this point, Xia Xiaoman had nothing to hide, and said, You guessed right, the current Shan Lu is the first commander Shan Lu 300 years ago, who has been sleeping in a frozen hibernation chamber for 300 years. Let Baidi tell you about this matter in detail. It was it that sent Shan Lu to the hibernation chamber, and let it tell you about the battle situation at that time. Hello, everyone, I am the most handsome, domineering, and omnipotent Baidi in the world. Now let me, the great commander, tell you about what happened back then. The great commander used Shan Lu's voice, and spoke coquettish words. Xia Xiaoman felt awkward and uncomfortable no matter how he listened, and said, Great commander, please change your voice. Fuck. Qi Hua, this bastard, old beast, he definitely did it on purpose, using Shan Lu's voice and changing Baidi's name to Ergu, which was clearly used to humiliate Shan Lu. Baidi continued to be a jerk. Xia Xingzhu, I'm sorry, I really can't change it. Why can't you hear this voice? Is it because our commander-in-chief has a bad voice? Or did he bully you? Or do you hate our commander-in-chief? Xia Xiaoman got goosebumps when she heard it, and said bluntly, Shan Lu is my man now. Don't use my man's voice to talk so cheaply, I can't stand it. Baidi Marmot screamed, our commander-in-chief, who has been single for more than 300 years, is finally out of singlehood. I'm so happy and so touched. I finally waited for this day. The commander-in-chief finally grew up, and became a real man. He knows how to fall in love. Xia Xingzhu, I will change my voice immediately. Xia Xiaoman really wanted to ask Shan Lu. How did they build such a thing? It's really too cheap. Suddenly I can understand why Qihua renamed it Ergo. It's a perfect match for it because it's both stupid and dog. After Bai Di interrupted their serious thinking, the senior leaders of the alliance also became less serious. They looked at Xia Xiaoman meaningfully. Oh, Xia Xingju and Shang Zhihui are together. They are a couple. Bai Di really changed his voice, and changed it to Junlin's voice when he was young. He asked, Xia Xingju, is this okay? Junlin gritted his teeth and said angrily, get lost. Fuck, this is really resurrected. Then this voice. Bai Di ignored his objection at all, sighed softly, and his voice became deeper. Speaking of the war 300 years ago, it must start from that night. Chapter 197. What happened 300 years ago, let alone the people in the alliance? Even Junlin, the commander of the First Legion, who was Shang Lu's right-hand man at the time, didn't know. After he met the commander-in-chief, the commander-in-chief didn't tell him in detail, but only said that she was a traitor. When his mental power collapsed, he was captured by Bai Di and put into a frozen hibernation chamber. At that time, the Star Beasts invaded in an all-round way. As the 10 legions under the commander-in-chief, they were also the most powerful combat force in the alliance, resisting the Star Beasts in the 10 weakest areas of the border. The commander-in-chief led his 10 million legions from various planets to guard the most dangerous central area where the Star Beasts attacked the most fiercely. A week later, a part of the Star Beast Legion gave up attacking them and evacuated. The commander-in-chief's mental power also disappeared at this time. What was a headache was that the communication was also cut off. They couldn't contact the commander-in-chief. According to the wartime principle, they could command the next battle on their own at this time. His premonition, which was always very prepared, told him that he should chase the evacuated Star Beasts, so he led 1 million legions to chase. He and his army pursued and killed all the way. The 2 million Star Beast army was getting smaller and smaller under their pursuit. When only half of the Star Beast army was left, about 1 million, they suddenly used time and space distortion and disappeared in front of their eyes. Time and space distortion is the same as the jump point constructed by humans. It can instantly move to a fixed point and needs the joint activation of the 3S level leaders among the Star Beasts. Every time it is used, the power consumed is extremely huge, which will make the 3S level Star Beast leaders participating in the action consume all their strength and cannot recover for a year or two. Therefore, in large-scale wars, Star Beasts rarely use this ability. None of them knew where the Star Beasts had gone. Until 5 hours later, the commander-in-chief called with only one sentence. Qihua rebelled, notify the other 9 legions, take their own troops, leave the alliance immediately, and save their strength. They followed the commander-in-chief all the way, so naturally they would not doubt his words, and each of them left the border battlefield with their own troops. Just 10 minutes after they left, the news of the commander-in-chief's rebellion came from the front line, and the 10 legions under the commander-in-chief also became the traitors' accomplices and wanted criminals of the alliance. Later, it was Qihua who led the army to turn the tide, killed the Star Beasts, saved the alliance, and became a glorious human hero. These traitors had no evidence in their hands, and no matter what they said, no one would believe that Qihua was the real traitor. They were wanted by the alliance, and they became rats crossing the street, and everyone shouted and beat them. They are traitors who betrayed humanity. As long as this label is in the interstellar space, no matter whether it is in the area under the jurisdiction of the alliance or not, they will be cursed by everyone. If they see them, they will be killed. If they can't kill them, they will be reported. In the end, they can only live in the most chaotic places in the interstellar space, like rats in the gutter, hiding their identities and hiding their personalities. Bai Di is a mean guy. Xia Xiaoman thought that he would definitely speak in an exaggerated style, but he didn't expect that when he talked about the war, he became serious and rigorous. She roughly knew what the war was about. However, from Shan Lu, he only knew what happened before he was put into the hibernation chamber, and he didn't know what happened after that. Only Bai Di experienced everything from beginning to end and knew everything. When the Star Beasts invaded in full force, Shan Lu led 5 million troops to the Central Army. The situation on each battlefield has always been under his control. The battle situation is very stable. According to his plan and tactics, if he fights steadily, within half a month, humans will be able to successfully kill the Star Beasts. But just 1 week after the war, the situation suddenly changed. The Star Beast legions on various battlefields use time and space distortion to teleport to the central battlefield. 50 million Star Beasts arrived in an instant. Shang Lu's mental power is the strongest in the Interstellar for thousands of years. His mental power is so strong that he can build a mental network for command, use it to build a mental barrier to protect his own army, and use it to kill the enemy. But normally, he would not use mental power to kill the enemy. But this time, the situation was too urgent, and he needed to take the initiative, so he used mental power to kill the star beasts. You didn't see that millions of star beasts were instantly crushed to dust under the mental power of the commander-in-chief, disrupting their formation and tearing a big hole in their army formation. Baidi said with a beaming face and spitting. Then, our troops completely separated them and defeated them one by one. Fuck. Julin followed suit and applauded. The commander-in-chief is awesome. Xia Xiaoman also gave a thumbs up, and didn't expect that mental power could be used in this way. The senior leaders of the alliance just felt its character, and now thought it was bragging. Millions of troops were crushed to dust in an instant. How could it be possible? Baidi only cared about Xia Xiaoman and Junlin's reactions. In his eyes, other people were nothing. He was more excited when he got their affirmation. Our commander-in-chief's ability is so great that even 100 million star beasts, let alone 50 million, would be wiped out in his hands. Junlin asked, did the commander-in-chief suddenly lose contact with us at that time? Baidi said, yes, it should be at that time. The commander-in-chief's mental power consumption was too serious. He had no choice but to disconnect the mental network that was connected to you. After this attack, about 20 million star beasts were teleported over. But it didn't matter. The commander-in-chief used his mental power to destroy the main force of the star beasts. We soon gained an absolute advantage on the battlefield. It was only a matter of time to defeat the star beasts. When he said this, his voice became low. The people who were listening also became inexplicably nervous. Baidi's teeth were grinding at this moment. At this time, someone in our own legion suddenly turned against us and started killing our own people, and the battlefield was in chaos. For a moment, it was impossible to tell who was the enemy and who was the friend, and the soldiers were all in danger. The number of people in our legion was originally only a fraction of the star beasts. It was under the command of the commander-in-chief that we had the advantage. After the chaos, the battlefield was out of control, and soon blood flowed like a river, and we began to retreat. It was at this time that Chihua, the beast, unexpectedly hit the commander-in-chief. He was next to the commander-in-chief at the time, and the commander-in-chief was not prepared. Because of the previous consumption of mental energy, his mecha was damaged, and he was seriously injured. Chapter 198. The audience was filled with righteous indignation and cursed Chihua, the traitor and the beast. Baidi's voice became heavier. After that, he led his men to besiege the commander-in-chief. The commander-in-chief was defeated. At the last moment, he drained all his mental power and instantly strangled 50 million star beasts, as well as Chihua and his accomplices. But he and his accomplices suddenly turned into countless insects and scattered. The commander-in-chief failed to kill all the insects. 2 of them escaped the range of strangulation covered by the commander-in-chief's mental power. At the same time, their attack also arrived. The commander-in-chief's mecha exploded. At the moment when the commander-in-chief's mental power collapsed, I captured his body, put it in the frozen hibernation chamber, and sent it into space. Chihua's escaped insects soon parasitized on the clone he had prepared long ago, resurrected, and formatted me. After that, he brought the traitors and the star beasts to kill all the resisting warriors, leaving no one alive. After that, he turned black and white, and framed the commander-in-chief as a traitor to mankind. Speaking of this, everyone present was smart. No one would ask why Chihua didn't continue to act. Instead, he wanted to create a heroic name for himself and hide in human society. Did he not want to? Of course not, he was powerless. Shang Lu strangled 50 million star beasts at the cost of mental collapse and death. Most of the main force of the star beasts was destroyed. They were no match for humans. If they continued to fight, they would definitely lose in the end. So, he had to lie in wait and wait for the next suitable opportunity to launch another invasion. Silence. The scene was suffocatingly silent. Until Xianqin said, Shang commanded him with good intentions. He is the real hero, and the one who saved the entire galaxy. At the moment of life and death, only the most selfless and great people who put the interests of mankind in the highest position can resolutely make such a choice. His choice, to the greatest extent, guaranteed the advantage of mankind in the war, laid the most solid foundation for the final victory of the Interstellar Alliance, and saved them from the fate of extinction. But what about them? They believed the words of the traitor, put the traitor on the supreme position of the Alliance, worshipped him as a hero, and labeled the real hero of mankind as a traitor, nailing him to the pillar of shame for 300 years. Kai Sui, the Secretary General of the Alliance, took a deep breath, and said with shame, Commander Shang was stigmatized because Chihua misled people and turned black into white. We are also wrong. We listened to Chihua's words, and did not thoroughly investigate what happened back then. Xia Xingju, Junlin Army Commander, you can rest assured. Next, our alliance government will definitely restore the name of Commander Shang, restore the truth, and give him the honor he deserves. Xia Xiaoman nodded and said in an official tone, Then I'll trouble the Secretary General. The alliance is still very fast. Half an hour later, all places with communication signals in the Interstellar received the documents issued by the alliance, restoring the truth of the year and vindicating Shang Lu and his army. Chihua was a traitor back then, and is also a traitor now. He has issued a wanted order for him, and is also tracking his whereabouts. Shang Lu is the real hero who saved mankind. The war is still going on. Xia Xiaoman got a god-level source stone a week later. Sure Hao got the source stone from Chihua's office. He said that he took it because it looked very beautiful. The god-level source stone is indeed beautiful and colorful, as if all the essence of the world is nurtured in it. Xia Xiaoman's bow and arrows also use a new energy source, which has become a god-level card. Then, after the war, she went to the battlefield from behind the scenes for the first time. Next, the whole galaxy was stunned. Others killed star beasts one by one. She killed star beasts by the millions. When she pulled the bow, arrows covered the sky like a huge black sky curtain. As long as the star beasts were hit by arrows, the star core would be accurately exploded, and blood and flesh would splatter. Because of her joining, the battle situation has gained an absolute advantage within one day. The senior leaders of the alliance were excited, and in a meeting. What is her ability? Is the bow in her hand the legendary bow that Ho used to shoot the sun? I read the battle report. The highest statistic is that she has killed millions of star beasts at once. The key is whether you have watched the video. After she finished killing, she showed no signs of fatigue or mental exhaustion. It was as easy as crushing an ant. She is a traitor. The position of the general leader of the alliance is vacant. I propose to nominate Xia Xingju as the general leader of the alliance. Do you have any objections? I agree. I agree too. All the senior leaders of the alliance unanimously agreed to this proposal. Unprecedented, it was passed unanimously in the shortest time. Damn it, with her combat power, plus Shang Lu, the former first commander of the alliance, and the group of killers under her command, they can't sleep well if they don't hand over the alliance to her. Xia Xiaoman didn't know that she was still fighting on the front line, and the people behind her had already decided on her as the general leader of the alliance. This month later, the star beasts that invaded the border were killed and repelled. Xia Xiaoman led her 2 million Xiaoman star core and found the base camp of the star beasts on a small star hidden in the alliance through Shang Lu's calculations. This really proves the saying that the darkest place is the darkest under the lamp, the safer it is. Who would have thought that the star beasts were so bold that they dared to put their base camp under the eyes of the alliance? The main force of the star beasts had few troops left in the base camp during the large-scale invasion of the interstellar space, and they didn't think at all that someone would find their base camp and kill them, so they were caught off guard. The 5 million remaining star beast corps were slaughtered by Xia Xiaoman's 2 million troops, leaving no one alive. Moreover, this battle to attack the star beast's lair was broadcast live to the entire galaxy, and the people of all planets were so excited that they wished they were also a member of the Xiaoman Star Corps, and followed them to kill the star beasts. Xia Xiaoman was already famous in the galaxy, and this battle made her a god. In the nomination and voting for the next alliance general manager on the alliance's public website, her vote rate was far ahead, and the second place Shang Lu only had a fraction of hers. Compared with Shang Lu, the third place had another big gap in votes. 1 month later, in the alliance's public election, Xia Xiaoman officially became the alliance general manager, and the 9th galaxy also returned to the alliance with her as the alliance general manager. As for the big and small forces in the lawless land, they didn't wait for her to deal with them. They had already gone to Xiaoman Star to seek peace when she was in the Battle of the Gods, and resolutely demanded to return to the alliance, swearing to the sky that they would absolutely listen to the words of Star Lord Xia. The day of the inauguration ceremony of the general director of the alliance. Seeing that the time was almost up, Qi Xiaohua was scratching her head anxiously and said unhappily, "Does this mission have to be done by team leader Shang? I think those old guys in the alliance are single and unloved, so they can't bear to see other couples together, and deliberately want team leader Shang to miss the inauguration ceremony of the Star Master. They also said that the construction of the border defense line needs to be led by team leader Shang, but let them go. When the alliance didn't have team leader Shang before, They couldn't live well? Guibai was dizzy because of her spinning. Please, sister, please be quiet. You see my eyes are spinning in circles. Do you think I'm an owl? Gan Yao thought and raised his head, and said very pertinently, the border is really not possible without Team Leader Shang, the new defense system. The data is too complex and huge, so he has to lead the construction. Qi Xiaohua glared at him. He was the only one who talked too much nonsense, and began to mutter, Team Leader Shang is the same. Can't he come back a day earlier? He has to rush on time. If he is late for the inauguration ceremony of the Star Lord, he will regret it for the rest of his life. Ji Lai was already shouting at the door. Are you not ready yet? Hurry up, the ceremony is about to start. There are still 5 minutes. Meng Wu looked at the time, then looked up at the sky, and said in surprise, that is the aircraft sent by the chief to pick up Team Leader Shang. Team Leader Shang is back. Qi Xiaohua ran out first, and only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the aircraft flying over his head, and patted his chest. It's good to catch up. The main players who had fought side by side with Xia Xiaoman on various planets also smiled at the aircraft. It would be the chief's big day later, and Team Leader Shang could not be absent. The new chief, Xia Xiaoman, was not in a hurry at all, and was looking for Song Jiming in the lounge backstage. I feel a little thirsty, give me a nutrient solution. Song Jiming gave her a nutrient solution and said, Miss, we have to go. Xiao Su straightened his suit, beaming with joy, and asked the two people next to him, is my suit okay? Dean Su also straightened his suit and nodded, neat and tidy. Principal Nicole smiled and said, handsome old man. After Xia Xiaoman raised her head and drank a nutrient solution, she was still trying hard to suck the last drop in it. Complaint. This packaging design is not reasonable at all. I can't drink it clean every time. It's a waste. Wait until I build a new defense system, and then I will design one for you that you can drink clean. Shang Lu walked up to her, helped her straighten her collar, flattened the bottom of her clothes, and smiled at her and said, we are all waiting for you, General Manager. Xia Xiaoman naturally handed him the nutrient package in her hand, smiling with curved eyebrows. I know Team Leader Shang. Song Jiming and his group followed them behind, and followed them 2 body lengths behind them. 5 minutes later, Xia Xiaoman stood on the rostrum, facing all the senior military and political leaders present, and all the planets in the Interstellar, and said, thank you to all the family members who trust me, support me, vote for me, and send me to the position of General Manager of the Alliance. Don't worry, from today on, I will treat everyone equally, whether they are big stars, small stars, or unknown stars under the jurisdiction of the Alliance. I guarantee here that within 5 years, everyone's living standards and education levels will reach the average standards of the Alliance. That's it, everyone eats well, drinks well, and has fun. Just like every speech she gave on Xiaoman Star before, it was short and powerful, saying everything that should be said, and giving practical guarantees. The senior executives from all walks of life in the audience had reviewed her previous style of doing things, and were not surprised by her speech. The general manager's speech was so short that it only lasted 2 minutes. Xia Xiaoman had previously stated that she would not accept any media interviews, so she directly removed this process. The inauguration dinner officially began. The senior executives of the Alliance and the senior executives of the major planets all surrounded the new general manager Xia Xiaoman to exchange greetings and build relationships. At the beginning, Xia Xiaoman also greeted them with a pleasant face and chatted with them. When she saw the back of him, she became impatient and slipped away when no one was paying attention. She wanted to slip away, it was very easy. With her speed, no one would notice her. But someone still found her. Shang Lu saw her leave and followed her quietly. Xia Xiaoman ran to the top floor, got on the aircraft that was parked there to pick Shang Lu up, sat on the top of the aircraft, and looked up at the starry sky. Today's weather was particularly good, and the starry sky was particularly bright, which made her start to wonder whether there was the card world she was originally in among these stars. When Shang Lu came over, Xia Xiaoman turned around, smiled at him, and stretched out a hand to him. I'll pull you up. Shang Lu held her hand, used the force to get on the aircraft, sat side by side with her, and looked up at the starry sky like her. Xia Xiaoman asked curiously, Shang Lu, how many planets are there suitable for human survival, outside the scope of our alliance, and the endless universe? Do the people on those planets look like us? Are their technological levels more advanced or backward than ours? Shang Lu asked, want to go and see? Xia Xiaoman nodded without hesitation. Of course, my journey is to the Sea of Stars. Her voice had just fallen. Behind her, a cheerful, uniform voice with laughter rang out. Commander-in-Chief, Our journey is also to the stars and the sea. Take us with you. Xia Xiaoman and Shan Lu turned around and met the young main players from various planets led by Qi Xiaohua and Sui Guanqing. At this moment, those familiar faces were filled with youthful, energetic smiles with endless yearning for the future and the starry sky. The picture was frozen. The past is over. The journey to the future has just begun.